Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cheyenne Challenge by William W. Johnstone, narrated by J. Rodney Turner. Book 1. 1. Nothing much moves in the high lonesome when Old Man Winter holds the land in his frigid grasp. The mountain man known simply as Preacher, though to many the name held far more meaning than its simplicity implied, settled in at the cabin of an old friend, in a steep-walled valley that shielded it from the violent blasts of Canadian northers. He hunted for meat, smoked and jerked it, gathered other provisions, and watched the sky for signs of snow. When the white powder lay hip-high, he had enough wood split and stacked to last the winter. By the time it grew to belly-high on a 17-hand horse, he had every small crack chinked, the chimney brushed clean, and a neat little corral set up with a four-sided shelter backed against one stern granite wall. Heavy yield in that winter of 1840-41 soon brought the snow level to roof ridge height. Preacher had a tunnel out to the livestock and kept the corral clear by some energetic body-warming shoveling. Through it all, his cuts, scrapes, and bullet wounds healed. Altogether, Preacher reckoned, when the buds began to swell on the willows, the cabin had been snug enough, nearly warm enough, and he had been almost amply fed. Lean and fit, although a little gaunt from his limited diet, Preacher began to itch to move along. He figured it was getting on toward late March, and his only complaint came from a rheumaticky knee that resulted from too many hours in cold streams tending his traps in days gone by. Time to stretch like a cream-filled tomcat on the hearth and look for new places. The sun felt warm on Preacher's back as he breathed in the heady, leathery aroma of freshly saddle-soaped tack. Looking up from tightening the last rope that secured the load on his pack saddle, he took in another chest-swelling breath, tinged with the tang of pine rosin and needles. Suddenly, his ebullient mood collapsed as he sensed the presence of another person. Preacher hadn't seen a single human since last October, when he went to the trading post at Trout Creek Pass for supplies, and he for certain didn't recall inviting anyone to drop in for a visit. Thunder, his spotted rump Appaloosa stud, had become aware of the intrusion, Preacher saw, as he cut his eyes to the suddenly tense animal. Thunder had gone wall-eyed, his ears pointed toward the front of the cabin beyond the corral. No doubt in his mind now, Preacher stepped away from the pack-horse and walked past the brush and pole shelter. With what quiet he could muster, he mucked his way through the March mud toward the stout log dwelling. His right hand rested on the butt of one awesome four-barrel pistol. Behind Preacher, the horses snuffled and whickered, having caught human scent and that of at least one of their own kind. Preacher tensed slightly. One did not survive more than 20 years in the wilds without being constantly alert. Preacher had come to the Shining Mountains as a wet-behind-the-ears lad of 12 or so, and had so far kept his hair. He sure didn't hanker to lose any of it now. So, Preacher had the big four-shooter halfway out from behind the broad red sash at his waist when he rounded the cabin. He came face to face with a small rat-faced individual who exhibited considerable surprise. You be the mountain man named a Preacher?" a fittingly squeaky rodent voice asked. Right off, Preacher took in the long, narrow head, oversized nose, and small, deep-set black eyes. Buck teeth and slicked-back ebony hair completed the likeness to a weasel. In fact, though Preacher didn't know it, the man before him went by the handle Weasel Carter. Preacher saw, too, that his unexpected visitor exhibited all the nervousness of a tomcat in a room full of rocking chairs. It all served to set Preacher's internal alarms to clanging. "I be," Preacher allowed as he cut his eyes for a careful glance around the tree line. That glance revealed to him some furtive movement among the aspen saplings and underbrush. His alarm system instantly primed Preacher for whatever might happen next. Weasel Carter forced a fleeting, sickly, lipless smile, removed his hat and mopped his brow with a grimy kerchief. A fraction of a second later, Preacher's keen eyesight picked out a thin spurt of smoke from the priming pan of a flintlock rifle, an instant before he whipped out his 4-shot and blasted a ball into the gut of his Judas goat. At the same time, Preacher lashed out with his free hand, closed on a big fistful of shirt, and yanked his betrayer in front of himself. He did it in time for misfortune to strike the man in the form of the bullet meant for Preacher. A second later, 3 men rushed out of the concealment of the trees and fired at Preacher. One ball moaned past, close to Preacher's left ear. The other 2 delivered more punishment to the runty piece of sorry trash Preacher held before himself like a shield. By then, Preacher had his 4-barrel back in action. The hammer dropped on a brass cap, and the big .54 caliber ball spat out in a cloud of smoke and flame. It struck the nearest would-be assassin in the breastbone and tore out a fist-sized chunk of spine on the way out of his body. Preacher worked the complicated action, lining up another barrel, and fired again. Double-shotted, it had considerably more recoil, yet the charge went true and gut-shot a scruffy, bearded man whom Preacher reckoned deserved to be called Dirt. With his final load, Preacher blew away the left side of the head of the last killer trash. The flattened ball left a glittering brown eye dangling on a sallow, hollow cheek. Bleeding horribly, the thug managed to draw a pistol from his waistband and bang off a round in Preacher's direction. Preacher dodged it as though it represented nothing more than a snowball. While he did, he switched for the other fully charged 4-barrel and let fly. "I didn't ask for this," he yelled at the miraculously upright man, whose skull had been shot away in a wide trough above his left ear. This time the ball entered the empty eye socket and blinked out the lights for the verminous gunman. That barrel always had shot a little high and right, Preacher recalled as he surveyed his littered dooryard. "But I ain't disinclined to join the dance to someone else's tune," he muttered, a moment before Dirt moaned pitifully. Preacher crossed to the fallen ambusher. "You ain't got long. Speak," he commanded roughly. "That's a fact. You done got me through the liver. Good riddance to trash like you, I say," Preacher growled as he knelt beside the dying man. You gonna just leave me out here? Ain't gonna give me no Christian burial?" "Were no Christian thing you done sending that weasel-faced punk in to set me up, neither." "Jeez, you really are, Preacher." "I be. Who sent you for after me?" Dirt eyed Preacher a long moment. Then he swallowed hard. "Thirsty. Your gut shot right enough. Shouldn't be giving you nothing liquidy." Then Preacher grunted, shrugged, and came to his moccasins from one knee. "Seeing as you're dying anyhow, I don't find no harm in it. I'll be back, and I'll be wanting the name of whoever it was sent you." Preacher returned to Dirt's side after what the back-shooter thought to be an eternity. Preacher carried a small stoneware jug in one hand and a gourd ladle in the other. He eased down beside Dirt and put the ladle to the dying man's lips. Dirt spluttered and tried to push it away. "That's not whiskey," he gasped out. That's water." "You got the right of it. The whiskey is for me, water for you. Last time, then I give you a whole world of more hurt. Who sent you?" Ezra Pease," Dirt gulped out, along with a bright crimson spew. "Damn," Preacher exploded. "I knew that man were no good first time I laid eyes on him. Ezra Pease." And Preacher pronounced the name to rhyme with peas. "Knew he was crooked, cheated the Injuns and whites alike, sold guns and whiskey to the Injuns. That finally riled me enough I beat the hell out of him and runned him out of the High Lonesome. He was tough right enough, and I'd never have figured him for a coward that had hired someone else to do his killing for him." "Ain't no coward in Ez," Dirt retorted in a raspy whisper. Preacher took a swig of whiskey. "That depends on whether you're on the receiving end or not. Where can I find him?" Dirt forced a wan smile. "Ain't telling you that, Preacher." Preacher shrugged indifferently. "Then you'll take it to hell with you. I'll see you there." Dirt snarled. Then he shivered violently and died. "Maybe. Maybe not," Preacher observed idly, took another swallow of whiskey and set the jug aside. He roused himself and dragged the 4 corpses to a deep wash, rolled them down to the bottom and collapsed a wide section of dirt and rocks from the lip on top of them. That would at least keep the critters away from them. He gathered up their weapons and located their horses. These he freed from bridle and saddle and sent them off on their own. "Time to get going, Thunder," he announced when he returned to the corral. Preacher swung into the saddle and caught up the lead rope to the pack animal, then gigged them into motion. Ezra Pease had returned, Preacher mused as the miles slowly rolled by in an endless stream of aspen, hemlock, and pines. It had all begun some 10 years ago at Rendezvous. "New trader in camp," Jim Bridger confided to Preacher when he rode into the wide, gentle valley that housed Rendezvous for those in the fur trade that year. "I'll point him out. I'd like to see what you make of the cut of him." Right then, Preacher suspected there might be something not quite right about the man. Bridger didn't often take to the judgments of other men, less'n he thought himself a mite too harsh in his own. Not that Jim Bridger was given to an overwhelming flow of the milk of human kindness. Most of his decisions were harsh. That's what kept him, old Reddy Man, alive out here in the Big Empty. All the same, Preacher ambled on into the growing gathering of white canvas tents, buffalo hide teepees, brush lean-tos, and other mobile dwellings of the hard and venturous men who worked the mountains for the valuable furs that fed a hungry eastern market. He came upon the new man only a quarter mile into the swarm of white men, Indians, and breeds. A big canvas awning had been stretched from the side of a small mountain-type wagon. In its shade, behind the upright brass rods that held the outer edge, piles of boxes and crates and stacks of barrels had been laid out to make what their owner hoped would be an attractive display. Several of the barrels bore the X mark that had already become a common symbol for the contents. Whiskey. Well and good, Preacher thought to himself. Wasn't a man-jack among them who didn't plan on some powerful liquoring up while there. That's a lot of what Rendezvous was all about. For his own taste, though, Preacher opted to push on until he found the stout, pink-faced German fellow from Pennsylvania who dispensed the finest Monongahela rye this side of heaven. A couple of hours later, his campsite staked out and shelter erected, somewhat mellowed by some of that smooth whiskey, Preacher had his warm attitude of contentment shattered by an uproar. It reached his ears from the direction of the new trader's layout he had passed on the way in. Always curious, and always eager to view or get involved in a good brawl, buckskin-clad streams of mountain men flowed past Preacher's haven. Smacking his lips, Preacher put aside the jug of Monongahela rye, pushed upright to his moccasins, and trotted off to witness the excitement. He elbowed his way between Slippery Jim and Broken Jaw Sloan to get a better view. The new trader, with the help of a pair of louts who turned out to be his swampers, was whipping up on a slender, youthful Nez Perce brave. The white man looked to be in his mid to late 30s, which put him a good 10 to 12 years older than Preacher at that time. While the louts held down the teenage Nez Perce, the factor smashed vicious, painful blows to the Indian's face. "You were going to steal that knife, goddammit. I saw you," he roared. "No, no," the brave protested in his own language, which Preacher had just put in 6 long months of winter learning. "I give 2 hand sable skins. Poor pelts, you say?" he added in heavily accented English. 2 hand sable skins for 1 knife. That too much, but I take." His watery blue eyes narrowed. The trader sneered back at the bleeding Indian. He hit the boy twice more and growled, "You don't have any way to prove that, Buck, so give up that knife and get out of here before I finish you off." "I got it right here, Ez," one thick-lipped lout blurted, reaching under the securing thong of the Nez Perce's loincloth and pulling free a scabbarded Green River black iron butcher knife. "Good. Toss it on the table over there." He bunched the youngster's hunting shirt in both fists and yanked the bruised and blood-smeared Indian upright. Ez spun him and gave the groggy youth a powerful boot to his posterior. Propelled forward off balance, the Nez Perce rebounded off the shoulders of laughing mountain men. Some offered him a swig from a jug of liquor, others gave him friendly claps on the shoulders or pitying looks. 2 more rocky steps, and he came against the broad chest of Preacher. "Blue Heron," Preacher said softly, recognizing the youth. "White Wolf. That man cheats. He lies. He steals from us." It wasn't a self-pitying whine, or an excuse. It was said with the hot fire of anger burning brightly. "You are sure?" "I am sure," Blue Heron responded. For a moment, Preacher looked beyond the shoulder of the young Indian, and his eyes grew to slits. "It will be taken care of. White Wolf does not lie. I will be satisfied. Come visit us again. My sister misses you awfully." The last was delivered with as much as a mischievous expression as his bruised features could produce. Preacher chose to ignore this reference to his amorous proclivities of the past winter. "Go with the wind, Blue Heron." Despite his pain and discomfort, Blue Heron's eyes twinkled. "Find sleep in a warm lodge, White Wolf." Their exchange had been observed by Ez, who came at Preacher in a rush. "What'd that thieving hole-in' nose say to you?" Preacher gave him a cool, appraising gaze. "Nothing that's any of your business, feller." "But God, it is my business." "Nope, not by half," Preacher assured him. Then, his eyes the color of glare ice, he added, "But I can make it a whole lot of mine." Ez glowered as he studied the young man before him. Lean-hipped and rawhide tough, Ez could see this stranger had tremendous power in his upper body. He figured him to be smart, too, since he had learned that heathen savage's turkey gobble lingo. Something about the casual way he wore those 250 caliber pistols in his sash warned Ez that this stranger could be panther quick and deadly accurate with them. That, most of all, gave him pause. With a snort of impatience, Ez broke their locked gaze first. He turned on one boot heel and stomped off. Slippery Jim and several others swarmed around Preacher in the next instant to welcome him and press invitations on him to visit firesides for a friendly round of cussing, discussing, and drinking. Preacher said yes to all, though many knew full well he would not make it to their camp that night. Preacher spent the rest of the day asking questions about the new trader Ez and sharing jugs. First off, he got a last name for the surly man. Pease. He says it like them little green vegetables, Beckworth informed the preacher. Coupled with what he had witnessed, preacher soon developed an image of the man which far from pleased him. Yet Ez Pease had done nothing directly to preacher, and he, like most of his fellow trappers, strongly believed in a man tending his own trap line. As a result, preacher decided to leave well enough alone. Yet, if the shadow of Pease ever fell across his path, preacher would be more than happy to do something about it. The opportunity had come sooner than preacher expected. 3 days went by in the usual boozy, raucous bonhomme of rendezvous. Preacher had all but forgotten the incident with his young Nez Perce friend. He had traded with the boy's father for thunder. Now, horse trading was serious business to the Nez Perce. If a feller entered into the spirit of it, and they believed he had treated them fairly, although shrewdly, they respected that man for it. If he was generous with his sugar and coffee in the bargain, that man could have friends for life. Not forgetting, of course, that Injuns have notions. The day that recalled all of this to preacher began normally enough. Around noon, he and Bigfoot Joe got into an eating contest. The man who could consume just one more than half of the small lumps of force meat, onions, and wild rice in a chain of pit-roasted intestine, in this case from an elk, was the winner. He split half of the gold, pelts, or other items bet on the outcome. Preacher's stout, youthful teeth gave him an advantage, which put him well on the way to the midpoint in the chain when an uproar rose from the southern end of the string of camps. Preacher ignored them and munched on. More voices joined the clamor of support for opposing sides. They ended abruptly in a shout of alarm. "Look out!" followed by the flat report of a pistol shot. "Ma, hell. Just when I had this thing won," preacher silently lamented. He had no doubt as to the source of the disturbance, or who had fired his weapon. He bit off the tasty rope and set out at a trot for the gathering crowd of men and haze of dust that rose in the still air of the valley. Although independent, tough, and wild, several men gave way when they saw the hard expression on the face of preacher as he approached the center of the dispute. A mountain man lay writhing on the ground, shot through the meaty place above one hip bone. 2 others held on to the traitor Ezra Pease, who still waved a smoking pistol in one hand. One old-timer nodded a curt greeting to preacher and brought the young mountain man up to date. "Liver-eating Davis caught that one selling a gun to an Injun. Ain't nobody's business who I sell to or what," Pease growled. "It is in this neck of the woods," a burly mountain man with a flaming beard snapped. Considered quite young, especially by mountain man standards, preacher had already accumulated a considerable reputation, enough so that when he stepped forward, the others fell silent to hear what he had to say about the situation. Preacher approached Pease and got right up close and personal in his face. "Pease, you've outlived your welcome at this rendezvous. Hell, and all the Big Empty for that matter." Preacher paused and cut his eyes from face to face in the crowd. "I reckon these fellas will go along with me when I say we wants you out of camp before nightfall." A sneer broke out on the face of Pease. "Why, hell, you ain't even dry behind the ears as yet. Who are you to tell me that?" "I'm the man who's an inch from slitting your gizzard, which is reason enough." Pease cut his eyes to the men holding him. "Turn me loose. I'll show this whippersnapper where the bear crapped in the buckwheat." Knowing grins passed between his captors. "Oh, we'd be mighty pleased if you did." Yellowstone Frank Parks, a close friend of preacher's, responded, releasing the arm he held. Ezra Pease had only time to realize his challenge had been accepted when one of preacher's big fists smashed into his thin, bloodless lips. Strands of his carroty mustache bit into split flesh, and those lips turned right nay bloody all at once. Preacher followed up with a looping left to the side of Pease's head. It staggered the corrupt trader and set his legs wobbly. Dimly he saw an opening and drove the muzzle of his empty pistol into Preacher's exposed belly. Hard muscle absorbed most of the shock, yet the blow doubled Preacher over and part of the air in his lungs whooshed out. He raised both arms to block the attack he expected to come at his head. He had reckoned rightly. Still grasping the pistol, Pease slashed downward, intent on breaking Preacher's wrist. The wooden forestock landed on a thick, wiry forearm instead. It would leave a nasty bruise, but at the time, Preacher hardly felt it. Without pause, he raised a knee between the widespread legs of Pease and rammed it solidly into the cheat's left thigh. That brought Pease to his knees. He dropped the empty pistol and groped for another. Preacher kicked him in the face. Pease flopped over backward, and Preacher was on him in a flash. Instantly they began to roll over and grapple for an advantage. Pease gradually worked his arms down into position around Preacher's ribs. Slowly, he raised one leg to get his knee into position to thrust violently upward on Preacher's stomach and snapped downward with his arms. The result would be to break the back of the younger man. Preacher would have none of it, however. He whirled his head around with the crown fitted under the chin of Pease. Then he set his moccasined toes and rammed upward. Pease's yellowed teeth clopped closed with a violent snap. A howl followed as stressed nerves signaled that the crooked trader had bitten through his tongue. Blood quickly followed in a gush, and his grip slackened. It proved enough for Preacher, who broke the bear hug and came up to batter the exposed face of Pease with a series of rights and lefts. Pease swung from the side, and hard knuckles put a cut on Preacher's right cheek. A strong right rocked back the young mountain man's head. Preacher punched Pease's mushed mouth again and sprang to his moccasins. Pease slowly followed. Dazed, yet undefeated, Pease tried to carry the fight to Preacher. A sizzling left and right met his charge. Preacher danced away and pounded Pease in the middle. Then he worked on the chest. At last he directed his violent onslaught to the sagging head of Pease. For the second time, Pease went to his knees. Preacher squared up facing him, measured the angle, and popped hard knuckles into Pease's forehead. The lights went out, and Pease crumpled in the dirt, jerked spasmodically for a few seconds, and went still. A faint snore blubbered through his smashed lips. Preacher stumbled away to wash off the blood, slobber, and dirt that clung to him, oblivious of the man he had defeated. Behind him, the other mountain men gathered up the stock in trade Pease had brought with him, loaded his wagons, and provided an escort out of the valley. And now, Pease was back. Preacher shook off the dark recollection as he topped the crest of a low saddle and found himself facing 4 hard, coppery faces, topped by black braided hair, with eagle feathers slanted downward from the back, past the left ear. The Preacher also noted that the 4 Indians held their bows casually, low over their saddle pads, and that arrows had already been nocked. 2. Preacher's hand automatically dropped to the smooth button grip of one 4-barrel pistol at sight of the warriors. Then he recognized the older man in the middle. Talks to Clouds could be considered an old friend, particularly since he had been the man Preacher traded with for thunder. Now a fleeting smile curled the Nez Perce's full lips. "Ghost Wolf, I am pleased to see you." Talks to Clouds broke the silence in his own tongue. "And I you. It has been a long time," Preacher acknowledged. "Too long for friends who have shared meat and salt," the expert horse breeder responded. Preacher studied the men with Talks to Clouds. They were not painted for war and appeared well enough at ease. "What brings you so far from your Green Valley?" "We trade horses with the Cheyenne. My son remembers you. An old man is grateful. Preacher grunted. That had been 10 years ago. He had traded for thunder only 4 years past. No accounting for the depth of an Injun's gratitude. You are not an old man. I am if I must rely on others to protect my own. Talks to Clouds paused, then gestured behind him. Come, young Joseph is watching our spotted ponies. He paused, chuckled. Only he is not so young anymore. He has a father. A boy named Inmut-Tuyalatlat was born to him this past winter. Already he is being called young Joseph. We will eat, drink coffee, talk of the time since we last saw one another. An agreeable nod preceded Preacher's answer. It would be my pleasure. The Nez Perce had located their camp over the next rise. The camp's appearance completely relaxed Preacher's innate caution. Women and children accompanied the group of half a dozen warriors and their sub-chief Talks to Clouds. The youngsters swarmed out to surround Preacher when he was recognized. Laughing, he dismounted to bend and chuck the girls under their chubby chins, eliciting giggles all around. Then he turned and hoisted the 4 boys to the back of Thunder and let them walk the Appaloosa stallion into the encampment. The boys had the big horse cooled out by gentle walking in just under a half hour. By then, the women had completed preparations and served up a meal of thick, rich venison stew, fry bread, and cattail slips. Preacher made a generous offer of salt, coffee, and sugar that complemented the feast to the satisfaction of all. When everything was in readiness, the men filled bowls and settled in to enjoy. Talk centered around the weather, the unusually early spring in particular. Forked Tail gestured to the east and made the sign for the Sioux. That is why we decided to go afar in our trading of horses. Talks to Clouds wants to reach the Dakota. They are said to be hungry for our spotted ponies, and not to eat them, he added with an expression of disgust. There was no snow left in the valley of Willamette by the first of the moon of returning buds. Talks to Clouds verified. I see many warm buffalo robes for next winter if we can start early. Good idea, Preacher contributed. How are things between here and your valley? Talks to Clouds and the others considered it. Peaceful, except for the Blackfeet. There is much green showing, and it will be a fat spring. That should keep peace. Always the Blackfeet, Preacher ruminated. He'd get into that after the eating was done. He asked of men among the Nez Perce he had known, of babies born, and the talk slid away the time until their bowls had been emptied. As a man, those around the small fire in the lodge of Talks to Clouds wiped grease from their chins, rubbed full bellies, and belched loudly. At once the women and children fell to their eats. Once more, and more appropriately according to Indian etiquette, the man-talk turned to the world around them. Is there anything that would cause you to say the Blackfeet are more troublesome than usual? Preacher cautiously prompted. Talks to Clouds broke out a pipe, a habit obtained from the Plains tribes, and tempted full of kinnikinnick and wild tobacco. He lighted it with a coal and drew a long, satisfying puff before answering. Yes, White Wolf. They are already making for war. They have many guns provided by white men in trade for pelts and horses. It is not a good thing. Preacher nodded and Forked Tail reached for the pipe, took a drag, then put in. The word on the wind is that the Northern Cheyenne are also fixing to make war medicine when spring opens up a little more. That's odd, Preacher thought, and frowned. Although known as fierce fighters and highly territorial, most skirmishes with the Cheyenne in the past had been between small bands of warriors and some enemy tribe, to settle a score or to raid for horses. That, or in reaction to what must appear to be an avalanche of whites pressing westward. Talks to Clouds spoke again. The Cheyenne will be making war on the Blackfeet, that is certain. They must do so to protect the western villages. It is said they know of the white men arming the Blackfeet. He spat to show his contempt for such an action. It looks bad, then, Preacher pressed. Yes. We may spend the summer in trading with the Dakota and even the Omaha. Let the fighting wear itself out, and then we can go home with our robes. Will they come south? Preacher asked. Talks to Clouds considered this. I think so. One or the other. Whoever gets the worst of their fight together. Preacher sighed and cleared his throat. I would be sorry to see that. A fleeting smile lifted the corners of the mouth of Talks to Clouds. So would I. Yet we must accept what we get. Preacher ruminated on all he had heard through the evening. When the night's chill reminded him, he broke out his bedroll and settled down for the night. When morning came, he would head on toward Trout Creek Pass. Preacher left for the trading post before daylight. Talks to Clouds stood silently in the open door flap of his lodge and waved a dimly seen salute to his friend. Preacher rode with the warmth of that friendship. He also rode with the awareness of the return of Ezra Pease. Constantly on the lookout for any more low-grade trash who might be working for Pease, he kept well below the ridge lines and frequently circled on his back trail. Ezra Pease removed the floppy felt hat from his head and ran a hand over the balding dome with its fringe of carroty hair. His fractured smile was hidden from the men with him, though they caught his high spirits from the tone of his voice. There it is, fellers, just like them wandering Injuns told us. Black Hand's village. I reckon they've had time to hear about the Blackfeet. Should be glad to see us. We break out the whiskey first, huh, boss? A not-too-bright thug named Bartholomew Haskell gulped out between chuckles. Liquor up them bucks right good, huh? Huh? Aw, hell, Haas, Ezra complained, embarrassed by the low state of the henchmen he had been able to attract. In truth, Ezra had to admit, times had not been good for him. His fortunes had plummeted rather than soaring as he always envisioned. After his ignominious expulsion from these mountains some 10 years past, Pease had wandered his way back to St. Louis. Down on his luck, he had been forced to lower himself to the basic of scams. For half a year, he rolled drunks for whatever they had on their bodies. He had nearly been caught by the law several times, and he had been caught once by a riverboat man who appeared a whole lot more drunk than he turned out to be. The brawny riverboater thoroughly and soundly beat the living hell out of Pease. He'd done a job to rival that handed out by Preacher. Ezra Pease lay in a bed for 3 weeks recovering, and thought of both those shaming incidents. When he could once again face his fellow man on the streets of St. Louis, he visited a dockside swill house that he had frequented when first in town. There he bought whiskey and many beers for furtive men who inveterately glanced nervously over their shoulders at the doorway. They drank his whiskey and chased it with the beer and nodded in silent agreement. After 3 days of this, Ezra Pease and his gathering of bully boys set out one night to find a certain loudmouth rafter. They located him all right. What resulted was that Ezra again got the Tom Turkey crap stomped out of himself. He wound up in the hospital this time. When he regained consciousness, he learned the identity of his assailant. Mike Fink. By damn, that was worser than Preacher Pease reasoned. Because Preacher was near to 1,000 miles away and no immediate threat, Ezra Pease would learn the error of his judgment when he finally worked up nerve enough to return to the High Lonesome. Meanwhile, he had to recover from his broken bones, mashed face, one chewed ear, and an eye that no longer saw clearly. Mike Fink had missed by only a fraction of an inch from gouging the orb from its socket. While he mended, Pease went about rebuilding his minute criminal empire. He left the infirmary with 7 men solidly behind him. They drifted into Illinois and tried stagecoach robberies. 3 of them died in the process, and the survivors did 5 to 9 years in prison. Ezra Pease proved to be a model prisoner and was released after only 4 years and 7 months for good behavior. He thanked the warden with almost fawning gratitude and immediately set out to organize a new, better, and definitely stronger gang. At last it seemed his fortunes had taken a turn for the better. Ezra Pease met Titus Vickers inside prison, and when the opportunity presented itself, Pease broke Vickers free from the chain gang on which he labored in a granite quarry in southeastern Illinois. Together, they attracted a dozen hard men who knew how to fight with tooth, nail, knife, and gun. Some scattered successes drew more of those disinclined to exert any honest effort or sweat to earn a living. Before long, he had 30 heavily armed, morally bankrupt representatives of the worst dregs of border trash, scofflaws, backshooters, rapists, and sadists ever assembled in one place at one time. It offered a splendid promise for the future. They spilled over into Missouri. Pickings were slim there. All the while, Ezra Pease had his dreams disturbed by a slowly awakening vision. There was vast wealth just waiting for the picking out beyond the prairie. Even though the fur trade had all but dried up, an enormous fortune waited only for an enterprising man to seize it. When the image became full-formed, Ezra and Titus conferred with a shadowy group from New York and announced to their men that they would outfit an expedition to the far-off Shining Mountains. Buffalo robes and hides were beginning to bring high prices back east. Those could be traded for if one had the right things to offer the Indians, and Ezra knew what they wanted: guns, powder and shot, and whiskey. Better still, he knew that gold just waited out there. He had seen plenty evidence of it during his short, disastrous year as a trader. Mining it would be easy. More people moved west every year. They left St. Louis and Independence by the hundreds from March to June. Before long, it would be in the thousands. Some of them never made it. Those not killed by accident, disease, or Indians sometimes went mad from the emptiness, or got lost and wandered off to simply disappear. They could be found by someone intent and with the time to look for them, and they would make excellent slaves to produce that precious yellow metal. Another snicker from Bartholomew Haskell jerked Ezra Pease out of his reverie. He blinked and refocused his eyes on the thin smoke trails rising from cook fires before the Cheyenne red-topped lodges. "We'll go on down now and get all we can get," he declared. Black Hand knew of the white men long before they came into view on the downslope toward the camp. He had known of them for 3 days. That would have surprised Ezra Pease. He had not seen any signs of Indians since leaving the last Blackfoot village where they had traded munitions for high-quality beadwork buckskins, bearskin robes, and other items. He had not spent enough time among the trappers and ridge runners of the High Lonesome to be familiar with the statement that had become almost their credo. Just because you don't see any Injuns don't mean they ain't there. Often, those who lived in ignorance of that didn't live long, but the day would prove beneficent to Ezra Pease and his worthless followers, if barely. Black Hand had heard of the rifles, powder, shot, and bar lead these men brought with them. He badly wanted them, along with bullet molds and replacement ramrods for the older weapons in the Cheyenne camp. So he made ready to welcome the white men. To do that, he paid them the infrequent compliment of meeting them at the edge of the village, instead of waiting in his lodge until they made their presence known. Behind him ranged a dozen warriors, one for each of the whites, weapons to hand but not held at the ready. A ring of women, children, and camp dogs formed behind them. Cheyenne ponies neighed greetings to their iron-shod brothers from the meadow to the left. The one who looked to be the whites' leader reined up in front of Black Hand and made the universal sign for peace. "I am called Pease," he announced. Better he spoke the language of the people. Black Hand thought as he answered in fair English. "I am Black Hand." "Good," Pease responded, then went on to diminish their welcome. "I'm glad someone around here speaks a sensible language. We've come to trade." "What do you have to trade with us?" Grinning, Pease turned in the saddle and gestured to one of the heavily laden pack horses. "Well, now, I was just fixing to show you. I think your bucks are going to like what we have." "Come in among our lodges, then. We will eat, smoke, and then make trade." A slight frown furrowed the high, smooth brow of Black Hand. He wanted the rifles this man brought, but he didn't like the insulting way the one called Pease smoked. "Mighty generous of you, Chief, but we ain't got the time. Need to be pushing on. We'll just break out our goods right here." "Too close to the ponies," Black Hand protested. "Meaning you know we've got rifles, you old fox," Pease thought, as he gave in with a shrug and led the way behind the chief to the center of the village. All considered, the white men received a warm welcome. Black Hand didn't give in to their time concerns by offering the bare minimum of food, a quantity any decent Cheyenne would consider insultingly small. While the women brought it, Pease directed his henchmen to unload the whiskey and open one crate of rifles. Black Hand's eyes narrowed when he recognized the XX marking on the barrels taken from the gray horse. For all he wanted the rifles, he had no use of the spirit-stealing water. Even so, convention required him to wait, with mounting anger, until Pease had finished rambling on about the excellence of the rifles he had brought. "You may stay and trade, but the headache water must go," Black Hand stated with a noticeable lack of diplomacy. Pease took on an expression as though he had just been struck. "Well, now, I don't see any reason for that. Never trust a man who won't take a drink. My papa always said won't do no harm. Come on, Chief. I'll fill you the first cup." "Take it out of my village," Black Hand demanded hotly. Angry mutters rose among the warriors surrounding the white men, and Pease noted that they apparently shared their chief's dislike of liquor. There appeared to be nearly 25 of them, all armed. Although only a few had pistols or old trade muskets, Pease knew that a good man could get off 6 arrows in the time it took to recharge a rifle or pistol. At this range, it would be slaughter. He also considered their usual practice of getting the savages drunk and then trading for inferior rifles and even smoothbores instead of the fine weapons displayed beforehand. They got more valuable trade items that way, too. Pease noticed the reaction of his men. They were spoiling to do something rash. If they wanted to come out of this with their hair, he had to act fast. Sure. Anything you say, Chief. You boys put that whiskey back on the pack saddle here." 2 hours went by haggling over the rifles. Shrewd barterers, the Cheyenne gave precious little of value and wound up with the good weapons to boot. All in all, Ezra Pease considered they had gotten the better of the deal in that they got out of the camp with scalps in place. From the top of the ridge, he looked back on the village. "We're coming back to this place," he declared ominously. 3. 3 of the scruffiest, louse-infested louts Preacher had ever seen in the Big Empty hunkered down around a hastily constructed ring of stones at the bottom of the slope. They warmed their hands over the coals that roasted hunks of fresh, killed venison and slopped down coffee from steaming tin cups. He took that in with his first glance. Then his eyes narrowed and his lips turned down as he viewed the rest of the scene. A trio of men lay sprawled in death. 2 of them clearly backshot. A fourth, whom Preacher recognized at once, lay with his back against an aspen sapling, several turns of rope binding him in place. He had also been shot, although in the leg. John Luscombe, Preacher named the captive as he studied the grayed face behind a brush of beard. That would make the others Quail Egg Walker, Trent Letty, and Possum Smith. The four had been partnered up for a number of years, trying to make up for low prices with volume. They had also scouted for a couple of the pestiferous wagon trains making the westward push, shot meat for the soldier boys, and done other odd jobs available to men who preferred to live the solitary free life of the high lonesome. Well, they had been done dirt for certain sure. One of the many things no mountain man could abide was treachery. The ruined campsite showed no indication of a prolonged struggle. No doubt, Preacher read the signs, the 3 piles of buzzard puke had come on friendly, gotten in among Luscombe and the others and done their foul deed. It seemed to Preacher that a little lesson in right and wrong was in need. With that in mind, he withdrew from the screening line of pines and walked thunder down in the clear. At about 100 yards, he howdied the camp and asked to ride in. Their bellies full of pilfered supplies and fresh meat, the 3 killers tended to be friendly. And after all, it was only one man. They could easily jump him, rob him, and kill him once his suspicions cooled down. Preacher approached with caution and dismounted still some distance from the scuzzy trash. He cut his eyes around the clearing. "Looks like you had some ruckus." "That we did, friend," said a gap-toothed brute with a brow so low it left no room to hang a hat on his forehead. "This bunch of drifting trash came up on us and tried to give us what for. We took care of 'em, didn't we, boys?" "Sure enough, that's what we did, all right." A sawed-off, shallow-faced punk with dirty yellow hair joined in. "Don't reckon anyone will miss them," Preacher drawled. "No, not likely. It's getting so a man don't know who to trust out here anymore." Preacher fought to keep the disgust from showing on his face. "I'd say that's mighty keen figuring." He'd heard enough of their lies, so he cut his eyes to Luscombe. "What do you figure ought to be done now, John?" "Kill 'em all, Preacher." John Luscombe gave the obvious answer. "Preacher!" the acne-ravaged punk squealed. "Oh, my God!" gulped the smooth liar. "Mother Mary help me," an Irish-looking dirtbag wailed. In all their reactions, every one of them forgot to draw iron. Preacher's big right-hand pistol spoke with final authority. The first barrel, double-shotted, discharged its burden into the chest and gut of the gap-toothed braggart. He promptly sat down, spraddle-legged, and lost his supper. Preacher ignored him to turn another barrel into position. He banged off another twin load at about the same time as the remaining pair concluded that they had a fight on their hands. The black-haired son of Erin actually got to one of a trio of pistols shoved behind his wide leather belt. He had it out and the hammer back when Preacher's second shot took him through the throat and his open, cursing mouth. His legs jerked reflexively, and he flopped over on his back as the rear of his skull exploded in the late afternoon air. By then, Preacher had worked the complicated trigger mechanism to put the next barrel in line. "It flat irritates me," he lectured the dough-faced fugitive from someone's secondary school. "When I come across 4 men I count as friends, one shot up and the others murdered in cold blood by buzzard punks like you 3. "I didn't have anything to do with it," the juvenile trash whined as he wet his trousers. "You don't lie any better than these other horses, Patoots. Now, you going to use one of those pistols you're toting, or do you want to settle it another way?" Such an option had not occurred to the trashy brat. "Like what?" Preacher's lips quirked rapidly up and down. "There's always knives, Or how about Warhawks? I'm sure John here would lend you his." The young punk blanched even whiter. "I won't do nothing like this ever again, I swear it," he pleaded. "Oh, I know you won't, 'cause you'd best face it, you murdering scum. One way or the other, you're going to die this very day." "But I don't want to die. I'm too young to die." "You're old enough to pack those shooters. You're old enough to die with one of them in your hand. Now pull iron, or I'll just up and kill you with my bare hands." Preacher growled ferociously. Quaking with fear, desperation decided the boy's actions. He clamped palsied fingers around the buttstock of a Hopkins .64 caliber single-barrel pistol and yanked it free from his waistband. As he raised it to eye level, he was surprised to see the black hole of the awesome 4-barrel pistol in Preacher's hand centered steadily on his forehead. Flames spurted from the muzzle and became the last thing that piece of human vermin ever saw. Preacher watched him twitch a while, then walked over to the aspen. He bent low and cut John Luscombe free. A second length bound the mountain man's hands behind him. Preacher sliced through it, and Luscombe remained in place, flexed his wrists, rubbed them to revive circulation, and beamed a wide smile up at his rescuer. "You done good, Preacher. I'm only sorry I didn't happen along sooner. Might have saved your partners." He knelt beside Luscombe and cut away the buckskin trouser leg to reveal the wound. "We all got our time to be called," John Luscombe responded philosophically. Preacher nodded agreement. "Though it don't seem fitting to be at the hands of maggoty trash like these. I got some who shot John. Take a few knocks and hang on." "I'll wait till it's over," a white-lipped John Luscombe said. Preacher nodded, then probed the through-and-through hole with a peeled willow stick. Luscombe gasped, gritted his teeth, and nearly passed out. When Preacher finished his exploration, he rocked back on moccasin heels. "It went plumb through." "Good. Didn't hit no bleeder either, or I'd be a goner by now." "We gonna bury them?" Luscombe asked. "Hell no. Let the buzzards claim their own. Where you heading, John?" "With this bullet through my leg, I reckon I'll mosey up toward the trading post. I'm for Trout Creek Pass myself," Preacher advised him, as he bandaged Luscombe's wound. "Don't reckon you'll fork a horse too well. I'll rig a travois, and come morning we can go on in together." "Mighty nice of you, Preacher. I'll be obliged." "No, you won't." He offered the whiskey jug. "Not after giving me such a prime opportunity to rid the earth of some of its filth. Can you do for some eats and coffee while I cut saplings and tend my horse flesh?" "Sure enough, they didn't eat it all." "I can see to that if needs be," Preacher added as he headed to pick it out and unsaddle Thunder and the pack horse. First, though, he saw to reloading his pistol. Never could tell what else might happen by. Ezra P. sat on a folding camp stool and glowered into the embers of the fire in front of his gray canvas tent. The more he thought of the loss of high-quality rifles and plenty of powder, lead, and molds to those stinking savages, the madder he got. Forced to knuckle under to a man whose people had not even managed to invent the wheel, rubbed him in a sore spot. He had been smarting over it for several days. Morale had fallen among the men as a result. He knew that, though would have been hard-pressed to articulate it that way. The men he sent for supplies had not been in camp as yet to hear of the humiliation. Perhaps when they returned, their enthusiasm would fire up the others. Pease came to his boots and crossed to a small trestle table where he poured half a cup of good Tennessee sour mash from a barrel of his private stock. None of that snakehead rot gut he provided for the Indians, for as refined a taste as his. After the second sip, sudden inspiration illuminated him. "Vic, He summoned his second-in-command. "Come here." When the lean, hard 6-footer arrived, worry lines furrowed his brow. It gave his gaunt face more of a human aspect, rather than the likeness of a skull, its usual appearance. "It's bound to be another 3-4 days before Ham and the boys get back from the pass. I want to round up everyone in camp at first light tomorrow. We're going back to teach those savages a lesson." "You think that's wise, Ed?" Titus Vickers asked. "I think it's necessary, which counts for more. You've seen how the men go around all hangdog. Give them a little blood to let, and they'll snap right out of it." Preacher's keen hearing, enhanced by years of having little or nothing to dull it, picked up the clamor long before they scaled the long, muddy slope to the clearing at the summit of Trout Creek Pass. He screwed his features into an expression of distaste, halted thunder, and went back to check on John Luscombe. Hands on hips, Preacher tilted his head in the direction of the clearing ahead. "Can you hear that carrying on?" "Don't, I reckon. Sounds like a passel more of them brain-numb pilgrims." "Perzactly." Preacher napped with a sharp snort. "Now what in tarnation could have brought them clear up here? Ain't no clear trail to the Oregon Trail this away. No accounting for pilgrims' whims, Preacher. Say, you got a bit more of that hoof-lung chuck. My leg's giving me a mite of a twinge." A gross understatement. Mountain men were known for many things, a high pain threshold one of the more notable. Any lesser man than John Luscombe would have been a screaming wretch long before this. Preacher dug into the smaller of 2 parfleche envelopes on the right side of the pack saddle and pulled out his rapidly dwindling supply of whiskey. "Swill down your fill, John. We'll be resupplying right soon." "How much longer?" "Quarter hour, tops," Preacher estimated. "That long? From the beller that's rolling down on us, I'd have judged we'd be no more than a long rifle shot from the place. Whoa, when I think of all them East Coast idiots swarming out here, ruining our clean, purty-smelling country, I just want a ball." Preacher did a double-take, blinked, and nodded. "I do. I done said it and I mean it, too. Makes a feller pluperfect sick to see it all happening." "Won't argue with you," Luscombe said by way of agreement. "First thing you know, they'll be putting them iron rails out here with those steam cars running on 'em." Preacher wore a rueful expression. "Pilgrim type told me about them near a year ago. Didn't believe him at the time. Then I flung myself back east way for a spell and seen them with my own eyes. Still don't know if I believe in them. Something that'd go that fast would plain suck the air out of a body." "Seems likely." Luscombe took another long pull, smacked sallow lips. "Might as well be on our way." He offered the jug. "Best you take a little to keep off the chill." Preacher accepted the ceramic jug and put it to his lips. His Adam's apple rose once, sank, then rose again, and went still. "A little is all there was, John." He peered closely at the container. "You know, I think this thing's got a hole in it." Glassy-eyed, John slurred his words. "Sure does. Right up there at the top. For which I'm eternal grateful." Gently, he slumped into a boozy daze. Preacher got the horses moving again, and his scowl deepened with each hoof-fall as he gradually made out the ant-like crawl of humanity between buildings and white-capped wagon boxes. "Damn," he muttered over and over. "Damn pilgrims." "Stars and garters," the big burly man in the doorway to the trading post bellowed when he recognized the rider approaching. "It's Preacher. How'd you winter out in that place?" "Just fine, Walt," Preacher answered. Then Walt Hayward saw the bundle on the travois. "Who you got here?" "John Luscombe. He ran afoul of some cowardly trash." Hayward bustled to the travois. His belly swelled out as far as his barrel chest, but consisted of a slab of solid muscle. He frowned as he looked down at the wounded man. "We'll have to get you in a good bed for a while," he commiserated. Luscombe roused enough to respond. "I'd rather it were a lean-to if you don't mind, Walt." "Good. He can recognize folks he's seen before." "Well, hell, Walt, he's shot in the leg, not in the head," Preacher drawled. The bear-like Hayward chose to ignore the sarcasm. He tugged on his shaggy salt-and-pepper beard. "I'll get Lone Deer to fix up one of those little cabins we built last fall. Now come on, Preacher, I've got something important to talk to you about." "I'd favor a drink of your good rye first, Walt. I'm right on the edge of being parched." "Fair enough," the trader allowed and led the way inside. After the first 10 cup of whiskey went down Preacher's throat with the speed of one of those steam cars, Walt poured another and launched into his appeal. "What we've got here is somewhat of a problem. I'm sure you saw the Pilgrims out there. They wintered at Bent's, and now they're up here all full of piss and vinegar. Well, they're real Pilgrims if you catch my drift. It's a flock of missionaries on their way, so they say, to bring the word to the heathen Injuns." "Why, that's a damn fool notion if I ever heard one," Preacher erupted. "Sure it is, at least if they're left on their own. What they need is someone with experience to see them through to wherever they want to settle." Preacher quickly took in the meaning behind Walt's bright blue eyes. "No, sir, not this child. I've had all I want of gospel shouters and Bible thumpers. You of all people ought to know that, Walt." "Oh, I know you had your encounters with the, type, but nothing," Preacher all but shouted. "The thought of any of these Pilgrims and tenderfeet westerning plain sours my stomach. You got yourself the wrong boy this time, Walt. I plumb ain't going to do it." In the awed silence that followed Preacher's outburst, a snotty, sneering voice rose from the direction of the bar. My, I always knew you was yellow clear through, Preacher. A lazy, shiftless, no-account Injun lover who hates every white man on God's green earth." The speaker turned from his hunch-shouldered stance at the plank bar. Preacher recognized him at once. That nerve-rasping voice, like saw teeth on a nail, pegged him as Bull Ransom, a failed trapper who hung around in the high lonesome, doing odd jobs from time to time, stealing what he wanted the rest. Preacher's eyes narrowed. "Where I come from, we never stack bullshit that high, Ransom," Preacher said in a deceptively mild voice. Bull Ransom went livid. "You calling me bullshit, Preacher?" Preacher cut his eyes around the nearly empty saloon portion of the trading post. "Seeing as how there's nobody else here but me and Walt? Yeah, I say you're nothing but a great big oversized pile of shit." Raging inwardly, Ransom nearly choked on his hot words. "I'll stopper that smart aleck mouth of yourn. I'll fix you good." Bull changed his tone, became taunting and oily. "I can take you. You know that, Preacher. I can shoot you where you sit before you can touch a gun. I could slice your lily-livered throat with my Green River, or I might turn your face into ground dog meat with my bare hands." Preacher shook his head and sighed sadly. "Either you're stupid enough to believe that, or you're the worst bald-faced liar I ever met, Bull." That tipped the scales for Bull Ransom. With a roar he came at Preacher, who rose to his moccasins with the fluid grace of a panther. Preacher didn't wait. He met Ransom halfway. At least the big bald fist at the end of a rapidly snapped right arm met Bull there with full force. White knuckle marks stood out on the florid skin of Bull's forehead. He grunted, and his eyes crossed. Then Preacher began to seriously whip up on Ransom. Swift, powerful 1-2 combinations hammered the rib cage of Bull Ransom. Each blow threatened to break ribs. The fat on Ransom's belly jiggled, and his jowls wobbled from the tremendous force. Preacher remained squared off with him, which proved to be a mistake the moment Bull recovered from the shock of the sudden ferocious attack. Grunting with the effort, Bull brought up a knee into Preacher's crotch. Bent double from the flare of pain, Preacher left himself wide open. Bull moved in and seized the advantage. His fat, though wang leather-tough hands pummeled Preacher's head. A scarlet haze settled over Preacher's vision. Bull had stepped in so close, Preacher had no target for his own punishing fists. Then he recalled an old trick he learned from a Pawnee. Having been on the receiving end might account for his undiminished dislike for the Pawnee. He thought giddily, before he flexed his knees and rammed the top of his head into the point of Bull's chin. Teeth clicked together as Bull's jaw snapped shut. Instantly, Preacher sprang backward and went to work on the face of his adversary. Calloused knuckles bit and tore into fleshy lips. The upper one split and Bull bellowed his burning rage. Before he could recover, Preacher finished the job of mashing Bull's mouth into a crimson smear. Then he took on Bull's nose. He landed a solid right, then a left, and another right. Preacher heard cartilage pop like the hinge gate stopper of a bottle of beer. Bull Ransom backpedaled from the violence of Preacher's assault. Desperately, he made a swipe at the bar. His fingers closed around the neck of a blown glass whiskey bottle, with which he took a swing at Preacher's head. Preacher ducked as the container whistled past. Then he planted a ringing left on Bull's right ear. Nearly dropping the bottle, Ransom readjusted his grip, broke the bottle against the raw plank of the bar top, and lunged at Preacher's face. "Enough's enough, goddammit," Preacher did his thinking out loud. Then he sidestepped and let the jagged glass whiz past. In a flash, he snatched the wrist and upper arm of Bull Ransom and swung down hard. At the same time, he shot his right leg upward, the top of his thigh forming a hard crossbar. Both bones of Ransom's forearm snapped with a loud, sickening sound. The bottle fell from instantly numbed fingers. Howling, Ransom went to his knees. Preacher gauged his enemy and delivered a sturdy kick to Ransom's ruined face. When he turned back to Walt Hayward, the trader noted that Preacher wasn't even breathing hard. "He certain sure had that coming, Preacher. Let me get another bottle and we'll wet our whistles some more." Walt started across the floor to the bar when he noticed weak, furtive movements from the fallen Ransom. Almost before he could register, Walt watched the battered trash come to his feet, a long, sharp Green River knife in his left hand. "Preacher, look out!" Walt shouted. "He's got a knife." 4. It happened so fast that afterward the hastily gathered witnesses had difficulty recalling if they had indeed seen the lithe, lanky mountain man draw and fire. The sharp report of the pistol in Preacher's hand did make its impression clearly. The force slammed painfully into their ears, causing squawks of alarm. This remarkable display of speed and accuracy came as a result of Preacher's strict adherence to the basics of staying alive on the frontier. Not long after possessing himself of these remarkable firearms and making custom holsters for them, Preacher had experimented with means of getting them into action the easiest and quickest way. Unknown to him and to history, Preacher had invented the style that was to become known in later years as the fast draw. It saved his life again this day. His bullets arrested Bull Ransom's lunge in mid-stride. The backstabber rocked back on boot heels from the impact of the double-shotted load that pierced his sloppy fat belly. Slowly, a forest giant yielding to the lumberjack's saw, Bull Ransom toppled backward to strike the unfinished planks of the floor with a resounding drum-like thud. "I'm dying, Preacher," Bull said weakly. "I reckon you are, Bull. You want to make your peace with God." Black-hearted hate distorted Bull's last words. "Damn him and damn you too, preacher." Then his boot heels made a brief, rapid tattoo on the floorboards. He uttered a gurgling rattle and left to meet the Supreme Judge. "I'd say it's you should be most worried about being damned," Preacher observed. A certifiably feminine shriek sounded from beside the inner doorway immediately after. Preacher cut his eyes that direction and saw 3 women, overdressed in the current Eastern style. They had entered during the ruckus caused by his fight with the dead Bull Ransom. One, her gray hair protruding from the fringe of a bonnet, had a hand to her mouth, her face pale and waxen. She appeared about ready to swoon. With her other hand she clung to the arm of another lady about her own age. The third had uttered the scream. She was much younger. Preacher took in at a glance, and really quite pretty. At least until she screwed her smooth-complexioned face into a mask of moral outrage and advanced on Preacher, small fists flailing the air. "You barbarian! You savage brute! Why, you murdered that poor man for no earthly reason!" Preacher caught both flailing arms by the wrists in one hand and stilled her furious assault. He gazed down into deep cobalt eyes like hidden mountain pools. "I consider him trying to knife me in the back more'n enough reason." She rounded on Walt Hayward then. "Where's the law around here? This cold-blooded killer must be arrested." Walt produced a smile that parted the hair around his mouth. "If by that you mean an honest, God-fearing man who rights wrongs, I'd have to say it's Preacher, Miss Cora." "Preacher? You mean you have a minister nearby, Mr. Hayward?" "Nope. Preacher's been called a lot of things, but a minister ain't one of 'em. He's the one's got you caught up by the hand." A startled squeak emanated from the throat of Cora Ames. Her eyes got an even darker blue and went wide and round. "Oh, Lord have mercy! Spare us from the madness of this wilderness," she prattled. "The best way for him to have done that is to have seen that you stayed where you belong." Preacher offered his opinion. That proved too much for Cora. Not that she backed down. Rather, she stamped her tiny foot, clad in a black high-buttoned shoe, and jerked free of Preacher's relaxed grasp. "I'm not finished with you. You must be judged for the awful thing you did." "Oh, I figure as how that's all taken care of. I asked the man above to weigh the soul of the departed Bull Ransom and decide where's best to put it, and not to look too harshly on my having to send him off so unexpected-like. Thing is, I can't abide a snake who'd stab a man in the back." Cora realized what was going on and spoke her mind. "You're making fun of me, aren't you?" "I wouldn't say that, miss. You're much too pretty to be made fun of." Preacher," Walt began tentatively, "I reckon as how you'll have to act as guide now, seeing as how you've just done for these mission folks' wagon master, that is." Shock registered on the face of Cora Ames. "No, absolutely not. Why, the very idea of allowing this monster in the company of gentle souls and God-loving people like our family of missionaries is out of the question." Grinning, Preacher agreed. "Oh, you've got it right, miss. Couldn't have said it better myself." Walt gave Preacher a "you've got to get me out of this" look. "Really, it's the best solution. There's no one knows these parts better than Preacher, Miss Cora." But he just killed a man right before our eyes." "And considering conditions out here is likely to do so again if the situation calls for it," Walt advised her. "I would not permit it," Cora announced bravely. "I would stand between this wretched beast and his intended victim and defy him to shoot me first." That, said with such a tone of serious intent, brought a laugh from Preacher. That's all fuss and feathers, miss, if you don't mind me saying so. There's wild Injuns, renegade whites, border trash, and all sorts out there. Bunches of them deserve killing. They'd not be kind to you, and when they'd had their way, they'd like to kill you for good measure. Icily, Cora defied his advice. I don't believe you. Suit yourself. But it don't cut no jerky strips, 'cause I ain't gonna take you folks anywhere. Suddenly realizing her plight, Cora changed her stand. Oh, but you must. We simply have to reach our mission site in time to build lodgings and a meeting house. We have to plant crops and care for our livestock. And that lout didn't impress me with his ability to carry out his duties. We need someone reliable. The more this fiery damsel spluttered, the more beguiled Preacher became. She had plenty else to say, and at great length. Eyes twinkling, Preacher bantered right back. Her passion at their goal made her even more attractive in Preacher's eyes. At last he relented enough to ask the key question. Just whereabouts you headed, miss? We are going to bring the word of God to the heathen Cheyenne up north of here. A portly man, done up all in black, complete with dickey and Roman collar, announced as he pushed through the Hudson's Bay blanket that served as a divider between the saloon and the trading sides. Knowing what he did from talks to clouds made it imperative for Preacher to see that these folks understood. No, you're not, he told them, all humor erased from his voice. There's war talk flying around the Cheyenne lodges. From what I hear, they're fixing to take the war trail against their old enemies, the Blackfeet. That means someone's going to get their hair lifted. Preacher paused a moment and then went on earnestly. I'd be the worst sort of some of those names the young lady called me if I was to take you into that. And besides, I ain't eager to get my scalp picked off by any Injun, Cheyenne or Blackfoot. We have no fear, sir, the minister blithely told Preacher. We have the protection of God, who sent us to the Cheyenne. Preacher pulled a droll face. Now, isn't that right comforting? Must let a feller lay down to sleep with an easy mind. Pardon my being so pushy, but I never met a man on such close personal terms with the Almighty before this. Might I have your name? The minister drew up his short, portly figure and spoke with the ringing tones of the pulpit. I am the Reverend Thornton Bookworthy, sir. It is my privilege to serve the United Mission Conference to the heathen. Bookworthy. Preacher nearly stumbled over the name. Well, Reverend Bookworthy, the heathen are fixing to make war this whole summer. All the signs say that's so, and my old friend Talks to Clouds says so, and he's one mighty savvy Nez Perce, so I expect he's right. So there's no way you're going up in Cheyenne country this year and settle down, unless to settle on the ground and let your bones bleach in the sun. If you're smart, you'll take that as the last word on the subject. You astound me, sir. Surely a man of such prowess with fist and gun can have no fear of any mere ignorant savages. Reverend Bookworthy blustered. Now there's where you missed the point entire, Reverend. From personal experience, I allow as how those ignorant savages, as you put it, are every bit as smart as you or me. They don't want your God, ain't got no need for him. They got their own. Hear me good, Mr. Minister. They ain't heathens, and they might do savage things by our lights, but they's kind to their young'uns, provide for their old folks, love their wives, and are loyal to their friends. They are only different. They have their own ways, but if you ask me, so long as they're living by their own lights, they're doing the exact things our God wants of us to do. During what to Preacher constituted a windy speech, Cora listened with a growing expression of understanding and enchantment. With his conclusion, she inserted her now gentle voice between the two men. Her tone alerted Preacher to the fact that she sought to try some modestly Christian forms of feminine wiles on him. That was most eloquent. Er, Preacher, miss. Cora Ames, Mr. Preacher. Quite stirring indeed. Just Preacher. Preacher. It gives remarkable insight into the Indians to those of us who are woefully ignorant of their ways. But our dilemma remains the same, even were we to want to go back where we came from. A capital idea, Preacher broke in to say. If we were, we could not get there without a guide. We would in fact be stranded here at this remote place, forced to spend another dreary winter. I thought you wintered at Bent's Fort, Preacher asked, astonished. They did. Came in a week ago. More's a pity, Preacher. Walt Hayward contributed. Lost their guide on the way up from Bent's Fort. Hired Bull Ransom first thing he showed up after the thaw in mid-March. Preacher eyed the Reverend Bookworthy. You could have hired any one of the woolly backs hereabouts and done better for it. They were in a hurry, Walt advised Preacher with a wink. I told them it was a mistake. Preacher muttered softly to himself for a while, then pulled the weather-beaten hat from his head. I reckon I could take you as far as down to Bent's Fort. From there, you can find an escort back east. But there ain't no way anyone will take you north into Cheyenne country. By now the word's out all through the Big Empty about the Blackfeet and the Red Top Lodges mixing it up come summer. I must protest, Reverend Bookworthy gobbled in agitation. We've been directed by God to carry salvation to the savages. Nothing can turn us from our course. God didn't direct you to get these lovely ladies killed, did he? Preacher snapped back. Listen close, Mr. Reverend Bookworthy. You'd be smart to take what you've been offered and be grateful for it. I've got no time for more of your insisting, and I just might change my mind if you keep that jabber up. Running Bear, Stone Drum, Wind Rider, and Falling Horse stood in the midst of the charred lodge poles and ashes that had been the village of Black Hand. They found the body of their fellow chief, along with 4 warriors, where they had fallen. Behind the corpses lay a mound of dead women and children whom they had been protecting. The ruins of the village, in its once beautiful, peaceful valley, sweltered under the stench of so much death. It was white men, I'm certain of it, Running Bear stated flatly. Who else would waste the food and burn the lodges? Falling Horse nodded thoughtfully. I agree. It might have been the Absaroka. Those Crow dogs have rubbed up against the whites so long that they even think like them. We must gather a large war party and send it against our old enemy. And have the Blackfeet at our backs? Objected Wind Rider. What do you know about it, Breaks Wind? Stone Drum asked in jest, using the irreverent form of his fellow chief's name. I know that the Blackfeet have been buying guns from some white men, and they have many of the latest kind. I know, too, that these white traders had visited Black Hand's village. Too much talk about whites, Falling Horse grunted. I say we take the war trail against all whites, run them out. They have no reason to be here. They kill the game and leave most to waste or run it off. They foul the ground with their waste, muddy the water, and cut deep gashes in the breast of Earth Mother. It is for us to stop their coming. You would stop the flow of the great water to the east? Wind Rider countered. The whites number like the drops of that mighty river. These are different days. We must learn to be tolerant of our enemies, the Crow and the whites. All 3 of his companions looked at him as though he had confessed some unspeakable vice. Running Bear spoke first. That is not for us to decide. We must take this to the Grand Council and gain agreement of a plan that will work. Nodding their approval of this idea, Stone Drum and Falling Horse walked with Running Bear to their ponies. Wind Rider hesitated a moment, then followed. Arapahoe Basin had long been a gathering place for the Indians who roamed the fringes of the Rocky Mountains. The hot sulphur springs that bubbled up from the depths of the earth were considered good for the bones of the old. The current occupants of the basin had little consideration for that. Ezra Pease had established his base camp there because of the shelter provided by the high peaks that surrounded the lush valley. He was taking his ease outside his tent and sipping on his 5th cup of coffee, laced with rum, when 2 of his disreputable gang rode into camp. They barely dismounted from their lathered horses when the older of the 2 blurted out his bad news. "Weasel Carter and those you sent with him to do in, preacher, he done killed them all." Ezra Pease came to his boots in a jerky motion. "What? I sent Weasel because not even preacher could figure out that he was a danger until it was too late." "Well, preacher sure must have learned mighty fast," the shaggy-haired brute with a waxen scar from his left ear to the corner of his mouth opined. "Damn it, our whole operation hinges on getting rid of him. Preacher is all too friendly with most of the Indians, and he's known by every white man in this country. If he gets word of what we're up to, he can make the world a mighty mean place for us." "What should we do about it?" the knife-cut thug asked bluntly. "Get the job done right," Pease snapped. "Get Bart Haskell, Two Thumbs Bueller, and about 10 more over here right now." When the reluctant volunteers assembled, they wasted no time making it clear they were none too happy about the reason for their summons. Ezra Pease eyed them coldly, then reminded himself that these were the best he had, better than most in the past. Too bad most of them came out of the prairie lands of Missouri and Illinois. He'd be glad to trade the lot for 6 wild and woolly mountain men. Nevertheless, they were loyal to him, to the man. He could at least count on them not to shirk in their duty and eventually succeed or die in the process. Pease preferred not to think of dying. Every day preacher remained alive increased the risk for him and his bully boys. He took a deep breath and launched his effort to spell "finis" to preacher. "I can see by the looks on your faces that you know what happened to Weasel and the men with him. I never said preacher was going to be easy to stop. He's smart and mean and knows these mountains better than any man living. He'll be wary now, and a whole lot harder to run to ground. That's why I'm sending 12 of you. Preacher is a legend, out here as well as in those silly penny dreadfuls you may have seen back east. It's going to be your job to track him down and finish him, but—" Pease let the word hang. "I don't simply want him dead. I want him dragged around from place to place so folks know for certain sure that he's a goner. With him out of the way, our path is clear to fortune and power. Provision yourselves and ride out within the hour. The sooner you go, the sooner preacher dies." 5. Preacher slouched in the saddle of his spotted horse, Thunder, at the crest of the notch that led south out of Trout Creek Pass. He had replaced his battered floppy hat with a crisp new one, though he had to allow as how it didn't shade his face the way the old one had. It made him look a little less disreputable, Cora Ames thought, as her wagon rolled by the immobile mountain man. "You all keep rolling," Preacher advised to the drivers. "I'll catch up and scout ahead in a while." Complaints still came from the missionaries about being turned back. Yet Preacher noted that most of the women accepted it with relief, evident in the less pinched expressions they wore. Not all of them, he reminded himself as he gazed on the ash-blonde hair that escaped in wisps around the bonnet on the head of Cora Ames. Drat it. It somehow didn't seem right to him that someone who looked so pretty should be wrapped up in saving the souls of folks who didn't want 'em saved. She belonged in a nice white clapboard farmhouse, like the ones he'd seen back east, with a gaggle of kids running around her knees and clinging to her skirt. Could she have made up her mind to the spinster's life so young? There were plenty of married couples among the 20 wagons in the missionary train. Youngsters, too, blast the luck. Preacher firmly believed that brat kids had no business out in the big empty, leastwise not those too young to take care of themselves. Grown-ups had their hands full keeping themselves alive and their possessions intact. They had no time to give to doing for a batch of babies and infants. Yet they persisted in coming, more each year. Damn their stars. He recalled the year he took a train of tenderfeet clear to the big water in Oregon country. 3 women had birthed on the trail. Only one of the infants survived the trip. Fools. Preacher dismissed his gloomy contemplation to mentally review for the 100th time the trail south and eastward to Bent's Fort. It would be rough, but these pilgrims had been over it once. Maybe they had learned something. At least, the fort was out on the flats, and these folks would have easy going from there. They could take the Santa Fe Trail as far as Independence, for that matter, and then on down to St. Louis. They'd just have to look out for the Southern Cheyenne, the Kiowa, Pawnee, Kaw, and the Osage. No mean feat, but with the right men to guide them, it could be done, was done, day in and day out for that matter. There was some talk of building some military forts along the trail, but Preacher doubted he'd live to see the day. He pushed that out of his mind and gigged thunder into a lazy trot. In a short time he caught up with the wagon that carried Cora Ames. She greeted him with more cordiality than he might have expected, enough to encourage him to rein in to the slow walk of the mules pulling the lumbering vehicle. Preacher might prefer only his own company in the high lonesome, but the lure of a pretty young woman could be resisted by just a few. "I suppose you know we're terribly curious, Mr. Preacher?" The good look offered without preamble. "Curious about what?" Preacher asked, genuinely unaware. "About you, of course. Surely you have a Christian name, unless, like some of those scallywags at the trading post tried to get us to believe, you were mothered by a she-wolf." Preacher couldn't figure out if she was teasing him or not. "Yes, Miss Cora, I do. Name's Arthur." He said it so softly she barely heard it. "That's a perfectly lovely name, Arthur." Pink touched Preacher's cheeks. "Maybe that's why I don't cotton much to using it." "I would think your mother would be disappointed you did not." Cora tossed at him without being censorious. "Where were you born, Arthur?" Preacher winced. "Please, just Preacher." Then he went on to answer her. "On a farm in Ohio. Long enough ago that it was the frontier at the time. The Sauk and Fox were still there in great number." "Do you have living kin? Brothers or sisters?" "I do," Preacher answered curtly. "If you don't mind, it's downright uncomfortable talking so much about myself. Don't think me bold, but what about you? What sort of life has brought you out into all this emptiness?" Cora gave a moment's thought before answering. "My family are all Green Mountain folks from Vermont. I'm the 5th of 7 children my mother bore. In addition to dairy cattle and harvesting maple syrup, my father was a circuit-riding preacher." She let go of a brief trill of laughter. No pun intended. Preacher shared her amusement. "Then your family all grew up God-fearing and full of rectitude?" A fleeting frown darkened Cora's forehead. "Not all of them. But that's another story. I don't mean to offend, but I've noticed that you don't talk like an uncouth, unlettered dolt all the time. You seem to pick and choose." Preacher shot her a quick grin. "You're not the first to make that observation. I had acquired some 6 years of book learning before I made tracks for the Shining Mountains. After that it was mostly self-taught, but I did learn some proper grammar. Some of the men I associated with helped me on that." "How was that?" "No, please, I really am interested," Cora urged. "A number of years back, I don't remember exactly when, Some of us who could read and write and do our sums took to sharing our knowledge amongst ourselves, and those who could not read for themselves. I even learned some Shakespeare, and about the heroes of long ago, Horatio and Odysseus, Julius Caesar. Cora Ames clapped her hands in delight. I'm so glad you called him by his proper name. Ever since those terrible translations of the Iliad and the Odyssey, people have taken to calling him Ulysses. Preacher nodded his thanks for her compliment. You're a learned woman, then? My, yes. More, I'm sure, than a lot of people think I should be. Most girls back east still finish school with the 8th form. Then it's off to a home and children or to one of the sweatshops to labor until death. Don't reckon a sprightly filly, a spirited lady like yourself would be content with either of those. Preacher stumbled out. A few go on to the young ladies' seminary. That's where I matriculated. She paused, frowned, and made a surprising revelation. I'd not turned down a husband, family, and a stout home. Then Cora confided with vigor. As for the other alternative, it is, as they say, a man's world. They have all the positions on the top of the heap. For a woman who undertakes to support herself or her family, the workplace offers little more than it does for slaves down in the South. Drudgery and dehumanization are the watchword of the few factories and sewing shops, or even teaching positions open to women in the East. But you chose missionary work. Preacher brought her back to speed. What influenced that decision? Cora flushed and diverted her cobalt gaze from Preacher's slate eyes. As you said, there are some things I am downright uncomfortable talking about. Sorry I brought it up. Well, I'd best get along up the string and see what's ahead. We'll be making camp in about 2 hours. So early? Cora responded. There are still hours of daylight. First day on the trail. There'll be need to fix what broke and shake down the way the wagons are loaded. That all takes time. Good day to you, Miss Cora. Preacher rode off along the line of wagons. Behind him, he left Cora Ames with a vague sense of being unfulfilled. Cook fires had been lighted and the pilgrims settled in. 3 wagons needed to replace wheels with loose iron tires. Preacher had to admit that was one fancy Eastern idea that had a practical use out here. Shod wheels made sense. The rough trails, mostly only enlarged animal tracks, punished wheeled vehicles mercilessly. The recent advent of iron-tired wheels had its downside as well. It made it easier for these pestiferous greenhorns to travel far beyond any hope of help from civilization when they got in trouble. Will you take supper with us, Preacher? Lydia Pettibone asked sweetly from where she bent over a tripod that held a bubbling pot of stew. Preacher drew a deep breath of the rich aroma and identified fresh venison. Don't mind if I do. I want to make a round of camp first, if that's not making it too late for you folks. Not at all. It will be a while at least. Her husband, Asa, had the strangest occupation Preacher had ever heard of. He was an organist. The freight wagon that accompanied their living quarters held a large bellows-pumped pipe organ, complete with brass tubes to produce the majestic imperial sounds of that instrument. Good dang thing they ain't headed clear to Oregon, Preacher muttered aloud to himself. The tribes twixt here and there would be supplied with arrow and lance points for the next century. Brass, he knew, was mighty precious to the Indians. For a people who had never learned to smelt metals or forge them, or even invented the wheel, they were right adaptable. They appreciated the value of forged or cast metal almost at once, which meant they were right smart, which made them damn dangerous. All of a sudden, Preacher came upon an impression that was so far-reaching and prescient that it all but staggered him. Given enough time, like the white man had with his new science, and the Indians could easily push folks whose families came from Europe back into the sea. Good evening, Brother Preacher. The Reverend Thornton Bookworthy rumbled as he passed by where Preacher stood staring into space over the concept of industrialized Indians. "Evening, Reverend Bookworthy." Suddenly, he had a burning desire to share his revelation with someone. "I just had me a startling thought." Although he looked pained, Reverend Bookworthy responded with enthusiasm. "I'd be delighted to hear it. It just come to me, thinking about Pettibone's pipe organ. What if, when our ancestors came here, the Injuns had been smelting and forming metal objects for as many hundreds of years as the white man had?" "But they're ignorant savages," Bookworthy protested with typical white blindness. "Yeah, only what I said was, what if? You may not believe it, but what I said at the trading post is true. They're smart, they're crafty, they's absolutely fearless, and they know better than to line up and march off to shoot at each other and stab away at one another with bayonets in the heat of the day. I tell you, Reverend, it's downright frightening to consider." Bookworthy still wasn't sold. "You've been out here among them for longer than any of us. I suppose you could be right. If so, let us be thankful it wasn't that way." The preacher grunted and went on his rounds, inspecting the fringes of the camp. He didn't expect any hostiles to swarm down on them, not so close to the trading post in Trout Creek Pass. Nor had he seen any sign throughout the day of any drifting bands of white trash. Yet an uneasiness gnawed at him. Maybe it was his stomach. Preacher considered a half-hour later when he returned to the Pettibone wagons. The aromas rising from the cook fire made him growly as a grizzly on the first day after hibernation. His mouth watered when his nose made out the distinct scent of apple pie. Guiding these folks would have a few advantages after all, he decided. Over a week's time, Preacher learned a lot more about the gospel shouters, enough indeed to make him uncomfortable. Some he knew had joined this crazy expedition as a last-chance opportunity. They considered themselves to be losers. Talked and acted like it, too. They wouldn't last a year out here. Some would go around the bend, wander off, and get killed by any number of roving predators, human as well as animal. That would be their problem, he supposed. Others, like the Bookworthys, had the wild fire of the zealot in their eyes. They could be trouble. Good thing they were all going back. If they got there, he reminded himself. Since early that morning, which Preacher reckoned put them a short 3 days' travel from Bent's Fort, he had been seeing signs of others out there. Indians, and a lot of them, with no indication of women or children along. Of course, they could be a hunting party. Not likely, Preacher reasoned. Accordingly, he rode back to the lead wagon and spoke with one of the several drivers hired by those unable to handle their own teams. "When we make camp for the night, Buck, I want you to circle the wagons. Make it nice and tight. After the teams are unhitched, make it box to box, no spaces between, and leave the animals inside the circle." Having grown wise on the way out, the burly driver frowned at this. "You expecting trouble?" "Might be. There appears to be Injuns out there. I've seen signs. That means they know we're here." "I see to it, Preacher," Buck Dempsey agreed. Preacher studied the stout, dark-complexioned Buck Dempsey. He gauged the steadiness in the hickory nut eyes and smooth brow, the set of a square chin. Yeah, he'd do to lead the other drivers. "I see you've got a good hawking along. Were I you, I'd see to it being loaded and at hand from now on. I'm going to drift along the line and tell the others." Preacher's efforts met with somewhat less than enthusiastic results. Reverend Bookworthy was quite vocal in his objections. "We will do no such thing. I am a man of God, and these are the children of God. Besides, we'll only be inviting trouble," he pontificated. "If the savages see us all bristling with arms and in a defensive position, it will alienate them." "Reverend, they don't need us to alienate them. If it's some what's got it in for whites, they'll already be as sore as a boil on your behind. What's going to happen is that if they see us all ready to take them on, if they're not already cooked up for war, they will decide to ride on and leave us in peace." "It doesn't make sense," Bookworthy protested. "A belligerent posture invokes a belligerent response." "It might be so back where you come from, but Injuns think different from us. If they believe their medicine is strong, the light is just right, and especially if we're a fear to them, they'll attack. On the other hand, if they ain't too sure about their medicine, or that we are able to knock too many of them off their ponies, they won't. Injuns aren't stupid. Numbers are real important to them. Gotta have men to protect the village, to hunt meat for everyone. Get too many killed off in battle and everybody suffers. Some might starve, or the village gets wiped out by an enemy tribe." "Why, that's preposterous, preacher. I've been informed by knowledgeable men at Harvard and other colleges that the Indians are peaceful among themselves, at least until the white man came. Only the white man represents a threat to their way of life." Preacher wanted to laugh in the fool's face. He held it back, though. "And that's just so much heifer dust, Reverend, if you'll pardon my language. Their lives are as precarious as I've said, but war's a part of their way of life. They're used to it. Over thousands of years, they have become expert survivors. Now, I'd advise you to make some arrangements to be armed through the next day or so, like I'm telling everyone else." Preacher found the attitudes divided along the lines of the nature of those he advised. The hired drivers, there were 6, all loaded up and spent the nooning hour twisting cartridges out of paper, powder, and shot. The soul savers were uniformly horrified by the prospect of violence, except, surprisingly, Cora Ames. "My father sent along his fine Purdy English rifle and a pair of horse pistols. He may be a man of the cloth, but he's practical too. We have our share of highwaymen in Vermont." Yes." Preacher muttered through his dismay. He also revised his estimate of Cora upward by several notches. Later, once camp had been established, Cora came to where Preacher peered beyond the circled wagons. "We were fortunate in not having trouble with the Indians on the way out. Maybe it would have been better if we had. Reverend Bookworthy is expending great effort to talk our people into having nothing to do with guns. He wants us all to stay close to the fire, and to build it up even more." Preacher turned to her. "That danged fool, he'd make perfect targets at all of you." He pointed out that night has fallen and we've not been attacked, and everyone knows that Indians don't attack in the dark. Preacher made a rude sound. "What everyone knows ain't necessarily true. Injuns will attack at night. Like I tried to make him understand, if the Injuns think their medicine is good and their numbers big enough, they'll attack day or night. Now, I'd better go do something about getting that fire down to coal so we can see them when they come." "You're that sure?" Cora asked uncertainly. "I feel it in my bones. I can smell 'em out there. I reckon they'll pick a time closer to the middle of the night. When they do, you'd best be ready to bang away with that rifle and the pistols you brung." Preacher excused himself and went to get something done about the fire, which he insisted be put out entirely. He got a windy objection from Reverend Bookworthy and several missionaries, which he addressed by simply shouting them down. Cora looked on and shook her head in dismay. With that accomplished, Preacher retrieved his 2 rifles and checked the loads in them, and a brace of pistols from saddle boxes Thunder carried. Then he went around the circled wagons until he found a place where, if he were an Indian, he would figure as a prime one to launch an attack against. There he settled in to wait. It turned out not to be as long as he had expected. A mixed band of Kiowa and Pawnee hit about 10 o'clock, in the dark of the moon. Preacher first saw blacker shapes flitting from one bit of sparse cover to another. It didn't take long to figure out that it wasn't a pack of coyotes or wolves. One of them reared up abruptly and drew taut a bowstring, Preacher let one of the big 70 caliber horse pistols bang away. A brief, shrill cry of pain answered, and the bowman disappeared from sight. Another quickly took his place. Preacher put a fat 70 caliber ball in the Kiowa's breastbone, showering both lungs with bone and lead fragments. The hostiles were in too close for rifle work, so Preacher ignored them to get one of his 4-barreled blitzers into action. By then, the drivers, led by Buck Dempsey, had opened up on the invading Indians. Preacher took his eyes off the assault to cut a quick look around the compound. He turned back in time to all but stuff the muzzle of his 4-barrel in the screaming mouth of a Pawnee warrior. The double-shotted load took off the entire back of the hostile's head. Showered by brain tissue, a youthful brave behind him gagged and mopped at his eyes. That reflex brought him a quick trip to the happy hunting ground. Preacher had barely turned the next barrel into line when the young Pawnee rushed at him. He gut-shot the teenage brave and quickly cranked the last load into position. "Pour it on, boys," he shouted encouragement as he took a quick, inaccurate shot at a Kiowa who had leaped onto the tailgate of the wagon belonging to Cora Ames. Preacher's ball cut a thin line across the bare back of the warrior, who disappeared into the wagon's interior. A pistol barked and flame lighted the canvas cover from inside. Preacher had moved within reach of Cora's wagon when the warrior appeared again, a look of disbelief that a woman had mortally wounded him clear on his face. "Good shooting, missy," Preacher called to Cora. He would have liked to do more, but right then he had his hands full of 2 Pawnee braves. One bore down on him with a lance. The other brandished a tomahawk. Preacher promptly drew his second fearsome pistol and plunked a double load into the lancer's chest and belly. The Pawnee went rubber-legged and wobbled off toward the side. Preacher turned back toward the one with the warhawk. Lightning quick, the man had closed in on Preacher so fast it prevented revolving the barrels of his 4-shot. He used it to parry the overhand blow instead. While he did, he drew his own tomahawk and planted it deep in the base of the Pawnee's neck. Numbed by massive shock and sudden profuse blood loss, the man sagged against Preacher, who wrenched his hawk free and stepped back. From behind him, he heard a shrill scream and cut his eyes over his shoulder in time to see Cora Ames disappear over the outer side of her wagon in the arms of a howling Kiowa. "One of them Kiowa got Miss Cora," Preacher shouted. "Buck, Luke, come over here and hold him off. I'm going after her." 6. Preacher leaped to the top of a wagon wheel and vaulted the driver's seat. He swung his legs over and dropped free. His moccasined feet came down on the back of a Pawnee who sought to crawl under the vehicle and enter the defensive circle. With a stout flex of his knees, Preacher put an end to that plan. The audible crack of the hostile spine was music to Preacher's ears. He bounded across the ground in the faces of the astonished Indians. Only vaguely could he make out his goal. 2 darker blobs in the faint, frosty starlight wavered unsteadily. Cora Ames fought her captor with tenacity. Preacher closed gradually. He managed to draw his second 4-barrel pistol and held it ready. A sharp howl came from the mouth of the Kiowa, who carried Cora upright with an arm around her waist. Improving night vision gave Preacher a sight he would marvel over for years to come. Cora had not worn her bonnet in her bedroll, and her ash-blonde hair, done in thick sausage curls, star-frosted, flailed about as she violently shook her head. Then he realized the reason for the scream of anguish and her actions. Cora had the Kiowa's right ear in her teeth and was worrying it like a terrier with a rat. Good girl, Preacher thought, as he drew close enough to think about firing a shot. Not a good idea, he rejected, recalling he had double-shotted this one too. He shoved the gun back into its holster and brought out his tomahawk instead. He had come close enough to hear the hostile grunting and grinding his teeth in pain. His breath came in harsh, short gasps. Incredibly, Cora was growling like the terrier to which Preacher had compared her. Then he was where he wanted to be. Preacher raised his arm and brought the hawk down swiftly on the crown of the Kiowa's head. It buried its flange blade to the haft in the Indian's skull. With a final grunt, the warrior let go of Cora and sank to the ground. Without breaking stride, Preacher yanked his warhawk free, caught up Cora, and reversed course. They started back at once. "My Lord, what did you do?" Cora gasped. "I got you away from that Kiowa brave," Preacher said simply. Speechless, Cora stared in shock at Preacher. His face was grimed with powder residue and spattered with Kiowa blood. He looked every bit as savage as the hostiles who had attacked them. Then she amended that when she realized where she had been only moments before. No, Preacher didn't look like a savage. He was absolutely gorgeous. Preacher's stride faltered to a stop. He had been keeping unconscious track of the battle's progress and now noted a sudden increase in the volume of fire. Either the pilgrims had taken up arms, or at least realized the sense of reloading for those who were fighting back. "I can walk perfectly well, Preacher," Cora advised him. Sure. He released her and they started off again. Preacher had his charged pistol in hand, the hammer back on the ready barrel. The sound of moccasined feet crashing through the grass ahead came to his ears. In a second, two figures in fringed buckskin shirts came rushing at them. Preacher spotted a low sagebrush and gave Cora a light shove toward it. "Get down," he commanded. "What?" "Just do it." He crouched low in accord with his words. The two Pawnees rushed on past them without even a glance. Behind them came 5 more. Gradually the firing slackened from the circled wagons. To left and right, hostiles fled past where Preacher and Cora huddled. They all seemed intent on but one thing. They wanted to get as far away from that deadly fusillade as they could. In what seemed no time at all, Preacher and Cora found themselves alone in the meadow where the wagons had stopped. Cautiously, Preacher raised upright. Without moonlight to help, he found himself unable to verify that the hostiles had all departed. Slowly he turned a full circle. Faintly in the distance he heard the rumble of departing hooves. Holding back a smile, Preacher bent and helped Cora to her feet, which he noted by starlight to be narrow, pale white, and nicely formed. "If you're determined to get cactus spines and sandburrs in those dainty feet of yours, it's all right with me. But I do think I should carry you in from here." Oh dear," she blurted in realization. "I never thought of that." Preacher reholstered his pistol and extended his arms invitingly. Cora settled herself with an arm around Preacher's neck. Preacher strode across the uneven ground as though completely unencumbered. To her consternation, Cora released a contented sigh. "I hope you know this does not constitute a proposal of marriage, Miss Cora," Preacher said quietly. Cora tittered in delight. The thought hadn't entered my mind, but it is a pleasant way to travel. When Preacher could make out the shapes of the caravan, he paused and called out loudly, "Hello, the wagons. It's Preacher. I'm coming in with Miss Cora. Don't nobody get trigger happy." "Come on in, Preacher," Buck Dempsey called back. "I got all the guns grounded." Preacher started off again, only to detour around the body of a Pawnee. He would be gone before morning, Preacher knew. With that, he dismissed the dead Indian. A little too soon. The Pawnee who had been shot through the arm had been playing possum. Preacher had taken only 3 steps beyond him when he came up off the ground, a wicked knife in the hand of his good arm. Cora looked over Preacher's shoulder in time to see him lunge. "Preacher," she hissed in his ear. "Indian," she added. In the next instant she found herself roughly dumped on the ground. Preacher turned around and standing over her, one of those terrible-looking pistols already in his hand. The sound of its detonation pained her ears. In the flame from the barrel, she saw 2 dark spots appear on the chest of the Pawnee. Then it went dark again. She heard the body fall and gasped. Then Preacher said something that struck her as remarkably odd. Never could abide the Pawnee. Maybe it's because they're sneaky. Back inside the ring of wagons, Cora Ames gratefully wrapped herself in a woolly house robe offered by Patience Bookworthy, and shuddered. The females among the missionaries made over her and showered her with questions about her ordeal. When she had quieted them, Cora shivered again and faced their avid, curious faces with a wide-eyed expression. It was terrible. He just jumped in while I was reloading, grabbed me and dragged me off. My skin was crawling. I feel sullied and shamed forever. Preacher snorted and turned away. He thought of telling her about some of the women he'd come upon, victims of hostile action, brutally raped, tortured, their heads bashed in. Then he decided not to. There were other things to take care of first. I want every gun in camp loaded, double-shotted. We'll take turns keeping watch. No fires at all. We have to be able to see without being seen. Surely you don't think they will come back, Reverend Bookworthy blustered. As certain as old Nick, I'd say. Something just scared them off. Injuns are notionable, don't you know? But we soundly defeated those savages, the Reverend persisted. Nope, nothing of the sort. He cut his eyes to the jubilant faces of the unaware missionaries. They may have just won a battle, but they hadn't won the war. Exasperation colored his words. I don't think it's possible for you lint-brained Eastern folk to learn anything out here. Them hostiles have just gone off to whoop up some better medicine. They'll sneak back for their dead and any wounded they missed, then pound the drums and dance until they drop. Come morning, they'll be back. At dawn, the hostiles came again. This time they charged on horseback, howling their fierce war cries and brandishing lances. Some reined in and knocked cumbersome-looking arrows to their bowstrings. Preacher took it in and quickly issued commands. Get them water barrels ready, we're going to get fire arrows. Several women squeaked in fright. Water'll put 'em out. Have some kettles ready for throwing it on where they're hit. We're backed against this ledge so they can't circle us. You drivers spread out anyway. That made sense, Buck Dempsey reasoned. The savages would hit more than one place at the same time. He settled in under a wagon and patted the barrels of his 2 rifles and a shotgun provided by one of the missionaries. Strange fella. He called it a fowling piece. Buck sure hoped the nipples didn't foul when he needed to use it. Preacher stopped by where Buck lay and patted the man on one shoulder. That Hawkins got good range. See if you can knock that big, handsome brute out of the saddle. By then the warriors had spread out, ready to close on the wagons and swarm over them. Buck took aim and fired at the same time the first volley of fire arrows took flight. Here they come, Preacher shouted. The ball from Buck's .54 Hawkins smacked flesh in the shoulder of the muscular Pawnee that Preacher had indicated, and the brave dropped his lance, though he remained in place. Preacher moved off to his own position. He crouched in the space between the dashboard and seat of the wagon behind Cora's. From there he had a good view of the attacking force. Too bad that shot of Buck's went high and left, he mused. That Buck had the look of a leader. Might have been able to end it without any damage done. He took aim with one of his rifles and let it bang away. One of the warriors who had shot the fire arrows uttered a brief scream and pitched backward out of the saddle, shot through the chest. Preacher immediately set that rifle aside and took up the other. This was the finely made French sporting rifle he had taken off one of those fancy-pants titled dudes who had chased him and the boy Eddie across most of Indian Territory and into the mountains of the High Lonesome. Weren't many of them went home except in boxes, Preacher recalled. He'd not liked the feel of being a wanted man, with a bounty on his head. Preacher sincerely hoped that the last of those flyers had been disposed of. For now, though, he had other things to worry about. Beyond the Kiowa and Pawnee renegades rushing the wagons, he had seen the colorful feathers of a war bonnet. Might be the real leader, and this Frenchy rifle had the legs to reach him. Preacher rested the forestock of the long-barreled weapon on the side of the wagon and took aim. Right then the defenders opened up. 6 rifles spoke almost as one, with a 7th a moment later from nearby. That would be Cora Ames. The very real danger of the hostiles had sure changed her outlook on turning the other cheek. Or maybe she figured she'd turned all the cheeks she had and it was time for a little eye for an eye. Preacher fined down his sight picture and squeezed off a round. After a short pause, feathers flew from the war bonnet and the head beneath disappeared as its owner sought communion with the earth. He wouldn't be giving orders for a while, Preacher thought with satisfaction. No time to reload. He pulled free one of his pistols as he sensed a hand move past him and take the Hawken. Preacher cut his eyes in a backward glance to see Mrs. Pettibone. "My husband has a shotgun. He has joined the defenders. I'll load for you," she said, as pleasantly as welcoming worshipers to their little New England church. "You folks have got some sand, I'll say that," Preacher returned in high praise. Less than 50 feet separated the loggered wagons from the hostiles when Preacher returned his gaze to the front. At once he cocked and fired. The double-shotted load cleaned the Kiowa off his pony and sent him sprawling in the grass. A quick turn, hammer back, another pair of 50 caliber balls on their way. A howling Pawnee leaped from his horse to the side of the wagon Preacher occupied. He took the third barrel point blank in the face. Sizzling lead and hot gases blew off the back of his head. Preacher cranked the barrel again. Another shower of fire arrows made weird sounds overhead. One punched into the rump of a draft mule, which promptly went mad with pain and fright. It broke away from the picket line and crow-hopped toward a wagon side. Mrs. Landry appeared at its side to soak its rump with a kettle full of water. Her husband, Art, caught up the animal, snatched the barb from its haunch, and worked to calm the beast. "They also serve who stand and wait," Preacher said to himself. Then he unloaded the last barrel into the chest of a lance wielder who loomed large in his vision. Quickly reholstering the pistol, Preacher reached out in time to take the Hawken from Mrs. Pettibone. "Obliged," he muttered, as he shouldered the rifle and took quick aim. Another hostile died, and Preacher traded for his other big pistol. If this kept up much longer, he'd be down to his brace of horse pistols. Fully a dozen hostiles lay writhing on the ground or still in death. So far, the drivers had kept the pace with the assault. Preacher picked a target and let fly a shot through the throat. The Kiowa hastily departed the earth for the happy hunting ground. Motion from beyond the swarm of Indians around the wagons caught Preacher's attention. Their war chief must have gotten over his scare. Preacher gathered up the cartridge box for the French rifle and then blasted another hostile off his horse with a ball that shattered the hapless Indian's collarbone and lodged in his shoulder blade. Preacher turned away. "Miss Pettibone, I'd be obliged if you'd load this one for me right away," he asked, handing her the long-range weapon. When he had the French rifle back in hand, Preacher stood and took careful aim at the war leader. When the chest of the Pawnee centered in the sights, Preacher squeezed off with care and rode the mild recoil as the weapon discharged. At that range, it took the bullet a hair over 2 seconds to reach the target, the sound of the shot a second longer. Preacher couldn't see the surprised look on the war chief's face when the heavy lead ball smacked into his chest and burst his heart. He did see the buckskin-clad Indian rise in the stirrups and then fling forward along the neck of his mount. At once, A loud wailing came from those near to the dead leader. That proved too much for the warriors assaulting the wagon train. With yips and howls, they pulled off out of rifle range and sat their ponies, wondering aloud what could be done. Preacher seized the moment to try a little medicine of his own. He remained standing in the wagon in full view, raised his rifle over his head, and let go a loud whoop. "I am White Wolf, man who kills silently. White ghost to the Arapaho who fear me," he shouted in Pawnee. "You have lost one of every three. Your war chief is dead. This fight is over. Go now, or you will all meet Corpse Eater before the day ends." The older and wiser among the hostiles now knew only too well who they faced. Badly shaken, they cut worried eyes to the fallen war chief and back to Preacher. A few words were exchanged, then they turned their ponies and withdrew. Many rode with lances reversed, points to the ground to signify the battle had truly ended. "Well, we got out of it that time," Preacher announced into the stunned silence that followed. "Next point of call, Bent's Fort." Ezra P. stood spread-legged over the man he had just punched in the mouth and knocked to the ground. "What are you skulking around, spying on us for?" he demanded again. "I weren't spying, mister. I heard you was looking for some men with a gun." "And you are, I suppose," P. sneered. Anger tended to banish his carefully cultured, rough-hued frontier persona. His excellent Eastern upbringing and education seeped out readily. "If you're such an excellent specimen, how in hell do you explain why my men were able to sneak up on you so easily?" I don't know," the lean, rugged man admitted. "Where do you call home?" P. snapped. Missouri. Really, mister, I ain't got any bone to pick with you. If you feel I'm not fit for your outfit, just let me up and I'll go on my way." Pease looked pleased with himself. "Well now, we can't do that, can we? You've been watching our camp for the past 2 days, made a count of how many I have riding for me without a doubt. You have an idea of how many firearms we possess, and most likely seen us trading guns and whiskey to the Indians who have dropped in. What's to keep you from dropping off at the closest settlement and passing all that on to whatever passes there for the law?" The man looked blank. "Why, I'd never do that. Didn't I just say I wanted to get in on it with you?" "There's no room for amateurs in this organization," Pease stated bluntly. "I suppose we could take you in, but that would be too much like running a charity ward." So saying, Pease drew one of the fancily engraved double-barrel pistols from his waistband and eared back the hammer. Instantly the drifter's face washed white. His lower lip trembled and he raised a hand in pleading. "Say now, mister, I don't even know your name. I'd sure not spread word on you if you were to let me go, mister. Please." Ezra Pease shot him in the chest. The man jerked and raised on one elbow. Eyes wide and showing a lot of white, he again tried to plead for his life. Only a gush of blood came from his mouth. Pease cocked the second hammer and fired again. This time, the ball entered the center of the drifter's forehead and pulped a mass of brain tissue. He jerked and twitched for a while, then lay still. "Drag that trash out of camp," Pease commanded. "Vic, when are you expecting those men who went after Preacher to report back?" Titus Vickers contemplated a second. "Most any time now, yes. They had better, and soon. I want that black-hearted jackal dead, dead, dead." 7. Cora Ames stood on a low knoll overlooking Bent's Fort with one of Preacher's big hands in both of hers. "I shall never forget the experiences we shared, Preacher. Before now, I never considered myself capable of taking a human life. Not that I'm proud of myself for having done so. did what you had to, Missy, and I'm sure these folks with you are grateful. If only they could get it past their gospel-spouting ways and admit it. Asa Pettibone turned out to be a mighty cool shot, too, though I doubt any of you will need those skills back home. Cora sighed. I really wish we didn't have to leave here, preacher. It's so lovely, so clean and sweet-smelling. I'll miss it awfully. Why, when we were up in the mountains north of here, it felt as though I could reach out and touch the hand of God. You're not the first to think that, Missy. I said those very words myself for the first time back when I was 13. Or was it the year I turned 14? No matter. Preacher flushed slightly, made the more evident by his meticulous shaving, which had left only a full, brushy mustache. I'll admit, the big empty will seem a little more empty with you gone. But you'll be safe where you're headed. Maybe someday, when the shining mountains fills up with people, God forbid, it'll be all right for you to journey here again. He saw the pained expression on her lovely face and hastened to stammer an explanation. No, not that I mean to ask God to forbid you return. It's just all these people filling up space out here that rubs wrong. I understand, preacher. Well, I'd better be getting back to the wagons. I'll be leaving shortly, so I reckon this is goodbye, Miss Cora Ames. Not goodbye, preacher. Just farewell, Arthur. She turned on one neat heel and walked back to her wagon, gathered with the others outside the front wall of the fort. Preacher crossed to Thunder and his pack horse. He had resupplied upon their arrival the previous afternoon. Nothing held him back now. He felt good about that. He would head north. Curiosity about the Cheyenne directed that decision. What could be stirring them up so much? No one at Bent's trading post had an idea. Well, at least he'd seen the last of the Bible thumpers. Or so he thought. With a violent cast of one arm, Ezra Pease hurled the tin cup of coffee at a thick old oak. He showered those near him with the hot brown liquid. God damn that man! How could he do that? Not a one of them got away? He asked of the messenger sent from the dozen he had dispatched to bring an end to Preacher. No, sir. All 5 were done for when we came upon them. It had to be Preacher. There was sign of only one horse and rider and a pack animal. 5 good men lost, and we have to send someone else for supplies. Is Preacher headed this way? More or less. Vickers wanted you to get the word, so I rode back while they follow the trail. Looks to me like he's cutting due north toward Trout Creek Pass. They'll get him then. He turned to those around him. Time's running short. We'll break camp and get on the trail. We need to move further north into Cheyenne country. Do you think that wise? I mean, considering the slaughter at Black Hand's village, they might be laying for us. Two Thumbs Bueller prompted. Pease dismissed it contemptuously. Those savages have the minds of children. By now they've forgotten all about that. Besides, the only thing they understand is force. Any who might still remember will have learned their lesson and be on their good behavior. After all, they'll want the rifles we have so they can make war on the Blackfeet. Activity grew to a bustle then, and Pease took the final cupful from the coffee pot. He laced that with a spoon of sugar and a dollop of whiskey from a silver flask he carried in his full-cut Eastern coat. Privately, he considered the impact of that fit of temper over Black Hand's village on the men who had employed him to create a war between the Blackfeet and Cheyenne. What attitude might they take over it? They shouldn't get too upset. After all, it all went to the ends they desired. The gold was there waiting, he knew that. And slavery was totally legal everywhere in the country. All that had been outlawed was a man importing fresh slaves from Africa. and Pease held personally that those woolly buggers would not do well at mining and sluicing gold anyway. Didn't do well in mountains and cold country either. A man could lose his whole investment that way. The only investment in obtaining their slaves would be in a little powder and ball. Let all these starry-eyed idiots strike out in droves from the east. He'd soon have them broken and cowed and bending their backs to dig the yellow metal out of the ground. And he, Ezra Pease, would be rich, rich, rich. A week's journey to the east of Bent's Fort, on the old portion of the Santa Fe Trail, which had long been known as the Hard Way, just west of Indian Territory, 2 wagons had stopped for the night. Silas Phipps, the owner, was being royally catered to by a scruffy band of 8 children aged 8 to 15. They were not kin. Rather, they were orphans, gathered by Phipps from eastern cities teeming with castaways. The boys had built a fire ring, kindled a fire, and got it burning well, 2 hours before sundown. The oldest girl, Ruth, worked with Helen and Gertha to make cornbread, eat a pot of beans from the previous morning, and cut slices from a slab of bacon that had long ago gone green around the edges. They would be needing fresh supplies soon, but Ruth dreaded bringing that up to Phipps. When the coffee had boiled long enough, Ruth took a cup to Phipps, who sat in a large, throne-like chair under the spreading branches of a solitary cottonwood. He grunted acknowledgment of it and smacked his lips over the first taste. "Taste peaked," he grumbled. We're running low on coffee beans," Ruth responded in a quavery voice. "There's supposed to be some place up ahead where we can get supplies." "Yes, Bent's Fort. Will we be staying there?" Ruth asked eagerly. "Nope. We're going to go amongst them New Mexicans," Phipps expanded. "Santa Fe, that's the place. Nothing but miles and miles of miles and miles around there. We can settle in and no one will ever know we're there." Ruth's eyes narrowed. "That's what you want, isn't it? For us to disappear off the face of the earth?" Her bold confrontation shocked her. Phipps squinted his close-set, mean black eyes and taunted her. "Seems like a good idea, now you mention it. Get along now and tend to supper." Back at the fire, Ruth cut her eyes to Helen. With a nod of her head, Ruth indicated that they should get off to somewhere that offered a bit of privacy. They rounded the wagons and walked away onto the prairie. Certain they were out of earshot, Ruth still talked in a low, whispery voice. "He says we're going to New Mexico and just disappear." "Oh, Ruth, that's awful. What will happen to us? How can we keep on like this?" Tears sprang to Helen's eyes. "I noticed earlier that you've been crying, Helen. It's nothing, Ruthie. I just felt bad. It's so empty out here." "I know. Believe me, I do. But I want you to answer me honestly now. Has Silas been pestering you too now?" Helen lowered long lashes over her blue eyes and gave a shake of her head, which disturbed the long auburn sausage curls. Not before this. He's asked me to come to the rear wagon after the younger ones have been put down for the night. I'm afraid. I've heard things and imagined what he must be doing with you. It's not your fault and it's not mine. We can't help what he does and we can't get away. I feel so awful, Ruthie. The way he looks at me and licks those fat, ugly lips of his makes me seem so dirty." "It's not you who's dirty. He's the only filth around here." Ruth planned to say more to comfort Helen, but an only too familiar roar of furious impatience interrupted her. "Where in hell are you lazy girls? Get back to your work." Summoned thusly into the presence of Silas Phipps, the girls stood next to Peter, their faces alight with trepidation. Phipps studied them a while, then pushed out his fleshy lower lip in purple imitation of a small boy's pout. "I got something to tell you," Phipps began, his voice a raspy taunt. "I've been thinking on it, and there's too much law in that Mexican country round Santa Fe. I've decided we will continue west to Bent's Fort and then figure out where to go next while we're there." Ruth, Helen, and the 12-year-old Peter shared stricken expressions. Only minutes ago he had been talking of settling around Santa Fe. Now Phipps had come up with another vague idea of their destination. It flooded them with despair. They knew that if they were ever to get away from this foul, evil old man, it would have to be somewhere with people around. But all realized that the law never gave a damn about orphans. They would most likely be shoved into some cold, grimy institution, like the ones they had escaped so recently and forgotten. They would have to come upon folks who cared a lot for children. And Ruth had read in a book at the orphanage where she had last been held that the Mexicans thought the world of their children and treated all children kindly. Ruth thought fast for a defense of the original destination. "Oh, but you made Santa Fe sound so wonderful, so grand an adventure." "You can forget all about it now. We're going somewhere else. Now get back to your cooking before you feel my switch. And you, little miss," he directed to Helen, "don't forget our little talk a while back. I'll be looking for you." 3 of them. Preacher studied the faint sign left by the men ahead of him on the trail and made note of the distinctive marks that separated the trio. They had left no more tracks than he did. "Mountain men for sure," he said aloud. "Wonder if I know them." An hour later he came upon the 3, stopped to give their horses a blow. A wide white smile split Preacher's face. He knew them for sure. That big house of a man in the bearskin vest could be no one but Beartooth. The slender hawk-nosed feller to his right had to be Nighthawk, which made the last the dapper Frenchman Dupree. Preacher skirted the trail and circled behind his old friends. He dismounted and made a cautious approach. They would jump right out of their britches when he walked in among them, he reckoned. When he reached a spot some 10 yards from the trio, Nighthawk spoke up loudly. "Did anyone ever tell you that you made too much noise, Preacher?" Laughing, Preacher stepped out from among the aspen. "Ain't lost your hearing yet, I see, Nighthawk. How long have you knowed I was behind you and that it was me?" "Better part of half an hour, Preacher," Beartooth boomed. He gave Preacher a mighty hug, and all 3 danced around a while, slapping one another on the back. "Still ugly as always," Dupree gleefully insulted Preacher. "When are you going to learn that clothes make the man?" Preacher studied Dupree's store-bought coat, shirt, vest, and trousers, and waggled his head in dismay. "You look like that Prince Albert, I swear, Dupree. Don't you think you're a mite overdressed for where you are?" Dupree sniffed. For all his fine attire, his full mane of black hair was incongruously hidden under a foxskin cap. "We are wearing our finest, because we are on our way to visit Beartooth's in-laws." Preacher removed his still stiffly new felt hat and scratched his head. "Last I heard, you was hitched up with a Cheyenne gal, Beartooth. That still right?" "Right as rain, Preacher. She's a good cook," he added with a slap to his hard slab belly. Preacher cocked an eyebrow. "Might not be the best time to visit with the Cheyenne," he suggested. "We heard about the Cheyenne being stirred up," Nighthawk responded, his flawless English belying his Delaware origins. "Yep," Beartooth contributed. "Figured it would be better I went and took a look so's my wife wouldn't wear me to a nub with her curiosity. So I latched on to my old friends and partners and brung them along. Where are you bound, Preacher?" "Same place." "You are welcome to ride with us, mon ami," Dupree offered. "Obliged. 4 sets of eyes are better than one," Preacher accepted. That decided, the four men mounted up and took the trail northward. Late afternoon found them about halfway to Trout Creek Pass. Nighthawk located a small meadow for their night camp. The three rugged mountain men deferred to Preacher's skill with bean pot and skillet, and all enjoyed a good meal, cooked over a hat-sized fire laid under a thick pine to disperse the smoke. Preacher finished the last of the coffee and came to his moccasins. "I'm going to turn in. No telling what tomorrow will bring," he announced as he headed for his bedroll. Kid Ralston had almost ridden up on the four men camped in the meadow shortly before nightfall. Kid had been fortunate in that he had remained inside the tree line and quickly bent to cover the muzzle of his horse. He dismounted and studied the quartet through what remained of daylight. From the description they had been given, the tall, lean, broad-shouldered one had to be Preacher. But who were the others? They sure knew how to handle themselves, though. Their fire had been put out before twilight settled on the grassy clearing. Preacher had rolled up first, his muscular form a mound under his blankets. Wisely, Kid Ralston waited until the others turned in before walking his mount out of the area. Once far enough away that the sound of hoofbeats would not carry to the unsuspecting men, he swung into the saddle and made tracks through the night to the rendezvous point given by Two Thumbs Bueller. Kid gave a shiver. That hand with two thumbs on it always got to him. Someone had told him once that those sort of oddities came from brother and sister getting married, or even first cousins. Could that be? He wondered at the time. Now the novel idea returned to fire his imagination. Suppose he and his cousin Hilly had done something really bad when they had been fussing around out behind the barn that day. Not that the kid looked like anyone capable of something bad. He stood only an inch over 5 feet, and that in his boots. A remarkably slow developer, he had the bone structure and features of a 12-year-old, although 6 years older. His blue eyes, cottony hair, and cherub's mouth artfully hid a hot, vicious temper and sadistic personality. He fantasized about that steamy afternoon with Hilly, all the way to the meeting place. 5 of the dozen men sent to get Preacher waited at the isolated bald knob that stood out in the middle of a wide valley. Kid Ralston withheld his big news, choosing not to share it with them out of profound dislike. They, along with others in the gang, tormented him mercilessly about his small stature. 2 of them, in fact, had hung the handle Kid around his neck. He overrode his discomfort over the Two Thumbs to ride apart from the others to meet Bueller when he arrived. "I found him, Two Thumbs. I know where Preacher is. It's just like we heard. He done went south of Trout Creek Pass. He's got 3 other fellers with him." "You done good, Kid," Bueller praised, and reached out to pat the youthful trash on one shoulder with a two-thumbed hand. Kid Ralston nearly lost the supper he hadn't gotten to eat. He gritted his teeth and endured. "They're about 4 miles from here to the south." Two Thumbs grinned. "We'll move in on 'em during the night. Hit them at dawn." Preacher roused out first. A peach-blush band of soft light lay along the eastern horizon. With nothing to hurry him along the way, Preacher saw nothing to be gained by rising in total darkness and do everything by feel. He stretched and stood like a stork to shake some small pebbles from one moccasin, then stretched again and headed for the fire ring. He blew some kindling to flame from the buried coals of the previous night, added some wrist-sized sticks, and warmed himself out of the lingering March chill. Then he set the coffee pot to boil. He had just been over his kitchen parfleche to retrieve coffee beans when a ball moaned over his bowed back and smacked into the trunk of the pine. Preacher dropped as though he had been shot, but not before he freed one of his fearsome pistols from its cured and stiffened hide holster. His companions, wise in the ways of attacks by Indians and whites alike, remained outwardly motionless. After a long, tense minute, voices came faintly to Preacher's ears. "I done it. I done killed old Preacher." "I wouldn't be too eager to go down and take his hair, kid," came sage advice. "Why not?" Kid Ralston asked. "You figure those other fellers up and died of fright?" Two Thumbs Bueller taunted. "Huh. I never thought about that. They ain't moved. You reckon they're laying for us?" Blushing furiously at his faux pas, the kid reloaded hastily. "I figured you did a fool thing in not waiting until we all opened up. You've put us betwixt a rock and a hard spot. Nothing for it, though. We'd best get it on." So saying, Two Thumbs and the other 10 opened up on the reclining figures. Only the blankets of Beartooth, Nighthawk, and Dupree took the punishment. The moment smoke spurted from the muzzles of the assassins' weapons, the trio rolled violently to the side away from their attackers. Their answering fire roared across the meadow. The volley was followed by a charge. As the bushwhacking trash came into sight, rifle balls tore into their irregular rank. 2 men went down, one with a shrill cry and a shattered kneecap. Eager to claim a trophy from his victim, Kid Ralston charged ahead of the line. He had his knife out, ready to take Preacher's hair, when the wily mountain man came up with a roar and let fly with the deadly 4-barrel pistol in his right hand. Hot lead stopped the kid in mid-stride. The first ball of the double load clipped a lobe from his left ear. The second punched through a rib and tore a path from front to rear of his left lung. Kid's vision got all blurry, and he dropped his skinning knife. It didn't matter at all to him that Preacher had apparently risen from the dead to take retribution. Kid Ralston only knew that his chest burned with the fires of hell, and he had gotten awfully weak. He thought of his ma, of Pa and the hickory switch he'd used to try to make Kid walk the straight and narrow. How he wished now that it had taken effect. He thought of his brothers, all 3 younger than his 18 years, yet every one bigger, taller, and stronger. He didn't think of his cousin Hilly, or anything else for that matter, as his lung filled with blood and he passed into unconsciousness that would swiftly lead to death. Preacher ignored the dying youth. He immediately turned his attention to the motley band of unwashed whites who streamed out of the trees toward them. "Don't cotton to your invites, you pond scum," Preacher hollered at them, "but I sure favor to join the dance." With that, he shot another of the dregs of the criminal brotherhood. To his right, he saw Dupree dump a fat, red-faced specimen of depravity in a shower of buckshot with which he had charged the .70 caliber Flaubert horse pistol. Beyond him, Nighthawk ducked a blow from a rifle butt and buried his knife in the belly of a similar dirt bag. Beartooth discharged a pistol in each hand and brought down a pair of vipers who had carelessly gotten too close together. We work well as a team, Preacher thought, although we haven't been together for several years. He dodged to one side to avoid a shot from the thinning ranks of killer trash and ended the man's life with the last load. "Sacre bleu!" Dupree cursed in French. "You have ruined my jacket and this shirt." Preacher cut his eyes to Dupree to see where a ball along his ribs had released a torrent of blood. While he studied his friend, Preacher exchanged his pistols. "Dormez-vous avec la diable?" Dupree spat in his assailant's face a moment before he shot him with another Flaubert .70 caliber. The shot pellets wiped away all of the man's face above his lower jaw. "What'd you call him, Dupree?" Preacher asked. Only 4 of the louse-infested thugs remained on their feet. Preacher took aim at one. "I told him to go sleep with the devil." "I reckon he will, partner." Preacher shot his target in the small notch between the collarbones. His head snapped to an odd angle when the .50 caliber ball shattered a vertebra. The field of battle fell suddenly silent. "Say, fellers, I think we finished them all," Preacher called out. Right then, to make a liar of Preacher, Two Thumbs forced himself up on his elbows and winged a shot at the mountain man that missed. Preacher put a round in the center of the balding spot on the top of Two Thumbs' head. "We have now," Beartooth said through a powder-grimed grin. After they inspected the dead, Preacher stood beside the last man he had killed, a deep frown on his forehead. "This one I'd know anywhere. He ran with Ezra Pease back 10 years ago when I drove Pease out of these mountains. He sent a lot of men to do a job on us. What's he done? Bring an army out here? If so, maybe we'd best split up. I've got a feeling there's a heap of trouble up ahead." 8. Reverend Thornton Bookworthy gazed at the tall ramparts that grew with each hour on the trail. They had been on the road for 3 days, but not headed east. Bookworthy removed his wide-brimmed black hat and mopped at his sweaty brow with a snowy kerchief. Then he slapped his meaty palm on the leather cover of the Bible that rested on his black-clothed thigh. "Yes, patience, my dear. We have God's work to do, and no buckskin-bedecked near savage is going to prevent us." "What if that preacher man was right about the Cheyenne going to war?" Patience asked, a bit more sharply than her usual submissive tone. "Not even the Cheyenne can stop us, for I am certain they are thirsting for the word. We're doing the right thing. Mark my words, Patience." "Yes, dear." Patience kept her composure, although her mind swarmed with images of the painted, screaming faces of the Kiowa and Pawnee, who had attacked them so recently. The mules in front of her shifted their rumps and complained with grunts as they labored up the incline. Since leaving Bent's Fort, the grade had increased steadily. Now, with the foothills of the Rockies towering over them, their progress had decreased by 3 miles each day. They would be in those mountains tomorrow, Patience reminded herself, and within 2 weeks they would reach the land where the Cheyenne lived. Her husband's singing put her gloomy thoughts to flight. "Bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves, we shall come." "Yes, my dear, that's the first song we shall teach the benighted heathen. Don't you see the symbolism of it? We will be the harvesters of their souls." Patience winced and wanted to groan like the mules. A tiny echo of her own question haunted the back of her mind. What if Preacher was right? A tall column of smoke rose from behind the nearest ridge. Preacher and his companions reined in to study it a moment. Preacher raised an arm and pointed a long finger at the wide base of the dark cloud. "That's coming from more than one thing burning. Now, as best as I can tell, there ain't any cabins up there, unless they're built in the last 2 weeks. And that ain't no fire in the woods." Nighthawk nodded agreement. "That's elementary. The animals would be acting strange if it was a conflagration in the forest." He stated the obvious. Preacher caught him with a cocked eyebrow, mischief glinting in his blue-gray orbs. "Do I have to remind you how god-awful those fancy words sound coming out of the mouth of an Injun?" he teased. Nighthawk gave him a straight face. "Heap good idea, White Eyes. Many smokes means many fires." "Oh, get off that, Hawk," Beartooth grumbled. "You sound worser playing dumb Injun than you do playing educated Injun." "The question remains, what is burning?" Nighthawk returned to his usual cultured tones. "I've got me an idea, and I don't think any of us is going to like it," Preacher announced. He gigged thunder in the direction of the fires. The others quickly joined him. They rode through a saddle notch between 2 peaks and looked down on the tragedy below. It proved to be exactly what Preacher expected. A small wagon train of some 20 vehicles had been raided, the people slaughtered, their possessions rifled, and valuables stolen. Preacher grunted and walked thunder forward. His Hawken out and ready, rested across the saddle horn. "Right like I expected. More damn fool pilgrims. We'll have to find some way to cover 'em up. Pease and his vermin can wait." Dismounted, the mountain men took turns standing guard, 2 and 2, while the other pair gathered bodies. Slowly, something became clear. The men had been killed outright. The women and older girls raped and then killed. Some of the boys under about the age of 10 had been misused also and then killed. All of the adults had been scalped. "There's a few arrows over here, preacher," Beartooth announced. "Got red markings on 'em." Preacher didn't like that at all. He had been on friendly terms with the Cheyenne for a number of years. "I saw them. Given that all the horses were shod, I'd call it a clumsy attempt at putting blame on the Cheyenne. Did you notice something else? Like most of their kind, these poor fools brought along enough young'uns to fill a good-sized school. Only the balance is off. We got boys up to the age of, maybe 10 or so, and older boys about 16 and up, none others." Preacher paused to fix his thoughts into words. "Now, Injuns is known to take right small kids to replace some of their own lost to sickness or stolen by enemy tribes. It's rare for them to take off only boy kids from 11 to 15, which says again that it must have been whites. And I've a good idea who's behind it." "That Pease feller you mentioned?" Dupree asked. "None other. Only thing I can't work out is why. What would a gang of no-accounts like that want with boys of that age?" "Maybe for the same things these little nippers got done to him," Beartooth suggested. "I doubt that. They'd have had their way and left 'em dead, too," Preacher responded, brow wrinkled in concentration. "But I reckon we're going to find out right soon. All we got to do is run them down. Now let's get these folks buried." Beartooth kicked his mount in the ribs and trotted up beside Preacher. "We've got company over in there." He pointed with his chin to a thicket of choke cherry bushes. They had cut signs that some of the folks from the doomed train had managed to slip away. Following the faint trail westward had brought them here. Preacher nodded his understanding to Beartooth. "I wanted to ride on past them a ways, give them a chance to relax a little. Wouldn't do to ride into a ball of hot lead, now would it?" "Sure enough," the older mountain man agreed. Preacher pointed ahead. "We'll cut back and approach on foot from where they don't expect us." While they rode off, Preacher made light conversation to add a further cloak of innocence to their passing by. "What you reckon to do, Beartooth, once you find out the Cheyenne's intentions?" "I figure to find me a place that's still got plenty deer and elk and settle in with my woman. We've got a good start these past 3 years with 2 young'uns, and I hanker for more. Trapping's all but done for. Ain't seen a bony-fied buyer out this way in 2 years. Preacher grunted. "I sold my traps last year. They liked the good days. Rendezvous was wild and hairy, but it sure were fun. Now, a man alone, going to Trout Creek or Bent's to sell his pelts, and dang few of them anymore. Just ain't the same." They had ridden out of sight of the hiding survivors, and Preacher signaled a halt. The 4 mountain men dismounted, tied their horses off to aspen saplings, and slid silently into the woods. Years of this life had conditioned them all to move as quietly as possible. As a result, they reached their objective without giving any sign of their presence. Even so, Preacher and his companions hunkered down low and studied the motley collection of women and a few youngsters for a long 5 minutes before making their presence known. The count came to 11 grown women, 5 girls a tad under marrying age, and 7 boys, 5 of which were in their early teens. Preacher ghosted upright and stepped to the protection of a large pine behind the pilgrims. "Howdy, folks. We're friendly, so don't go putting any holes in us," he called out. Two teenage boys started and spun to train rifle muzzles in the direction from which he had spoken. Now, just lower them things, boys. If we had it in mind to do you harm, you'd be done for already. There's 4 of us. We need to come down amongst you and figure out how to get you safely out of here."
"Oh, praise the Lord,"
one female cried out, her face lifted to the sky.
"We're delivered."
"I'm not so sure, Miss Kitty." One lad, still in the cracking voice stage, questioned the situation. "We'd better take some time on this." "What you'd best do is lower them rifles and let us come out before someone gets bad hurt," Preacher insisted. "Besides, much as I like 'em, I don't cotton to hugging a tree all day." That broke the ice with some of the women.
"Yes, boys, do put down those awful things," one matronly voice demanded. "This gentleman is right. If they meant us harm, they could have gotten to it a long time ago."
Well, all right." The adenoidal youth relented. "Chris, put your rifle down. I'm going to." "Me too, Bobby?" a voice asked from the far side of the cluster of women. "Yeah, Nick." Bobby Gresham, the obvious leader, if such label could be applied to a boy not more than 15, answered. The Dowager quickly revised her appellation of gentleman when first Preacher, then Beartooth, Dupree, and Nighthawk drifted out of the trees and came down among them. Preacher looked around and then addressed himself to Bobby. "You picked a good place. Only thing is, you left too much sign." Bobby looked chagrined. "I never thought of that. Are those men coming after us?" "The ones who hit your train, boy?" Preacher asked. "Yeah. I'm Bobby Gresham." "Are they after us?" Bobby asked again, uncertainty in his eyes. Preacher reassured him. "Not that we saw any sign of them. Pulled off to the north from the looks of it." He cut his eyes to the Dowager and removed his hat like one would in polite society. "My name's Preacher, ma'am."
You're a minister?"
she asked with inevitable doubt. "No, ma'am. I'm on speaking terms with the Almighty, but I ain't one of his servants. All of us, used to trap beaver before the demand dried up. These mountains," Preacher made a sweeping gesture to encompass their surroundings, "is sort of our home stomping grounds."
"I'm Flora Sanders. This is Mrs. Grace Kinney, and this is Mrs. Felicity Jones. You've met Bobby. The other boys are Chris and Nick Walker." "Did anyone else get away?"
Nick, the youngest, asked with trepidation. Preacher pulled an uncomfortable expression, telling folks, and young ones in particular, that near everyone they held dear had died was a hard task. "I'm afraid not, son. You folk must be the only ones got away."
Then I'm a widow. We all are," Felicity Jones cried in a tiny voice.
Preacher cut his eyes to Felicity for his first good look. What he saw was a devastatingly beautiful young woman, robust and busty and quite obviously pregnant. She spoke on, stammering now.
My baby will be born an orphan."
Preacher knew a great deal about a lot of things. He didn't know much about women, particularly women in such a state. All he could do was answer, haltingly, I'm afraid so, Mrs. Jones." Wise in the mood shifts of her gender, Mrs. Sanders stepped into the breach. "I'm sorry to say we are all widows now, Felicity. But life does go on. What are we to do about that, Mr. Preacher?" "There's a couple of wagon boxes didn't get burned to clear down, and I reckon we can find enough stock to pull 'em. Gather what you brought with you, and we'll start back to where you was ambushed." He paused and thought on it. "After that, it's closer to go on to Trout Creek Pass and back to Bent's. What is a puzzlement to me is what you folks were doing wandering up into this country in the first place.
We were told it was a shortcut to the immigrant trail, Flora Sanders told him.
It's that right enough, but not for tenderfeet and wagons. You headed to Oregon?
Well, sort of. We were told back east that prime land abandoned in the Snake River country.
Oh, it's fine land, Preacher told her dryly. Only thing is, it's swarming with Nez Perce, Bannock, and Shoshone. And they all feel mighty touchy about people settling in there.
Then we were lied to? Mrs. Sanders asked indignantly.
Not exactly. There is fine country thereabouts. Let's say whoever told you about it and left out the Injuns sort of misrepresented the facts.
Then what shall we do? 3 of the women chorused.
You can rest up at the trading post in Trout Creek Pass and resupply. Then I'd advise you get a good guide, turn back, and head for Bent's Fort.
But we have no desire to turn back, Flora Sanders blurted.
Suit yourselves, Preacher said pleasantly. But don't expect us to burden ourselves with your protection any further than Trout Creek Pass.
Relief at their rescue turned to a smattering of grumpiness after this pronouncement.
Ignoring it, the 4 mountain men helped to gather the refugees and herd them off toward the damaged wagons. Half an hour along the trail, Preacher spoke up to Felicity Jones. Miss Jones, you happen to get a look at the ones who attacked your wagons?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget their faces.
Preacher squinted and cocked his head to one side. Were they Injuns?
No. Felicity barked with certainty. They were all white men. The lowest crawling, filthy trash on the face of the earth. I shudder to think about what happened to those who didn't get away.
You wouldn't want to know, ma'am. We'll make camp just short of the place they hit you. Those big boys, my friends and I, will go rig up some wagons. Tomorrow, we start for Trout Creek Pass. Their journey so far had toughened these women and the teenaged boys who had volunteered to protect them. Preacher noted that with satisfaction as the 2 creaky wagons, assembled from salvaged parts of several, groaned along the narrow trail toward the trading post. At this rate, Preacher figured about 5 days to reach there. Several of the women had minor injuries, and a child had a cut on one foot. That slowed them considerably. At least, Preacher thought, they were underway. The older 2 boys drove the wagons, while those children who could walked. Nick had appealed with big, dark blue eyes until Preacher, embarrassed in front of his friends, let the lad ride behind him on Thunder. He would, Nick promised, trade off with the other boys at driving. The peace of their sojourn lasted 2 days. Quentin Squint Flowers pulled the sodden poultice from the bullet wound in his left bicep and replaced it with a fresh one. Buster Chase helped him bind the bandana around the injured appendage and stiffened and came to his boots. "Hush, y'all," he harshly whispered to the others of the human vermin who had attacked the wagon train for Ezra Pease. "I hear something." "Sounds like wagons rolling," Frank Clower opined. "Couldn't be none of them folks got up from the dead," Rubber-Nosed Jasper declared flatly. "I wish we'd stayed with the rest," Squint Flowers offered mournfully. Frank Clower, the nominal leader, eyed him coldly. Squint's smallpox-scarred face rivaled the surface of the moon, Frank considered. Those eyes so close together and always scrunched near shut so's not to be able to tell the color. He made about the ugliest thing a man could look at and not run away. "It was you who whined about them brat boys always sobbing and taking on. Wanted to get away from the little snot-nosers, you said. Well, you're away now, and there's someone coming our way. Rubber-Nose, you and Buster go take a look." Within 10 minutes, the 2 devil's disciples returned with disturbing news. "They some of them women must have got away when we hit the train.
They's comin' on in 2 broke-down wagons. Got 4 tough-looking fellers with 'em. Also some kids." Frank pulled a face. "Well, we sure as hell can't leave no living witnesses now, can we?" "I say we set up a little ambush and finish them off," Buster Chase suggested. "They ain't much, just some soft-in-the-head leftovers from the trappin' days, and there's 7 of us." Frank considered that a while. 7, with 2 of them wounded, their mounts tired, and the wagons they had along with booty in them to slow them down. What we ought to do is let them get on by us, then hit them in the rear, complete surprise, and we can take out those trappers. The rest'll be easy." That decided upon, the human offal melted into the trees, and Frank sent Squint Flowers back to obliterate the obvious sign of their presence. It wouldn't pass muster if anyone took time to study the ground, but folks like these, on the move, would miss the traces. It seemed to take no time for the first outrider to round a bend in the trail and come into view. They looked tough, right enough, Frank Clower considered, especially those pistols in the boxy-looking holsters slung around his hips. No, never mind, though. This would be easy. He hunkered down like the rest of his men and held his mount's nose. Slowly, then, the 2 wagon cavalcade rolled past. Frank gave them time to cover some 300 yards and round another bend in the track, then motioned his corrupted followers out of concealment. They mounted quickly and left the wagons of loot behind. At a gallop, weapons at the ready, they streaked for the curve ahead. Tubby Slocum took the lead as they rounded the bend. He let out a whoop when he saw the wagons, then a strangled cry as he ran into a powerful blast from the hawk and rifle in the hands of Beartooth. The burly mountain man lowered his rifle and got another of the riffraff with the pistol that quickly filled his hand. 9. "Looks like the surprise is on you, Buzzard Breath," Beartooth shouted gleefully as he turned aside to avoid an answering volley from men slowed by astonishment. 2 more rifles cracked, and Buster Chase flew from his saddle. One boot hung up in the stirrup, and Buster flopped and sprayed the underbrush with his blood as the charging animal ran, unchecked, toward the wagons they had coveted so recently. Nighthawk watched him bound past and chose a pistol to replace his expended trapdoor Olin Hayes. Time later to slide in a paper cartridge and fit a cap in place. Preacher gave Nighthawk a cheerful wave as he drew one of his deadly 4-shooters and galloped back from the head of the column. The lean mountain man with the smooth forehead and bright blue eyes cackled as he drew near. "He looks like it worked perfect. Damned amateurs can't do anything right," Preacher chortled. He filled his sights with the shocked face of rubber-nosed Jasper and shot away the pliable appendage that had earned Jasper his sobriquet. Jasper howled and clapped a hand over the blood-spouting stump. It brought him no mercy, though, as Preacher put another ball through Jasper's brisket. Preacher bent forward to work the trigger mechanism and revolve the barrels again when a ball cracked through the space his head had occupied a moment before. That was downright unfriendly, he judged it. Such goings-on would have to be brung to an end and damn fast. Preacher let his gaze rove over the remaining thugs and spotted the likely shooter. His big pistol banged out, and the scowl of anger at missing changed to an expression of horror as Preacher's ball set off a bright flash in the brain pan of the lowly rubbish that illuminated his onrushing afterlife. Squint Flowers made an error in judgment. He continued his fatally determined charge against the men around the wagon instead of diving for cover among the boulders strewn along the road. He ran into a pair of speeding balls fired by Dupree and Preacher. Flowers rose above his saddle and hung suspended a moment, before plopping into the churned-up turf to kick and jerk until death stilled his jammed reflexes. Seeing this, Frank Clower managed to slow his horse and turn about. With balls chasing him and Hash Knife close at his side, He beat a hasty retreat. Preacher went to his second pistol and downed another lump of peas slime. Through the fury of battle, Preacher faintly sensed a reduction in the volume of fire. A cross-eyed lout in a paisley shirt slid from his mount, caught himself at the last minute, and staggered toward the shelter of a boulder. He didn't make it. Preacher fired a double-shotted load that put the first ball across the outer surface of the hard case's thigh, and the second through its meaty portion. He went down in a graceless sprawl. Preacher gigged thunder and approached the wounded man. Two of the vermin who had taken shelter opened up in desperation then, intent on fixing Preacher's wagon once and for all. They both shot wide of the target and received a vengeful response from Dupree and Nighthawk. Lead balls howled off the convex faces of the granite lumps and showered each killer scum with fragments. One of them, blinded by rock chips and slivers of lead, stumbled out into the open, one hand pawing at his blood-streaming eyes, the other holding a pistol, which he discharged wildly. Not all that wild, Preacher discovered when he felt the wind of the ball's passage by his cheek. Once more he gave thanks to the all-wise above for guiding him to pause long enough to let Little Nick jump from Thunder's rump onto the seat of the lead wagon before answering the call of the attack. That ball would have finished the little lad right smartly. A pang of sorrowful remembrance of young Eddie, so like the saucy image of Nick, came to Preacher as he let go the final load in his pistol and split the breastbone of the trashy thug. Dupree's rifle banged loudly close at hand, and the last skulker in the rocks gave up his hold on life. "C'est fini," Dupree declared. "Yeah, it's done all right," Preacher agreed. "Let's check out the bodies." They found one man still with breath in him. "Buster Chase." He gasped out his name. "You boys done killed me good. How'd you know we was back there?" "A blind 10-year-old could tell where you left the trail and tried to cover it up," Preacher said with sincere contempt. "Who be you men?" Chase spoke in a whisper. "I'm called Preacher. This here's Beartooth, Dupree, and Nighthawk." Chase's lips curled into a sneer. "Back shooters all, I've been told. Damn you into hell, Preacher, and all your kind." He went on cursing the mountain men while pink froth gathered around the hole in his chest, and a huge bubble formed. With a rapidly fading voice, he hurled his last brag. "There's 30 more just like us up ahead, Preacher. You and your lice-infested friends won't find them so easy to take." With that said, he shivered, convulsed mightily, and went still. "Don't bury that one," Nighthawk demanded. "He said I had lice." "He's one to talk," Beartooth put in. "Look, there's a big gray one crawling out of his hair right now." "Unpardonable manners," Dupree agreed. "I've never had a louse on me in my life." Preacher peered at him studiously. Dupree's impeccable clothes bore not a wrinkle nor a smudge from their violent encounter. "You know something, Dupree? I believe you. Let's gather up what all we can. Those boys can put the guns to good use." Cora Ames wore a worried frown as she approached the rotund figure of the Reverend Thornton Bookworthy. They had stopped for the nooning in a small swale only miles short of the ramparts of the Rocky Mountains. "We should have come upon Bent's Fort before nightfall 3 days ago," she stated flatly. Then worry colored her words. "We've strayed from the trail somewhere along the line. We could be anywhere." In fact, they had taken a trail much used by Indians in the area that swung roughly northwest off the old Santa Fe Trail. With the decline in the fur trade, Bent's Fort also suffered a loss of activity. Few journeyed there from the east, and the main trail had fallen into disrepair. The many horses' hooves and travois of the natives marked a clearer, rutted path for such
novices as Bookworthy and his hired drivers. Totally convinced of his ability, the Reverend could not accept criticism from a mere woman. "I assure you, Sister Ames, that we are on the right path." Truth to tell, Thornton Bookworthy would have been hard-pressed to point out which way was west at sunset. "Beg your pardon, Reverend, but I'm sure the lady's right," Buck Dempsey offered. "We're way north of Bent's Fort. Way I figure it, we'll come upon the trail to Trout Creek Pass by some time tomorrow morning." Reverend Bookworthy brightened. "Why, splendid. That puts us ahead of schedule. Let's push on. Perhaps we'll find it yet today." "I don't think so," Buck stated softly, looking beyond the portly minister. "Why not?" Bookworthy demanded. "We've got company." Reverend Bookworthy turned abruptly to face 3 Arapaho women, with twice that number of small children at their feet, and a lithe, smooth-limbed youth of perhaps 16 years. Bookworthy's jaw dropped and he felt faint. The oldest boy made the sign for peace and spoke in lilting accented English. "We are friendly. Not make you harm." "Why, you speak English?" Bookworthy blurted in his surprise. "Are you Christian? Do you know Jesus?" "I am called Little Raven. I not know that man. But I know you lost. I know man who can help you." "You do?" In his eagerness to find aid, Bookworthy dropped all pretense of being comfortable with their situation. "Who is that?" "He is called White Wolf. You round eyes know him as preacher." Astonishment washed over Bookworthy's face. "He's nearby? How far? Come, my good boy, tell us." A faint smile flickered on the young Arapaho's face. "You are going the right way. Preacher is 2-3 days ahead of you. He has 3 friends with him. They are with people in rolling lodges like yours." "That's simply marvelous," Bookworthy babbled, forgetting entirely that it was Preacher who had expelled them from these mountains. "We must make contact. He'll absolutely have to guide us now." He appealed to his fellow missionaries. "Buck," he called to the driver, "take another teamster and push on ahead until you contact Preacher. Use my big walker, Brutus, and make all speed. I shall drive your wagon." "And I the other," Cora offered. Then, remembering what Preacher had told her about manners among the Indians, she turned to the youth. "Will you take food with us?" Smiling broadly now, he told his companions of the invitation. The oldest of the 3 women said something in Arapaho, which he translated. "She asks, do you have the sweet sand? She means sugar." "Why, yes, of course," Cora responded with a light laugh. "We have plenty. Come, there's coffee and beans and corned beef." Looking back on it later, Cora realized that a good time was had by all. Peter looked around in wonder and awe. "These are the biggest mountains in the whole world," he declared after closing his sagging jaw. "Bigger than those in Pennsylvania or Missouri." "It's the Rocky Mountains," Helen, the reader in the group of orphans, informed him. "The fur trappers called them the Shining Mountains or the High Lonesome." "Are we going up there?" Peter asked of Silas Phipps, his thin arm extended, small finger pointing. "Most likely," Phipps grunted. He regretted not resupplying on whiskey at Bent's Fort. Things cost so dang much out here, he had soon discovered. It had taken all the rest of his cash money to get 2 wagon wheels repaired, buy food, and some warm blankets. The latter were for him, of course, not the brats. They could make do with what they had. Nightfall had them well enfolded in the ramparts of the Rockies. Silas Phipps sat in his usual somewhat frumpy regal splendor in the large chair for which he had traded off a 6-year-old boy to a childless couple in Missouri. Well and good. The kid had a constantly runny nose anyway. Ruth and Helen cooked supper, their regular chore. While they toiled over the fire pit, Helen shot nervous glances in the direction of Silas. It made him smile while he sipped sparingly at the whiskey jug. There was supposed to be a single other trading post up further north, at a place called Trout Creek Pass. Surely he could knock down something worth trading for, or the boys, who he had put to setting out snares, could trap some furry animals. The odor of cooking meat made his belly rumble. Peter returned first from putting snares in the grass beside a stream. He had noted small footprints and calculated where the animal who had made them would be likely to walk. Proud of his accomplishment, he went to the fire to share his woodsman's wisdom with Ruth and Helen. "I found an animal path, put my snares along it by the creek," he informed the girls. "What good will that do?" Helen asked, distracted, at least for the moment, from her contemplation of what awaited her later that night. "It's been used more than once. I figure whatever made the prints will use it again, and zap! One nice pelt for that old bastard to trade for booze. I wish he'd drown in this stuff," Ruth said hotly. "Yes, and before tonight," Helen choked out. "Again, honey?" Ruth asked with warm compassion. Helen nodded jerkily, and big, hot tears ran down her cheeks. "You three shut up and tend to your cooking," Silas Phipps growled from his throne. "Ain't that grub about ready?" "Yes, Mr. Phipps," Ruth replied, subdued. "Peter will bring you your plate." She gave Peter a "this will get even for Helen" look. Ruth had no idea how terrible a form her attempt at revenge would take. Peter started apprehensively across the clearing to where Phipps slumped in his chair. He dreaded being around the filthy old man who held them captive. Why didn't they just run away? Peter had wondered that 100 times. In his anxiety at not riling Silas Phipps, Peter missed seeing the wrist-thick bowed branch that had fallen from a big old cottonwood. As a result, the boy tripped over it and went sprawling. The plate flew from his hand, and the gravy-covered food took off from there. Some of it splattered on the boots of Silas Phipps. With a roar, the thick-shouldered brute came to his feet and charged down on the terrified Peter. "God damn you," Phipps bellowed. "Can't any of you do anything right? I'll teach you to be so clumsy. Waste all that food, will you?" He bent and yanked the petrified child upright. One big hairy fist closed around the leather suspenders that held up Peter's trousers. Phipps pulled them off, then ripped the shirt from Peter's back. Peter lost it then, and began to sob wretchedly. Long, dry, sharp wails came painfully from deep inside. Phipps dragged the boy into the light from the fire. There he jerked down Peter's linsey-woolsey trousers and exposed the lad's bare behind. He snatched up a willow rod, thick as one of his muscular fingers, and yelled at the astonished orphans. "Come here, all of you. You're going to witness what happens for a show of defiance." "I didn't defy you, sir," Peter pleaded. Phipps shoved Peter roughly forward. "Bend over that wagon wheel." Then he began to apply the willow switch. He started at Peter's shoulders and worked downward. His arm rose and fell rhythmically. The wooden shaft made a wet, meaty smack with each blow. The more Phipps lashed the boy, the greater his fury grew. By the time he reached the small of Peter's back, each strike split the skin, and blood ran in thin red sheets. Phipps had entered such a frenzy that he breathed in great, gusty bellows blasts when he reached Peter's buttocks. He spent the least time there, though, delivering only 4 sound, stinging stripes. Phipps desisted then, stood looking at the horrified expressions on the faces of the other children. Bring me some of that axle grease and some cotton waste," he commanded Ruth. Through all his ministrations, Peter continued to whimper softly. When the cleanup had ended, the boy drew up his trousers, his face crimson with embarrassment and humiliation. Then he went to find another shirt. His whole body throbbed with agony, stung and burned. An hour later, as Peter curled up near the fire pit under a thin blanket, he bit his tongue to keep from making any outcry, and lay in icy fear as he listened to the whispered pleading, whimpers and cries of agony that Helen made from some distance beyond in the back of the second wagon. Mind a-whirl in misery, Peter vowed that he would kill Phipps before anything like that happened again. "He's a ring-tailed hoodoo, ain't he?" Roop Killian said proudly to the man who rode beside him. "Who?" Dolphus Plunkett asked. Roop rolled his eyes. "Who else? Mr. Pease, you ninny. He's got more smarts than any man I know. Talks like a real gentleman, too. So's Hashknife, only he don't put on no airs." Dolphus revealed his opinion of Ezra Pease. Killian and Plunkett rode in a column of twos, along with the rest of Ezra Pease's gang of cutthroats, headed cross-country in the wide, fertile valley ringed by the Laramie and Medicine Bow Mountains. They had reached the heart of the Cheyenne country. Unlike many of the men, Rupert Killian did not experience any unease. Nearly 5,000 Indians called this land home. Most of those were warriors. The nearest help, in the form of white men in sufficient numbers, lay 800 miles to the west, nearly 1,000 to the east. Yet Roop Killian had no fear. Infused with his hero worship of Ezra Pease, Roop Killian waxed expansive on his favorite subject. "Take this little jaunt. Old Roughhouse Pease gets word there's a big powwow going on about the Cheyenne making war with the Blackfeet. So what's he do? He saddles us all up and heads out. We're going to ride right up to that confabulation and offer to sell 'em guns to use against their enemy. Now that's right smart thinking, I tell you." Dolphus Plunkett cut his eyes around the flat terrain that surrounded their exposed position. "I ain't so sure of that. Those Injuns could find us out here quick as a wink. Why, hell, boy, we'd whoop 'em easy. We's white men, ain't we?" Dolphus twisted his head to peer behind just in case. "But there's a whole lot more of them than there is of us, Roop." "That don't matter none nohow," Roop dismissed with sublime contempt. "Besides, we're comin' as friends. They'll welcome them guns, I tell you." The sound of drumming hooves from ahead of the column reached Roop's ears. He perked up and rose in the stirrups to look forward. One of the scouts sent forward by Pease came fogging down on the outlaw band on a foam-sheeted horse. He started shouting something while still out of earshot. "My God, they're right behind me! Hundreds of 'em!" Ezra Pease and Titus Vickers spurred their mounts forward to meet the excited man. "Who are, my man?" Pease demanded. "They be Cheyenne, Mr. Pease, gobs of 'em. There's a village just beyond this ridge. We showed up on the back slope, and they come boiling out at us." Shots cracked out before he could say more. Some 20 bare-headed warriors came into view on the crest of the ridge. They reined in and sat their ponies, took aim, and fired another ragged volley. Rifle balls plowed dirt 100 yards from the column of white men. "What are we going to do now?" Titus Vickers asked, his throat tight with fear. 10. Ezra Pease recovered rapidly. "Why, my good man, we're going to charge them." Those around the well-dressed leader blinked in incomprehension. The number of Indians on the ridge continued to grow. Eyes widened as the count of the angry Cheyenne increased to overwhelming odds. Several of the hard-bitten thugs with Pease cut their eyes to Titus Vickers in appeal. He gave them a curt nod, though not a word had been spoken. Titus Vickers knew. "Not likely, Mr. Pease," he responded with more formality than usual.
At least not by this child. I think we'd best make a run for it while the getting's good." Pease studied the ranks above, war lances aflutter with feathered decorations, bows and rifles ready. He sighed gustily and gave a reluctant nod. "Your calm evaluation of the situation may have saved our lives again, Vic. Under the prevailing conditions, I have no choice but to defer to your wisdom." He paused and then sucked in wind. "Let's get the hell out of here," he bellowed. None of the men needed encouragement. They reversed their mounts on the narrow trickle of a trail and put spurs to flanks. In an eye blink, only a column of roiling dust remained where the invading white men had been. A smug smile bloomed on the face of Falling Horse. He pointed to the retreating backs of their enemy. "We will follow them, punish them some. It will be for the honor of Black Hand, not our own." At once the Cheyenne warriors streamed down the slope from the saddle notch in the ridge. Hooting and whooping, they set up rapid pursuit. Those at the rear of Pease's disorganized column heard them even over the rumble of the hooves of their own galloping horses. They cast apprehensive glances behind them. When the swift Cheyenne ponies closed enough, those in the forefront loosed rounds from their rifles and trade muskets. Balls whined overhead, and one took a chunk from the fat rump of Vern Beavis. His wail blended with the war cries of the Indians. "You know, I think we've got ourselves in some deep cow plop," Roop Killian shouted over the pounding hooves. "I don't think no such thing," Duffus returned the shout. "I damn well know it." "How we gonna get out of this?" Roop wanted to know. "You acquainted with folding your hands together and looking up at the Almighty?" "You mean pray?" Roop asked, astounded. Duffus answered soberly. "Seems the only thing might work." Tension so thick she could almost taste it. Felicity Jones thought as she heard the call from the rear of the column. "Riders coming." Whatever did that mean? Would they be attacked again? She cut nervous eyes to the broad-shouldered figure of the man called Preacher. "Dismount the wagons," he ordered. "Up in them rocks until we know who it is." Quickly, the refugees from the ill-fated wagon train halted the patched-up wagons and scrambled into the tumble of boulders at the uphill side of the trail they followed. While they did, Felicity observed Preacher checking the caps on his multitude of weapons and sighed with relief. What a competent man he was. Had she not been so recently widowed, she might look upon him as handsome and dashing. Silly goose, she chastened herself. Preacher worked by feel, she noticed, while his eyes remained set on their back trail. With that accomplished, he trotted his horse to the rearmost wagon and lowered the long-barreled Hawken rifle to his saddle bow. From a pocket sewn into the saddle skirt, Preacher withdrew a compact brass tube. He drew it out to form a spyglass and peered through the single lens. White men, Preacher detected at once. Only 2 of them, so far, his thinking progressed. Might be more of Pease's trash, and again, might not. Then he, too, left the trail, secured his horse, and disappeared into the rocks. A flight of arrows sailed their way overhead. Ezra Pease winced at the moaning sound and instinctively ducked his head. 3 of the projectiles found sticking points in horseflesh. The animals turned frantic. They uttered nearly human squeals and groans. The men atop them flung about like stuffed rag bags. The Cheyenne fired their rifles in irregular order. Fortunately for Pease and his gang, it was as equally hard for a Cheyenne to hit a moving target from a moving mount as for a white man. In the lull to reload following the discharge, the desperate white men put more distance between them and their pursuers. All form of order had disappeared. Their flight had become a matter of staying alive. Titus Vickers hung back, urging the men to get control of themselves. At last, a few overcame their panic enough to offer some resistance. They reined in among some rocks and took careful aim. Rifles cracked and 2 Cheyenne fell from their saddles.
Hastily, the empty weapons got reloaded while a handful of others took up positions and opened up on the charging Indians. Vickers looked forward to see the scattered riders disappear around a bend he did not recall from their approach. He had to find out what had happened. "Hold them off as long as you can, then pull back," Titus Vickers told Bart Haskell. He spurred ahead to discover a terrible blunder. In their eagerness to evade their enemy, those in the lead had turned into a blind canyon. Sheer granite walls rose along a narrow stream, through which the unwitting men splashed, silver sheets of icy water spraying nose-high on their mounts. They could not be left behind, Vickers realized, and held in place to direct those beyond to join the others. Their only chance remained with superior firepower. When Bart Haskell and the last two thundered down the main trail, Titus Vickers waved his hat at them and drew them into the box canyon. "We didn't come this way," Bart observed. "I know. Ride on to the others. I'll be right with you." Vickers dismounted and led his mount away from the entrance to a place of safety. There he tied off the lathered roan and pulled a short-handled spade from his saddle gear. He rushed back to the mouth of the canyon and up a talus-strewn slope to the base of a large boulder. Working cautiously at one side of the huge stone, he began to sling away shovel-loads of dirt. It didn't matter to him why the Cheyenne had held back. While he labored on, an idea came to him. This was their home country, and they probably knew it better than anyone. They would figure out that the gang had trapped itself. No need to hurry. Take time, reload, bind up any slight wounds, and come on at their convenience. Meanwhile, he had plenty to do. The dirt and decomposed granite flew faster. Finally, the boulder rocked precariously with each solid chunk of the spade. Carefully, Vickers worked his way to the upper inside edge of the big rock and put his shoulder to it. Flexing his legs, he pushed with all his strength. At first, it seemed as though nothing would happen. Then, with a loud, grating groan, the ponderous rock canted out over the excavation Vickers had made. He bunched his legs and shoved again. The top of the boulder rocked past the center point, and the whole mass let go. Loudly, it crashed down into the notch that defined the mouth of the box canyon. That would slow the Indians one hell of a lot, Vickers thought with satisfaction as he walked back to his horse. In minutes, he joined the milling stew of misfits and high-country trash. "I got the entrance partly closed off," Vickers announced to a pale-faced Pease. "We can get out single file, but the Injuns will have to come at us the same way. A few good shots can hold them off for long enough for them to lose interest." "Good thinking, Vic. You hear that, men?" he challenged. "All it takes is a little cool thinking and some determination, and we'll get out of this without any harm done. I want 10 of you to go back with Vic and take up positions where you can keep the entrance under fire. Make every shot count. The rest of you settle down your mounts, and someone, for God's sake, start a pot of coffee." That last brought a grudging ripple of laughter from the thoroughly demoralized outlaws. By the time the dust settled and the horses had been wiped down and cooled out, a fire crackled in a stone pit, a coffee pot of chill stream water put in place, and a tripod erected to hold a pot for beans. Noting this last, Pease nodded toward it with satisfaction. "Good idea. We may be here a while." His prediction proved all too true. The coffee water had yet to boil before sporadic gunfire came from the mouth of the canyon. Light and irregular at first, the output quickly increased in volume. Many of the hard cases in camp wore worried frowns. A wounded man straggled back into camp. "Them damn Cheyenne must know another way into this place. They're swarming all over us out there. We had all better get down there," Ezra Pease decided aloud. "Check your powder and shot. If we hit them hard, they should pull back." With 20 guns roaring in action, the gang fought the Cheyenne to a standstill. Then, as the muzzle-loading rifles and pistols ran dry, The bows and arrows of the warriors made up the difference. Ezra Pease was shocked to discover that less than a dozen braves had penetrated into the box canyon. Their bows had devastating effect, wounding men more often than failed shots. Half a dozen rifles cracked again, soon followed by more, and stalemate returned. Fatigue must be playing with him, Pease thought, as visibility seemed to lower in a gray haze. A quick count showed his men to be less than 15 still on their feet. More Cheyenne had slithered up through the rocks and fitted shafts to bowstrings. What he needed, Ezra Pease concluded, was a miracle. A crash of gunfire set them to ducking before the warriors could release their arrows. Ezra Pease blinked rapidly. It had grown noticeably darker. A new sound intruded on the intermittent battle. A seething hiss grew in volume as it raced down the canyon. Suddenly, visibility dropped to less than 100 yards. Icy rain began to pelt Ezra Pease in the face. Titus Vickers appeared on his left. "Rain, by God! That'll play hob with their bowstrings. I think we've got this in one." Wiping streams of chill droplets from his face, Ezra Pease made short reply. "Call it a draw and be damn grateful for that." Another look through the spyglass revealed the riders to be Buck Dempsey and Kent Foster. They had been with those Bible thumpers. What the hell were they doing up here? Preacher wondered to himself. Oh no, that couldn't be. By the Almighty, ain't no way any proper guide could have been talked into something that stupid. No. Yes, Buck assured Preacher 10 minutes later when they reached the spot where he waited for them with growing unease. They never engaged a guide, took the wagons east out of sight of the fort, then cut back north. That Reverend Bookworthy's a determined man, even if he's a fool. I'll agree with all you said. He's sure a fool. They must have taken that engine trace to catch up so soon. Relieved that the blame would not fall on him, Buck relaxed enough to produce an admiring smile. Right you are. Me and Kent here tried to talk them out of it. They weren't hearing none of that. We've been sent from God to minister to the heathen, and nothing or no one is going to stop us. Old Bookworthy spouted when he ordered us to turn off. None of the other drivers is too happy about it either. But the pay is good and the food even better. Them mission women sure know how to handle a skillet. Preacher snorted through his nose. I'll allow as that's sure right. A feller could put on a few pounds right fast eating with them folks. Now how far back would you say they were? Buck's brow furrowed. 3 days by horseback, but that don't mean much. They's plumb lost and not on the right trail. Wagons won't make 8 miles a day in this country, so I'd say 5 to 8 days. Damn it. Preacher slapped a thumb-thick aspen branch against his left thigh. It's plumb ignorant. Any man'd know that. Well, me and my friends ain't got time to lead them pilgrims out of here. You go on back for 'em, get 'em out of whatever pickle they got themselves into, 'cause they sure ain't up to doing it on their own. I reckon the good Reverend Bookworthy knows as much about reading trail sign as he does about real sinning. We'll wait for you here. Then it's on to Trout Creek Pass. They'll just damn well have to spend the summer and winter there. Buck's eyes twinkled. He know dang well they won't, Preacher. They'll just hire on some no-count guide like that Bull Ransom and head off into the wilds and get themselves killed. Serves 'em right if they do. Preacher snapped as he turned away. I've got these dang refugees to tend to. Might as well grain your horses out of their supplies and rest 'em good, then hit the road back after them idiot Flatlanders. By nightfall, Preacher almost had a mutiny on his hands. The refugees had grumbled among themselves about waiting at this spot for more lost souls to join the cavalcade. Their supplies were dangerously low, thanks to the raid on their wagon train. They wanted to push on to where they could make connections with the immigrant trail and join another train. Most of all, they felt put upon that these strangers were missionaries, and thus considered by Preacher to be even more addle-pated than he thought his present charges to be. Finally, while magenta, gold, and purple painted the western sky, a delegation made up of Mrs. Kinney, Flora Sanders, and Felicity Jones came to where Preacher bent to put a cover over the cook fire. Wise in the ways of handling their men, and aware of the covert admiring glances Preacher had been giving Felicity, the older women appointed her as spokeswoman. They approached with self-generated confidence. Preacher's stony expression quickly cooled some of that. "Preacher," Felicity began with firmness, "we have some say in what goes on. At least we should have." She hastily amended. "Not in this you don't," Preacher countered. Felicity had still not been put in full retreat. "Back at the beginning, we elected for the train to be run as a democracy." "Damn fool word, you ask me. Means mob rule in Greek," Preacher snapped. Felicity's jaw sagged slightly. How could she reach this man? "What I'm saying is that we need to press on northward to find a train to the west as soon as possible. We have nothing to return to. This delay might cost us any chance we have." "Be a good thing if it did. Now, you take any of these men here. Ain't a one couldn't guide you to the trail. Not Nighthawk, not Dupree, nor Beartooth. Especially since they're headed that way anyhow. Ain't a one of them will do it, though. None of them's crazy enough to. Miss Jones, you just don't get it, do you? There ain't a one of you suited to be out here. This country is pretty civilized compared to up north. Even so, we got to watch you like a mother hen does her chicks. Beyond the medicine bows way up on the Platte, there plain ain't nobody to help you."
"We would have you, gentlemen, to protect us, if you'd agree to guide us that far," Felicity offered, less sure of herself.
"Nope. All's out there is high country meadows and mountains. And, of course, Injuns. Whole lots of Injuns. None of who take kindly to white folk invading their territory. What you propose, to sit out there and wait for a wagon train to roll along, would only serve to get all our hair lifted."
"You're serious about this, aren't you?" Felicity said wonderingly, reality at last dawning on her. Preacher came to his moccasins, dusted off his hands as he spoke.
"Dang straight I am. You ain't crossing the Ohio River Valley, Miss Jones. Up there," he pointed north, "there's the Flats, the Platte, and Injuns."
"But we're determined to live in the West." Felicity's tone had turned apologetic, pleading for understanding.
Now, Preacher had been thinking on that very thing for some time, since first encountering these displaced pilgrims. An idea had been toying with his brain for the past 2 days. Might be now was the time to trot it out and see if these female frontiersmen liked its shiny coat. Like I said, you can always summer at Trout Creek Pass. If you've all your mind set on living in God's country, you could scout around with someone local to guide you, locate a nice valley somewhere and settle in. You could hire enough men from amongst the drifting boys to build right smart cabins before the leaves turned. Anything more I can't guarantee. Hell, I can't even offer it. Plumb too dangerous."
Felicity's eyes came alight with bright new hope. She clapped her hands in enthusiasm and turned to the rest of the delegation. "You see? I told you Preacher would solve this dilemma for us. We're going to settle in the West after all."
"And God help us all," Preacher grumbled as he turned away to wonder what new outrage would befall them next. 11. Scavengers had been at work on the hurried graves of the ambushed wagon train. When they arrived, after 5 hard days of travel, Reverend Thornton Bookworthy took one look at the gnawed limbs and eviscerated torsos, and promptly lost his breakfast. The burned wagons presented a grim sight. Shaken to her core, Patience Bookworthy put a hand on her husband's arm.
Why, we came through here not long ago. This could have happened to us."
Himself badly unnerved, Reverend Bookworthy still relied on his main assurance. We had God's protection, Patience. On the way up, we had 5 capable armed men to guide us. Coming back, we had that preacher fellow to scout for us. This is an oddity, something rare if the accounts we saw back east are to be believed." He looked around and back at the crude mass grave. "We should give these poor people proper Christian burial." "We haven't time, Reverend," Buck Dempsey advised. "Preacher's waiting for you all to catch up, and I'm a mind his patience runs on the thin side. Surely we can take the time to cover them up better." Bookworthy blustered. "It's the least we can do." Some of Preacher's sass had rubbed off on Buck. "It's the most, you ask me. If we take our noon in here, it might be all right." Reverend Bookworthy made a face. "Our deacons and the other brethren can be put to the task naturally. Also myself, of course," Bookworthy hastened to add. With that agreed, the wagons pulled on up the trail a short distance to avoid the grisly scene, and the women set about preparing a meal. Rocks, fallen branches, and dirt were used to enlarge and deepen the mound that served as a final resting place for the unknown adventurers. All of the missionaries kept the possibility of an attack on the surface of their thoughts as they went about the effort of entombing the less fortunate pioneers. A warm sun soon put large wet stains in the armpits of the white shirts worn by the Holy Joes. They labored until blisters and hot red spots covered the palms of their hands. The summons to the noon meal put their faces aglow with relief. After Reverend Bookworthy offered thanks for the food and called on God's blessing for their enterprise, they fell to. For all its quantity, the food rapidly disappeared. Afterward, the good Reverend made the hoped-for announcement. "We have completed the monument over our departed unknown brothers and sisters. I think we can spare the time for a prayer and song over their earthly remains." Buck Dempsey started to rise and object, but a stern look from Cora Ames, with whom he had become smitten of late, stilled him. He joined the others as they trooped back to the mass grave. Reverend Bookworthy stepped out in front of the semicircle of immigrants. "Shall we all raise our voices in 2 verses of that comforting hymn, Rock of Ages?" Asa Pettibone produced a mouth harp, and Tom Ashton put bow to his fiddle. The women and other men among the mission group sang beautifully. When they had concluded, Bookworthy offered a long-winded prayer, and they sang another hymn. As the last notes of that died away, Buck Dempsey stepped forward. "Now let's get to hell and gone away from here before the renegade whites who did this decide to come back." "How did you know it was white men who did this awful thing, Buck?" Cora asked. "Preacher told me," Buck answered. Cora's expression of raw admiration cut him. "Yes, he would know about such things," she replied in worshipful tones. "Ah, hell, there goes any chance I ever had," Buck thought miserably, as the holy pioneers took their places in the column and he gave the command to move out. He had been known only as Hash Knife since he signed on with Ezra Pease back in St. Louis. Hash Knife had a hard, cruel face with a frozen expression of suppressed anger, small, glittery, close-set eyes, and a beak of a nose that had been broken several times. None of the second-rate hard cases would mess with Hash Knife. They steered clear of him, even during the rare drinking bouts in the semi-civilized surroundings of Missouri and along the Santa Fe Trail. Even the few quality frontiersman types among the 40-man contingent walked softly around Hash Knife. Ezra Pease did not miss this. When the man came up the trail with a dozen hard-bitten drifters from the trading post at Trout Creek Pass, Pease summoned him to his tent He waved a hand at the small keg of bourbon that rested on a folding stand and nodded to a camp stool. "Help yourself to the bourbon, or if you prefer, there's rum. Bourbon will do fine." Hashknife rumbled in that deep, Eastern accented voice of his. "Take a seat. I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you." Hashknife downed half of the brass goblet of whiskey while Pease trimmed the end of a fine cigar. "What sort of proposition do you have in mind?" "Well spoken, Bugger," Ezra Pease acknowledged silently. He mused on how to present his case before answering. "You seem to be a cut above most of the men who follow me, Hashknife. I put your frontier skills on a par with those of Titus Vickers. Your ability to handle those men you brought in speaks well for your initiative in recruiting them and your leadership abilities." The blank look Pease received prompted him to require, "Am I speaking over your head?" "Not at all, Mr. Pease. I was only surprised that you had taken note of me in the least." "Quality shows, my good man," Pease answered flatteringly to cover his misstep. "I'm in the process of making some changes in the organization. I feel we need more flexibility. You can do a lot for me in that direction. A lot for yourself, for that matter." Hashknife looked interested, at least as much as his stone face would reveal. "Go on. You have me curious." "As you know, each man receives a share in our enterprise with a quarter share bonus for a successful completion. Titus Vickers receives 10 times that. I want to split the group into 2 wings to operate independently, but with the same common goal. I would like for you to command that second wing with an equal share to Vicks." Hashknife swallowed hard and nearly choked on the whiskey. "You amaze me, Mr. Pease." "That's all? I amaze you?" "I'm grateful, of course, but why me?" "To put it crudely, Hashknife, like the men you'll be commanding would, you've got the balls for the job." Ezra Pease cleared his throat on that one. Savoring another swallow of the fine Tennessee sour mash, Hashknife considered the possibilities this opened to him. "It's an honor, one I appreciate more than I can say. Of how many men would I be in charge?" "After that unfortunate run-in with the Cheyenne, but considering the 12 you brought in, you would have 20 guns to direct. All will be of my choosing, though not all will be top quality. I have to spread around the inferior ones so that neither wing will be unduly weakened." "I understand. When will this go into effect?" Hashknife asked. "By tomorrow. I'll make the selections today." Hashknife rose to his boots and extended his hand. "You have your man, Mr. Pease. You've got my word on it." A twinkle blossomed in the eyes of Ezra Pease. "I suspect it's the word of a gentleman, in spite of that curious name you have," he stated flatly, taking the hand of Hashknife and giving his new lieutenant a conspiratorial wink. Falling Horse was ready to give up the chase. He had brought his men far from their village, deep into the White Top Mountains. They had punished the white men, though he would have liked to have done more. Falling Horse strongly suspected that these were the same men who had destroyed the village of Black Hand. If that turned out to be true, he would regret not taking the risk of hunting them down, even in this place where so many whites had settled. Although the white population of the Rocky Mountains at that time averaged around 1 per 500 square miles, that constituted far too many for the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute who had lived there for ages. "It is wise to return to our village," old Red Hawk remarked to his nephew, Falling Horse. "I am not so sure. I believe those to be the men who killed Black Hand." Red Hawk nodded at the younger man. "I knew you would be thinking that. We are not strong enough to challenge them for now." The graying counselor produced a wisp of a smile. Let them grow confident once more and come into our valleys and along our waters. Then is time enough to show them who is master of the high plains." Falling Horse clasped his uncle on one shoulder. "My father told me that you were born wise beyond your years. Now I know it is so. Yes, uncle, we shall return to our village. After one more day on this trail. There we can replenish our arrows, cast many balls for our rifles, and always the young boys will keep a watch for the return of the white men. They will not like what they find when they come." All grumbling about the course northward and the possible results of rejoining Preacher ceased when the mission wagon train rolled into the camp set up by Preacher, Nighthawk, Beartooth, and Dupree. Brimming with compassion, sympathy, and understanding, Cora and the women descended on the refugee women with eyes spilling over. "Oh, you poor, poor dears," Patience Bookworthy cooed to Mrs. Kinney. "Your menfolk are safe in the arms of Jesus. We prayed for them and sang 3 lovely hymns." "Covered them up better, too," Buck Dempsey muttered behind her, which brought a hot scowl from the minister's wife. "Covered? I don't understand," Mrs. Kinney began in confusion. "Don't pay him any mind, my dear. We understand the necessity for haste that drove you when you, laid them to rest," Patience quickly injected. "We put more stones and earth on the grave is all." "I think I see," Mrs. Kinney said vacantly. Cora added a brightening bit of news. "We'll be traveling together now, so all will be safe. You can distribute what you saved among our wagons and get rid of those wretched vehicles." "But we can't," Flora Sanders protested. It's all we have of our past." She nodded to the jury-rigged wagons. "They've made it this far. They'll do for the rest of the way." Accustomed to being the strongest woman in any group, Patience Bookworthy took careful note of Flora Sanders. Then she dismissed this show of obstinacy. Given time, she would be fully in charge, the stout, determined Patience assured herself. Preacher, who had been out hunting game for the hungry refugees, walked up then. A frown furrowed his brow. "I can't say I'm glad to see you folks," came his first words. Then he addressed the Reverend Bookworthy. "Of all the tomfool dangerous things for anyone to do, you've done the worst. Only thing for it is to take you all into the trading post at Trout Creek Pass. Then us 4, he indicated his companions, are headed north to see how serious this Cheyenne trouble is going to get." "Good," Bookworthy boomed. "We shall accompany you. Our mission is to the Cheyenne." Big fists on hips, eyes glacial gray, Preacher examined Reverend Bookworthy with a glance he might give to an insect on a pin. "We've been over this before, Reverend. 'Pears you've got a hearing problem. So I'll say it again. Not this year. Not any year if I have the say-so. Now let's just let it rest. Trundle them wagons along best you can and do like these folks have decided." Reverend Bookworthy's full lower lip formed a pink pout. He tried to copy Preacher's belligerent stance and failed. "What exactly is that?" "They are going to put up around the trading post and scout for some nice little place where they'll be secure for next winter. After that, they're on their own. You'd be smart to join 'em. Then all of you head back come next spring." Bookworthy started to voice more protest, and Preacher raised a hand, palm out, to halt him. "I'll not hear any more on the subject. It's plumb closed." Preacher turned on one moccasin heel and took in the cluster of wagons, the scampering children and grazing stock. "It's plain we ain't moving anywhere today. Everyone rest up, stock plenty of water, and check your wagons. We head out at first light tomorrow." To Preacher's great surprise, the caravan made good time. Buck and Eric offered to drive the makeshift wagons of the refugees and led the way, the pace set to the ability of their vehicles. Behind them stretched the missionary wagons. Preacher and Nighthawk ranged ahead to keep constant watch. Not that they seriously expected to encounter any trouble, at least none that could not be handled by the weapons and fighting men at hand. It came as a considerable turn, then, when Preacher's senses began to tingle with a faint edge of alarm. He had never been able to put a proper word to what he considered as his notions, until a learned man Preacher had encountered on his first and only returned visit to his father's house had put words to it. The gentleman visiting had labeled it as Preacher's sixth sense. Preacher preferred notions, as in Injuns is notionable. What his notions told him now was that there were a whole lot of Indians around. It didn't surprise him that he and Nighthawk had not seen a single brave, nor any sign left by unshod hooves. The air just smelled different. The birds didn't sing as brightly as usual. A small black-bellied cloud high up in the azure sky passed over the sun and sent a tingle up Preacher's spine. All in all, he summed up, things had gotten out of kilter. You sense it too, Nighthawk remarked, his once handsome Delaware face curving into smile lines. Yeah, but I don't know it. If I didn't know better, I'd swear there was 100 Cheyenne around us. Only the southern Cheyenne stay mostly out on the flats, and the northern ones don't often come south of the Bighorn Mountains. Nighthawk sucked a deep breath into his barrel chest. The air tastes different from an hour back. Exactly. Preacher pounced on the observation. And listen to them birds. Slightly off key, wouldn't you say, Nighthawk? Nighthawk grunted and shifted his narrow-hipped rear in the saddle. Idly, his right hand eased to the curved butt of a large .64 caliber horse pistol in a saddle holster in front of himself. Something tells me we ought to mosey back to the Pilgrims and make them ready for what might be coming. Preacher speculated aloud. Yet, we ought to scout it out complete so as we know what to expect. You can do that well enough on your own, old friend, while I can carry the news to our charges. Right enough, but something else tells me that because there's two of us, is why whoever is out there ain't taking any pot shots. You might have something there. Or maybe they already know about the wagons and want us to get clear through them and long gone before they hit. Instantly, a light glowed in Preacher's eyes. I'll buy into that, Hawk. Sneaky things like that is usual amongst the dog soldiers. But God, I swear I can smell me Cheyenne now. In tense situations, Preacher had often noticed Nighthawk tended to employ the best of his English vocabulary. How do you propose we proceed? I say we turn back and get to hell and gone with them wagons. There'll be enough of those boneheads that won't have their guns loaded as it is. Except for Beartooth, who had his familiar itch behind his eyeballs for the past hour, and Dupree, who could not recall the words to a well-known voyageur song for the same amount of time. It came as quite a shock to those in the column of wagons when shrill war whoops announced that they had come under attack by some 45 Cheyenne warriors. Led by Falling Horse, the dog soldiers took the forefront of the crescent sweep of braves who pounded down the slope ahead of the wagon train. They numbered only 11, and rode in a straight line at the deepest part of the semicircle, but made up for their number by the ferocity of their fighting skills. The Cheyenne first appeared well out of rifle range and made as swift a progress as the terrain would allow. Their surroundings also dictated that they had to use this tactic if they wanted to ride their horses. It didn't matter to Beartooth. Rising in his stirrups, he bellowed, "Circle the wagons! Be quick about it! Get them guns ready!" Under a growing cloud of dust, a tight enclosure rapidly formed. The wagon box ahead served as shelter to the team from behind. The hired drivers had their weapons ready and close at hand. The pilgrims had to find and load theirs. Would they never learn? Beartooth wondered. "Steady! Hold steady! No one fires until I say so. Watch them horns. They mean to close around us," Beartooth cautioned. "Take aim on them fellers first. Knock 'em out of their saddles and we got a chance." He cut his eyes around the stockade. "You boys on this side pick targets amongst them bucks in the center. Wang enough of them and the whole pack'll pull back to regroup." "Who are they?" Bobby Gresham asked, clutching a .36 caliber squirrel rifle in a competent manner. "Chiefs or something? They be your worst nightmare, sonny. Them's dog soldiers unless I miss my guess," Beartooth told him. "Wonder where Preacher is." He took time to puzzle aloud. A few eager beavers among the warriors opened fire the moment they came into extreme range. It bothered Falling Horse that the gunfire failed to draw out a response. Someone had taught these white men well. Only a few heartbeats remained before they clashed with the wagons. Abruptly, the wagon sides facing Falling Horse and his dog soldiers erupted in a wall of white powder smoke. A meaty smack and soft grunt came from the dog soldier on the right of Falling Horse, and the young chief saw the man sag in his saddle, a bullet hole clear through the meaty part of his shoulder. Two more of the elite warrior society went down in sprays of blood. Falling Horse cut his eyes to the points of the crescent and saw more braves go down at each end. Without a spoken word, the cream of Cheyenne fighting men cut to left and right and raced to reinforce the edges of the formation. Suddenly, from behind came the loud, flat reports of heavy-caliber horse pistols discharging. Falling Horse nearly upset his pony as he wheeled it to see two buckskin-clad, wide-eyed creatures charging the Cheyenne from the rear. 12. "We got here too late," Preacher stated with chagrin. "What are we going to do about that?" Nighthawk inquired. "Simplest thing in the world, old hoss," Preacher appraised him. "We're going to get down in among 'em and raise a little hell." Nighthawk studied that over a while. "I can see that is the only way to get to the wagons, but is being there worth losing our hair over?" "You've got too much anyway," Preacher bantered, his hand drawing a saddle gun and cocking it. "Well, like your friends the Dakota say, hoka hey, it's a good day to die." He and Nighthawk charged as one. Their thundering hoofbeats could not be heard above the tumult of all those Cheyenne ponies. It allowed them to get right up behind the center of the crescent formation undetected. By then, both men had their reins in their teeth, both hands filled with powerful .64 caliber horse pistols. They fired point-blank into the backs of the nearest warriors and reholstered. Preacher drew one of his awe-inspiring 4-barrels and fired away at any bronze figure that caught his attention. Working the complicated trigger mechanism to revolve the barrels with what speed he could accomplish, Preacher broke free of the double rank half a length ahead of Nighthawk, who had pulled a pair of .50 Hayes double-barreled pistols. Muzzles flashing fire, Nighthawk caught up to Preacher a moment after the dog soldiers broke away to either side. "Nice of them to open the gate for us," Nighthawk shouted around the leather straps in his mouth. "Now if those folks below will open the door, we'll be just fine," Preacher responded, eyes fixed on the circled wagons, while the Cheyenne wheeled away to regroup. Slowly, one of the gathered smaller, lighter cousins of the Conestoga wagons began to roll backward. A warm glow filled Preacher's heart when he recognized it as Cora Ames' wagon. Bless her heart, that gal had all her gear in her possibles bag. He heeled Thunder that way and streaked for the small opening. Nighthawk matched him stride for stride, then reined sharply to let Preacher dash through the narrow opening first. Cora's wagon had barely heeled into position again when the Cheyenne attacked for the second time. A torrent of arrows made a black cloud against the sky. Most thudded into the wooden sides of the wagons. A handful reached the inside to clatter on the hard ground. Now that he had time for it, Preacher studied the warrior he'd marked as the leader. Under the hastily applied paint, his face looked familiar. No, it couldn't be, Preacher opined aloud. He's never stood against the whites before. Who is that? Cora Ames took time away from aiming her rifle to ask. Falling Horse. I wintered in his camp a couple of times. He made it clear to me that he held nothing against us whites, long as we didn't take up permanent space in their hunting grounds or such like. Do you really think you know the man leading these savages? Cora pressed. Preacher took another look. That I do, Miss Cora, and I aim to do something about it. Preacher levered himself up on the driver's stand of the wagon behind Cora's and waved his hat over his hand. Falling Horse, he called out in Cheyenne. It's me, White Wolf. I have shared your lodge before. I gave my protection to these people. It worked so far. Preacher noted thankfully as the man he addressed raised his lance in the signal to halt. Hold your fire now, he cautioned the pilgrims. Then to Falling Horse he challenged. Is this how you honor an old guest? Tension did not whisk away at this impugning of the Cheyenne's war chief's honor. Rather, Falling Horse rode forward alone, peering through the dust at the tall figure silhouetted on the wagon seat. Is that truly you, White Wolf? In the flesh, Falling Horse. I see you now, White Wolf. I see you too, Falling Horse. Sorta out of your usual range, ain't you? We seek some white men who wronged us. Well, this ain't them, Falling Horse. Thoughts of Ezra Pease and the sale of guns to the Blackfeet trickled across Preacher's mind. These folks has got a message from their Great Spirit. They sure ain't selling whiskey and rifles to the Cheyenne nor the Blackfeet for that matter. Falling Horse lost his mask of impassivity. His eyes widened, eyebrows shoved up his high forehead, his mouth formed a black circle. You know of them, then? Sure do. We're taking these folks to Trout Creek Pass, and then going on to look into what is carried on the wind about those bad men. It is said that Preacher never lies, Falling Horse responded. We want to punish those men. But if you are hunting them, I almost feel sorry for them. You'll put aside the war trail against these people and join us for coffee? We have lots of sugar. Red and black streaks of war paint wriggled like snakes as Falling Horse split his face with a white smile. Getting ready for war makes a man hungry, White Wolf. Preacher laughed heartily and glanced over his shoulder at the anxious faces of the greenhorns inside the circle. Quickly he explained the gist of their exchange. Then, without waiting for a reply from the Flatlanders, he turned back to Falling Horse. I think we can manage to fill your bellies. You lost a couple of ponies. I'd say 6 or more wounded. We have spare horses. They are yours to make right between us. You are generous, White Wolf. We accept. Falling Horse called back without consulting his followers either. It might take a while to fix for all of you, but these women are darn fine cooks. You'll see, they make a feller shine. Weapons lowered, the Cheyenne warriors rode together and formed a double file. Much to the uneasy doubts of the missionaries, they walked their mounts like peaceful lambs to an opening that Preacher directed be made in the side of the ring of wagons. When half of the wagons had been drawn to the sides and the first Indians left their bows and rifles with their ponies, several of the women showed their relief with audible sighs. All righty, folks, Preacher announced with arms raised over his head to command attention. It's time to cook up the best feast you've ever womped together. And remember, these are our honored guests. Keeping our hair depends on it. Ezra Pease beamed his pleasure at the 3 men who had returned to report success. That is exceptional news, gentlemen, he praised. Rest yourselves and your horses, and then you may have the honor of leading us to this paradise you have discovered. What'd he say? One hard-faced, yellow-toothed ruffian asked his companions as they led their horses to the edge of a creek. I think he liked it, Blaine.
A hawk-nosed individual guessed correctly. The third scout snickered. Said we'd have the honor of leading 'em. You damn betcha. Ain't no one of them flatlanders he brung with him could find his butt with both hands in broad daylight. Course, that means we've got to ride right through Trout Creek Pass with all them like on parade. Blaine studied on that while his horse took a long drink of the cold mountain water. Say, couldn't us three just mosey through there and howdy any fellers we knew, then wait for the rest of them to come on? Hawk-Nose pointed to the sky. A smile bloomed on the face of the brightest of the trio. They could go by the trading post a few at a time, attract less attention that way. Blaine nodded his head, his eyes vacuous. That shines. I reckon they're lucky having three boys smart as us working for 'em. Big slabs of teeth like yellow tombstones showed in a crooked grin on the second man's face. Sure enough, and I don't reckon any Cheyenne will be poking into that little valley, all tucked away amongst those high peaks. Uh-oh, he added a second later, as the familiar if irritating sound of a triangle sounded the summons for a general conference. Pease his dog robbers banging that Tinker Bell again. Best go see what he wants. When he saw the three scouts standing at the edge of the gathering, Ezra Pease made it short and sweet. These three gentlemen have found us a likely place to establish camp and wait for the humor of the Indians to change. I have been assured we will be safe there and, more important, out of sight. The weight shifted from his shoulders. Pease allowed his thoughts to blossom on an old, sore subject. It will also allow us time to complete the destruction of Preacher and whoever is riding with him. That damned half-wild mountain man could ruin all of our plans. Make sure everything is secured, the wagon wheels well greased, and the horses rested. We start out after the noon meal. Later, at the head of the column that had turned northwest again for Trout Creek Pass, Ezra Pease had time to reflect on the plans to which he had referred. Indeed, it was paramount that they eliminate any threat. He admitted, as he recalled his last conversation with the men who had brought him into this grand scheme. This must not fail, the stout, balding New York City banker stated vehemently. We will hold you personally responsible, Ezra, for the success or failure of our enterprise. Reports our engineers have sent indicate a phenomenal quantity of high-grade ore and nuggets. I don't care what these Army engineers say. Gold is out there, and not in small quantities either. All one need do is scratch the ground and gold appears. The land on which the finds are located is ours for the taking. Provided, of course, that you can bring about a situation that will force the Army to occupy the territory, drive the Indians out, or perhaps down into the nations and leave all that empty land for us to claim. The banker paused a moment. The only fly in our ointment, according to all information at hand, is a tempestuous mountain man named Preacher. It is said he can keep peace between the Indians and whites, and even between the tribes. Cheeks flared red with the remembered humiliation handed him by Preacher. Ezra Pease chose his words carefully. Yes, yet he may no longer be there. The fur trade is moribund. Those shiftless men who prowled the mountains are scattered to the four winds. Or he may be dead, killed by Indians or some other half-animal like himself. Pease drew himself up in the big leather chair. But if Preacher is there, I have my own axe to grind with him. I'll bring him down and open the gateway to riches for us all. Yes. The pinch-faced banker on Ezra's left offered acidly. And using slave labor to do the mining, we will be on the way to cornering the gold market entirely. Stunned, Ezra Pease fought to keep his expression unreadable. By an unguarded word, the frail, money-hungry little banker had revealed something to Ezra the likes of which he had never dreamed of before, and he stood in line to share in it. What a lovely proposition. With a start,
Ezra Pease brought his awareness back to the present. He had learned that Preacher was very much alive, and recently, with the help of his friends, had accounted for the demise of more than 15 of the men Ezra had brought with him. That would end, Pease vowed, and soon. With their guests and former enemies relaxed by many 10 cups of coffee laced with sugar to a syrupy consistency, the promised feast began an hour before nightfall. Through Preacher's interpretation, Falling Horse had offered some story dances for afterward by bonfire. Always the zealots, Reverend Thornton Bookworthy, along with the other male missionaries, spent the eating time trying to sell their God to the Cheyenne. It taxed the vocabularies of all 4 mountain men to explain the esoteric concepts of faith, especially one which they held little familiarity. Therefore, God is the Father of us all. Bookworthy summed up his recitation of the creation. Bookworthy paused to allow this to be translated. To his great delight, Falling Horse nodded sagely, then spoke with what sounded like deep feeling. His first convert. Reverend Bookworthy rejoiced in this marvel, at least until the war chief's words were translated. I am puzzled by your words. Preacher took silent pleasure in interpreting, adding a few colorful turns of his own. Falling Horse allows as how everyone, not touched in the head, knows about the one above us all, the shaper of men. That he formed man from clay is a true thing. We, he tells me, have always known that. Only now, why should we have to call him by another name? Bookworthy's face went blank. Then he drew a deep breath and launched into an explanation. Because of the revelation of the Savior. When man began to wallow in sin and degradation, he sent his only Son to redeem us. He did this through the power of the Holy Ghost. And here's the good news. We have come to lead you to his salvation. Oh, sure. Preacher offered the response. White Buffalo Boy, who brought the bison and taught us to hunt in the time before the horse. He also taught us the rules of how to live with one another in peace. All the while he had been translating, Preacher and his mountain man friends had been fighting the desire to roll on the ground and howl with laughter. Preacher watched the parson carefully while he recited this last bit of wisdom from Falling Horse. Reverend Thornton Bookworthy gaped, gasped, and snapped his jaw closed. His theology in full retreat, the good Reverend spun on one boot heel and went off to sulk in the privacy of his wagon. Tomorrow is a Sunday, I have determined. He tossed over one shoulder as he walked off. If you will excuse me, I have a sermon to prepare. Beartooth ambled over and nudged an elbow into Preacher's ribs. I think we've seen the last of that one for a while. I reckon so. Then Preacher put a sly look on his face and cut his eyes to Falling Horse. Why'd you choose them particular words to address to the Sky Chief? Falling Horse shrugged, eyes alight with mischief. A fleeting smile curled his full lips. It seemed the right thing to say at the time. In my father's days, the black robes came to our people from the place you call Canada. They told of the same Almighty Father and his Son. Also, they spoke of the Good Mother. I know, Preacher said quietly, thinking of the French missionary priests who had come among the Plains tribes. Their Blessed Mother could easily have been our Earth Mother, or so my father told me as a boy. Falling Horse went on. We had no need then for new names for the creating spirits we had always revered. We don't now. Why is it that a man, and usually a white man, thinks his ways are always better? That I can't answer you. Now to this other thing. Why is it that you come so far south wearing war paint? I have told you before, White Wolf. It is the white men who sell whiskey and guns to the Blackfeet and try to sell to us. 15 suns ago they attacked the village of Black Hand. But all of this you know. It is decided by the great council that they must be stopped. My friends and I are hunting the same men, Preacher told him. Does the council have names for these white men? The one who leads them, he is called Pease. By dang it, Preacher flared. I've known that no-account buzzard poke was behind all this trouble in the north. You have my word on it, Fallen Horse. If we come upon these men, we'll leave them wandering in darkness, unable to enter the spirit world. Another rare smile lighted the face of Falling Horse. And if we find them first, the same will be true, my friend White Wolf. Beartooth scratched in his full, ruddy brush of beard. I hate to mention this, Preacher, he addressed to his companion where they sat their mounts in a deep pool of shade under an ancient fir tree. But I think someone among them pilgrims we're babying along has got theyselves some louses. Preacher laid his head at an angle and cut his eyes to his friend. What makes you say that? Because I itch, that's what, Beartooth said hotly. It feels like there's critters crawling around in my hair and beard. Dust 'em with some sulphur. Beartooth didn't think much of Preacher's suggestion. What? And smell of hellfire and brimstone for a month? If you'd take a bath more'n once in 3 months, you wouldn't have the stink of sulphur. Don't get off on that now, Preacher. At least I don't smell as bad as Polecat Parker, you gotta admit that. Preacher pursed his lips, canted his head left and right, cast a long gaze at the azure sky, and hummed a brief snatch of tune. If you say so, Beartooth. Beartooth's eyes went wide. You saying I do stink as bad as Polecat? No, Preacher drawled. Sometimes you got you aroma about you far worse than Polecat. Spluttering, Beartooth flung his hat at Preacher, who ducked, laughed, and set heels to Thunder's flanks. Beartooth was obliged to dismount to retrieve his floppy head cover, which made him late riding into the ambush laid among rocks at a narrow spot on the trail. He saw Preacher bellied down in the dirt, banging away with one of those awful 4-barrel pistols. A ball moaned past Beartooth's head. He saw the puff of smoke and caught a hint of motion when the shooter drew back to reload. Hugging his Hawken to his cheek, Beartooth saw to it the man didn't need to charge his weapon. Preacher's pistol made a flat crack almost upon the discharge of Beartooth's rifle, and a scream came from the low scrub brush in the boulders. One of those new conical balls cracked past Beartooth's head and reminded him he made a good target sitting high in the saddle. He came down, cussing and squalling. He brought his second rifle with him. It went into action at once as a buckskin-clad figure bolted from a spot made uncomfortably hot for him by Preacher. Beartooth put a ball through his left thigh, and the would-be assassin went down with a shrill cry. His rifle clattered in the rocks as it slithered away from his grasp. Preacher emptied his first 4-shot and went to the other as Beartooth pulled a .60 caliber pistol free and busted a cap. A healthy growl came from a dark puddle of shadow, and Beartooth cut his eyes that way. He focused in time to see Preacher stand upright and run toward the mysterious noise, firing his multi-barrel with all the speed possible. The growl turned to a scream of terror. The brush thrashed and waved while the thud of pounding boot soles faded into the distance. Preacher stopped firing and went to the rocks to gather weapons and powder. Beartooth joined him there. You arrived in the nick of time, friend, Preacher remarked dryly. Had to get my hat, Beartooth responded without any sign of contrition. If you'd been here, you'd likely taken a ball. Beartooth squinted at his old sometimes partner. You saying I done good coming in behind like that? Plumb upset their plans, I'd say. Now let's get these guns back to the folks on them wagons. Remounted, Preacher scanned the scene of the ambush. There's something not quite right about this, Beartooth. I've got the feeling we're missing the most important part. Beartooth sniffed the air and started to agree with Preacher when a slug cracked through the trees, releasing a shower of leaves, and smacked into the head of Beartooth's horse, killing it under him. 13. That's what I didn't like about this setup, Preacher shouted to Beartooth as he finished reloading his second 4-shooter. Beartooth had rolled free of his dead horse and used the animal for a barricade to protect him from the incoming balls of the rest of the frontier trash that came swarming down on them from among the jumble of boulders above. He looked around him and saw that Preacher had disappeared. Never mind. He leveled his reloaded Hawken on a target and let her bang. "Looks like there's an ambush within an ambush," the older mountain man remarked as he poured powder down the barrel of the Hawken, added patch and ball, and rammed home. "Stars and garters, my good man, however did you figure that out?" Preacher unleashed his tension in jocular sarcasm. "No call to get pouty with me, Preacher," Beartooth bantered back. Another thug attempted a dash from the cover of one boulder to another. He never made it, as Preacher clipped his legs out from under him with a through-and-through shot from his own Hawken. The man yelped in pain and flopped on the ground. Thinly, his voice came to the beleaguered mountain men. "They shot me through both legs, Quint. What'll we do?" "Good enough for you, you sneaky polecat," Beartooth roared back. Quint answered his wounded man. "Stay low, we'll get you out." "But I'm in the wide open," the wounded one protested. "Not for long," Preacher muttered as he fined his sight picture and let go another ball. The ambushing scum died before Quint could offer more advice. "Does seem we found the wrong place to be in," Beartooth quipped as he reloaded. The downhill charge continued, and the riffraff swarmed into the meadow where Beartooth lay. They had 100 yards of open ground to cross to reach the redoubtable mountain man. They got only a few feet into the clearing when Preacher opened up with his 2 rifles once more, then leaped into the open to charge their flank. "They're getting in pistol range," Preacher advised as he abandoned his Hawken for a 4-barrel terror. 2 shaggy-haired louts reared up among the lupin, and both went off to meet their maker in a twinkling, as Preacher closed on their attackers and worked his complex shooter with a speed that surprised even him. "How many more of them?" Beartooth asked as he sighted in on a burly ruffian in homespun who zigzagged toward him. "Been too busy to count," Preacher answered. "I'll make it 6, Beartooth advised as he triggered his .60 Hayes and grunted in satisfaction when the broken field runner tripped over his feet and went down with a hole in his chest. "Before or after that one?" Preacher asked lightly. "You're enjoying this, ain't you?" "Ain't my favorite mess to be caught up in," Preacher allowed. "Still, there's something to be said for it. It sure keeps the blood pumping through your veins right smartly." Beartooth groped for another pistol. "We'd best put an end to this right sudden. There might be more of these rag bags out there." Preacher changed his empty pistol for the second one. "I was thinking the same thing." The one called Quint showed himself then, along with 4 others. "You ain't got a chance, Preacher. We got you cold," he taunted. A ball from his rifle put a plume of dust up inches from Preacher's face. "Now that's plumb unfriendly," Preacher growled. He sighted in and fired the first barrel. Bark sprayed from the trunk of a big old silver-tipped fir and gouged half a dozen bloody cuts in Quint's face. He yelped and jerked back behind the tree for protection. Preacher took aim on another of the misbegotten brethren and watched dust puff off the jackal's leather vest as the .54 caliber ball smacked home. His numbers cut down to 3 now. Quint decided that he had been sent on a fool's errand by Ezra Pease. Why, there was just 2 of them down there, and they'd done killed off 11 men. Pease had been right about one thing, though. Preacher had been easy to find, right about where Pease and Vickers said he'd be. South of Trout Creek Pass, only moving slower than expected. They had laid out a good ambush. If only young Lukens had not fired too soon. A lot of good it did, Quint decided. Time for him to get out of this. But how? he asked himself as another man went down, screaming, his neck ripped open on one side and gushing blood. Keep the tree between him and those deadly shooters down there. That was the way. "See him, preacher?" Beartooth asked as he nodded toward the moving shadow of Quint. "Sure enough. We'll give him a little time. He'll show in the open in a bit," Preacher answered calmly. That prediction proved true some 2 minutes later, as Quint gained more altitude up the slope of boulders. Preacher had readied himself with the fancy French sporting rifle and popped the cap when the whole of Quint's left shoulder filled his sights. The smaller caliber ball moved with incredible velocity and drilled through the shoulder blade of Quint, then collapsed his lung. Quint fell face first through a spray of his own blood. Both of the survivors had had enough. They fled in wild disorder, gaining ground in long bounds. To add to their panic, the sound of laughter followed them uphill from the men they had sought to kill. When they reached the safety of the bee-line where their horses had been tied off, they silently thanked all they held sacred for being spared. From below, Preacher and Beartooth continued to hoot and guffaw in derision. When their merriment subsided, Preacher spoke for them both. "It had to be peas. Something's gonna have to be done. Yep, and if I know you, it ain't gonna be pleasant for our Mr. Pease." Silas Phipps cocked his head and cupped a grimy hand around one ear. From far off, he faintly heard a booming sound like thunder. There, it came again. Too fast and too many for lightning strikes, he guessed correctly. A sudden image came to him, and he licked newly nervous lips. Once, long ago, a year or two before Silas had reached his teens, he had heard a sound like that. Gunfire. Yes, it had to be. Long-buried images resurrected themselves in his mind, and he saw again, with the same horror as the first time, the gang of ruffians swarming down on the isolated cabin in the western part of Virginia that his parents called home. Located on a rocky slope in the Appalachian Mountains, the thin, sickly farmland claimed by the senior Phipps stood in the middle of a clearing hacked out of the tall, thick trees that surrounded it. Most of what it grew was rocks. The desperadoes were upon them before anyone knew it. His father and 2 older brothers died in the first hail of gunfire. After that, the unshaven, unwashed hill bandits made sport of rounding up the younger children. They had their way with his ma and the girls, down to 7-year-old Betsy. He never forgot. He had been adopted by a kindly family in neighboring Pennsylvania, raised and educated through the secondary school. When he grew older, he hunted down some of those men and killed them, albeit they were shot in the back. That gave him moments of satisfaction, though he failed to find all of those responsible. Yet his mind seemed filled with strange and terrible cravings. So he had sought out some orphans and street waifs, using his inheritance from his adoptive parents to put on a show as a philanthropist, and gaining the trust of overburdened police and operators of orphanages. Through those first children, he had relived the childhood he had lost. He entered into games with all the enthusiasm they generated. He dressed them well and saw they received proper schooling. Later, a darker side emerged. He became cruel and harshly demanding of the youngsters. At last he could not contain the fiercely hot flares of outright lust that sent him into fits of agony. He gave in and indulged, none of which mattered in their present situation. The distant gunfire had engendered frightful memories to haunt him. Silas could not face yet another encounter with violent men. Peter, riding one of the saddle mounts beside the lead wagon, stared at Phipps in surprise and puzzlement when he began to mutter to himself, "I think we should turn off about here.
Phipps mumbled darkly. Maybe even go back. Encouraged to boldness despite his frequent bouts with the switch, Peter answered sharply, "Why? It's only thunder. I hear it too." "It's not thunder, boy. It's something far more fearsome than a thunderstorm." Beside him on the driver's seat, Ruth gave him a startled glance. Knowing that to get away from any source of whiskey would be their only hope, Ruth struggled with her thoughts to come up with some reason to keep going. A careful study of their surroundings gave her a direction. Fearful of a stinging blow to her face with every word, she hesitantly stated her case. "We must go on, Mr. Phipps. There are no trails to follow otherwise. We would have to cut our way through this wilderness. At least we have to go on as far as that trading post we heard of." Phipps swiveled his oversized head and stared at her as though she was a stranger. He blinked and licked his dry lips again. Then he delved behind him for a half-full stoneware jug of whiskey he had placed there that morning. He removed the stopper and put the mouth to his lips. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down 3 times before he set the container aside. Then he wiped whiskey off and courage back on his face. Ruth's blood turned icy in her veins as he produced a lewd grin, eyes twinkling, though badly bloodshot. He nodded to acknowledge her comments. "You've got a good point there, Missy. And tonight I'll have to reward you for coming up with it," Phipps stated as he patted Ruth's thigh through the thin cotton dress she wore. "Yep, we'll surely have to continue." Neither Silas Phipps nor anyone else in the High Lonesome needed to worry about a spring thunderstorm. No, the signs Preacher noticed as the ragtag wagon train set off again indicated something potentially far worse. It began as a gray haze on the horizon. The sky turned to slate, while the overcast extended downward until wisps brushed the mountain peaks. While the wagons creaked and groaned along the rutted trace that led to Trout Creek Pass, the front swept in with teasing slowness. Within an hour, visibility had been cut to below a mile. In the next half-hour, the temperature dropped into the uncomfortable range. Silvery plumes came from the nostrils of the mules that hauled the rickety wagons up the steep incline. The men and women of the train had clouds of white before their faces at all times. Preacher first noticed the dampness that formed on every metal object. He raised a hand to signal a halt and turned Thunder to face the oncoming pilgrims. "We'd best make camp right now, circle the wagons, and send the youngsters out to fetch all the firewood they can find." "Why should we do that, sir?" Reverend Bookworthy demanded. "It's barely mid-afternoon." Preacher gave him a pained expression. "You greenhorns never learn, do you? When I say to do something, you do it and be damn quick about it. That way you have a chance of staying alive. There's a snow coming, and unless I'm addle-pated, it could be a big one. Now, you folks what's got 'em, pitch your tents on the lee side of the wagon boxes." The first wide-spaced flakes began to trickle down while Preacher spoke. Reverend Bookworthy waved at them disdainfully. "What harm can a few light flurries like these do us?" Preacher eyed him with stony gray disgust. "They can bury you nose deep in a couple of hours is what. Now do as I say, or me and the boys is pulling out to make camp where we have a chance of weathering the storm. We'll come back for your bodies." "My word, I think he means it," Bookworthy blurted, entirely flustered. Buck Dempsey in the lead wagon with Patience Bookworthy clucked to the team and began the circle. Visibility had been reduced to a couple of 100 yards. Heavier snowfall began to cut that even more. Preacher noted it and called out advice. "Have a rope guide strung from the wagons to the edge of them trees. The young'uns will get lost without it." The children had already become dark, indistinct figures in the swirl of lacy flakes. They bounded about with youthful energy and began to form an ant-like double file to and from the windfall that littered the beeline. When the wagons halted in place and the menfolk had unharnessed the draft animals, Preacher and his friends hastily constructed a corral from sapling poles carried under the vehicles for the purpose.
They erected it snug against the northwest wall of the cut they followed, a scant 3 paces from the wagons on that side. Twilight dimness descended on the encampment. Women set to making fires while shelters were rigged for the occupants of the train. The preacher stood with Dupree, eyeing the preparations. "I reckon we got us a heller on the way," Beecher opined. "I see it like you, mon ami. Mother Nature will have one last trick on her children, maintenant. She always does, Dupree. She always does." Preacher sighed. "Thing is, can these tenderfeet survive it if it comes on real deep?" "They are learning, Preacher. Most of them, at least. I cannot say the same for the good Pater Bookworthy." Preacher chuckled softly. "Like most of his sort, his mind's made up. Don't want nobody confusing him with unpleasant facts." "You are unusually harsh on this man of the cloth. Why is that?" "You know as well as I, Dupree, Nature's got her own rules out here. She don't abide fools lightly. Truth is, I'm hard on him because I want him to survive. I want him to go back east and tell the rest of that passel of fools to stay clear the hell and gone away from here." Dupree chuckled. "You are soft as a cream-horn inside, Preacher, and transparent as isinglass." Preacher put on an expression of mock resentment. "Emma now. Well, we'll just see about that." He bent and scooped up the first of the sticking snow and fashioned a ball of it, with which he pelted his old friend solidly in the center of Dupree's chest. Dupree did likewise, and soon the white stuff clung to the front of both men. Laughing uproariously, they grappled, fell over, and rolled joyfully in the growing layer of snow. Puzzled and shocked, Cora Ames and the other missionary women looked on at them as though they had lost their minds. Yellow lantern light formed a fuzzy halo around the head of Martha Yates. Bundled up in the warmest clothing they could unpack in the short time at hand, she went frantically from wagon to wagon, calling out for her 11-year-old son. "Johnny, are you in there? Johnny, you must come to our wagon right now. Johnny, are you there?" "That's darn foolishness," Nighthawk grumbled from his warm nest in thick buffalo robes, piled high on pine boughs on the floor of his small war-trail teepee. A hat-sized fire flickered in its central ring of stones. Preacher and Dupree had crowded in with him, and also looked out the raised flap of the doorway cover at the antics of the pilgrim woman. Beartooth stood first watch outside. It had not stopped snowing in 4 hours. 3 feet of white fluff had piled up on the ground, insulating the sides of the skin lodge as effectively as thick cotton padding. Thankfully, the wind had not whipped up with the usual force down the canyon walls. That made for a slow, steady snowfall rather than a howling blizzard. Yet the Eastern missionary had no business outside in this. Preacher said as much. If she dropped that lantern, turned around a couple of times, and blinked, she'd be as lost as the damned souls in perdition. "I know it," Nighthawk agreed. "Maybe we should do something about it." "You want to go out there? It must be nigh on the rock cracking cold outside," Preacher proposed. "Oh, where did that light go, mes amis?" Dupree asked uneasily. "Where? Hell, I don't know," Preacher grumped. Beartooth appeared at the door flap. "Did that fool woman climb into a wagon? She done disappeared." Grumbling, Preacher roused himself. He belted a thick buffalo capote around his middle, pulled on his rabbit fur-lined moccasins and the sheepskin leggings, then covered his ears and face with wool scarves. His hat went on top of it all. "Reckon I'd better go see. Beartooth, come along and show me where you saw her last." "Dang fool pilgrims, they gonna be the death of us yet," Beartooth predicted. "Thing is, not for them to be the death of theyselves," Preacher jibed back. "Over here you can't tankerous galoot," Beartooth rumbled. Beartooth led the way to a space between 2 wagons. Faint tracks showed in the disturbed snow. For all the darkness looming over them, Preacher and his old friend clearly marked the path between the high wooden walls. Preacher peered beyond, then whipped back to Beartooth. "How in hell did these wagons get separated?" "I dunno. They supposed to be tight closed. Someone made a bad mistake." "That ain't the half of it." Far off, toward the tree line, Preacher saw a faint splash of yellow ambling in a circle. "Nothing for it. I've got to go after her. See over there?" Beartooth strained his eyes, blinked, gazed a long, quiet moment more, then shook his head. "I don't see nothing." Preacher stared into the distance. "Dang. She must have dropped it. I'm going to have to find her and fast." A harsh wind swept over them and blew the snowflakes into whirling clouds that confused all direction. It brought a fierce chill to both mountain men. "You can't do that, Preacher. You'll get lost out there." "No talking me out of it. Least some wise we'll find that woman all frizz up." "More likely we'll find you out there tomorrow, frizz like a block of ice." 14. Preacher searched the ground near the tall, moaning fir trees with a sense of helplessness. He saw nothing. He had to work by feel in the billows of blowing snow. At least he admitted the worst possible case. The woman had wandered off among the trees. He returned to the wagons bent nearly double against the wind. "That fool woman didn't drop her lantern. She took it off with her into that stand of fur," Preacher announced. Beartooth cursed hotly. "Yeah," Preacher agreed. "You could say that, and in spades, too. I'll have to get Thunder and go after her. Get me a lantern from one of the pilgrims, Beartooth." "Sure enough, and a couple of extra buffalo robes." Their activities awakened Cora Ames and the Reverend Bookworthy. Preacher explained that Mrs. Yates had misplaced her son, Johnny, and had blundered outside the wagon searching for him. "I'm going after her before she freezes solid." "That woman never was wrapped too tightly," Reverend Bookworthy observed, coming as close as he ever had to using the mountain man vernacular. Cora caught it and, despite the seriousness of the situation, responded amusedly. "Why, Reverend, I do think Preacher and his friends have had an influence on you." Reverend Bookworthy garumped and huffed and stalked off to his wagon to take shelter from the increased storm. The small figure shuffled up to reveal himself as a shame-faced Johnny Yates. Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he admitted his harmless prank that had suddenly turned dangerous. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get away from her for a while. I was going to sleep in the little tent with Chris and Nick. There's so much more fun than the kids in the Missionary Alliance." Preacher took the boy's thin, bony shoulder in one big, hard hand. "I know what you're getting at, boy, but you should have told your ma." Johnny's eyes went wide and the tears spilled at last. "She wouldn't have let me. She says they ain't one of us, ain't been saved, that they're not washed in the blood and so not fit company. But I liked him." "For now, then, you'd best go back with 'em. I'll find your mother, son," Preacher advised. Mounted on a protesting Thunder, Preacher left the circle of wagons to search for Martha Yates. Before he departed, he left a charge with his companions. "Find out who the hell left that gap betwixt wagons." Unlike the inexperienced woman who had held the lantern high and blinded herself to her surroundings, Preacher kept the dim yellow glow down close to his mount's legs. The candle cast enough light for him to pick up the prints left in the snow by Mrs. Yates. Those, he noted, were rapidly filling with new fall and drift. Thunder snorted and threw long plumes of steam into the night. Preacher rode on for half an hour. By careful note of the characteristics of rock formations and tree shapes, he came to the conclusion that the Yates woman wandered in a wide circle. He drew his big knife and put a blaze on a tree to check his assumption. 10 of Thunder's strides further on, he cut bark on another. He repeated as he followed the tracks. Sure enough, about an hour later, when he came to a spot where he felt certain he had passed before, he checked for any blaze marks and found one. The tree was some 60 feet to his right, the yellow-white of the bared cambium layer a pale smear in the darkness. The befuddled woman had to be walking an inward spiral, Preacher decided. Should he cut across and intercept her? A sudden increase in the force of the wind decided him against it. Stinging particles of snow, mixed with sleet, lashed at his exposed face. Himself confused for a moment, Preacher sat still on Thunder's broad back. After 100 heartbeats, an imperceptible change in pressure occurred. Preacher didn't notice at first, not until the snowflakes ceased to whirl and filtered straight down. Preacher was stiff with cold. His fingers and toes tingled and ached with the threat of frostbite. He longed to turn back, seek warmth, and continue the search in the morning. He couldn't do that. The face of that frightened little boy hovered before him. He couldn't let Johnny Yates down. But more than that, his own honor goaded him on. He had given his word. Besides, the sky seemed to be lighter above. The black bellies of the larger snow clouds had moved on. Preacher blinked, and then roused himself when his eyes picked out the tiny pale pinpricks of starlight. Preacher waited with legendary patience while the sky cleared. Slowly, the banked and drifted snow took on an internal glow, frosty white from the celestial rays augmented by the fat presence of a 3/4 moon. Now the advantage had shifted to Preacher. He set out at a faster pace, for the moon's position told him it had to be around 2 in the morning. Thunder nodded and snorted his approval. Time had grown short. No doubt the Yates woman would have done something foolish. Something else, Preacher corrected himself. The tracks he followed grew fresher, deeper. After another hour up ahead, Preacher made out the soft glow of a lantern. Its candle nearly burned down. It began to sputter and flicker fitfully as he drew near. With a start, Preacher realized that the light was unmoving. Had she fallen? A dozen strides brought Thunder up to the lantern. It rested on the top of the snow, which had mounded up against a low ridge with squiggles across its surface like waves in a sea. Preacher dismounted and went forward. No sign of the woman. He took another step and sank out of sight below the snow. He rolled arse over ears to the bottom of a dry wash. Floundering in a suffocating miasma of powdery snow, Preacher knew at once what had happened. The early heavy wet snow had bent limber aspen branches over the wash, and the later sleet had covered that so that it had frozen in place, forming a fragile platform. Later snowfall had covered this trap. First, Mrs. Yates had blundered into it, then he followed. He knew also that he had to save himself before he could look for the missing woman. Preacher found himself on the rocky bottom of the draw. He moved his arms with a great effort and began to work the compacted snow away from his face. He needed room to breathe. Ice crystals from sleet that had fallen earlier made his eyes sting. The desperate need for open spaces threatened to overwhelm Preacher as he forced the oppressive weight of snow away from his head. He rested only a second when he had finished that, then started to free his torso. Preacher knew that he had to tunnel out before the flakes that had fallen in after him had time to compact. Then there was the woman. She might not have as much time left as he did. He would have to get to the top of this mess, find where Mrs. Yates had fallen through the crust, and then burrow back down to pull her free of the thick white blanket. Preacher began a swimming motion, thrusting upward. The compacted snow clung stubbornly to his legs. He thought a moment, began to scissor kick, pointed the toes of his moccasins and tried again. He moved. Hardly a foot, yet it was progress. Another sweeping, pulling maneuver. Another foot gained. Now he could shove against the snow below his feet. He gained 2 feet the next time. On the 4th try, his fingers broke free into open air.
One last effort and his head popped out. His brows, lashes, and mustache wore a crust of frozen crystals. Sputtering, Preacher worked his way clear of his icy trap. For a long minute he sat spread-legged, bent over, heaving for breath. Slowly, he became aware of a growing yellow glow to the east. Not possible, he dismissed aloud. He could not have been down there for what remained of the night. Still the light grew. Preacher looked around him for some sign of where Mrs. Yates had fallen through the crust. He could see no dimple or disturbance of any sort, only the now extinguished lantern on the edge of the drop-off. The grating crunch of a footfall on the crust came to his ears. He looked up toward the dim light. His jaw sagged in disbelief. "Whatever are you doing out here, Mr. Preacher?" Martha Yates asked as she approached, lantern held high overhead. Looking for you, ma'am. You wandered out of the corral." He stated the obvious dumbly. "I'm looking for my boy. Johnny is lost out here." "No, ma'am, he's not. He's safe and sound inside the wagons. He wanted to bunk down with two of them refugee boys, Chris and Nick." Martha's lips pursed in disapproval in the dim lantern glow. "I do not approve. They are not like us." Preacher didn't see it that way. "They're no different than your Johnny. Just boys." Her lips compressed in a hard line of stubbornness. "That may be from your point of view, but then you are not one of us either." And glad of it, Preacher thought, then nodded toward the dead lantern. "Your lamp, ma'am. I fell through the snow into that wash, thought you might have also." "No, I left that here to guide me back. I had brought a spare along. I thought the search might be a long one." Preacher grunted acknowledgment of that and roused himself gingerly. He worked his way back toward solid ground. While he did, it came to him why she had not fallen into the wash. Her slight build wouldn't carry enough weight to cause her to break through the icy crust like he had. When he reached the place where Thunder waited, he turned back to Martha Yates. "I've some spare buffalo robes. There's not much sense in us trying to get back to the wagons in what's left of the night. I came upon a sort of overhang back a ways. We can go there. I'll build a fire and we'll wait it out." She agreed with a nod and they started off, Preacher leading Thunder by the reins. He found the shelter from the still sharp north wind and set about locating dry branches. Preacher's fingers moved with practiced skill over tinder, flint, and steel. The first sparks were whirled away in the wind. On the third try, they landed in the wad of milkweed down, and Preacher nursed them to life. When a tiny flame bloomed, he edged the white strands under a tint of kindling, which caught rapidly. Martha Yates had been watching him intently in the dim light of her lantern. Now she clapped her hands delightedly. "You have amazing abilities, Mr. Preacher, and you make them seem so easy." "It is easy, once you get the hang of it. And the name's Preacher. Ain't no mister about it." Yes, of course. Preacher. Will we be safe here?"
"Safer than many places in the high lonesome. Now you just hunker down, put that buffalo robe over you, head and all, hair side in, and turn your back to the wind. Nothing to it. Come morning, we'll be back with the wagons riding proper."
A scandalized expression darkened Martha Yates' face. "Won't people talk? I mean, our being out here alone all night?"
"Ain't much night left," Preacher observed indifferently. "And I can guarantee a good hard look from me'll discourage any of that sort of talk."
Yes, I can see that."
Mrs. Yates said a moment before her head drooped, and she fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. Nighthawk saw them approaching first. He and Dupree had heard 2 widely spaced gunshots near daybreak, and judged that Preacher was taking advantage of his successful search to bring in a little fresh meat. Beartooth agreed. "Reckon he found her right enough. likely too far off to make it back during the night. Just like Preacher to take the chance to bring in a couple of deer, such. Preacher proved his friends right half an hour later, when Nighthawk saw him and the woman emerge from the trees, walking ahead of Thunder, who had 2 young bull elk draped over his rump and saddle. That amount of meat would feed the lot of them through a couple of days. "Plenty of good eating in those elk," Dupree remarked, "and sweet as the long goose the fisher folk along the Gulf bring from the depths." Beartooth removed his fox skin and scratched his head. "What's a langosto?" "A saltwater-dwelling shellfish," Dupree explained. "In the same general family with shrimp and crayfish, only much larger." "Crawdaddies?" Beartooth squalled. "Lord, that's disgusting. They's fish bait." "Your English progeny call langostos lobsters, Beartooth," Nighthawk informed the huge mountain man. "And they are all the rage back east." "Not to this chow they ain't. Giant crawdads. Nighthawk rolled his eyes. So much for trying to enlighten the great unwashed. Dupree joined the funning. "Right to the point, Nighthawk. This one is indeed the unwashed. There you go badgering me about my taking baths. Well, I won't do it. Won't. Won't what?" Preacher asked as he reached his companions. "Take a bath," Beartooth replied in a wounded tone. "I'm not going to do it. At leastwise not until come blossom time in May and I can cut myself out of these long-handled drawers." Preacher treated Beartooth to a 1,000-mile stare. "You amaze me, Beartooth. I was just thinking that a nice steaming hot tub would feel right relaxing after all this snow." Martha Yates had gone on past the mountain men to where her son stood with contrite expression, expecting at the least a stinging bottom for this escapade. That gave Preacher free rein to speak his mind. "Fool woman took 2 lanterns out there with her. Left one of them on the edge of a dry wash that was filled up with drifted snow. Like to killed myself searching for her on the bottom." "How'd you get on the bottom?" Dupree asked shrewdly. "You would have to ask. 'Cause I fell in, idiot." Then Preacher went on to describe his ordeal. He concluded with, "Then to add insult to injury, that fool woman comes walking up to me right as rain and nowhere near buried in snow." Cora Ames wandered over from her wagon about that time, arms crossed over the thick blanket material coat she wore against the cold. "I thought it was spring out here," she remarked, making a question of it. Preacher touched the thick fingers to the brim of his hat. "It is, Miss Cora. That'll probably be the last heller we see until, late October." "We'll be leaving soon, then?" Her eagerness was obvious. Preacher studied on that for a while, as though for the first time. "Not for a while, Miss Cora. Not today, nor probably tomorrow." "And why not?" she asked, with a tiny stamp of a shapely foot. "There'll be some bodacious drifts in the narrow parts of the pass. Wouldn't do to hitch up to go only a mile or so and be stuck by the snow." "But isn't there something that can be done about it?" Cora's impatience grew more agitated. "Yes, there is. We can sit tight right here and let her melt." "We have our mission to the Cheyenne to fulfill," she countered. "No, you don't. I've done told you and told you. That's completely out. Too dangerous. And now we have these leftovers from that other train. You all have to be settled somewhere safe." Cora gave Preacher a melting look of her own before she turned away with a predictable retort. "Oh, you men are all impossible." Preacher's ears burned as his companions chuckled at his discomfort. "I can certain say the same thing about women folk," he grumbled. Then he put a big hand to his chin, worrying the bare skin where his beard had been, as he did when he sought to bring forth the great idea. "Hawk, Dupree, Beartooth, we gotta do something to take these folks' minds off the delay. I think I have the answer." "Do tell." "What's that?" Nighthawk quipped. "I'm going to give them what they want. In a way, that is. I'm going to call 'em all together and describe to them their paradise."
"Where are you going to find 'em, Nat, preacher?" Beartooth demanded. Preacher got a sly look and waggled a finger under Beartooth's nose.
"You just hide and watch, and you'll hear all about it."
20 minutes later, all of the misguided pilgrims Preacher had taken under his wing gathered in the center of the circled wagons. They chattered among themselves, asking the reason for the summons. That ended abruptly when Preacher stepped up onto the top of a flour barrel and raised his arms above his head. "Folks, I've been studying on something for the last few days since we all joined up. I know of a perfect place to the north and west of Trout Creek Pass. A lush valley with plenty of grass for graze, trees to build cabins, a good water supply, even some flats that can be put to the plow." Preacher made a persimmon pucker at the flavor of that word. "To put in gardens and even some grain. It's well sheltered for winters." That sounded like what they'd been told about Oregon, so Flora Sanders burbled happily. "Why, that's exactly what we have been looking for." Felicity Jones, Bobby Gresham, and the others from that train nodded agreement. Even some among the missionaries began to show interest. Then the pulpit voice of the Reverend Thornton Bookworthy boomed out. "Where exactly is this place, my good sir?" "I wintered there. It's far off the beaten path, where you'll be safe from Indians and anyone else wandering the high lonesome. I told you I'd be leaving you off at the trading post. Well, if you accept this valley, I will agree to lead the way, and my friends and I will help you all get set up." "What are you going to do after that, preacher?" Cora Ames asked suspiciously. "I'll be going after Ezra Pease, to make certain everyone out in these mountains can have a safe time of it." Spatters of conversation broke out over that. Asa Pettibone stepped forward. "What if we accept this offer, preacher?" Preacher clapped his hands and shot a wide-eyed gaze at the organist. "Why, exactly what I told you. Now you folks talk it over amongst you, and I want your answer by the time the snows melt." After the wondering pilgrims had wandered off, Dupree stepped close to Preacher. "I noticed that you neglected to mention that this splendid place of yours is also miles away from any large Indian camp, mon ami." Preacher pulled a droll expression. "Come to think of it, I might have left that out. Accidental-like, so's to speak. It took 3 days to clear the route through the mountains to Trout Creek Pass. When the wagons left, the preacher had his answer. They would allow him to lead them to his chosen refuge. Only Reverend Thornton Bookworthy showed an uncharitable reluctance, for a man of the cloth, to accept the refugees from the plundered wagon train, according to Preacher's lights. 15. 40 miles south of Preacher and his band of greenhorns, it did not snow. Silas Phipps and his orphans made good time as a result. Unbeknownst to Silas or Preacher, only a day's travel separated them. When both parties stopped for their nooning, less than that divided them from a fateful encounter. It was then that Gertha, the 10-year-old, came to Helen and Ruth while they went about preparing the meal. The child told a frightful tale of abuse by Silas. Ruth remained silently furious. Slowly she regained her composure enough to speak in a tight, angry tone. "This is too much. We have to make Phipps stop." Peter had overheard part of the conversation, and his high, smooth brow furrowed. "You're right. Someone is going to get bad hurt." Helen, the compassionate, studious one, brushed at a lock of auburn hair. "Your back, Peter. Isn't that hurt enough?" The slender boy shrugged. "It's nothing. Not alongside what I mean. One of us is going to get hurt awful bad if someone doesn't stop him." "You're right, Peter," Ruth said coldly. "Only what can we do?" Peter thought on it a while. "We're bound to find someone who believes us. Some grown-ups do listen to kids. Helen considered that. That's true. Only what if they go and ask Phipps and believe him and don't do anything else? Gertha offered her solution. We could tie him up sometime when he's drunk. All of us could run away. To where? Ruth asked. Gertha only shrugged. They offered several more suggestions on how to achieve their goal. None of them seemed entirely satisfactory. In conclusion, Ruth pinched her brow in determination, and her lips became a firm, straight line as she offered a final solution. If nothing we can come up with works, then I'll take a butcher knife to him. Ezra Pease and his gang of cutthroats set up business in the small valley in the core of the Mummy Range. For hardened criminals more accustomed to town life, they did a fair job of building some roomy, brush-covered lean-tos and frame a cabin. By that time, men sent out under Hash Knife to spread word of their enterprise had made contact, and Indians from miles around came to trade for guns and whiskey. Business grew brisk. Plumes of smoke from the outlaws' cook fires mingled with those of their visiting customers. A friendly atmosphere prevailed, though that did not prevent Pease from assigning men to keep a constant vigil over the Indians in the valley and those who left with new weapons. You can never be too careful, he reminded those he dispatched on these duties. An Indian's mood can change in an instant. They're like children. I learned that much my first trip out here. Pease refrained from mentioning that it was his only trip into the High Lonesome. Ezra Pease brightened considerably on the morning that the first Cheyenne rode into the valley. He had worried lest the savages' unfriendly greeting of them constituted a unified position. Apparently not. He decided as a feather-bedecked sub-chief and some 15 warriors trotted their ponies down into the camp area and made a friendly sign. I am called Little Knife, the sub-chief announced in sing-song English. Do you have coffee? That we do, Chief, Titus Vickers responded, giving out a dazzling salesman's smile. Y'all dismount and tether your ponies. We keep a pot hot and ready all the time. Little Knife gestured with his chin to the tarpaulin-covered mounds. We drink coffee, make talk, trade for guns. Vickers did not like the sound of that make talk. He worried it around his head a while, then elected to grab the wildcat by its tail. What do you have in mind to talk about, Chief? Curved lines deepened around the mouth of Little Knife, and frown furrows gullied his forehead. It is said that you also trade for the burning water. Is this so? Even Titus Vickers could clearly hear the disapproval in the voice of Little Knife. Oh, sure, Chief Little Knife, we keep a little around. To seal trades when we make them. Just a token, you see. Little Knife, dismounted now, produced a scowl. Running Fox took from here a small barrel of whiskey. Only a keg, a small keg, Vickers hastened to reassure the displeased chief. That's 7.5 gallons. Little Knife had no idea how much a gallon might be, but he knew one thing. It is enough to make every man with Running Fox sick. They go crazy, shoot at each other. 2 men stab each other, it is not good. He drew himself up to his full 6 feet. Hudson's Bay blanket wrapped tightly around his shoulders. You will stop giving whiskey to my people. No more. Stop. Sorry. Can't do that, Chief Little Knife. It's part of the deal. You trade for guns, you trade for whiskey. Not one without the other. Little Knife might not have heard him. He turned to order his men to search out the whiskey and destroy it. Titus Vickers had been on the frontier long enough to have learned the rudiments of the Cheyenne language. Vickers let his gut think for him. Swiftly he reached for the sash around his waist and drew a double-barreled pistol.
Vickers' first ball punched through the right forearm of Little Knife before it burst his heart. At once, sidearms appeared in the hands of the gang members who surrounded the Cheyenne warriors. When the gunfire echoed away to silence, not an Indian lived. His face ashen, Ezra Pease rushed up to the scene of slaughter. "You acted precipitously, my friend, and I fear that to be a mistake. We must dispose of the bodies and any sign they came in here." They would find out later exactly how big a mistake it had been. Preacher thought he had seen it all. Yet what he saw through his spyglass beat hell out of anything past or present. What the Betsy be damned are Dakota warriors of the Raven Owners Society doing this far south? He asked himself in a whisper. And so deep in the high country. Settled down for a long spell, Preacher continued to observe the warriors, who rode along with the casual air of men well pleased with themselves. When they drew nearer, he could make out more detail. All of them were armed with brand-spanking new rifles. Here and there, suspended from thongs around the necks of the owners, he saw untempered bullet molds. Several among the band passed a stoneware jug around. Pease and his damned guns for sale. Preacher had seen enough. Carefully, he edged his way back to where he had left Thunder to crop fresh spring grass. There he confided his discontent to the patient animal. Set out to do a good turn for someone, and sure as there's heat in July, there's some old bull buffalo ready to dump a big patty on your head. We got our work staked out right dandy for us, Thunder. In the saddle, Preacher ruminated on what he could do. First off, he had to make good and sure those pilgrims he and the others were escorting stayed clear and hell far away from those proddy Dakota. Quietly, he walked Thunder in the opposite direction from the Sioux braves. After a good 2 miles to allow for the travel of sound, he put heels to Thunder's flanks and headed back for the wagon train at a fast trot. Preacher would have gotten along well with old Bobby Burns regarding the best-laid plans thing. At least, that's what he thought when late in the afternoon there came a sudden ki-yi yell from behind the wagons on the trail, and Dakota braves popped up among the surrounding trees. How'd they do it? He asked of no one in particular. I plumb left them behind. Must have had some braves following their back trail, Dupree suggested. That or just recovered from being passed out drunk and cut my sign. Preacher grumbled as the wagons began to circle. Arrows flew around them. Preacher cursed the foul luck that had delivered them into the hands of the Dakotas. For all the precautions he and his friends had taken, the hostiles had found the wagons and gave every appearance of hankering for a passel of scalps. More arrows showered on the wagons. Then the Dakota opened up with their new rifles. "Keep your heads down, folks," Preacher called out urgently. "We're in for one whale of a fight." Sitz Tall let a broad white smile split his coppery face as he gazed down on the approaching wagons. He had been wise to send men to observe their back trail. They had seen sign left by a white man. Not many, and those hard to find. A man who knew the mountains, like the sort who had taken to leading more of their white brothers into where they did not belong. Perhaps this one did the same. It would pay to find out, Sitz Tall decided. He knew a way to quickly reach the main trail to the pass. He and his warriors could be in position to cut off the wagons, maybe even before the clever guide returned to them. His gamble had paid off. Although they had given too much for the rifles and ammunition 5 sleeps ago, now they had come upon enough whites in their rolling lodges to provide a quantity of loot that would get them even more of the precious firearms. The time to strike had come, he gauged, as the wagons drew closer. Sitz Tall raised his ceremonial lance over his head and turned his gaze from side to side, assured by the way his warriors made their weapons ready. When the last bowstring had been drawn and the last rifle cocked, Sitz Tall looked front again and swiftly slashed his lance downward. At once, his raven owners charged. "Ki-yay! Ki-ki-ki-ki!" Broken Feather yipped beside his old friend Sitz Tall. "Hooka-hey!" Sitz Tall joined the growing volume of war cries. This would be a very good day, and one where the whites would do the dying. "Here they come," Ernie, one of the hired drivers, observed unnecessarily as the Dakota braves plunged down the hill toward them. The wagons had no time to circle when the Dakotas hit them the first sweep. The Indians rode along the sides of the wagons, firing into them, albeit wildly. None of the Pilgrims took a hit, Preacher noticed, as he urged greater speeds from the team driven by Buck Dempsey. Gradually the circle closed. The Dakota pulled up in the meadow below them. "They'll be coming back," Preacher warned. After a short palaver, the Sioux advanced in a line abreast to barely inside rifle range. Preacher and his fellow mountain men easily picked out the leader, the one with the fancy lance. This one put moccasin heels into the ribs of his pony and walked it forward a few paces, another lean, handsome brave at his side. Beartooth, who spoke excellent Dakota, elected to open with an offer of peace. "We are not in your land. We mean you no harm. Let us go in peace, and we'll let you go in peace." This seemed to anger Sitz Tall. He barked out a harsh string of Dakota. "I am called Sitz Tall. You are few to our many. We will hurt you badly." Beartooth stood his ground, arms across his chest. "Maybe so. Maybe not, Sitz Tall. I'm called Beartooth. So far, you ain't hurt any of us, not even women and children. If you try to harm us now, you'll find out how few we really are, to your regret." Beartooth discovered he had gone too far when Sitz Tall's expression changed to one of pure rage. His voice rang with his fury. "Hu, ipeya, wikayapo." Preacher knew enough Dakota to understand the meaning of the obscene Dakota war challenge. He took Beartooth's place as he made a cleaned-up translation to those around him. "He's calling on his warriors for a total defeat of us." "Why, that black-hearted bastard," Buck Dempsey growled. Preacher had his own way of answering. "Maka keen lay. I own the earth. Hooka-hey," he added as he drew one of his 4-barrel pistols. "Hooka-hey," Preacher repeated. "It's a good day to die," echoed in Nighthawk's head. "Speak for yourself, white man," he tossed jokingly to Preacher. The double load in Preacher's first barrel cleared Broken Feather from his saddle, shot through the heart and liver. Sitz Tall whirled his pony and sought to gain ground. Without need to be told, the other Sioux made ready to charge. They came the instant Sitz Tall reached them and reversed his pony. This time they formed a deadly ring around the stalled wagons and opened up with accuracy little better than before. "We're in for it now," Beartooth grumbled to Preacher. "Why in hell did you have to use that particular challenge?" "Seemed like the thing to do. Look to your powder and shot, Beartooth. These fellers ain't giving up easy." "Hell no, they ain't giving up easy," Beartooth said an hour later after 2 attacks had been repulsed. "What we need is a regular goose downer. Wet up that powder and soften bowstrings right smart." "Hold that good thought, Beartooth," Dupree responded as he took careful aim on a charging Dakota. With whirlwind swiftness, the warriors threw themselves at the wagons a third time. Around they circled, firing with little hope of hitting a target, so long as the Flatlanders kept their heads down. Or so Preacher saw it. Sue Landry loaded for him and Cora Ames. In spite of the confusion created by the dust-billowing swirl of the hostiles, he had to take time to admire Cora's marksmanship. So far, she had hit 2 of the Dakota warriors, one seriously. When each shot went home, she had muttered something under her breath. A prayer for her target, Preacher supposed. Then when a third brave who had played possum to sneak up on the wagons reared up at close quarters, and Cora blew off the top of his head, her words became louder. "Take that, you heathen bastard." Preacher couldn't help blurting through his laughter. "Why, Miss Cora!" Cheeks flamed scarlet. Cora Ames made a face. "Can't a girl have any privacy?" She handed the rifle to Sue Landry, who said feelingly, "Atta girl, Cora." Preacher fired again and spun a pudgy Dakota off his saddle pad. A hoot from Sitz Tall, and the warriors streamed away. Quickly as it had begun, the fighting ended. Slowly people peeped out of their wagons or rose from firing positions under the boxes. A frightened mule had kicked forearm-sized billets of burning wood from the cook fire, and Patience Bookworthy hurried to spill a bucket of water over two of them. "You're learning, folks. You're doing just fine," Preacher praised. "I think we've got 'em fit to a standstill." He studied the retreating backs of the Dakotas. "Don't reckon they'll be back until sometime in the night. Maybe not until dawn." "Why's that, Preacher?" Asa Landry asked. "Like I done told you 100 times, Mr. Landry, Injuns is notionable. They ran us down the line and then attacked 3 times in a row. Didn't get anything accomplished. That smacks of weak medicine to an Injun. They'll draw off to cook up some grub, dance and drum some, and sing up some more good medicine. Speaking of which, if you ladies don't mind, I think all that fighting's whipped up an appetite for everyone." Shortly after the last of the Dakotas disappeared beyond the notches at the upper and lower end of the trail through the valley meadow, the faint, rhythmic, heartbeat thump of a drum invaded the consciousness of everyone in the train. Nighthawk began to tap a finger in time with it on the buttstock of the rifle he cleaned. Preacher soon noticed that even Beartooth, who was rumored to have a touch of Cherokee or Chickasaw in him, began to rock his moccasined right toe with the tempo. Funny how most white folk either heard them with dread or didn't react in any manner to the drums. Yet, given the last smidgen of Injun blood and the rhythm got to a feller right fast, Preacher mused. He saw to cleaning his own weapons, as he had advised the greenhorns to do, and thought on the meaning of this unprovoked attack by Indians far from their usual stomping grounds. About the time a plate of thick stew came into Preacher's hands, he had the beginnings of a wild idea, one that involved a lot of risk, but one he saw as bearing a great deal more promise for their future, provided he could carry it off without being killed. 16. Dupree thought Preacher's idea to be a crazy scheme. He minced no words in telling the mountain man so when he came upon Preacher as he worked on some gourds he had found in a narrow gully. Preacher chuckled and patted his older friend on one shoulder. "B'God, it's worked before, ain't it? Remember that time those Blackfeet had you and me and Lame Jack Riley cornered up in the Blue Smokes country? You and Lame Jack slipped out and done it whilst I kept the fire stoked up and talked to 2 bedrolls stuffed inside blankets. Scared the living hell out of them Blackfeet. And they knows the mountains. These Dakota don't. Likely to have 'em mussing up their pretty breeded breechcloths if I do it right." "I agree," Nighthawk put in his penny's worth. "They hadn't the opportunity to make an accurate count of how many we number. Come deep darkness, they'll not see one man slip away. If anyone can accomplish this, Preacher can." Beartooth clenched it with his offer. "Sure you don't want anyone along for company?" Preacher cut his eyes around the group and smiled broadly at Dupree. "There you are. It's settled. I'll be leaving around 10 o'clock. The Dakota will be drumming and singing up a storm about then. Any watchers they put out will be getting bored and droopy-eyed. I'll catch the ones behind us first. That should start some confusion when they go rushing in among their brothers. Then another dose ought to get the whole batch on the run. True to his word, Preacher slipped unnoticed out of camp at 10 that night. The Dakota had not the slightest idea what awaited them. Preacher glided through the chest-high grass in a whisper of near silence. He had with him the gourds he had found near the circled wagons, left from last summer. He had spent a long, careful time preparing them in a special way. They would play a big part in his plan to break the spirit of the hostiles. The grade increased steadily as he advanced toward the beeline to the south of the meadow. With all the skill he possessed, Preacher wormed his way through the stand of alder saplings and over the crest of the low hill. Once more he went over his plan. Ordinarily, his repertoire of animal and bird sounds would not fool any Indian over the age of 10 or 11. But, added to some special tricks he had prepared, he figured he might get these Dakota thinking something else was afoot besides a nasty mountain man. It all centered on those gourds. Half of them had rags stuffed down hard around the fuse and cap stuck in them. The others did not. That way, he knew some would go off with a big loud bang, while the rest would produce a flash, a whoomph, and a whole lot of smoke. Preacher made his way to where the watchers had set up a small camp. Only a handful of the braves had remained on this end of the trail. They had a fire and a small drum. Half their number must be keeping an eye on the wagons. This would make it easy. He'd use the smoke bombs on these braves. Chuckling silently over the anticipated results, Preacher aimed for the rear of the Sioux camp. There he found the horses and made ready for his presentation. First, though, he had to find the pony guard. Preacher located him after a patient 15 minutes wait. A slender young man in his late teens, he squatted with his back against the bole of a large fir, head constantly turning, eyes alert to any hint of movement. Preacher watched longer to determine any pattern. Slowly it emerged. The youth rose from his position after a quarter hour and moved to a rock where he could cover the angle previously overlooked. This would be a tough one, Preacher decided. It tasked all of Preacher's skill to sneak up on the competent, though youthful warrior. In the last 2 minutes, he held his breath as he closed the distance in a rush. His angle of attack put him atop the boulder against which the boy leaned. Preacher's moccasin made a small scraping sound as he slithered down the lichen-frosted stone face to land feet first on top of the Dakota's head. A soft grunt came from the boy's mouth. Preacher continued on down, driving his knees into the exposed chest. Air rushed from a contorted mouth. The lad stiffened, convulsed, and went slack in unconsciousness. At once, Preacher set to work. Bent low, he freed the ponies from their grazing tethers. Then, from a tinder box, he extracted a live coal, touched it to the fuses in the gourds he held, then hurled them into the general area of the crude camp. At once he moved away from where he stood, burrowed into the underbrush, and made ready. When the first whoomph came, he loosed a deep, soulful cough, followed by the hiss and roar of a cougar. The second projectile went off. Shouts of alarm rose from the resting warriors. Again Preacher did his cougar act. The third bomb exploded. The ponies panicked. With a grunt of amusement, Preacher decided to throw in a little grizzly bear. "Wahonk Sika!" a warrior shouted. "Wahonk Sika!" With a single mind, the hostile Dakotas set off after their horses. Chuckling to himself, Preacher retraced his steps to where he had ground rained thunder. In a matter of minutes, he trotted toward the camp ahead, where the larger fire burned, the bigger drum throbbed, and more Dakota waited to be an audience for his next performance. Preacher found his quarry easily enough. He screwed a ground anchor into the turf and tied off thunder, then equipped himself with an armload of homemade bombs. As he had done before, he headed for where the ponies had been picketed.
To his surprise, he found a boy of about 14 guarding them. On his first war party, no doubt, Preacher reckoned. He set his deadly gourds aside and slipped up on the lad easily. With the butt of a pistol, he knocked the youth unconscious with a single blow to the head. He eased the body to the ground and went back for his explosives. The Dakota sang a war song as Preacher laid out his bombs. These had longer fuses than the first set, and he lighted them as he went around the camp. He saved 2 to hurl in among the warriors. The drum stopped suddenly as Sitztal rose from his cross-legged position on a blanket. "Enough," he told his followers. "We must rest and be fresh to fight when the sun comes." Not likely, Preacher thought to himself as he made his way back to the horses. A harsh panther cough and snarl set the ponies off in a restless trot. Wolf howls followed, and then the first of the bombs went off. The Dakota's mount stampeded. Around the fire, pandemonium erupted. The explosion shook the ground. Preacher turned back then, lighted the remaining pair of fuses, and hurled the gourds into the camp. They erupted seconds later and set off a wilder scramble. In the midst of it, he threw back his head and shouted his earlier challenge. "I own the earth." Preacher gave another panther cough and raced back to where he had left Thunder. A swift ride through the moonlit night brought him to the circle of wagons. Several of their outfacing sides still bristled with arrows. The folks would be able to get rid of them come morning, Preacher thought, with satisfaction. Early morning light showed evidence that the Dakota hadn't given up any idea of attack. No warriors lined the ridges, Preacher noted as he poured a second round of coffee into a tin cup. He cut his gray eyes left and right, seeking any hint of concealed braves in the tall meadow grass. He saw not the slightest presence. "Well and good," he rumbled, as he sought the last of his Catlin clay pipes and a small pouch of tobacco. Now was a good time for a smoke. Not even the powerful medicine of the Raven Owners Society could prevail against the ghostly events of the night gone by, he reasoned with a touch of smugness. Best take advantage of it, before they got their nerves reined in and their wind up again. To that end, he turned to the late awakeners who crawled muzzily from their bedrolls. "You'd all best make it a quick breakfast. Men folks set to harnessing the mules. Dupree, Hawk, and Beartooth will get you lined out on the trail. I'm going ahead to sniff the ground." Cora Ames had a newfound friend in Felicity Jones. They came forward to where Preacher stood by the fire. "We heard the awfulest sounds last night," Cora began. "We thought the Indians must have gotten drunk and set fire to the ammunition when the explosion started." Preacher gave her a small, secret smile. "Dakota don't take much to drink, leastwise not so far. I'd say they ran up against some medicine too big for them to handle." Felicity caught the twinkle in Preacher's eyes. "You're not going to tell us, are you?" "Nothing to tell, Miss Jones." "Are they going to attack?" Cora inquired. "Nope. I reckon whatever spirits troubled them last night got 'em headed back toward their sacred Black Hills. We'd be making the trading post come midday tomorrow." Preacher put a slab of fried fatback between the halves of 2 biscuits and wrapped them in a square of neatly worked buckskin. He stuffed that in a coat pocket and headed for Thunder. Saddled up, he rode out of the bristling camp. Flora Sanders called after him with words sweet to his ears. "I'll have a dried apple pie waiting for you tonight, Preacher." Immediately, when he crossed the forward ridge, Preacher saw confirmation that he had read the mood of the Dakotas correctly. Or rather, he saw not a sign of any of them. Scuffed ground and wide-spaced moccasin prints indicated that the Indians had left, and in some considerable disarray. Preacher chortled softly. Must have taken them most of the night to round up their ponies. No doubt the rest of it packing up to get out of there.
Be a lot of drooping eyes among them bucks on the trail today." He touched boot heels to Thunder and continued his scout. Beartooth and Nighthawk remained behind to do what they could to wipe out any sign of their passage once the wagons left the narrow trace through the soaring mountains. While they worked, Beartooth spoke of past events. "Preacher was smart to pick this side approach to the pass. Only thing, none of us could have expected them Dakota. If Pease has men looking for us, it'd be on the main trail." "That's a mouth for you, Beartooth," Nighthawk observed, "although I suspect you are right. Bad fortune. We will be out of it before long, though." "Yep, only I don't reckon those wagons will make it as soon as Preacher expects. A couple of them look to be on the edge of breaking down." Nighthawk made a face. "All we need." "So true. I was looking forward to finding my woman's people and settling in for a summer of buffalo hunting." Nighthawk rubbed his lean, hard belly. "I can taste a plateful of roasted hump. Did you know that the forest bison were all but hunted out before the white man came? It was rare that any of our people ever tasted that sweet, rich meat." "That's being deprived some, I'd say." "You know it, friend." With their task completed in early afternoon, Nighthawk and Beartooth came unexpectedly upon the wagons. They had halted due to a broken wheel on one of the vehicles salvaged from the raid by Pease and his men. Also, Asa Pettibone's wagon had a cracked connecting bar in the running gear. "Might have known it," Beartooth sighed in resignation. "We'll be stuck here a day at best." 4 large sacred drums throbbed in the central clearing of the Cheyenne village. A huge fire burned, although it was midday. Cooking went on at other smaller fires among the concentric circles of lodges. Boys ran foot races in imitation of the more serious adult contests to come after the Grand Council concluded its business. Others played at mock hunting or war. The little girls helped their mothers by washing vegetables, cutting strips of meat into cubes for stew, and stirring bubbling cauldrons. A number of the older female population, those in their teens, looked on with admiring glances at the youthful warriors, excluded from the council hearing that had gone on for the past 3 days. Everyone said it would end some time before the sun went to sleep in the west. No one knew for sure. Occasionally, angry voices raised from behind the brush walls of the ceremonial lodge, its top open to the sky. When the messenger, bowed with fatigue, wended his way among the lodges toward the entrance to the council lodge, most of the boys gave off their games to follow along. The camp crier preceded him. The lathered pony stopped outside the brush arbor and snorted. His rider stared stupidly, as though dazed and unaware of where he had reached. 2 young civil chiefs came out to confront him. Slowly he slipped from his mount and staggered forward. He had ridden hard for 3 days and nights without sleep. When he entered, his message roused new shouts of outrage and anger. "Little Knife killed by whites," Stone Drum blurted. "I say we know who they are. Where is this?" Blinking, the messenger recited all he knew. Some white men made a large camp in a valley on the slopes of the White Top Mountains that faced the Medicine Bows. They are many in number. It is said they come to trade guns with our people. Little Knife heard they had whiskey. He went to make them spill it on the ground. A man I know, who died later, rode with Little Knife. He was much wounded and escaped the whites that way. He saw Little Knife fall. Mutters ran among the gathered chiefs. Heads nodded, and agreement formed. Stone Drum spoke for the council. "We are agreed, brothers. We must hunt down these white men and fight them until all die." He looked around and noted 3 chiefs who had club lodges of dog soldiers in their camps. He nodded to them. You will gather your best men. Have criers sent out at once. Let the dog soldiers deal with these evil men. I will go also, Falling Horse announced from near the entrance. Stone Drum turned, looked hard at Falling Horse. Yes, you will take up the war pipe and lead them, Falling Horse. Let not a white man escape. In a flurry of activity, nearly 100 Cheyenne dog soldiers and others who wanted to avenge Little Knife had gathered food, weapons, and equipment. The feast would be delayed, though the women showed not a sign of disappointment that all their hard work had gone for nothing. They knew that this day it would be they who ate until their bellies swelled like that of a woman with child. Silas Phipps came upon a narrow, winding pathway that led off the sorry trace he had been following shortly after their nooning. He called for Peter to halt the front wagon and hold fast. Phipps, a poor excuse for a frontiersman, still had a good sense of direction. He studied the lay of the land and forced his whiskey-dulled mind into activity. Best he could judge, this could be a shortcut to the pass and that trading post he had heard of. Maybe they should turn off into it. On the other hand, he ruminated, the trail he followed was supposed to be the main fork that led to Trout Creek Pass. Further careful scrutiny revealed what appeared to be recent wheel marks. Someone had taken this way. That decided him, almost more so than the crying need to replenish his whiskey supply. "We gotta be taking this trail," he commanded his orphan entourage. "Aren't we on the right one?" Ruth asked from beside Peter. "Leave questions like that to your betters, missy," Philip snapped. "I say we go on this one, then this is the trail we take." Inadvertently, Silas Phipps put his 2 wagons behind Preacher in the larger train. The youngster's spirits rose at the awesome beauty of the steep canyon walls. Thickly wooded at the lower levels, a silvery stream alive with jumping trout beckoned. Peter dreamed idly of better days, long gone by, when he fished from the banks of the Taunton River in Massachusetts. On hot summer days, he and his friends would strip off their clothes and jump into a cool, deep pool formed by a bend in the river. Life had been good then, before his ma and pa had died in a boat wreck during a storm. Even acidic Silas Phipps mellowed a bit, lulled out of his bad humor by the beauty of their surroundings. Gradually, though, the peacefulness awakened his darkest urges. At day's end, unbeknownst to him, they had come within a morning's journey behind Preacher's pilgrims. Phipps had the itch something powerful after he had eaten and given up his tin plate to be washed by the girls. His watery black eyes searched out the object of his desire and fixed on her. Grunting, he pushed himself to his boots and walked over to Gertha. He draped an arm around her slender shoulder and spoke disarmingly. "I've sort of taken a fancy to you, Gertha, you know that?" Gertha did not reply, only looked up at Phipps with big, solemn, frightened eyes. "Oh my, yes. We have those skins the boys trapped to sell at the trading post, and I'm going to buy you something pretty. How about that?" Again, Gertha did not reply. "Yes, well, I want to show you how much I've come to favor you, so I'll expect you at my wagon after the others have been settled down for the night. You won't disappoint me, will you?" She could but shake her head and dread the night. 17. With the wagons overhauled, the last leg to the trading post went without event. At Preacher's insistence, they resupplied and pushed on. That didn't happen without loud objections from the missionaries. Preacher and Nighthawk traveled ahead. Preacher wanted to get a close look at the valley where he had wintered, to make certain no one else had settled in. No one had. Only the early blossoms and the April warmth. Preacher and Nighthawk split up and went out to hunt for game. He wanted to give the gospel shouters a head start on laying in supplies. Plenty of smoked meat would be a sizable contribution. Well, he did, for the wagons rolled in 4 days later. Dupree, still nursing his shoulder wound, and Beartooth organized the missionary men and supervised while they felled trees to build cabins. Domestic tranquility settled over the valley. It made Preacher uncomfortable. He set off to hunt for more game. Preacher leveled the sights of his hawken on the big bull elk that stood spattle-legged, its head lowered into the silvery spring to drink. That's it, he thought, right behind the left leg. A gentle squeeze. The big .54 caliber rifle slammed into Preacher's shoulder with a familiar impact. The elk stiffened, all 4 legs blade now, then went down. The hooves dug into the ground beneath the dying animal while Preacher approached. It shuddered its last and went still. A perfect heart shot. Hardly any blood had spilled onto the ground. Preacher's sharp knife opened the veins of the neck, and he wiped the blade clean before resheathing it. Then he went for Thunder. It would take the powerful Appaloosa horse to raise the animal for skinning and field dressing. With that task completed, Preacher buried the offal to keep away scavengers and washed his bloodied arms and hands in the stream. He brought his pack horse and loaded the quarters of elk, wrapped in sections of the hide. Weary from 4 days of hunting, Preacher decided to head for home, visiting each of his earlier caches along the way to retrieve the meat waiting there. If Nighthawk had equal luck, he speculated, the pilgrims would not need to hunt again before fall. Plenty of time to build cabins to shut themselves in from the spectacular summer nights. Fool folks, Preacher grunted to himself. Winter's the time to be closed in out of the cold. Anyone knows that. Sundown would not be near for another 3 hours when Preacher rode down a slope into a tiny vale where a camp had been set up. His keen vision picked out 5 disreputable-looking ruffians lounging around a low fire. 2 of them looked up incuriously when Preacher had covered about half of the distance to them. "Hello, the camp," Preacher called to them. "Howdy yourself. You be friendly?" "That I am. Mind if I ride in and set a spell?" "Come on, we got coffee." "Good. And I could sure use a cup of Who Shot John if you got any," Preacher suggested, curious as to the nature of these strangers. "Nope, don't bring whiskey in where there's Injuns about. Makes 'em plumb crazy if they get their hands on it." Tight lines around Preacher's eyes relaxed some. Didn't sound like they were tied up with Ezra Pease. He walked Thunder down close to the fire and dismounted. His sweat and blood-stiffened buckskins rustled as he walked to the fire. Coffee in hand, Preacher cut his eyes from man to man, studying their features. None seemed tense to spring. The one who had spoken first opened the conversation. "Name's Clower. You been hunting, I see." "Yep. Name's Arthur." For some reason, Preacher's inner caution warned him to use his given name. Never too early to put away meat for winter. "Then you're not just passing through?" Frank Clower prompted. "Tired of roaming," Preacher kept up the fiction. "Got me a little cabin tucked away a piece from here. I usually go far afield like this, so's to keep the game close to home in case of need." "Good idea, Art," Clower said, with irritating familiarity. "You boys trapping?" Clower shook his head. "Nope, just drifting through." "Picked some pretty country for it," Preacher observed. "Right you are." Preacher finished his coffee. It tasted like sour mud and cleaned the cup. Then he turned to walk to Thunder. "Nice jawing with you gents," he said over his shoulder before he put his attention to tightening Thunder's cinch strap, which he had loosened when he dismounted. That's the moment 3 of them chose to jump him. He caught the movement from the corner of his eye. Preacher swung in time to plant a hard fist flush in the mouth of a small, pinch-faced thug that dumped Preacher's attacker flat on the ground.
He put an elbow in the gut of another. Raw whiskey fumes gushed out of a corded throat. Preacher popped him on the side of the head, and he dropped like a log. He advanced on the last one. By then the third hard case had his knife out. "Hey, stupid," Preacher shouted in the man's suddenly astonished face. "I ain't stupid," the riffraff protested. "Yes, you are," Preacher teased. "Why?" "You brought a knife." "To a gunfight," Preacher concluded, as he yanked one of his four-shooters and let bang with a double-shotted load. Cut down like a thin sapling, the vermin fell away in time to reveal Clower and the last man groping for their guns. Preacher waited for the faster of the pair to clear the waistband. Then he sent the ugly sucker off to meet his maker. Howling, Frank Clower dived off to one side, rolled, and came up shooting. A ball whizzed past Preacher's right ear. Preacher replied. His ball also missed. By then, one of the buzzards he had punched out roused enough to reach for his pistol. Preacher had stepped away from his animals in the opening round to save the lives of Thunder and the pack-horse. Still groggy, the filth bag fired hastily. It popped through the loose portion of Preacher's coat on the left side. 2 holes. Damn, Preacher thought. He quickly educated the lout with a ball to the chest. Then he turned back to Clower in time to see the black hole of a .60 caliber muzzle pointed directly at his face. Triumphant, Clower pulled the trigger. The big haze misfired. Preacher's four-shooter didn't. One of the balls caught Clower at the base of his throat. The other broke a collarbone and punched through the shoulder blade behind. Clower gurgled as he went slack-kneed and sagged to the ground. His free hand twitched and clawed at his wounds. Then, his eyes glazing, he tried to focus on the big man standing over him. You be Preacher, ain't ye?" Clower asked. "I be." "That Arthur thing had me fooled for a moment. Smart, thinking it up so quick." "Didn't think it up. My ma did." "No fooling," Clower said through a froth of pink foam. "Nope." "I'll be danged. I'm dying. Right, Preacher?" "You are." "Bury me?" "You work for Pease?" "Yeah. Though I'm regretting it right about now." "Then I won't bury you. Not fit for proper putting away." "You're a hard man, Preacher." "I know it. Goodbye, Clower." "Oh, God. God, it hurts so much." Preacher watched silently until Clower gave up his spirit. Then he collected the weapons, loosely tied the surviving vagabond, and took their horses with him. He'd use them to carry meat back to the valley. Preacher sensed their disapproval the moment he rode up to the busy center of activity. All it had taken was for the missionary folk to count the number of horses he led. They didn't give a hoot about the meat he had brought in. They could count, and they knew he had taken only one pack-horse with him. As expected, Reverend Thornton Bookworthy expressed their disapproval. "What happened to the men who owned these horses?" the rotund cleric demanded. "They sort of suddenly got dead, and they probably didn't own them. More likely they stole them," Preacher answered him. Reverend Bookworthy chose not to listen and believe. "That doesn't bother you at all?" Preacher pulled out his coat to illustrate his point. "Yes, it does. One of them put a couple of holes in a perfectly good coat. They worked for Pease, who, unless you forgot, is trying mighty hard to kill me." That registered on the good Reverend. "Do his men know about this valley?" "Not likely," Preacher answered lightly, coming off his prod. "I left one alive and afoot to carry a message back to Pease. Told him I was coming after him. Then I rode out heading north. By the time that feller gets to the pass and finds another horse, all sign of where I really went will be wiped out." Bookworthy looked at the string of heavy-laden animals. "We're, appreciative of the meat. The
smokehouse was completed in your absence and is already working." Preacher responded. "Smoked venison or elk haunch is right tasty, but I'd eat the thinner parts fresh and right fast." Reverend Bookworthy seemed bemused. Yes, I'll see to it right away." He wandered off, leaving Preacher with his load of meat. Only scant minutes passed before men from among the missionaries came to relieve him of his burden. Preacher put Thunder in his private corral, the one he had built for the previous winter, and placed the others in the common pen. A barn had been laid out next to that, and framing for one wall already stood tall, raw, and proud. Civilization, Preacher thought uncharitably. His mood improved an hour later when Nighthawk came in with both of his horses complaining under enormous loads. The news the Delaware brought quickly restored Preacher's dark outlook. "There is a large party of white men to the west. I cut their sign 3 days ago." He did not need to mention that as the reason he had come in late. Preacher spoke through his scowl. "The bunch jumped me worked for Pease." Nighthawk raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I won't ask why it is you have a whole skin." "Thank you, Nighthawk, but my coat didn't fare near so good. 5 of 'em, and one told me before he expired that they worked for Pease. Things, they is heating up, old hoss." "I'm inclined to agree. What do we do about it?" Nighthawk prompted. "Nothing for the time being. We got these pilgrims to educate," Preacher said with a snort. Preacher heard more about his treatment of his would-be murderers after Reverend Bookworthy spread the story through his congregation. Cora Ames and several of the good women of the mission flock came to him to demand if he had provided proper Christian burial. "What for?" he asked, clearly not understanding the reason for the question. "I would assume that after brutally murdering 5 men, Patience Bookworthy ranted at him. 4. It was 4 men. I left one alive." Preacher defended himself. 4 men, then. The least you could have done was to give them proper Christian burial." Preacher could not believe what he had heard. "Well, hell, ma'am, if you'll pardon the language, them fellers had just tried to kill me. Jumped me when my back was turned. Now, do you think that's a proper Christian thing to do? Do you think they had even a speaking acquaintance with the moral way of doing things, or that I owed them anything for their efforts?" Patience must have bitten down on something sour from the look that came on her face. "Ooh, you're an abomination," she forced out. "You have a way of twisting everything a person says." "Not at all, ma'am. Just pointing out which way the wind blows." To his astonishment, Cora Ames backed his stand. "He's right, you know. This isn't Philadelphia or Boston or New York. Life is harsh out here. Didn't those Indian attacks teach you anything?" A sudden stricken expression washed over her. "Oh, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Preacher found himself defending her. "No, you didn't, Miss Cora. Right to the point, I'd say." "You would?" Patience Bookworthy snapped, then stalked off. With a more contrite tone, Preacher offered his amends. "I'm afraid my bullheadedness has gotten you on her bad side. Only thing is, I didn't have a choice in how I handled them fellers. I did have with how I used my mouth." Mischief lighted Cora's eyes. "If I'm in Patience's book of bad girls, I think I'm in good company, Preacher. I'm glad you weren't injured." Dumbstruck, Preacher watched, with mouth agape, as she walked to where the other women worked to prepare a meal for the laboring men of the new community. With a week of construction and meat-curing behind them, half of the missionary men and all of the boys over 10 were attending a special school. It would be learning that could mean life or death in the isolated village that sprang up faster each day. The instructor was Preacher, his classroom the meadow and forested hills that surrounded the valley. He held a yellowish-white bulb in his hand and waved it under the noses of the more curious youths. "This here's wild onion, and no, it don't taste exactly like a regular one, but it'll do in a pinch. Some of you who've et with me and the boys have tasted it in stew. They grow in clumps like you see here. Notice that the tops are flat rather than round. There's another plant like 'em, only with round tops and wider bulbs. Stay shy of those. They'll poison you right terrible. Now let's move on. There's wild turnips growing here, along the bank of that crick. We'll look at them next." An attentive audience accompanied Preacher to his next stop. He took the blade of his knife that dug up a round, flattened tuber with lacy green fronds above the ground. "Is that a turnip?" young Nick chirped. "Sure is. They's stronger flavored than the ones you can grow from seed next year. When you boil 'em up with a slab of that smoked elk and some onions and yucca root, they'll make you full and warm." "What's yucca?" Nick asked, a frown creasing his forehead and button nose. "That's them spiky dark green leaves you see sticking up in the sandy places. Later on they'll have waxy white blossoms on a stalk. They grow big fat roots to store water for dry spells. Sweet as a yam," Preacher unveiled, pleased with his role as teacher. He pointed to a shadowed gully across the creek. "Them long vines with the stickers are wild blackberries. They'll bloom in early May, put on dark fruit, and be ready to eat in mid-August and all September. That is, if the bears don't get at 'em first." "Bears?" a mousy missionary squeaked. "Oh, sure, and if you see any out here, don't dispute their claim to the blackberries." "I'd shoot him and put him in the smokehouse," young Chris declared. Preacher made a face. "Bear meat's sort of strong and greasy. Sometimes tastes of fish, only fish that's gone bad. And you got to cook bear meat through and through." Several of the missionary boys chorused. "That's about it for now. We'll look into pine nuts and woodsy things tomorrow. Now I've got to help the ladies learn to jerk venison." A loner all of his life, Preacher often felt ill at ease around groups of people. Yet he had a high old time when he spent hours with the women of the camp in the task of preserving food. He worked at their side and took them through each step in the process of cutting, seasoning, and drying strips of venison and elk. The only thing that kept it from being a total delight was that they chattered all the time, about women things at that. His cheeks flamed frequently when the subject of corsets and petticoats came up. At such times he retreated into conjecture on the problem that kept gnawing on him. Ezra Pease and his dealings with the Indians always came to the forefront of Preacher's thoughts. At last he had to take his gleanings to his companions. Preacher sat aside his plate and licked his lips in satisfaction. "Elk ham makes a man's day, it rightly do," he declared. "Now I've got something eating at me that we need to worry over together." "Peas," Nighthawk said simply. "That's right. What do you reckon we ought to do about it?" "We've been tied down here for better'n a week," Beartooth stated the obvious. "Who knows where Pease is now?" "That's the point." Preacher seized on it. "He could be looking right down on us this minute, and who knows what mischief he's up to. We got this here little town off to a good start. I think it's time to go out and hunt down Pease and settle his hash once and for all. These gospel shouters have 10 thumbs when it comes to any real work," Beartooth complained, contradicting his earlier statement. "Someone has to stay with them to make sure their houses don't fall down when they finish 'em." Preacher cocked a brow. "You ain't the world's greatest carpenter either, Beartooth, but I can hit the pegs with the hammer, not my thumb." "Then you're elected," Preacher said simply. "Fact is, if there's no objection, I think y'all should stay on to get the job done right whilst I go hunt down Pease. I can clear out in 2 days' time, find him, then come back for the rest of you. Then we can clean out that nest of rattlers." Book 2 1. 10 of Stone Drum's dog soldiers crouched in the choke cherry bushes at the crest of the rim that surrounded the hidden valley occupied by the hated whites. The oldest among them, a smooth-muscled man in his mid-30s, father of 3 boys and 2 girls, nodded, his hawk-beaked nose pointing out the crude shelters erected by Pisa's men. Although a quarter-mile away, he spoke softly. "We must find Falling Horse. One of you go to the camp of Stone Drum. Our chief must know of this also. They have moved close to the land of the Blackfeet," a younger brave observed. Good Sky nodded again, and a flicker of smile lighted his face. "That is why when we attack, we must do it swiftly, with all our warriors. None must escape to tell their friends the Blackfeet." He looked around at the men with him. "Young Bear, you are lightest, can move fast without tiring your pony. Go to Stone Drum. Otar, you go to Falling Horse. The rest will stay here, keep watch. Guide our dog soldier brothers to this valley." Young Bear's chest swelled. "We are strong enough to take them now." "I think not. It is better that we wait." Good Sky ruled. That wait lasted 3 days. Young Bear and Otar rounded up all of the roving dog soldiers who had been searching for the whites and brought them to the valley. There, Falling Horse laid his plans for the attack. He saw at once that some of the whites would no doubt break free of their initial charge and escape the camp that had been established. Yet he wanted to cause what damage they could. "We are not enough in numbers to close off both ends of the valley," he instructed the eager warriors. "We can come from both sides to increase their confusion. It is best after that to ride to where we can join forces and fight our way back through one side." Wiser heads nodded agreement. "To be quiet and surprise them is important," Falling Horse cautioned. Without further discussion, the Cheyenne set out to make ready for war. Many of the dog soldiers painted themselves and their ponies for the event. Others made up in soft tones of brown and green in order to sneak up close on the unsuspecting whites before the signal was given to charge. When everyone had reached his proper place, a ruby-throated warbler call advised Falling Horse of this. The time had come. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere of the camp shattered at the sharp-edged war cries of the 100 Cheyenne. Arrows rained from the sky and made a pincushion of one hard case. His wails and shrieks of agony joined the battle sounds of the dog soldiers. Ponies at a gallop, they thundered toward the assortment of tents and brush shelters from upstream and down. "B'God, it's Injuns!" Two Thumbs Bueller shouted in astonishment. His hands darted toward his rifle. Ezra Pease jolted from his folding camp stool and rushed to the open flap of his tent. Spurts of smoke jetted skyward as the Cheyenne opened up. Belatedly, some of his own men returned fire. "Hold tight," Pease shouted. "We outgunned them." "How do you know?" came a nervous challenge. "There could be hundreds of them." "You dolt. We're the ones selling the guns," Ezra Pease snapped, wondering how he had come to have so many lame brains in the gang. It soon became clear that the Indians advanced in a 2-pronged attack. With them they brought firebrands, which they threw into the brush shelters. Flames licked high in scant seconds. A screaming man staggered out of one, his body engulfed by fire. Terrified by this, several of the thugs made a run for the brushy slope of the basin. Fire from London-made fusils erupted in their faces. One man caught 2 arrows from so short a range that only the fletchings protruded from his shirt front. The captive boys, still with Pease, wailed in confusion, uncertain as to where their safety lay. For all their superiority in firepower, Ezra Pease soon saw they had no choice but to make a run for it. "Harness the teams," he bellowed, regretting the inevitable loss of his stout tent. Then, totally unexpected, When the two wings of the charge met near the middle of camp, the hostiles turned in one direction and dashed out of the encircling white men. Although not before they had snatched up a case of rifles, 2 kegs of powder, and 1 of bullets packed in layers of sawdust. 3, who had been able to understand the pleas of the captive white boys, had youngsters behind them on their ponies. Pease roared his anger after them. Damn them! Damn them all! They think they can come in here and take what they want, eh? Then run like whipped dogs? They'll not get away with it. Still contemptuous of Indians in general, Ezra Pease made yet another mistake. There can't be more than 40 of them. Everyone mount up. I want them hunted down and killed. Every last one. 2 wagons ambled into the missionaries' valley late the next afternoon. They presented a sorry sight. Both wagons had broken down repeatedly on the rough trail north of Trout Creek Pass. Silas Phipps suffered from withdrawal from alcohol, and his orphans all appeared sickly. They stumbled around like walking corpses, and all of the missionaries agreed that they needed considerable care. Our supplies ran out 2 days ago, Helen informed the concerned mission folk. We haven't had anything to eat since then. Peter has a fever. Please, can you help us? She appealed to a compassionate committee of women. Oh, you poor dears, we'll get you fed right away. Where is the sick boy? In the front wagon, Helen told Patience Bookworthy. Now you keep your hands off that boy, Silas Phipps growled. He's just faking being sick to get out of work. Preacher didn't like the cut of the man at first sight. He had a meanness about his mouth and little squinty eyes that darted from place to place as though assessing the value of everything in sight. His lack of concern for the children didn't sit right either. It was this that made Preacher decide to step in. Are you a doctor? The mountain man demanded. No, I ain't, and it's none of your concern, Phipps snapped. Preacher produced a grim smile, a sure warning sign to any who knew him. Since you're not a doctor, you don't know any more about how sick that boy is than I do. Let the women take care of him. Phipps had time by then to gauge the size and mettle of the man confronting him. Coward that he was, he backed down a little. They can ply him with some soup, maybe some medicine. We could all use something to eat. But mind they're not to touch him or take him out of those clothes. Preacher wondered on that throughout the day and into the next. Peter responded to the ministrations of the missionary women and roused out of his fevered state by mid-afternoon. Once the affliction had left him, he ate ravenously. Talk went around the new settlement about asking the wanderers to remain in the valley. Preacher objected to that, but withheld comment. On their second full day in the valley, the children had lost some of their listlessness and befriended children among the missionaries and refugees, in spite of the efforts of Silas Phipps to prevent that. When several of the boys, including young Peter, went downstream to take a bath, Preacher went along to stand guard. When the lads had undressed, little Nick stared at Peter, eyes wide with wonder. Jehoshaphat, what happened to you? He blurted. It's nothing, Peter responded quietly, his face aflame with humiliation. Don't tell me that, Nick persisted. Someone whumped on you real fierce. No one did it. I fell off the wagon, Peter invented in desperation. Made curious by the anxious tone in Peter's voice, Preacher cut his eyes to where the boys stood naked and knee-deep in the chill creek. His eyes widened and turned as hard as high-quality flint when he saw all the scars on Peter's back. Fresh purple welts crisscrossed the boy's shoulders, the small of his back, and his skinny buttocks. It brought a flash of fury. Then Preacher recovered his go-easy mountain man outlook. Not his business, he decided. Some kids needed more rough handling to be brought up right. Might be that Phipps feller told the truth. Then he recalled that the Indians raised some mighty fine youngsters without ever laying a hand on them. Small wonder Phipps didn't want the women to see Peter's back. Preacher dismissed his immediate concern. They'd spend only another day and a night in the valley, resupply what they could, and then Phipps would be told to move on. He'd point the way back to Trout Creek Pass to Phipps and bid him good luck. These young'uns weren't his to be worrying over, Preacher allowed. He turned back to his guard duties. With Preacher keeping watch for predators of the 2- and 4-legged varieties, the boys splashed and played with the lye soap bar until they turned a bit blue around the lips and shivered violently. Only then would they admit that the water might be a bit chilly. They climbed from the stream and toweled dry. Then Nick, who was small for his age and a size with Peter, presented the latter boy with a fresh change of clothes. Tears of gratitude and affection filled Peter's eyes, and he turned away to hide them from the other lads. When they had all dressed, Preacher marched them back to the settlement. There he found Cora Ames all a-tither over the condition of the older girls. "There's something very wrong in the lives of these children," she announced sternly. "Such as?" Preacher prodded, the knowledge of Peter's frequent beatings clear in his mind. "They won't say anything. In fact, they deny that something unpleasant has been going on." "Only you don't think that's the truth." Cora cut her big, blue, troubled eyes to him. "Oh, Preacher, all I have are suspicions, but they seem to be an absolute terror of that Mr. Phipps." "We'll have to keep an eye on Phipps for as long as they're here with us, then," Preacher offered. "Will you, Preacher? It's all I can ask, I suppose, and tell the others, too. Beartooth, Dupree, and Nighthawk." "Sure, Miss Cora. Done without saying. Ain't none of us cotton to the man. I reckon it was him who gave Peter a powerful beating. More than one at that." Cora's hand flew to her mouth to cover her astonishment. "How badly was the boy injured?" "I reckon it's what gave him that fever. Some of them stripes was deep, could have festered." "Why, that's monstrous." "May seem so to you and me, Miss Cora, but if they belong to him, it ain't agin the law. He can do whatever he wants with them, short of actual killing one." Stubborn anger colored Cora's next words. "Not if he's doing what I think he's done to those girls." Preacher lost any doubt about her concerns. His lips thinned into a hard line. "So, it's that way, huh? Might be I should have a little talk with Phipps." "I'm afraid that might make things worse for them all." Cora pleaded for restraint. "Not until he got off his back and out of the splints I'd be putting him in," Preacher rumbled. Preacher thought at first he was dreaming of a wounded rabbit, yet the pitiful cries had more volume than the squeak of a hurt animal. He came fully awake when they changed to outright screams. "No, please, no, I won't let you. It hurts, I won't." A child's voice penetrated the haze in Preacher's head. A short distance away, Nighthawk roused from sleep also. "That's a child," the Delaware stated thickly. "Yep, and I got an idea where it's coming from." Preacher slipped into moccasins, drew up his buckskin trousers, and padded off into the darkness. Nighthawk followed him to the source of the sound of anguish and humiliation. Preacher sprang up onto the lip at the base of the tailgate to the second wagon that belonged to Silas Phipps. He had been guided there by the soft, dim glow of a candle burning inside. He was the first among the occupants of the valley to see Silas at his evil pleasure. Phipps had pulled the thin dress off the skinny, naked form of little Gertha, the 10-year-old. Gertha wretchedly, hot trails of tears coursing down her cheeks. Feebly, she batted at the pawing hands of Phipps. With a roar, Preacher bent inward and grabbed the perverted vermin by the back of his collarless shirt and scruff of his neck. With no more seeming effort than jerking a fly clear off a square of sticky paper, Preacher yanked Silas Phipps out of his wagon and hurled him onto the ground. Nighthawk stood over the astonished Phipps. Not even the filthy buzzard puke that rides for Dirty Dan Frazier would do a low-down thing like that, you bastard, Preacher roared. Them orphans mine. I can do with them what I want, Phipps wailed in his defense. Besides, she likes it. Purrs like a little kitten, she does. That set Preacher's control boiling over. Move over, Nighthawk. This one's got him a powerful whooping coming. Get up, you sick son of a bitch. Phipps cowered, arms up and curled around his head for protection. Don't you touch me. I didn't do no harm. Fire burned in Preacher's eyes as he reached down and dragged Phipps to his boots. How many of them little girls have you pestered? He grated through his fury. Only the older ones. Them that's 9 or over, came a whimpered reply. What about what you done to Peter? Preacher prodded, his vision filled with the purple welts on the skin of the boy's pale back. Yeah, him too a couple of times, and Billy too. Shocked to stupefaction by this disgusting revelation, Preacher responded with his fists. His big knuckles mashed into Phipps' lips, pulped his nose, split the skin under one eye. Phipps bleated in terror, twisted and pulled in an attempt to escape this terrible punishment. Preacher gave him no slack. When Phipps wilted in Preacher's grip, the mountain man brought up one knee smartly and smashed into the pervert's crotch. Then he went to work on the soft belly and vulnerable ribs. The disturbance awakened everyone in the settlement. Lamps bloomed with light and people began to gather. In the forefront, black frock coat draped over nightshirt, came the Reverend Thornton Bookworthy. Enough, he thundered. Desist at once. You'll kill that man. Preacher ceased his pounding and looked at the minister from his anger. You're right. I allow as how any man forcing himself on a woman, and in particular a child, has committed a hanging offense. I say that's what we do with this rotten trash. Despite the closeness of their earlier conversation, Cora Ames flared at Preacher also. You can't do that without a trial. This man is entitled to the protection of the law. Everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Preacher noted the fervor with which she had made her statements, and it only fanned the flames higher. Well, hell, Miss Cora, if you'll pardon my saying it, I caught him in the act, with his britches down around his knees like they are now. That ain't no sporting house girl in there. That's a 10-year-old child. Gertha's small, pale face appeared over the tailgate. Hit him again, Mr. Preacher. Hit him for me. Reverend Bookworthy had gathered more steam. We can't hang him. Why, it's uncivilized. That's right. Patience Bookworthy rallied behind her husband. Everyone knows that hanging people is no deterrent to crime. Preacher eyed her like a creature from another planet. I beg to point out that hanging is a surefire way to deter the feller from doing it. Any rapist, once hung, sure as old Nick himself won't ever rape another. Asa Pettibone stepped forward. I agree with Preacher. If we are establishing a community here, then we're responsible for enforcing the laws. As I recall, rape is a capital crime. I say we select a jury from among our drivers and ourselves. Did you see what went on? He asked Nighthawk. I only saw Preacher drag this wretch out of his wagon. Good, then you can be prosecutor, Nighthawk. Beartooth can be bailiff, Dupree can be judge, and Thornton, if you feel so strongly against the death penalty for such scum as Phipps, you can damn well defend the low-life trash. More lanterns were brought, the fire built up, and everyone gathered around. Only the children were barred from witnessing the events that transpired. When summoned, Beartooth escorted each of the orphans forward to testify. Each one sobbed out their face-reddening, humiliating evidence. Through it all, Silas Phipps grew more surly. "You're a lying whelp," he snarled at Billy when the boy told between gulps of fear and loathing what Phipps had done to him. It's the truth, and you know it," the 8-year-old boy accused. "I swore to myself I'd never tell a soul. The shame would kill me. But if it will free us all of you, I'm glad to answer what they want to know." Peter told of the many beatings and of the dark, degrading secret things Phipps had compelled him to do. Several of the missionary women swooned dead away. Others erupted in fits of tears and hysteria. "You're a liar, same as the others, you miserable brat. Next time I'll whip the life out of you." Preacher could no longer restrain himself. "I don't reckon you're going to get it next time." Dupree rapped a pistol butt on the barrel head that served as his bench. "Let's not get out of line, mon ami. You'll have your chance to give testimony in a little while." "What's wrong with now?" Preacher growled. "I seem to recall something about establishing a link between the accused and his crimes. Mr. Pettibone was kind enough to instruct me in this custom of law. So we need to start in the past and bring it up to the events of this evening. Then we can hang this bâtard right legal and proper," he added, a cold fire in his black eyes. "Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor." "What happened after the last beating, Peter?" He smeared me with axle grease. He was real tender about it, especially my backside. I just knew what he wanted." Phipps came to his feet, hands fisted, eyes wild. "Shut up, you dirty little liar." Dupree cut his eyes to Beartooth. "Bailiff, please restrain the defendant." Beartooth gave a curt nod, walked to where he faced Phipps at a little less than arm's length, and biffed the blustering pervert in the mouth. "That good enough, Judge Dupree?" "Fine as frog fur, Beartooth. Once again, please continue." Peter did. Then Preacher was called. He related being awakened, recognizing the cries to be those of a child, and following the sound to the second wagon of Phipps. At that point he became ill at ease, shrugged and shuffled his feet, until he at last turned to Dupree. "Frenchie, Judge, can we ask the ladies be excused before I say what it is I found inside that wagon? Considering the circumstances, I find that a reasonable request." Nighthawk supported Preacher's position. Realizing that if Preacher revealed all the gruesome details the client forced upon him would surely hang, Reverend Bookworthy protested. "The Constitution guarantees a speedy and public trial. The Lord knows this is speedy enough. If the women folk are excused, it will not be entirely public." "Now, hold on a minute there, Père Bookworthy. I've never been in a real court but once," Dupree challenged. "But the one I was in didn't allow women to witness the trial. I'm going to rule that the women be excused." After they had gone, Preacher described what he had seen. When he concluded with the pounding he had given Phipps, rumbles of angry discontent swept through the long gap in testimony. Dupree rapped again and brought silence. "Do you wish to call anyone else?" he asked Nighthawk. "Yes, the victim, little Gertha." After her account of what had gone on, several among the jury had to be restrained by Beartooth. Dupree turned to Reverend Bookworthy. "Do you have anything to offer in defense?" "I call Silas Phipps." Phipps took the oath, then slumped on the barrel used as a witness chair. "I might have done some bad things in my life, but it weren't my fault. I had an awful childhood. My parents beat me. They didn't love me. I had an uncle, my pa's brother, who pestered me when I was little." He recited his list of imaginary woes. "I was shunned by the other children because we were poor. I went hungry most every day." He went on and on with the usual puerile snivel about his past life. When he finished, the jury took only 1 minute to reach a verdict. "Guilty," Buck the foreman announced. "But it ain't my fault. I can't help myself." Silas Phipps whined, squealed, and sobbed out. "Having been found guilty as charged, I sentence you to be hanged by your neck until you are dead, dead, dead. And may le bon Dieu have mercy on your soul," Dupree pronounced in a sepulchral voice. Phipps squealed like a pig. He struggled and fought with the 4 men who wrestled to restrain him. He thrashed and howled all the way to the tall fir tree with long, thick lower branches. There his hands and feet were tied, and a hastily fashioned rope fitted around his neck. He was still shrieking when the rope went suddenly taut and hauled him off his feet. No one wanted to break the silence that followed that. 2. War talk resumed among the Cheyenne. Many of the younger warriors and war chiefs had grown highly discontented with the failure to settle decisively with Pease. Their representatives on the council made their position known. The debate turned even more serious. "It is foolish to make war on the whites. Unless we kill all of these men, others will come to avenge them. Think of our women, our children." Running Bear appealed to reason. "While we spend our days chasing after them, the Blackfeet are making up for war," Wind Rider reminded the assembled chiefs. "We cannot fight them, and all the whites too." "No, it is the white men who sell guns and whiskeys we must kill." Gray Cloud rose to speak his thoughts. "When we do, the Blackfeet will have to take counsel again about fighting us." Falling Horse rose next, a brief smile flickering on his wide, handsome face. "I do not think the whites think well of these men who sell guns and whiskey to our people. I have met with the one they call Preacher. He and 3 friends are hunting this man called Pease. They mean to stop him." "What can 4 men do against all those who ride with Pease?" Gray Cloud demanded scornfully. "That is not the point, old friend. What we must do is find Pease first and finish off his fighting men. With Preacher opposed to what Pease is doing, he will speak in our favor to his kind. I believe that no other white men will seek to punish us if we kill Pease." Little Mountain rose to add his sentiments. "Falling Horse is right. This Pease rides like a mighty chief across our lands. He and his warriors are crowding up our open spaces, selling rotten whiskey to those who would drink it, and being troublesome in many ways. Yes, the white boy child I took from their camp told how the men with Pease killed his parents, and many other whites in a rolling lodge train, and took them captive," Falling Horse informed him. "This is also why I say the whites will not care who it is that ends the days for Pease. It is known that they are the ones who sold guns to the Blackfeet," White Bow added in mounting anger. "We are agreed to fight the Blackfeet if they come into our land. I say we take the battle to them. Attack their villages, punish them for trading guns with the whites. But first we must make Pease pay for what he has done," Falling Horse urged. Running Bear sighed and shook his graying head. "Your words are good, Falling Horse. Yet we must take counsel in what is true, and not give in to being guided by what we wish could be done. I say it is to be moonstruck to decide for a general uprising. Look at the power of the Blackfeet, their great numbers, and the endless stream of whites. Do you forget their tall hats who keep the log wall villages?" Falling Horse had to admit the wisdom of that argument. Although few in number and widely spread over the high plains, the forts provided a constant thorn to irritate the Cheyenne. After much wrangling, the council decided not to change their initial decision. They would first hunt the whites who had killed Little Knife and his warriors and destroyed the village of Black Hand. More than half the number of braves able to fight would be needed to protect their villages from any surprise attack by the Blackfeet, while the rest went in pursuit of peas. They would discuss widening the fight later. Falling Horse had the last word. "I will lead the Dog Soldiers if you approve," he told the council. None objected. Cora Ames was not speaking to Preacher after the Drumhead trial and hanging of Silas Phipps. That pleased Preacher mightily. He decided to set off on another hunting sweep, then see to finding peas. To his surprise, young Peter and Billy overcame their ordeal enough to share their skill in setting snares for smaller game with the boys of the village. Before Preacher departed, the youngsters were out in the woods to trap rabbits, squirrels, and other edible fur-bearing critters. Preacher used a big hand to cover his satisfied smile. "You will be back when?" Nighthawk asked. "Before the first game of shoot spoils," Preacher answered. "The one who has her eyes set for you is angry, I gather." Preacher sighed, more in relief than regret. "That she is. I'll never understand women. Cool as old Jim Beckworth she was when it came to shooting Injuns. Wouldn't abide hanging that rotten trash. Oh, well, I reckon the Almighty will sort out whatever, if any, was good about Silas Phipps. Be seeing you, Nighthawk." Preacher took similar leave from the other pair, along with some ribald advice about how to rewarm the cockles of Cora's heart. That, he told himself, he didn't need. In the meanwhile, Cora had found herself a new distraction. Over coffee and sweet cakes, she conferred with Lydia Pettibone, Sue Landry, and, of course, Patience Bookworthy. "These orphans are truly alone now," she began her campaign. Lydia Pettibone gave a shudder. Better that than the life they had. Cora sipped from her cup and eyed Lydia over the rim. "What I'm getting at is they can hardly strike out from here all alone." "Certainly not," Patience Bookworthy gave her opinion. "Yet they have been so degraded, so shamed, that they are hardly fit for ordinary society, let alone to live among the righteous." "I would expect that coming from you," Flora Sanders said as she bustled up, fists on hips. "I'm so tired of hearing how righteous you folks are. Wasn't it the Pharisees and Sadducees who were considered the most righteous among the Jews? And didn't Jesus tell them that he was of his Father and they were of theirs, who was a liar and a murderer and a thief from the beginning of time?" In a huff, Patience sprang from a rocking chair. "Why, I never—" "Nope, don't reckon you ever did think about that. You've been too busy being righteous. Now, dear," Flora directed to Cora, "what was it you had in mind?" Pleased and inwardly warmed by this show of support, Cora carefully framed her reply. "These children need homes, and parents to love and care for them. Surely there are those among our group who could open their hearts to these waifs." "I'd say so. I'm not too old to be a mother hen," Flora volunteered. "I'd be right pleased to take in that little girl, Gertha, and perhaps Billy." Cora turned to the others. "There you are. That leaves only 10 more to be comforted. And another thing, we should start thinking toward a school. Our own children are running wild without the education they need. 12 more only add to the importance of schooling." "I agree," Lydia Pettibone offered. "Our Jason is becoming more like those mountain men every day. He even wants a set of buckskins to wear." Patience Bookworthy recovered from her snit enough to be scandalized. "That goes to show you. We must be shut of those uncouth hooligans as quickly as possible. They are a bad influence on the children." Cora had another view of the issue. "I think buckskins make a lot of sense. Out here, we have no ready supply of cloth. Tailor-made clothing costs dearly, if any is available. With animals in ample supply, we can have an endless quantity of clothing. Preacher,
She stumbled over the name, then recovered her composure. Preacher says we can even trade with the friendly Indians for ready-made buckskin clothes. Sue Landry joined Patience in her objections. Just the thought of that animal skin against my person makes me cringe. And rightly so, dear. Patience supported in prim disapproval. Not to be put off, Cora made a sweeping gesture with one arm to the stacks of humpbacked trunks outside each nearly completed cabin. Judging from what we brought along, we women would not be subjected to that for a long time. Perhaps never, if the land is settled as quickly as our mountain men guides seem to think. Yet, it would certainly stretch our husbands' and sons' meeting-house clothes a lot longer. It does no harm for boys and men to wear clothing made from animal skins, not if they are decorated as attractively as those of that man. Patience would not let it go. She felt her control of the women slipping away. Well, enough for you to say, with neither man nor child to care for. That struck home, though Cora vowed not to let it show. Yes, she said sweetly, but that's of my choosing, not for any lack of suitors. Squelched, Patience let it go without challenge. Talk returned to the proposed school, while the level in the coffee pot lowered steadily. Lydia Pettibone offered to teach the lower grades, and her husband would provide instruction in music. Martha Yates, recovered from her fright over Johnny, offered to teach the older children. Patience Bookworthy, naturally, stated that she would teach religion. But not all of us are of your persuasion, Felicity Jones reminded the officious minister's wife. To her surprise, Cora found herself on the side of Patience. True enough, yet we all worship the same God. The moral truths of religious belief are the best guidelines children can have when growing up. Take the 10 Commandments out of the schools, and we'll raise up a nation of heathen savages more benighted than the Indians. Patience Bookworthy shot Cora Ames a gimlet eye before accepting the reality of what the younger woman had said. I heartily agree. The 10 Commandments were not the 10 suggestions or hints. They represent the absolute distillation of moral law. Without them, where would civilization be? Their talk went on until the women realized with a start that they would have to scurry to prepare the noon meal for their laboring men. They set off in a flutter of skirts and hair in disarray. It would have pleased Preacher mightily, Cora Ames thought. Cord Dixon cut his eyes to the ugly features of Grant Ferris. The buck-toothed Ferris had the unsightly habit of picking his nose in the presence of others. Had Cord Dixon not been a knife artist who glorified in cutting his victims, it would have turned his stomach. He and Seth Branson had been partnered with Grant Ferris for 9 days now, searching for any sign of Preacher. They had gone to the trading post at Trout Creek Pass 3 times in those days, all with negative results. If anyone knew anything, they sure didn't share it with the scruffy trio of hard cases. Now Dixon, the nominal leader, wanted a unanimous decision from his companions. His hard look made Ferris uncomfortable. What do you say, Ferris? I'm for trailing north and west of here. Odds are that's where Preacher went. He sure in hell ain't to the south of the pass. Right you are, Cord, Grant Ferris agreed readily. Only I for one ain't all that eager to catch up to him. Why not? Cord Dixon need not have asked. He had his own doubts about the advisability of confronting the legendary mountain man. You know what's happened to all them others what ran afoul of Preacher. Ferris clarified his response. Well, I don't aim to become the next. Dixon tried to reason with his man. All we have to do is find him, see where he's holed up, and then go get the rest to finish him off. Sounds simple enough, Seth Branson agreed. Only we've seen enough to know Preacher is a sudden man. He might not let us just walk away. He will if he don't know we've seen him, Dixon let his overconfidence say for him.
It might be easier to let an Injun not know we've seen him," Ferris offered. Dixon's eyes narrowed. "Sometimes, Ferris, I think you've got a yeller streak wide as my hand running clear down your spine." "No, I ain't," Ferris barked at the insult. "Only I think through something before I act on it." Ferris turned away in his saddle to gaze behind them at the steep trail they had just descended. "I'm hungry. What say we stop here and chew on something?" "Good enough," Dixon agreed. "So long as we head northwest when we leave." Preacher had been following Dixon, Ferris, and Branson for half a day when he made his decision. He had been in close enough to learn their names and their business from their careless conversation on the trail. These Flatlander highwaymen who had come so recently to the High Lonesome had yet to learn the value of noise control in the mountains. Soft breezes and the deadening of hoof falls on mats of pine needles gave the false impression that voices would not carry far. In truth, the high granite walls of the canyons, valleys, and hills became natural channels to convey sound a long ways. Too bad these three would not live long enough to learn that lesson, Preacher mused as he edged Thunder down the sharp decline, through thickly growing fir, beech, and aspen. He had judged that they had come entirely too close to the protected valley where his ration of pilgrims worked to build a home. His hunting would have to wait. Already he had 4 plump stags tied high in trees to keep away hungry scavengers. He would take care of these 3, then round up his kills and head back. His sharp ears picked up the whiny voice of the one called Ferris. "I say we've gone far enough. Not a sign of Preacher anywhere." There had been, Preacher thought with contempt. They had cut his trail 3 times. Only they were too stupid to know that. "Look at it this way," Branson, the calculating one of the trio, suggested. "When we get done with this, we'll know more about this country than near anybody." "Not likely by a damn far shot," Preacher refuted. "What good's that?" Ferris asked. "Well, if we ever decide to break off with Mr. Pease, we can lead folks in here and collect good hard gold for it. We'll be the best guides around." "You will like hell," Preacher muttered aloud as he came down out of the trees and onto the trail ahead of the 3 louts. Dixon, Ferris, and Branson rounded a bend in the trail and came face to face with Preacher. Dixon and Branson filled their hands. Ferris gaped and filled his drawers. Dragged along by their momentum, Ferris charged with the other 2. It did them little good. Preacher had both of his 4-shot pistols out and ready. He let one bang when less than 50 feet separated him from the trio of low-life trash. One of the balls from the double-shotted load went over the left shoulder of Ferris. The second smacked meatily into his shoulder. He kicked free of his mount with a yowl and hit hard on the granite surface of the trail. Rolling to one side, Ferris careened down the bank and into the icy little stream that cut through the canyon. At least that washed away the foulness his fear had created. Above him, Dixon fired wildly with a .60 caliber pistol. His ball didn't hit the target, Ferris noted when a loud flat blast followed the discharge of Dixon's gun. Dixon's ball put another pair of holes in Preacher's coat. "That's about enough," Preacher roared and fired another barrel. He took the hat from Dixon's head. By then Grant Ferris had scrambled to the lip of the bank and looked on as both of his friends fired again. That emptied their supply of pistols. They rode on past Preacher, giving him a wide berth, and he held his fire, loath to shoot them in the back. That gave them time to reload 1 pistol each. Preacher waited for them when they turned about. He had dismissed any threat from the downed Ferris. That slip nearly cost him his life. Grant Ferris found one of his pistols sound and the powder dry when he triggered a load at Preacher's back. Hastily fired, the ball went low and struck the cantle of Preacher's saddle. The stout, fibrous oak of the saddle tree absorbed the energy of the ball, so that it burst through much slower and with far less force. It still punched through the wide leather belt beneath the sash Preacher wore and gave him a painful, stinging bruise in the small of his back. He repaid Ferris's kindness by swiveling in his seat and plunking a ball between the cowardly thug's eyes. That still left the other two to deal with. Preacher faced front again, in time to see both their weapons discharged. This time he went to the ground to avoid a fatal collision with hot lead. I got him, Seth Branson shouted gleefully. No, you ain't. He's just ducking. Cord Dixon corrected his overjoyed companion. Preacher proved him right a moment later when he put a ball in Branson's belly. A mournful howl came from the bearded throat of the St. Louis grifter, and he wavered in the saddle. Cord Dixon grabbed for the rifle scabbard behind his stirrup fender. Preacher shot Dixon through the back of his hand. The ball also wounded Dixon's horse, which stumbled at the impact and threw its rider face first in the sharp-edged sand. Skin shredded in dozens of places by the decomposed granite. Cord Dixon shrieked as he rolled over and over along the trail. He ended up near Thunder's forehooves. Gasping, Dixon raised his head to Preacher. You've got to be out of loaves by now. His good hand slid toward the big butcher knife at his left side. You think you're lucky? Did you count right while the shooting went on? Ready to try it? It'd really please me. I don't cotton to killing an unarmed man. Just let me go. I'll not do you any harm. Preacher chuckled. Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. It's for what you've already done that I'm going to send you off to see your Maker. Go on. Try it. Preacher taunted again. Cord Dixon did, which made it 3 for 3 for Preacher, when the fourth shot in his left hand blammed again and sent 2 balls into the chest of Cord Dixon. While he looked down on the dying man, Preacher reflected on what he had learned from them before this encounter. He had become a marked man. No doubt of how serious Pease was about having Preacher killed. Things are getting right interesting, he spoke aloud to Dixon. If I had a scrap of paper and a stub of lead, I'd leave a note for old Ezra Pease. But chances are it would never be found. He frowned down at the foamy red ooze that billowed from Dixon's chest. I done shot your lights out, Dixon. If you're so inclined, I'd say you best make your peace with your Maker. Go to hell, Preacher. Most likely it's you's headed that way, and right sudden, I'd say. With that, Preacher turned away and picked up the arms of the other two, returning to Dixon after the man expired. The folks in the valley were getting right well outfitted with weapons, courtesy of Ezra Pease, Preacher considered as he led away the dead men's horses. 3. Preacher soon found out that a message would have been received. Not 3 miles along the trail that led to the quartered deer awaiting him, a dozen more of Pease's hard cases thundered along in pursuit and struck from the rear. Preacher had wisely reloaded and took the first 3 out of their saddles with fast work on the trigger mechanism. Quickly he exchanged the pistol with only a single shot for the second one. Then he turned to face the others. They had wisely taken cover in the boulders along the side of the road and poured heavy fire toward Preacher. He let go of the captured horses, which ran off in the direction their noses pointed. In a smooth motion he slid from Thunder's saddle and snagged up his pair of rifles. He laid the pistol aside and nuzzled the Hawken to his shoulder, after he had hunkered down behind a large boulder before any of the rattled gunhawks could recover enough to take careful aim. At once he saw motion beyond a fallen pine, the thick trunk of which provided protection for Preacher on his right flank. Some fool was charging him. He gave a .54 caliber ball from his Hawken to the ignorant lout and reached for the French rifle. Only the crown of a head and an eyeball showed above the curving surface of a boulder at extreme range behind the dying outlaw. Preacher steadied his own breathing enough to take careful aim. Finely engraved, the barrel heated up as the conical bullet sped down its length. It emerged at tremendous velocity, speeding true to the target. A chunk of the exposed head exploded in a shower of scarlet. Preacher grunted in satisfaction. A lull came as all who were left ran out of loaded weapons. Preacher took the time to reload while his enemies did the same. One of the swifter of Pease's men opened the dance again with a ball that screamed off the top of the boulder that sheltered Preacher. Preacher responded with another kill, and the nasty vermin grew more cautious. Muttered words reached Preacher where he waited out their plan of attack while he reloaded his first pistol. "You, Trump, make a careful count of how many shots he's popped off. That was the 5th. You saw those funny-looking pistols. 4 shots each, so keep that in mind." "Gotcha, boss," Trump replied louder than necessary. More than good, Preacher thought, as he methodically reloaded the Hawken. A rattle of gunfire got his head down low. 2 more made a rush along the trail. Preacher put the Hawken aside, the ramrod still down the barrel, and drew a pistol. His first round set one target to dancing a jittery death waltz. Preacher turned from the fallen tree to engage the second thug, who charged the blind side of the boulder. A head and shoulder appeared around the mound of granite, followed by the barrel of a pistol. Preacher triggered his 4-barrel and fanned his free arm at the cloud of smoke that quickly filled the space between him and his attacker. When he could see again, Preacher noted a splash of blood on the gray surface of the boulder. A low groan came from the ground beyond the rock. 3 mounted bits of trash spurred forward. Preacher moved to the open side of his stone fortress and downed 2 of them with the last pair of loads. Switching pistols, he emptied the 3rd saddle and rotated the barrels. From the screen of brush beyond the downed pine, he heard the voice of the man named Trump. "That's 5 more shots. He can't have had time to reload his rifles, and he sure can't carry more than those 2 pistols." The boss apparently agreed with that, because Preacher heard some indistinct mutters in the chokecherry and the rustle of inexperienced booted feet moving through fallen leaves. 4 men came at him at once, from 3 directions. Preacher sighted in on the nearest one and doubled the thug over with a double-shotted load to the gut. Quickly he picked another target while the first gunrunner sagged to his knees and fell forward to remain in a folded position, his head against the ground. Preacher's next round shattered the right shoulder joint of a pasty-faced lout with a mouthful of crooked teeth. Howling, the wounded man tripped over his feet and rolled to the bottom of the slope. By then, the other 2 had gotten dangerously close. Both fired at once, and showers of lead fragments and granite went flying around Preacher's head. Blood trickled from several cuts on his face. Preacher fired and missed. He worked the tricky trigger again and scored with both balls high in the chest and neck. It knocked the hapless Burman over onto his back. Preacher didn't slow down as he stuffed the empty pistol into its holster and reached for his Hawken. A cap went into place on the nipple, and he eared back the hammer. As he brought the weapon up, he started to turn toward the 4th gunman. Hot pain burst in the underside of his left upper arm. The trashy whiskey peddler had shot him. Without thinking about the ramrod, Preacher blazed away. He received a tremendous recoil as the brass-tipped hickory rammer retarded the expansion of gas in the barrel. It shot out, however, ahead of the ball it had seeded. It struck the target and, like a slender lance, drove 3/4 of its length through the chest of the boss, a fraction of an inch above his heart. In seconds, the attacker bled to death internally from a punctured aorta. "Did you see that?" Trump blurted from his concealed position. Someone made a gagging sound and began to run downhill toward the horses. "I'm getting out of here," he wailed. Preacher tied a paisley kerchief around the bullet hole through his arm and hastily reloaded the French rifle. He stepped from his cover
and easily downed the nervous one as the latter stepped into his stirrup. Only Trump remained, and he took a hasty shot at Preacher before bolting for his mount. Preacher grabbed a .60 caliber Hayes pistol from the brace of holsters on Thunder's saddle and took a deep, steadying breath. Trump died a second later with a look of total horror on his face. Preacher winced at the various pains that racked his body and lowered the smoking haze. "Gonna be one hell of a bruise," he muttered over the throbbing in his shoulder. Businesslike, Preacher gathered up the weapons and other possessions of the outlaw scum who had jumped him. Then he located the proper type of moss and stuffed his wound with it. That accomplished, he rounded up the horses and started off for camp. Those among the denizens of the High Lonesome who had chosen to spend at least part of the spring around Bent's Fort didn't know what to make of him. He dressed much like an Easterner, in tight black breeches and a distinctly military tunic, sort of like the dragoons, only without all the fancy-colored piping and brass. He wore a fine store-made white linen shirt with a plain black stock that fluttered in the constant breeze. A hard-faced man with close-set eyes and a brace of pistols in his waistband. He arrived at the fort in early April. After tending to his horse, he went directly to the trading post and began showing around sketches. Without any explanation, he asked if anyone had seen the children or the man who might be with them. "What business might that be of yours?" Jake Talltrees asked pugnaciously. "I'm a United States Marshal. Reuben Talbot is my name. This man," he lifted the sketch, "is Silas Phipps. He is supposed to be in the company of a band of orphans who have raped, murdered, and robbed all the way across the country from Pennsylvania." His disbelieving onlookers held a different opinion. Black Powder Harris put it to words. "No, sir, I don't believe those youngsters to be capable of any sort of mischief. I run into them on the Injun trail north of here. That one dickered with me for a jug of whiskey. He's a drunk and poison mean, I'd wager. But those young'uns look too scared to do evil." Marshal Talbot ran the back of one hand across his brow. "We all have our opinions, stranger. I allow as how you're entitled to yours. But these warrants I have say different. How long ago did you encounter them?" "Oh, better'n a week." He meant more than 2. Talbot thought on that a moment. "I'd be obliged to stay the night. Then I'll be headed north after them." Ezra Pease stomped across the bare ground of the campsite. He stopped on the far side of the fire to confer with Titus Vickers and Hashknife. "We should be headed north, not southwest." "Not if we want to stay shut of the Cheyenne," Vickers opined. "Titus is correct, Mr. Pease. The men I sent out to search for Preacher haven't returned as yet. Perhaps when they do, they will have useful information." Pease considered that a while. "That leaves us with no option but to poke along their trail. The easier to consolidate our force when the time comes," Hashknife suggested. Pease nodded curtly. "You're right, both of you. Now, when we run Preacher to ground, and we are going to, I guarantee you that, I want to deal with him myself. I've been thinking on this, and nothing else will give as much satisfaction as seeing genuine fear on that ugly face of his. Might be he won't be so easy to contain," Vickers offered. "He could force us to kill him from long range." Pease's face got a testy look. "Well, you'll just have to see to it that he does not. I want to feel my fingers around his throat, crushing the life out of him. Oh, yes, Preacher is going to be mine, all mine. And you two are going to see that it happens that way." John Dancer came to knowing that he had been bad hurt. Shot through the side and bled a lot. He could remember how it happened and fallen from his horse. Then everything had gone blank. Who and how many had jumped him? He had a flash of a tall, broad-chested man, clad in buckskins, who held a strange-looking pistol that spouted flame 4 times before being empty.
surely not one man. Pain knifed through his side an inch or two above his hip bone. Dancer wanted very much to survive. He also wanted a drink of water in the worst way. His mouth felt like a sawdust box. Slowly he roused himself and inched his way through his agony toward the sound of a rippling stream. He saw no sign of his horse or any others. All his eyes took in were the bodies of the men who had ridden with him. Again he saw the flickering image of the wild-looking man with the odd gun. Preacher? The name taunted Dancer as he eased his way down the embankment to touch a feverish hand to icy water. They had been sent out to find Preacher. The 3 men he had ordered forward to scout had been gunned down. They had all heard the shots and came on fast. Yeah, that was it. They rounded a bend, and there he was, bigger than life and twice as deadly. From there on, everything went to hell in a handbasket. Preacher fought like a cornered wildcat. In no time he had the upper hand, and he showed no mercy. That young pup Trump must have miscounted the shots, Dancer reasoned, because at the exact moment he thought they had regained the initiative, Preacher opened up with another hail of lead. Shooting the boss with that ramrod had been the final bit needed to spook those who remained. Even he had been shot trying to flee from the demon in buckskin, Dancer thought ruefully. He lowered his head and drank deeply. After that, he wiped at his wound and took stock. At least he didn't have any guts poking out. If he took care of himself, he might survive after all. But miles from nowhere, without a horse or eats, the prospect of it gave him a fit of the cold shudders. Back at the settlement in the valley, Cora Ames ignored the welcome addition of more meat in her excitement over Preacher's wound. Over his objections, she led him by one hand to her recently completed cabin. "I'm tending to that personally," she insisted. Preacher grumbled and complained, then had to admit that these eastern featherheads had toughened up as he watched Cora remove his makeshift bandage and the poultice of moss, then clean and dress the through-and-through bullet holes. She made the new binding as neat as any school-taught doctor. The mountain man saw with satisfaction. There, all done. I will want to see it again tomorrow, and the day after. We don't want it to fester. Dang right. That's why I'm going to fix me some willer bark and some other stuff to pack in the holes, Preacher told her with a straight face. Quickly fading, the glow of accomplishment left Cora's face. Don't you dare. Why, who knows what that would cause? It'll cause it to heal, that's what. Preacher's stubbornness dictated. Besides, I ain't got 3 days. I'm taking Nighthawk and Buck and starting out tomorrow morning while the trail of the men who jumped me is still fresh. We can track 'em right back to Ezra Pease. Horrified by this, Cora clapped both her hands to her cheeks and spluttered her objections in rapid fire. Why, you can't. You would be risking the loss of that arm. I won't allow it. I'll talk to your friends. There's nothing you can do. And the boys will tell you that these Injun cures work right good on gunshot wounds. Cora tried another tack. You lost a lot of blood. You're too weak for such goings-on. Preacher nodded thoughtfully. Fact is, I do feel a bit peaked. Nothing a big chunk of elk steak won't fix. Cora Ames blinked in dismay. Preacher, you are impossible. She gave in, albeit with only a slight return of good humor. Early the next day, Preacher set out with Nighthawk and the driver, Buck. They rode in companionable silence for long hours. After crossing the spine of the Sierra Madre by way of Rabbit Ear Pass, they entered a wide, sweeping highland prairie. As the hours and miles went by, Preacher began to notice something that mightily displeased him. Look it over there, he addressed to Nighthawk and Buck. See them smoke trails on the horizon? Over the past 50 miles, I've seen more than a dozen of them, scattered out where none existed last year tall. It's called progress, preacher, Buck said lightly. Folks are moving west. I call it a disaster. This keeps up for long, there'll be so many that the cabins will be cluttered up near to every couple of miles. Now, we're right close to where I took my last deer, over in those mountains to the east. If we move out at a little smarter pace, we can make it there first thing in the morning. That suits me fine, Buck commented. You weren't far from there when you had your run-in with Pease's hooligans? Nighthawk probed. Right you are. That's when the work begins. Mid-morning found them well past the large tree where Preacher had hung his last kill. In fact, they had been on the trail of the men sent by Pease for better than an hour. It led constantly north and east. Preacher topped a small saddle draw that marked the access to yet another mountain highland valley. A string of dark objects, moving determinedly westward, caught his eye. I got me a bad feeling about this, he told his companions as he took the spyglass from his saddlebag. With the brass tubes pulled to full length, Preacher focused in on the far-off blobs. One by one he counted 30 of them, his mouth twisted in a grimace of dislike. Wah! They's coming like flies to a dung heap, he spat his disgust. They're what I think they are? Nighthawk asked. Sure enough, more greenhorn pilgrims headed west. I'd say they don't have the least idea where they are or where they're going. I tell you, boys, I've had more than my fill of them. I'd like to run this bunch clear the hell out of these mountains. But you won't do that. Nighthawk tweaked Preacher. Nope. Onlyest thing we can do is ignore them and hope they don't see us. Well, let's ride. This trail ain't getting any newer. What are we going to do when we find this Pease? Buck asked. Go back for the rest of the boys and wipe Pease out. Lock, stock, and barrel, Preacher pronounced carefully. The hot glow in his eyes verified that his annoyance with the corrupt traitor had changed into implacable anger. 4. Falling Horse and Little Mountain still led their dog soldiers south and west toward the suspected location of Ezra Pease. One of the advanced guards sent out by Falling Horse came back to the column of warriors with exciting news shortly after midday. We think we have found them. 6 of the rolling lodges, some men, women, a few children. Yes, Pease took children from a white man's traveling lodges, Little Mountain declared. I know this to be true. We took 3 of them from the camp when we raided it, Falling Horse verified. Even if they are not with Pease, it will be good to eliminate some of these wiggling white worms that invade us. We ride there now? Little Mountain asked eagerly. Falling Horse nodded to the scout. Show us the way. What the Cheyenne found were 6 stragglers who had become separated from the wagon train spotted by Preacher and his companions. Quickly the dog soldiers spread out to launch their attack on the unwanted visitors. Cries of alarm from the whites soon reached their ears, and the wagons began to circle. Little Mountain led his braves to the south to close around the lumbering vehicles, while Falling Horse took his warriors above the hastily formed logger. They opened fire at a range of 50 yards. 2 pilgrims exchanged frightened glances. My God, where'd those Injuns come from? I never saw one. The burly one with a gray-streaked beard blurted. We made a mistake in stopping to fix that harness on the Kilmer wagon, Caleb. Now you know we couldn't have left them all alone, Stubb. They'd have been sitting ducks. Now all 6 of us are sitting ducks, Caleb. Watch yourself, they're getting close. Stubb discharged both barrels of his shotgun in his nervous excitement. The recoil of the 10-gauge nearly dislocated his shoulder. Pellets struck several braves and their ponies. It didn't put them out of the fight. They came on, whooping and howling. 3 small tow-headed youngsters in Caleb's wagon added to their war cries. In a flash, it seemed to be over.
The Cheyenne broke off their charge and began to circle the wagons. An arrow thudded into one thick oak side. Bullets moaned and cracked overhead. It soon became clear that the settlers would be going nowhere, and the Indians had no intention of breaking off. "We're all going to die out here," Caleb's frantic wife screamed from the rear of the wagon. "Hush up, woman, and get to loading." A flurry of shots blasted the hot, dry afternoon air. Dust rose in smothering clouds from the skittery livestock. Once again, the Cheyenne wheeled their mounts a quarter way around and charged the wagons. Rifles and shotguns in the hands of men and women alike roared in defiance. When the heavy curtain of powder smoke cleared, the Indians were seen to have ridden a short ways off. "There seems to be some sort of palaverin' going on," Caleb observed. "Figuring who gets whose scalp, most likely," Stubb complained. He had reloaded his shotgun and now worked on the second of 3 rifles close at hand. What he disliked most was not that possibility, but that only 3 Indians lay on the ground beyond the circled wagons. While the whites recharged their weapons, even that changed as 6 warriors broke from the Indian position and rode out to recover their fallen friends. When they returned to the lines, another charge began. They were doing well this time when Preacher, Nighthawk, and Buck showed up over the rise to the west. The increased volume of fire startled the Cheyenne. They broke off the circle on the west side and turned to confront the men who rode to the relief of the settlers. When the 3 white men drew nearer, Falling Horse identified Preacher. These two had sworn repeatedly not to make war on one another, and knowing that, Falling Horse called off the assault on the wagons. He came forward, making his identity clear to Preacher. Tension held for a while, during which the men from 2 worlds talked. Then Preacher walked Thunder toward the huddled immigrants. "Get them wagons straightened out and set the mules off lickety-split. Don't spare 'em none either. I can't hold these braves here for very long. Your other folks is about 2 hours ahead of you on the trail." "You saved our lives," Caleb stated wonderingly. "We're eternally grateful." "If you was as smart as well as grateful, you wouldn't be here in the first place," Preacher growled back. "I don't know where you think you're going, and I don't care. But sure as Hades is hot, you are in the wrong place now. Tell your wagon boss to cut north beyond the Bighorn Mountains if he's bound for Oregon. Now step it up or you'll be the guests of honor at a scalping party." After the last wagon trundled over the ridge to the west, Falling Horse came to where Preacher stood beside Thunder. "Where do you go that you are this far away from where we met you last?" the Cheyenne chief asked. "Like I told you then, Falling Horse, we're out to get that no-account scoundrel Pease." "Then, once again, we seek the same man, Preacher. This time, it might not be wise for you to get to the whiskey peddler first." Preacher cocked an eyebrow at his Cheyenne friend and grunted. He ignored the implied threat when he made reply. "Ride with the wind, Falling Horse. May the rain not take the strength from your bow, Preacher," the Cheyenne chief replied politely. Then the 2 parties turned their separate ways and headed off on the trails they had been following. Walt Hayward peered over the top of his half-spectacles at the sheets of vellum art paper. Yes, he'd seen these faces before. One big, calloused hand stroked his beard in characteristic fashion. Them woeful-looking kids and that sneak-thief-looking feller with 'em. After they had left, he'd discovered his storehouse to be shy of 3-gallon jugs of whiskey, a small keg of powder, and a gunny sack of potatoes. "Yep, they passed through here better'n a week ago. This one," Walt hefted the drawing of Phipps, "was a shifty-eyed little rat. Sticky-fingered, too, I'm thinking." "How's that?" Marshal Talbot asked, alert to any news of the wanted band. "Right after they took off up north, I came up short 3 jugs of whiskey. The good stuff, too," Walt added grumpily. "I gather they haven't been back?" the lawman inquired. "Nope, they're hiding our hair, and good riddance to them. Oh, I feel sorry for those young'uns headed the way they are. The Blackfeet and Cheyenne are cooking up a war."
Might be I'll catch up to them before that. Curiosity put a light in the eyes of Walt Hayward. He'd never heard of anything important enough for a man to walk directly into an Injun war. You planning on keeping company with them? No. They are wanted for a scat of crimes all the way back east. I'm here to arrest them. Hayward didn't like the sound of that. The kids, too? That's what the warrants say. Well, Marshal, I'm right sorry to hear that. Those youngsters all seem too scared of this here Phipps to do anything lest he yelled at 'em to do it. That may be true, but it's not mitigating circumstances under the law, Talbot replied stiffly. Walt Hayward reared his head back and eyed the marshal with obvious distaste. You know, you're the first real lawman we've seen out here. They might do it that way back where you come from, but out here we take more store in fairness and justice than in whatever the law says. Find them good homes with folks who'll love 'em, and they'll never give you another minute's trouble. Marshal Talbot cleared his throat, emptied his tin cup of raw whiskey, and licked his lips. I'll certainly take that under consideration, innkeeper. Now, I would appreciate a room for the night. A room? Walt Hayward bellowed through a stout guffaw. Marshal, I got a room out back with 12 rope-strung beds in it. Help yourself. For the past hour as they rode on northeast, Preacher had grown uneasy over the weather. There had been that freak snowstorm 3 weeks back, and now clouds had started to pile up to the west. Already the highest peaks were lost in dirty gray mantles. Fat white bellies spilled down the wrinkles of the slopes. The air remained mild, almost balmy, so Preacher shrugged off his premonition and kept a wary eye on the build-up. After an hour more, the impending change could no longer be ignored. We've got us a storm brewing, Nighthawk. I can feel it in my bones, Preacher, the Delaware replied. What? No scientific double talk to tell us what's happening? It's the rheumatiz, Preacher, from those long days in the cold water. Don't tell me that's not what tipped you off. Preacher snorted in merriment. When he recovered, he made a swift decision. We'd best be looking for some place to shelter. It could be a bad one. I've spotted several places already. Nighthawk answered smugly. Why, you old coot, Preacher barked. It's him, all right, Titus Vickers remarked as he lowered the spyglass. Preacher, in the flesh. Dolphus Plunkett, one of the 8 men with Titus Vickers, crawled up beside him and spoke softly into the outlaw leader's ear. Think we could take 'em right here and now? There's 2 more with 'em. Vickers pointed out the obvious. Yeah, but there's 9 of us. That means we outnumber them, 3 or is it 4 to 1? Haven't you learned as yet that 3 to 1 means nothing to Preacher? Vickers snapped. We'll wait a while longer. There's a storm brewing. What we'll do is move in on Preacher's back trail, and then close on them when the storm reduces visibility. Ahead of them, the air split open with eye-searing light and a calamitous roar. Tremendous peals of thunder shook the ground and startled a flock of pigeons out of the trees. The pungent scent of ozone surrounded Preacher as he reached behind him for his poncho-like capote. The first drops of an icy rain fell around them as he whipped his hat from his head and draped the garment over his shoulders. At either side, Nighthawk and Buck sought similar protection from the elements. With a seething hiss, the downpour increased, sped along in nearly horizontal sheets by a lashing wind that bent the tops of the fir and pine trees and wildly whipped the limber aspens. Do you have one of those places you saw in mind now? Preacher drolly asked Nighthawk. I cannot see the nose of my horse. How can I be expected to find shelter? The Delaware answered calmly. Well, I got a spot in mind, Preacher answered. We're going to get wet aplenty before we reach it. Then don't sit here jawing about it in this deluge, Nighthawk ripped out. Preacher took the lead. He kept to the trail,
that led up a steep incline. Water quickly gathered and ran in freshets along the sides of the course they followed. The constant booming of a celestial artillery prevented conversation, and each man retreated into his private thoughts. Unaware of the crusade by Cora Ames to find homes among the missionary families, Preacher mulled over what to do with the orphans. Clearly, they had been handed some of life's rougher portions. From what they revealed at the trial of Silas Phipps, he had made every day, or at least the nights, pure hell for them. Considering the holier-than-thou attitude of most people, Preacher reflected, who would ever take to their hearts children who had suffered such perversions? A grunt silenced Preacher's ruminations. He had more important things to think about. The way his mind wandered, he sounded as maudlin as those schoolmarms and gospel shouters that kept insisting on moving out here. Take, for instance, Ezra Pease. Preacher had heard nothing more about Pease after running the renegade out of the High Lonesome, yet Pease obviously kept him in mind. He'd spent enough time trying to bring an end to Preacher. Somehow that didn't add up. Not with the young'uns Pease's men had taken from that wagon train. The trash riding for him might use kids in a bad way, but Pease didn't strike Preacher as being the Silas Phipps type. So what were they for? When Preacher saw the overhang, a blacker smudge against the darkness of the storm, he forgot about everything else save getting out of the wet and cold. He touched Nighthawk on one shoulder. Over there, across the creek. I see it. A good place, Nighthawk answered. Buck, with his Flatlander's perceptions, stared right at it and had to have the arch of soil and boulders pointed out to him. Oh, yeah. What are we waiting for? They found branches and twigs enough for a small fire under the lip that shielded them from the tempest. Preacher built it, and then all three tended diligently to their horses, wiping them down and slipping nose bags on to feed the tired animals. Coffee next, Preacher announced, producing a small battered tin pot. Along toward nightfall, with the rain still in blinding sheets, Preacher spoke the obvious. We'll not be having any trail to follow when this is over. Only too true, Nighthawk agreed. Even I'm smart enough to know that, Buck added. What do we do next? Preacher didn't even blink. We figure out some other way to get to where Pease is holed up. Beyond the other two, who hunkered with Preacher around the small fire that gave scant warmth, he saw flickers of movement against the grayish walls of water that dropped from the sky. Dark figures cut through the tortured aspens and moaning pines. Preacher had one of his 4-shot pistols yanked free even before he spoke again. By gum, we've been jumped by more of them carrion eaters. Decent, law-abiding men didn't sneak up on a camp. They let everyone know of their presence loud and clear. Not these fellas. Preacher saw that right off and made the wisest move. Those with him flattened themselves on the rock shelf, and he fired one .50 caliber barrel through the space previously occupied by Buck. None too soon, because answering fire had already started on the way. Not as accurate as the ball sent by Preacher, the incoming lead smacked into and moaned off the back wall of the open-sided cave. Preacher's round found meat in the chest of one charging hard case. He flipped onto his back and gave up his life in a terrible groan. Preacher now occupied a prone position beside his friends, and they sent a heavy volume of fire toward the dimly seen figures. A horrendous flash of lightning illuminated the scene long enough for aim to be adjusted. Preacher sent another pile of trash off on the long trail of eternity with a double-shotted load to chest and gut. Nighthawk winged a man who screamed his agony to the weeping sky. Buck gave a soft grunt and clapped his free hand to his upper arm. Damn, got me in the shoulder. You all right? Preacher asked. Burns like the fires of Hades, but I'll manage. To prove it, Buck downed a third of the craven bushwhackers. Preacher put out such a volume of fire for a single man that the reports of his companions' weapons got lost in the repeated blasts.
The next crash of lightning and thunder revealed the cowardly vermin in full light. "They're gone," Buck pronounced with relief. "For now, maybe. And maybe they runned off to bring more of their kind," Preacher opined. "Might be that ray of hope we're looking for. Saddle up. We'll follow them." "Jehoshaphat, that man has eyes like an eagle." Delphus Plunkett gulped after he steadied his heaving chest enough to speak. "Or by accident," Titus Vickers allowed. "I'm beginning to believe that preacher ain't human. Whatever that means, what do we do now?" Plunkett bleated. "Head back. They won't get far as long as this storm continues. We can lead Mr. Pease and all the gang right to their camp. And that way, preacher won't be pulling any irons out of the fire so easily." 5. Preacher and his companions made poor headway, faced into the brunt of the storm. The heavenly outrage continued into a second day. Soaked until the pads of their fingers turned white and wrinkled, they pressed on. Preacher caught a fleeting glance of their quarry, only to lose them in a thick cloud that lowered to fill the canyon through which he, Nighthawk, and Buck walked their horses. Buck's wound had given him a lot of pain, yet Preacher knew that it would be certain death to send the man back alone. Instead, he treated it frequently with moss and a few drops of whiskey from a small gourd flask tied to Thunder's saddle. Preacher's own arm throbbed from the earlier gunshot and made any quick movement of his left side out of the question. They all held up well, confident the fleeing outlaws would lead them to Pease. Their expectations were nearly dashed when they made camp for the night. A hastily constructed lean-to, covered with pine boughs, provided relief from the constant rain well enough to allow a hat-sized fire. While they dried themselves as best they could, another wave of the stalled-out front swung into place overhead. The first enormous clap of thunder shook them until their teeth rattled. "This one ain't gonna be fun, fellers," Preacher advised. "Have any of them been?" Nighthawk asked tartly. "Not so's you'd notice, no," Preacher agreed dryly. Jerky and stale, now soggy biscuits provided supper. The men munched in silence while nature raged around them. Preacher chewed purposefully, his senses tuned to the elements. A palpable intensity built within the disturbed air as Preacher opened his mouth to speak. "I think—" He got no further. A cascade of sound ripped at them. A man asleep under the mouth of a 20-pounder cannon could not have been punished more. The world washed stark, actinic white. The air sizzled and crackled and stung their nostrils with ammonia as a bolt of lightning struck a tall pine close to where they had secured the horses by ground anchor. Nighthawk's mount Sundance and Buck's ex-outlaw Plug panicked. Already weakened by the thorough soaking, the ground gave way around the corkscrew-shaped anchors, and the beasts bolted into the night. Only Thunder remained behind a second later. The sturdy animal had picked up his head, whinnied as though in pain, shook his big head, and then trotted about nervously at the far extent of his tether. Preacher pulled on moccasins, draped himself with his capote, and ran to comfort the nervous stallion. "Easy there, Thunder, easy, boy. I'm going to bring you closer to us," Preacher crooned. When he released the anchor and led Thunder up beside the lean-to, the anxious faces of Nighthawk and Buck popped out of the low shelter. "What about our horses?" Buck asked, shaken. "Doubt they'll go far," Preacher opined, water dripping from the brim of his hat and the fringe hem of the capote. "And this can't last forever. Come morning, I'll set out after them. Now'd be a good time to grab some sleep." "After that?" Buck asked with a nod toward the blazing pine. "I got jarred hard enough to loosen every tooth in my jaw. You chew on enough jerky and they'll tighten up again," Preacher teased. Buck threw his hands in the air. "Lord, spare me from such humor." By first light, the maelstrom had subsided to a drizzle. Preacher downed coffee, another stale biscuit, and saddled Thunder for the search. Nighthawk and Buck wished him good luck and set about drying everything they could put over their stingy fire. At noon, the sky showed patches of blue, large enough, as Preacher's father had used to put it, to make a Dutchman a pair of pants. It meant a clearing trend for certain. He also found smudged hoofprints that soon led him to Sundance. The Delaware's pony whickered a greeting to Thunder and allowed itself to be led peacefully along on the continuing search. It seemed the odds had turned against him, Preacher reasoned as the trail remained elusive. Here and there he caught the marks of a riderless horse, yet never near enough to see the missing animal. He pushed on through the afternoon. Along toward what Preacher reckoned to be 5 o'clock, he developed a tightness and itch between his shoulder blades. He could swear someone had put eyes on him. Then the sensation went away. The birds warbled their usual sweet music, and insects hummed accompaniment as they recovered from the past 2 liquidy days. Preacher shrugged off the premonition, yet remained watchfully alert. From the moment he heard hoof falls on the trail below, Delphus Plunkett knew his stock would surely rise in the outfit. His eyes narrowed to cold slits when the man came into view, then widened when he recognized it to be Preacher. Thoroughly disabused of any ideas of bravado by past experience, Delphus wisely selected to keep watch and then report back to Vickers. It soon became obvious to Delphus Plunkett why Preacher was alone. From his vantage point in a thick stand of fir, Delphus kept Preacher in sight until the wily mountain man made a solitary camp and settled in for the night. Then Delphus took the reins of his horse and led it quietly away. Excitement charged his pale, watery blue eyes when he reported to Titus Vickers. "It's Preacher sure enough alone, and not an hour's ride from here. He's got another horse with him, that gold one the Injun was riding. The storm must have driven off their mounts, scattered them through the mountains," Vickers surmised aloud. "That's how I figured it," Delphus prompted. "What do we do now? We gonna go back for Mr. Pease?" "I don't think so. It's 6-1 now." Vickers savored his expected triumph. "Besides, he don't know we know where he is." "He didn't the last time," Delphus reminded Vickers. It earned him a hard scowl. "We'll wait until just before dark, then move in on him." Vickers planned the attack in low, heated tones. "We take him from 3 sides, but you boys be careful to not overshoot the target. No sense in killing each other." Delphus Plunkett didn't think he liked the sound of that, though Vickers was boss of this search party. He went off to talk with some of the others. Titus Vickers called them together. He reviewed his plan again, and they mounted up. A mile short of the camp, with the eastern horizon turning dark purple, they halted and muffled the hooves of their horses with strips of gunny sack. Satisfied after a quick inspection, Vickers spread his men out, and they made straight for where Preacher had bedded down for the night. They came out of the stuff of his dreams, mind still foggy from sleep, and visions of the lovely movement of the backside of Miss Cora Ames. Preacher's body took over at the first sound of a boot sole scuffing ground. He rolled free of his blankets with a big 4-shot in each hand. Muzzle flashes came from left and right, so he swung his arms wide, wincing at the stab of pain in his left one, and triggered each of the big guns. He had no expectations of hitting flesh, only sought to confuse and jangle his enemies. One of them, partly blinded by the boom of his own and Preacher's pistol, stumbled into the fire ring. Sparks from the hot ashes and buried coals swarmed up his trouser leg. The stench of smoldering hair and burned flesh formed a cloud around him. Howling, he hobbled away from the resurrected blaze and directly into the flight path of a bullet fired by Titus Vickers. "Son of a bitch!" Vickers blurted when he saw the fatal collision. Preacher cycled the barrels of his right-hand pistol and took aim this time. Before the glow from burning gases dimmed, he had moved cat-quick to a low boulder that protruded like a giant potato from a mound of earth. Not a hell of a lot in the way of protection, but it would have to do, Preacher decided. Where'd he go? What happened? Preacher had gotten his way about the confusion. Already one of the attackers had been shot by another. Maybe he could improve the score, the crafty mountain man decided as he tried to recover his night vision enough to find a target. It proved easier than it would have an hour later. Darkness lay in shadow pools in the meadow where Preacher had camped. Yet above, long bars of magenta and crimson still streaked the western sky. It intruded enough, though weakly, for Preacher to take stock of his enemy. One man stood dumbstruck at the sight of the fire, his attention riveted on the fallen thug. Preacher used that one's lack of motion to sight in a perfect shot. Trailing sparks of partly burned powder, the conical ball in that barrel sped to the chest of the hapless man. The soft lead ball, 38 to the pound, opened out to over 75 caliber on impact with the breastbone of the vicious lout, who made not a sound as he fell face first into the fire pit. 2 down. How many to go? Preacher wondered as he rapidly shifted his gaze in order not to miss any opportunity for another shot. In the darkness, the best way to lose an object, Preacher knew, was to stare directly at it. A flicker of something darker moving against the night shadows drew his attention. He fired the 4th and final load in that pistol, only to discover that it missed. 3 yellow-white bursts in the blackness revealed as many opponents. They fired high and wide of the intended target. Preacher patted his buckskin-clad chest in search of the powder horn and ball pouch he had come away with. Once located, rather than go to his second pistol, he set about reloading the first. Patches came from a recess behind the hinged butt plate, and caps from the wooden cap block at his waist. He had 3 barrels reloaded before his assailants recovered enough of their wits to determine the location of one another. He rammed the 4th home a moment before they tried a concerted rush on his position. They came at a rush, bent low, as Preacher raised his unwieldy pistol and fired at the nearest. A high, thin cry advised him of success. Like nearly everyone, Preacher knew that night shooting presented some tricky problems, not the least of which was being able to see your target. Preacher relied on a simple technique. His first shot drew their fire, which positioned them for him. He dumped 2 more with the next 3 rounds, then changed for the loaded pistol. "Get in there! Get going!" A harsh voice prodded from the darkness. Preacher tried to find that voice with a bullet. He missed and counted muzzle flashes from 3 weapons. Taking care to aim slightly to the left and an inch lower than one muzzle bloom, he triggered another round. The sobbing voice followed thrashing in the underbrush. "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, I'm hit bad." The gravel voice came again. "Where are you, Delphus?" "Through my right lung, Mr. Vickers. I ain't long for this world." Vickers didn't bother to answer. Instead, he directed his last man forward. He could not believe Preacher could be so lucky. Lucky because no man could be that good. He and John Dancer stepped into the open at the same time. Preacher's pistol banged again, and Dancer grunted softly before he fell face first on the ground. Vickers fired at the muzzle flash. Then he bent and retrieved Dancer's pair of pistols. No time to reload, Preacher realized. He drifted off to one side in a thicket of hemlock, eyes at work to locate the enemy still out there. The crackle of a dry twig pointed Preacher the right way. He could take the risk of reloading in the dark, yet discarded that idea for something a lot surer. Ears searching for him, Preacher continued to edge closer to where Vickers likewise stalked him. A hidden depression in the ground caused Preacher to stumble and set the brush to rattling to his left side. At once Vickers fired. Muzzle bloom illuminated his face, a mask of rage which quickly faded out. Preacher moved away. "Preacher, you hear me?" Vickers called out. "I'm supposed to bring you in alive. Ezra Pease wants to deal with you up close and personal. For my own part, I'd as soon kill you quick and leave you for the scavengers." Preacher refrained from making any reply. Instead, he wormed his way between two stunted fir trees and glided downslope toward the sound of the voice. Gradually, the last scudding clouds cleared away, and pale starlight spread downward. Preacher saw his man then. Down on one knee, Titus Vickers swung the muzzle of his second pistol in an arc. He didn't see Preacher, who advanced. Emboldened by the silence, some night creature that had hunkered down at the outbreak of gunfire bolted through the underbrush. Vickers fired wildly in his direction. Realization struck Vickers that he had fired his last weapon. At once his hand went to his powder horn. He worked desperately to load a pistol as Preacher advanced to a spot within arm's reach behind the outlaw leader. "Vickers, is it?" Preacher spoke softly. "I'm right behind you." In panicked reaction, Vickers whirled and fired the reloaded pistol. The ball passed within an inch of Preacher's head. Vickers reversed the smoking weapon and came up at Preacher. The butt whizzed through the air, a wicked sound, and missed the mark. Preacher sidestepped and swung at Vickers' head with his tomahawk. At the last instant, Vickers blocked the blow with his improvised club. Both men grappled for a moment, and Vickers reached his free hand for the knife in his belt sheath. With a grunt, they broke away. Vickers flailed with the clubbed pistol, and Preacher blocked it. This time, when the tomahawk checked the momentum, Preacher rolled the shaft of his warhawk and swung in a horizontal slash. The keen edge cut through the clothing Vickers wore and made a shallow cut on his upper chest. It burned like hot coals, and Vickers bit his lip to keep from crying out. He whipped the pistol across in front of him and aimed at Preacher's temple. Preacher ducked away from the deadly blow and gave an overhand swing with the hawk. It buried deep in the meaty portion of Vickers' right shoulder. The pistol fell from his grip. His knife flashed in the starlight, and Preacher decided to end it right there. Another hefty swatch with the tomahawk, and the skull of Vickers gave off a ripe melon thought, as steel sank deeply through bone into the brain. Eyes already glazed, Vickers went down, nearly dragging Preacher with him. His mouth worked, yet no sound came out. Short-circuited, his brain no longer commanded his body. Preacher looked down on Vickers without any show of emotion. "You're the best piece of scent so far." Preacher provided an epitaph for the dead man. With 10 horses in tow, Preacher set out the next morning to locate the last missing mount. For all the rain, he was surprised to see how clear a trail had been left. A sore stiffness in his left arm reminded him of the previous night's activity. No matter how he figured it, he could not be more than 35 or 37 years old at most. Yet he sensed a slowing down. Wounds took longer to heal. Prolonged hard activity left tight, aching muscles where none had lingered before. He had known of fellers in the High Lonesome who had not seen their 40th birthday, and not from carelessness. The energy just seemed to drain out of them, and they were found along the trail or in their cabin, frozen like a block of ice. Taking stock, Preacher vowed that it would not happen to him. So far he managed to keep on going. So long as he didn't give in to the increased twinges and aches, he reckoned he could continue that way. He'd let time decide for how long. His ruminations over the state of his health brought him to near midday. Dismounting, he set the horses to graze and retrieve the last of his biscuits and brewed coffee. He would soften the rock-hard bread in a cup and have it with jerky. He looked up from his tasks to see his Appaloosa horse watching him. "It's just you and me, Thunder. With a good horse like you, a man can do anything." The big gray spotted rump animal raised its massive head and twitched ears inquisitively. A moment later, it whinnied in greeting. "What you picking up out there, Thunder?" Preacher asked. For an answer, the Appaloosa whinnied again and snorted a horse laugh as Buck's strayed mount ambled into the meadow and lined out for Thunder. Preacher shook his head in mystified amusement. "Ain't that something? Go out to find these critters, and one of them winds up finding me." Thunder nickered softly beside Preacher's ear. Quickly, the mountain man gathered in the stray horse, rigged the string, and headed back for the overhang where Nighthawk and Buck waited. His thoughts turned right away to the lovely Miss Cora Ames. A woman like that could just about domesticate an old tomcat like him, Preacher decided after due reflection. Nice turn of ankle. He'd caught a flash during the first encounter with Indians. Good-looking legs, too. Good bone structure, as though he evaluated a horse for purchase. A heart-melting smile. If only she weren't one of those gospel-spouting mission folk. Got on a feller's nerves rightly enough. Enough so that he didn't harbor any romantic notions. Or so he told himself. His mind turned to other matters. Get these horses back. Distribute them and the guns. Then get on after Ezra Pease. He had spent enough time thinking about it. Buck had taken a ball in his shoulder. Maybe send him back alone with the animals. Sure, that shined. The days left to Ezra Pease would be that much shorter. 6. Nighthawk and Buck greeted Preacher upon his return. Buck expressed his disapproval of the plan Preacher outlined even before the mountain man had the last words out of his mouth. "I don't like the sound of that, Preacher. I don't mean I'm worried about making it back by myself. I'm thinking of what might happen if you run across the whole body of those scum." "I did in a dozen of 'em just yesterday, didn't I?" Preacher challenged, an eyebrow cocked. "And I still don't know how," Buck shot back. "This wound's smart some, but I can carry my load." "Don't doubt you can, old son, but we'd be slowed down with all these horses, the guns, and powder. This way everyone can keep in touch." That ended the argument. With a good 6 hours of daylight left, they set off at once. Preacher easily picked up the back trail of Vickers and his gunmen. It led northwestward, which set off a tingle of premonition along Preacher's spine. He knew the mountains well in this area. If pushed by the Cheyenne, Pease and his band would no doubt flee southward. Following the most accessible route, it would take them, eventually, to the valley where the helpless pilgrims had settled. He expressed his concern to Nighthawk while the sun slanted well down on their shirt fronts. "We'd best turn west some. I have an idea where they went. We want to be able to cut them off from running south if the Injuns hit them again." Nighthawk frowned. "We're getting close to Rabbit Ear Pass. If Pease has moved camp beyond there, going south would put them right in among our nest of pilgrims." "Just so," Preacher allowed. "Dang if I shouldn't have thought of that before Buck took off. He could have carried a warning to those folks." Nighthawk scowled and shook his head. "They wouldn't listen. You know that." A snort came from Preacher's nostrils, fluttering the long, soft hairs of his mustache. "Damned if I don't think you're right. Those gospel shouters can be the most one-way critters I've ever done seen. We'd best be finding a place to stop. We'll hit the pass tomorrow." Hash Knife rode into camp at twilight. A worried frown creased his brow. He left his mount with young Burn Beavis and strode to where a pole and brush hut had been outfitted for Ezra Pease. He found the land grabber downing a stiff shot of bourbon. "No sign of Preacher anywhere," he reported. Pease produced an ugly expression. "Where is he? Worse, Titus Vickers has not returned. I'm relying on you to come up with some answers." With that, he gestured to the small keg of good Tennessee sour mash. Their talk went long into the night. A pug-nosed thug brought them food, which they consumed untasted. Hashknife felt relieved to get away at last. He headed for his own lean-to, intending to clean the brace of brand-new .44 Walker Colt he wore around his lean hips. Those six-shooters were the envy of everyone in camp. An improvement to the Colt Patton Firearms Company revolver model of 1838, designed by Colonel Walker of the Texas Rangers. The new sidearms featured a trigger guard and fixed trigger. Instead of the open folding trigger that made the original revolver so dangerous to carry in heavy brush, it also had a lighter cylinder and an improved barrel wedge. 6 nipples, protected by a recoil plate, allowed the weapon to be carefully fully loaded and ready for business. Although a smart man wore it with the hammer down on an empty chamber. A hinged rammer, affixed under the barrel, allowed for reloading while on a moving horse. Hashknife knew full well that about half of the low-life scum in camp would have gladly killed to possess the pair he owned. Except, of course, that he was so much more accurate a shot and could deliver such devastating firepower so much faster than any of them that they didn't have a chance. Hashknife truly believed the astonishing weapons had saved his life several times before, and felt confident they would again. His head a bit muzzy from all the liquor, Hashknife swung by the central campfire for a cup of coffee. He arrived in the midst of an ongoing conversation. Burn Beavis steadily wanged the ear of Two Thumbs Bueller with his whiny voice. "Now, I tell you, and I've seen him up close. That preacher ain't human. He's part wolf, I swear it. No human man can sneak up so close to a body without being heard. And another thing." Two Thumbs raised his disfigured hand to silence the stream. "You don't think I've seen him in action? Well, hell, boy, he's human enough. Just good. Damn good. Way I hear it, he's been in these mountains since he was a little tad. Growed up knowing every nook and cranny, the twist and turn of every canyon and trail." "Well, don't that sound like a Lobo Wolf to you?" Beavis persisted. "No, it don't," Two Thumbs snapped. "All that has to be done to get rid of Preacher is to catch him out in the open and whang, blast him with a rifle." He gave Beavis a "so there" look. Hashknife could not resist. "The problem is getting him in the open." Both of the Missouri trash looked up at the tall, slender outlaw with the powerful 6 guns. Beavis started to speak, then thought better of it. Two Thumbs Bueller gave him a lopsided grin. "I suppose you've got the way to do that." Hashknife produced a grim smile. "I might. And if what I suspect is right and Titus Vickers doesn't return, I'll have a chance to prove it." "Why ain't Vickers coming back?" Beavis blurted. "I think Preacher has gotten them all." "That ain't possible, Hashknife. Vickers had a dozen men with him." 15, actually, the cultured voice of Hashknife corrected. "Our poor Titus insisted on searching the area where we know Preacher to have been roaming. Given his unusual properties, it takes little imagination to envision Titus running afoul of the mountain men. We know he's not alone." Hashknife went on, repeating the substance of his talk with Ezra Pease. "He has at least 3 of his scruffy type with him, and even when we found bodies, they have been stripped of weapons and ammunition. Their horses taken. Preacher is taking those for someone to use. What I don't know is who." "Does Mr. Pease know all this?" We talked about it. Half the night, in fact. Hashknife yawned and stretched. If Preacher found Vickers, he can backtrack him to us. Were I you, I'd get all the rest I could. Things are going to get rather hot around here, quite soon. Preacher wanted to ride ahead and see what lay beyond a big bend in the trail they followed, so he was alone when 5 of the fresh ruffians jumped him. The first shot caught him by surprise. For some reason, his notions weren't prodding him like usual. The ball cracked past his head, and he spotted a puff of smoke and some gorse at the base of the tree line on his left. His Hawken came to his shoulder in a smooth, swift motion, and he had the hammer back before another round could be fired. He sent the double-balled load a bit to the left of the white puff, then lowered his weapon and slid the French rifle from its saddle scabbard. Another of the lowlifes fired an instant before the Lefevre roared. By then, a yell told him his first shot had counted. Sitting atop a horse, like a thumb poked up from a fist, made too good a target, Preacher realized, and slid from the saddle. He ground-reined Thunder and moved away toward a rotting tree that lay at an odd angle to the slope. Those fellers up there ain't got the good sense to give it up and make a run, Preacher surmised aloud. And they wouldn't give him time to reload, he reasoned as he laid the French rifle aside. Right on both counts. Preacher congratulated himself a moment later when the remaining 4 thugs broke clear of the underbrush and ran downhill toward him, firing as they came. Preacher eased one of his big pistols from its holster and cocked the hammer. A little bit closer, he estimated. Hold it. That's the way. One of them critters runs a bit faster than the rest. He'll get his reward for it. The 4-barrel cracked. Dust and cloth formed a plume at the center of the chest of the man nearest to Preacher. He went over backward. The others suddenly discovered they had emptied their rifles. One brought forth a pistol as they scrambled for whatever scant cover they could find. He fired wildly behind Preacher. His bullet passed over the tree trunk. Preacher didn't even blink. Instead, he rotated the barrels and fired again. "My leg!" a buck-toothed bit of slime shrieked. "Oh, God, he done shot me through the leg." "Crawl over here, you idiot," snarled another of the trash. The third lout raised up from behind a rock and popped around in Preacher's direction. The ball thudded into the wood of the deadfall. Preacher readied the third barrel. Blood, hair, and a slouchy black felt hat flew into the air, and the ambusher slumped over the small boulder. That left 2. The wounded man and the one with the bad attitude. Preacher kept score. "Come on, Hank, help me," the leg-shot villain whined. "Think I'm gonna show myself you're crazy," grumbled his companion. Preacher tried a new gambit. "Hey, Hank, don't you reckon you bit off more'n you can chew?" "Go to hell, Preacher," Hank shouted back. His answer came in the form of rock chips in the face and dust in his eyes. Cursing, Hank moved to one side and exposed a wedge of his thick back. Preacher changed pistols and fired at that slim target. He missed, but sent Hank scurrying on hands and knees for a more secure position. "Ain't neither of you leaving here alive," Preacher taunted. "I'm bad hurt. He wouldn't kill a helpless man, would you?" the whiner bleated. "Damn betcha, at least one of your kind." "Jesus, you're a hard man, Preacher." "Got to be." Preacher sensed movement off to his right and turned that direction. Hank came at him with a pistol in both hands. Preacher snapped off a round and fought the complexity of his weapon's mechanism. Hank closed ground swiftly. He fired blindly and showered Preacher with decomposing bark. Preacher shot back. Another miss. With a triumphant grin on his face, Hank loomed over his intended victim and fired his second pistol. His ball burned a hot line across the top of Preacher's left shoulder. Preacher loosed his last round. It grazed Hank's rib cage. Undeterred, Preacher came to his feet, his tomahawk in his left hand. He swung at the astonished Hank and received a yelp of surprise as reward. Hank backpedaled and holstered one pistol. The other he used club-like to batter at Preacher's head while he drew a long, slender knife. Their action had not gone unnoticed by the wounded slime.
"Kill him, Hank. Kill him for me."
"You'd best be thinking about yourself, Hank, not him," Preacher advised as he and his adversary circled. "Turn tail now and we'll be even."
"Not a chance. I never turned tail in my life," Hank growled, still in his black mood.
"It's your funeral," Preacher observed dispassionately. Then he struck. Swift as lightning, the tomahawk whuffled through the air and sank into the extended left arm of Hank. Howling, Hank released the knife and backed up. Preacher wrenched his hawk free and swung it backhand. The pointed knob on the rear smacked into Hank's ribs. He grunted and whipped the club pistol toward Preacher's head. Preacher ducked and brought his own knife from the sheath. It glinted in the high-altitude sunlight, the edge a wicked blue fire. Hank cut his eyes to it. A bird fascinated by the snake. Too late, he realized his mistake. The tomahawk descended in a whistling arc that ended with the blade buried to the heft in the top of his skull. The soft sound came from blood-frothed lips as Hank sank to his knees. Preacher forced the axe head free and bent to wipe it on the shirt Hank wore. That's when he discovered that the wounded man had taken the interim to reload. A .60 caliber pistol ball moaned past Preacher's right ear. A second one was due to follow from another pistol, only Preacher acted too soon. He leaped to one side and did a shoulder roll. Coming up on one knee, he raised his arm in a saluting gesture and let the hawk fly. It struck true and split the breastbone of the injured trash. Reflexively, his pistol discharged into the ground. Preacher came to his moccasins. "Wouldn't leave it alone, would you? Just wouldn't leave it alone." He walked over and retrieved his bloodied tomahawk from the dying man's chest. Lips worked into a grimace of pain as the ruffian struggled to speak. "But God, you killed me, Preacher." "I know that. Didn't have to be." "No," the swiftly expiring drifter corrected. "Weren't no other way. You were us. There's more. They be comin' any time." Preacher pursed his lips. "I reckon that. But thank you for doing the decent thing. When it's over, I'll see that you're buried proper-like." "Won't be time for that." "I mean after I'm done with them," Preacher explained grimly. "Oh, yes. I see." Then he gave a shudder and died. Quickly, Preacher began to reload. His own weapons first, then those of the dead men. Almost with no time to spare, 8 more of the 2-legged beasts rushed through the twilight effect of the tree-shaded glen on foam-flecked horses. Preacher reasoned that his first pick had been a good one, and returned to the dead pine to take up position. Only 2 of the outlaw weapons had not been loaded. He could stand them off for a while. He had heard the very first shots. No reason not to. They hadn't been that far away. At once, Bart Haskell shouted to the men with him and put spurs to the flanks of his mount. The horses reached for distance as one. A long uphill grade sweated their skins in no time. Over in the next valley, Bart told himself, the boys he had sent ahead had run onto something. He had a good idea what. They crested the ridgeline and reined in. Far below in the meadow they saw dark, crumpled figures sprawled in the grass. A single man stood over them, working to load a rifle. "God damn, it's Preacher," Bart bellowed. No one else, he knew, could have taken out 5 able gunmen like that.
"We've got him now," King Schuyler boasted.
"Only if we keep our heads," Haskell responded.
"Spread out as we go downhill, we have to hit him from different places and all at once."
It didn't work that way, and in less than 3 minutes, Bart Haskell regretted it bitterly. Preacher heard them coming and skittered behind a fallen tree. With the terrain a blur from the movement of their horses, the outlaws could not see a trace of the buckskin-clad Preacher when he melted from sight behind the deadfall. Preacher could see them, though, and then a moment proved it. A puff of white smoke spurted from the tree, and, a second later, the ball made a meaty smack as it struck flesh. One of Haskell's men cried out sharply and fell across the neck of his mount as blood flowed freely from one shoulder.
"Aw, crap," Haskell spat.
Then the fight was on in earnest. Preacher waited long enough to ensure that any failings of the strange weapons did not affect his marksmanship. Then he opened up. A hit on the first shot smacked of good medicine. He had made a quick count and knew he faced 8 men alone. Oh well, he'd had worse, and against some fighting mad Blackfeet, too. He exchanged rifles and popped another cap. He winced with regret as the ball shot low and struck a horse full in the breast. The animal shrieked and its front legs collapsed. That vaulted the rider over the neck and head and landed him on the crown of his balding pate. Even at that distance, Preacher could hear the crisp snap of bone in spine and skull. Time for another rifle. Preacher selected his French Lefevre. Some of the enemy began to hold back in the face of his deadly accurate fusillade. The hammer fell, and a thin blue spurt of smoke came from the cap. The rifle recoiled solidly and projected the conical ball into the grinning face of a lout with a brow so low, Preacher swore the man could wrap his lower lip over it. Now the odds looked a little better. Back to 5 on 1. "What say, Thunder?" he called out as he selected another long gun. "This is turning out to be one hell of a day, ain't it?" Bart Haskell wisely decided on a change of tactics. He waved an arm over his head and signaled for the rest to follow him. With a hard pressure on the right rein and a tug on the left, he sent his horse diagonally across Preacher's field of fire. Without realizing it, he lined out directly toward the trees where the 5 dead men had begun. Preacher sent 2 more balls after them, then turned his attention to the ridgeline above. 4 more scruffy derelicts had shown up. With only a slight pause to take in the situation, they angled downhill to join up with the rest of their misbegotten kind. Preacher slapped the stock of his hawkin. "Be damned if I ain't worser off than before," he spat. Time dragged after the fighting dwindled to an occasional shot. That suited Preacher right fine. He used the lull to reload. Then he started taking pot shots at those who wanted his head so badly. One of the vermin climbed a tree to try to get a clear angle on Preacher. His first shot gave away his position. Preacher drew a fine bead. An ongoing shriek of pain and terror answered his efforts. When the wounded man could make himself coherent, the reason became clear. "He shot me low," he screamed. Pitiful wails and sobs of despair continued for a while, but no one came to help the groin-shot brigand. "Miserable bastards, they won't even help their own," Preacher grumbled aloud. Then he stiffened. He had seen ghost-like movements from the corner of one eye. Preacher turned his head slightly and cut a hard look at the spot where he had noticed the rustle of a sumac branch. Nighthawk. Sure's God made green apples, Preacher reckoned. Darkness had begun to fall, and it appeared as though the opponents had stalemated. Well, things would start to heat up a mite once Nighthawk managed to drift in beside him. Together, they could cook up a real nasty stew. Might be fun after all, Preacher decided, a grin cutting his face. 7. Moonset came at a few minutes after 11 o'clock that night. Preacher slipped away from his friend to circle around the remaining outlaws. They had discussed the matter and concluded that it would be best for Preacher to go alone. If any of the human garbage made a break in that direction, Nighthawk's gunfire would serve to confuse them even more, convincing them that Preacher remained where last they had seen him. A heady aroma rose from the dew-damp sage and lupin through which Preacher forged on foot. His moccasins made such slight whispers they could not be heard more than a couple of feet away. Each tread, he planted the edge of his foot first, tested the ground, then rolled inward to the ball, his heel never touching the ground unless he came to a full halt. Bent low, he avoided low-hanging branches, which would brush noisily against his buckskins. After a half-hour of circling approach, Preacher came in close enough to hear low, murmured conversation around a tiny fire. All of the men, strangers to this country, sat with their backs to the outside world, he noticed when he edged in close enough to see. "Dang it, this sure in hell ain't my idea of how to track a feller down," Goose Parker complained. "How you propose to go about it?" Roop Killian challenged. "You figure to go out there in the dark and jump on Preacher whilst he sleeps?" Goose defended his stance. "It can be done. Sure by a ghost." Delphus Plunkett blanched. "Don't go talking about ghosts," he pleaded. "You ask me, that Preacher acts enough like one to give us all nightmares." Preacher smiled in the darkness. From the sound of it, they were doing half his work for him. He moved silently on to another vantage point. He wanted to find their horses before the fun began. When Preacher reached the horses, he found them with a little pug-faced lout, barely out of his teens, if that much. Preacher sidled up behind him without giving a modicum of warning. His big steely arm snaked around the punk's neck and tightened to the hardness of a vise. Preacher put his lips close to the ear of the bug-eyed youth and whispered softly, "You fancy meeting your maker tonight?" He released his grip enough for the kid to make a reply. "No, oh, no," came a soft, sincere reply. "Then I suggest you cut your losses right fast. Pick your horse and walk him real quiet out of here, and ride for the main trail, then head south." My saddle and gear," came a plaintive appeal. "You got the things you need most. Your bridle, your gun, your horse, and your life. Was I you, I'd be grateful for that and haul out of here." That didn't take much thinking on, especially when the young ruffian felt the cold edge of Preacher's knife against his throat. Yes, sir, I surely will." "That's a good boy. I reckon your mama will be glad to see you back home and safe. Now get along and do it." With the guard out of the way, Preacher swiftly arranged for the second act of his little drama. He released 3 of the horses and left the rest. Then he worked his way back in close to the collection of scum that hunkered around the fire. Using the advantage of the steep mountainsides that surrounded their campsite, he gave off a series of wolf howls. He could almost feel the chills that gathered along the spines of the tenderfoot brigands. Their conversation died off at the first mournful yowl. Then, breathless, barely more than a whisper, the questions began. "What's that? What's going on? Ned, are you out there with the horses?" A pause then. "Ned, you hear me?" Another wolf howl, longer this time and sounding closer. "Ned, answer me," came a frightened demand. Preacher gave them the cough and hiss of a puma. Low, soft moans followed, like the tortured soul of a damned man. Then Preacher threw back his head to take advantage of the natural sound chamber. "He's coming to get you, too. He'll carve out your hearts and eat your livers," he drawled out in ghostly voice.
"Oh, Lordy. Lord, it ain't human. Something's done got Ned, and it's coming for us."
"Shut up, you idiot," Rube Killian snapped. Another panther caterwaul and the loose horses broke into shrill whinnies as they thundered away from the picket line. "But God, the horses," Rube shouted. "I'm getting out of here." Yeah, we'll do that right after we get them horses," Killian agreed, his own spine having a spell of icy shivers. "God damn you, preacher," he bellowed, certain the mountain man was behind this, but unable to quell his own terror. Preacher spooked off through the underbrush, his lips pulled back in a pleased smile, a chuckle only partly repressed as his chest heaved. That bunch would live to fight another day, but it didn't really matter. In their fright, they'd lead him right to Ezra Pease. And about time. Rosy morning light showed a clear trail left by men in a total panic. Nighthawk nodded to the scuffled ground. "Looks like they left in a hurry. Something must have upset 'em during the night, Hawk. What you reckon? Ghosts, perhaps? It's said these mountains are haunted by the spirits of the Arapaho ancestors. Funny, I thought I heard a cougar not far off last night." "Mayhaps you did," Preacher replied with a twinkle in his eyes. "Reckon we just ought to follow these fellers and see where they've gone." "I don't imagine it will be a long trail," Nighthawk opined. "How's that?" "The way they are running those horses," the Delaware went on as they rode along the clearly marked escape route. "They won't last long." Preacher gave a dry chuckle. "You're learning right fast, Nighthawk." Nighthawk put on a show of affront. "Learning, is it? Why, I forgot more than you know about the High Lonesome before you were out of knee breeches." Preacher joined in with his own barb. "You ain't that old. I ain't either, for that matter. We're headed for some right interesting valley over Elk Creek way. If Pease is anywhere around, we should be cutting more sign any time now." Within an hour, Preacher's prediction came true. The tracks they followed became swallowed up in a heavily traveled stretch of trail. That decided them to press on a little faster. Preacher admitted he had developed a considerable itch to come face to face with Ezra Pease. Back in his not-so-secure valley, harmony and tranquility fled for Ezra Pease the moment the survivors returned. "This can't be happening," he railed. "I send out 20 of you and you 14 come back. Your tails between your legs, whining about wild animals working in concert with Preacher." Hat in hand, Rube Killian tried to explain. "It's true, Mr. Pease. There was wolves and some sort of lion. We all heard its chilling cry. Something done at young Ned Morton, not a sign of him anywhere." "No blood, no intestines on the ground?" Pease asked sarcastically. "All of you." He assailed the gathered trash, the possibility that his planning was flawed never occurring to him. "You disappoint me terribly. At every turn you fail. I thought I had brought along men of intelligence, of perspicuity. Instead, it seems I have recruited a company of poltroons." His eyes narrowed as his mood changed again. "This is all Preacher's fault. His doing and his alone." Then he deflated, realizing that it was indeed his men who had failed. For a moment he cast his eyes heavenward. "Why am I surrounded by incompetents, fools, and cowards?" he pleaded. Then his own cunning provided a solution. "You are all cut 1/3 of what you've been promised. It will be divided equally among any of the rest of you who can stand up to Preacher and bring him to me. That is, any of you think you're man enough to face an army of wild animals to get to him." His contempt vibrated in the mocking words. Hashknife stepped forward. "I'd like a chance at that." Pease beamed and clapped the Easterner on one shoulder. Good. Now here's a man who knows how to seize the advantage. Hash Knife, select the men you want and make ready to go back with whichever of these cowards will guide you to where they ran into Preacher. Trail him, track him to his lair, and then send back someone to guide the rest of us there. He's overplayed his hand this time. There will have to be some signs left to lead you to him. This time, Preacher will be surrounded and cut down like the dog he is." Unknown to Ezra Pease, Preacher and Nighthawk lay behind a low screen of young spruce, low on the slope of the mountainside overlooking the camp. They had worked their way into hearing range, at least of the shouted tirade of the outlaw leader. Preacher had to cover his mouth to stifle a chuckle when Pease laid the blame at the mountain man's feet. The way Preacher saw it, Pease refused to see his own weaknesses. He probably couldn't plan a trip to an outhouse without mishap. When the camp grew busy with activity as men made ready to go with the man named Hash Knife, Preacher and Nighthawk silently withdrew. Far enough away that their voices would not carry, Preacher rubbed his jaw and expressed a niggling curiosity about the new manhunter sent after him. "That feller Pease called Hash Knife. There's something mighty familiar about him. The cut of his jaw, his hair. Something says I should know him." "You have seen him before?" asked Nighthawk. "No, not that I recall. More like I've seen his pappy or someone in the family. There's just a touch of something." Nighthawk clapped him on the shoulder. "It will come to you. Now, do we go back for enough men to finish this?" "You do. I'm gonna stay, make sure they don't all get out of here and disappear again." Nighthawk frowned. "Even for you, that could be quite a job." "I know, old hoss. Don't reckon on taking 'em on all alone. If they move, I go along and leave a trail." Nighthawk nodded. "Then good luck. I should be back in 3 days. Near as I can judge, you were right about this location is due north of the new settlement. Should be easy." Preacher struck Nighthawk gently on the shoulder. "Ride with the wind, Nighthawk. Be sure of it." Preacher saw his friend off, then settled in to keep track of the outlaw band. Then he set about preparing some unpleasant surprises for anyone who wished to get out of the valley. He started on the trail to the south. There he located some springy aspen saplings and bent half a dozen on each side in arcs away from the trail. These he secured while he fashioned some pencil-sized twigs into sharp-pointed spikes, which he secured with rawhide thongs along the saplings, pointed toward the trail. Then he rigged trip lines that crossed the roadway at the proper distance from the deadly traps and eased the tension of the deadly flails into their strain. Satisfied, Preacher moved on. Silently, he wished he had a dozen men with sharp spades to dig some pits. Then, thought of injury to innocent horses changed his mind. With spare ropes and thongs left with him by Nighthawk, he rigged a spike-bristling deadfall to swing out of concealment among low branches and knock at least 2 men off their mounts. Some tough vines and a smoothly grooved rock provided a huge snare that could yank yet another piece of vermin from the saddle. Preacher kept up his work throughout the day and most of the next. When he finished, he had some most unpleasant surprises rigged for any of Pease's men who tried to ride out. The only way into or out of the valley he left untouched was one he felt certain the bunglers with Pease knew nothing about. Then all he had to do was settle in on the south end of the valley and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Chuckling over the expected reaction of the walking filth, he rode off in that direction, tired and sore, but hugely pleased with himself. He decided on a little snooze to help pass the time. While Preacher waited for his volunteer force of fighting men to arrive, Falling Horse and his Cheyenne dog soldiers came on from the northeast, following the sign of some of the less skilled among Pisa's fighters. When the Cheyenne chief realized where those tracks led them, he called for a halt. "I know of where these men go. It is a nice wide valley, much grass, good water, many ways in and out. But there is one that the white men would never find. It is narrow and dark, and we must move slowly. We can use it and not be found. Our surprise will be total." Several older, wiser heads nodded in agreement. The more restless among the warriors offered their opinions in the form of questions. "Why don't we take the faster way?" "Yes," another agreed. "They may escape." "The known paths will be watched. We would lose our surprise," Falling Horse explained. The cold smile lifted his lips. "And I want them to be surprised." Without further discussion, the Cheyenne war party turned away and followed Falling Horse's lead toward the hidden entrance. They soon found the progress slower than expected. Trees attacked by insects and others struck by lightning littered the way, reducing forward movement to a dragging walk. At points, they had to stop and drag limbs clear of the narrow, meandering trail that followed a tiny stream. It took the Cheyenne the rest of the day to make it halfway through the steep canyon. They made camp and talked quietly among themselves. Some of the more enterprising among them produced small buffalo paunch pots into which they put jerked bison meat and water. When the meat softened, they shredded it with fingernails, then added cornmeal, ground nuts, and salt. It made a nourishing, if not savory, stew, which they shared with the others. Then all rolled into blankets and slept soundly. Up before dawn, they advanced on their enemy. At midday, Falling Horse halted the column and pointed to the south. A wedge of blue sky showed ahead. They had little distance to go. Each warrior muffled the muzzle of his mount to quiet any whinny of recognition when the animal scented the presence of the white men's horses. An hour later, the Cheyenne came into the clear. Falling Horse used silent signals to direct his war party into line for an attack. Every dog soldier mounted and readied his weapons. Many smiled broadly. The prospect of scalps and plenty of coup energized them. Falling Horse let his ebony eyes cut along the double line of warriors and knew satisfaction. Every man had at least 2 weapons at the ready. Their first sweep would be a bloody one. He nodded his approval and raised his feather-decorated rifle over his head. When it came down, the Cheyenne charged into the valley. They had covered more than half the distance to the white camp before the first shouts of alarm rose from their enemy. Preacher came out of a light doze with a jerk. His eyes focused on a distant haze of dust. "Whoa, it's the dang Cheyenne," he grunted aloud. White plumes rose and the reports of discharging rifles reached Preacher's ears. He didn't expect the reinforcements much before mid-afternoon. That crafty devil Falling Horse had followed the careless Flatlanders right to their nest, and now he was bringing them a whole world of grief. Preacher longed to be in there, mixing it up with Ezra Pease and his rabble. He crawled, crab-like, to his saddle and reached into one of the leather bags for his spyglass. When the brass tubes had been extended, he focused in on a wild scramble of outlaw trash as they sought to form up to give resistance. The bright circle of light steadied on a knot of a half-dozen vermin who stood back to back and poured out a steady stream of fire into the milling ranks of Cheyenne. The dog soldiers rallied around this strong point, hooted and yipped, and swarmed over them in a single rush. Only writhing, blood-smeared forms remained when they rode on. Preacher heard some angry shouts off to the left and swung the glass to pin the action in place. 7 harried bits of human slime raced their horses toward the southern outlet to the valley. 10 dog soldiers pursued them. Both parties exchanged shots, which went wild, and the race continued. A tight smirk formed on Preacher's face. Those fellers would soon find out what losers they were. The first one disappeared into the open mouth of the passage, and Preacher sighed with satisfaction over his forethought. 2 long minutes passed, and then a hideous scream, magnified by the echo effect, rose from beyond where the thugs had disappeared. The one in the lead must have found the first of his unpleasant gifts. More shrieks followed rapidly, then a spatter of gunfire. Silence returned to the cut through the hills. After a short pause, the Cheyenne warriors trotted back to the area of the main battle. Preacher could hardly contain himself. He wanted so badly to be a part of this. He had a deep, burning need to get his hands on the throat of Ezra Pease and slowly squeeze the life out of him. That might not happen, he realized. A lull came in the fighting as both sides exhausted their loaded weapons. Typically, the Cheyenne pulled off to prepare for another charge. That gave Pease time to rally his men. Faintly, a commanding voice drifted to Preacher's ears. "Load up everything you can. Forget the wagons. We've got to save ourselves." "What about the powder and guns?" a frightened voice demanded. "Blow them up. Set a long fuse and let's ride for our lives." Typical Yellow Belly, Preacher thought. Pease showed his yellow streak more than 10 years ago, and now he did it again. Let them go, he decided. That would give him another swing at them. Which way would they head? Preacher pondered that until the panicked horses had been calmed enough to saddle, and the men mounted. With the Cheyenne whooping it up for a second charge, Preacher focused his glass on his nemesis at last. Pease sat before a roughly formed column of twos. He seemed to be haranguing them with some inspiring words, unheard over the drum of galloping hooves as the Cheyenne bore down on them again. Preacher's lips curled in disgust and contempt as he gazed at the bushy brows and matching carroty hair on a balding head, the thin, bloodless lips, and snaggled yellow teeth of Ezra Pease. Watery, pale blue eyes glittered with malevolence, even at this distance, enlarged by the spyglass. At the last possible moment, Pease gave the command, whirled his mount, and the outlaw trash sprinted away to the south. "Well, damn," Preacher cursed aloud, then had a different view of circumstances. "Maybe we can catch them between us," he speculated. He looked back at the battlefield to find only men too badly wounded to sit a horse received the attentions of the blood-lusting Cheyenne. Those who had been trapped offered no resistance. Even so, Preacher noted grimly, most of them died very slowly. 8. Whiskey splashed high in the air as a barrelhead shattered under the powerful blows of 3 Cheyenne warriors. Flames crackled among the abandoned tents of the white trash that had fled from the valley. When a river of rot gut washed into these, a great whoosh resulted that sent a ball of fire high in the air. When the fuse set by the minions of Ezra Pease reached the powder magazine, the resulting explosion had put most of the dog soldiers on the ground from the shock wave, knocking several unconscious, Preacher noted. He still fumed impatiently from his lookout on the steep slope of the eastern side of the valley. The orgy of destruction went on into the afternoon. So involved were the Cheyenne that they failed to notice when Nighthawk, Buck Dempsey, and Kent Foster slipped into place next to Preacher. Awed by the destructiveness of the Indians, Buck and Kent gaped at the smoldering ruin. Preacher nudged Buck in the ribs. "Now you got an idea what Fallen Horse meant when he said it would be better if we did not get to Pease and his nest of vipers first. Wouldn't want them dog soldiers taking out their mad on us now, would you?" Sobered by the display of ruthlessness, Buck answered softly, "No, it's not the sort of thing Mrs. Dempsey's little boy would like to get mixed up in." Preacher stirred himself. I reckon it would be a mistake to wait until things quiet down. How far off did you say the rest were waiting?"
2 hours' ride from here," Nighthawk informed him.
"To the south?"
Preacher asked with a grimace.
"Chances are that Pease and his buzzard pukes rode right through them."
Nighthawk sighed. "They are reluctant to fight, at least without direction. I doubt that Beartooth is enough to inspire them to great effort."
"So am I,"
Preacher acknowledged.
"Well, we're wasting daylight. Either the Cheyenne will chase after Pease, or more likely head for home with their fresh scalps to do some celebrating. Whichever, it should keep them busy long enough for us, and what help we've got, to round up that pack of reprobates." Preacher's uneasiness increased during the day it took for the small company to rest men and horses and make repairs on equipment. He wore an outright scowl by evening. Lookouts he had posted came in to report that the Cheyenne pulled out to the northwest. "That's good news," Preacher answered. The prospect of being between Pease and the Cheyenne had troubled him greatly. "We can move out in the morning. Best chance is to split up and follow the scattered trails. They will have to meet up somewhere. From then on, it should be easy."
Early morning light saw the expedition on its various ways. Preacher and Buck rode together with 9 men. At first, the trail was easy to follow. Frightened by the prospect of Indian justice, those they sought made no effort to cover their tracks. Preacher pointed that out to his contingent of greenhorns and took the lead. After a while, the signs grew scarcer. Preacher took to dismounting and studying what scant evidence they came upon. At one such point, he poked a finger into a green and brown road apple, and a hopeful expression brightened his face. "Can't be more'n 2-3 hours old, still warm. And looky there. Ain't seen that spade shoe print before. Some others joining up, I'd say." "How do you know that?" one of the more militant among the missionary group asked.
Preacher cocked his head and gave the young man a quizzical glance. "Don't nobody keep a spade shoe on a horse that's not got a tender frog. If that horse had been with the ones we've been following, we'd have seen sign of it before now."
Chagrined, the husband of one of the gospel shouters swallowed hard.
"Oh, yes, I see now. We keep going, we'll catch sight of 'em before long," Preacher advised.
"Is that wise?" a nervous carpenter asked.
"Hell, they's 11 of us. Way these boys been rode hard and put up wet, we should be able to handle however many there are. Won't be the whole bunch, I can guarantee that."
Reassured, though not possessed of Preacher's confidence, the young man nodded, and they rode on. Night brought little rest to Ezra Pease.
From the height of his success, he had plummeted to an all-time low. Almost as low as when he had been savagely beaten by Preacher and run out of the Rocky Mountains. He lay on the ground, sheltered by the crudest of lean-tos, uncomfortable in blankets, every pebble, twig, or irregularity in the ground a source of fiery discomfort. He groaned and rolled onto another side for the 100th time. Images of war-painted Cheyennes haunted him. They screamed literally right in his face, and awakened thoughts of how close he had come to death. Where would they go? Where could they hide? Bathed in sweat, Ezra Pease cried out in the darkness and sat bolt upright. Forgotten was the compact he had made with the Eastern businessmen. Vanished the visions of mountains of gold. Only the enraged, contorted, coppery faces of the savages who had attacked them without warning remained. "They drove us out. Drove me out," he whispered to himself. "Drove me out." Humiliation burned hotly on his face. In those long hours of the moonless night, his resolve weakened. Groggily, Pease recognized the figure of Hash Knife squatting beside the fire, where he sipped from a tin cup of coffee. Pease shrugged on his trousers and slid long, narrow, unnaturally white feet into boots and walked to join his only remaining subordinate leader. "I couldn't sleep either," Pease remarked, with what he hoped would sound casual. "I've been thinking about—" Hash Knife gestured behind them, toward the valley of their defeat. "So have I." Pease agonized over taking this mysterious gunman into his complete confidence. Reluctantly, he admitted he needed someone to confide in, to solicit for advice. "There is something you should know." Hash Knife tilted his head, cocked a brow, before deciding to cut and run. Yes. Or something very like that. What I wanted to tell you is that I'm not alone in this. I have partners, influential men back east. For a while today, I've debated throwing over the whole thing. I could head for California or somewhere I'm not known, leave the whole land grab up to my partners. Hash Knife's brow furrowed. "That might prove quite unwise," he prompted. "I know that. But then I think, what the hell have they done to help?" His expression changed to chagrin. "Of course, the answer is they have bankrolled the whole enterprise. I am obligated to them for that." Hash Knife relaxed somewhat. "I'm glad to hear you consider that. You see, I was steered to your organization by the very men you are discussing." Ezra Pease felt a cold chill run up his spine at the words Hash Knife spoke. "Obviously, you wanted a second opinion before you decided what to do." "Yes, I did. What do you feel we should do next?" Pease appealed. "Certainly we cannot stay here. We would be better off closer to the Blackfeet." "I can see that," Pease allowed. "So we move northwest, and first thing tomorrow, I would say." "Not quite so soon," Hash Knife cautioned. "It would be wiser to go south a ways further, to, throw off pursuers. Also to let the men regain some of their composure." Ezra Pease considered this. Coming as it did from an underling he considered only another passable gunman, albeit a failed gentleman. "You have a strong grasp of strategy, sir. And you couch your words in the phrases of a military man." I was, until an unfortunate incident separated me from the army. But speculation on my past is a waste of time under the circumstances. What we need is a sound plan, one that takes advantage of the terrain, our own condition, and the enemy's situation. A new light shone in the eyes of Ezra Pease. Yes, I was right in promoting you in this enterprise. Go ahead. At this point, I am open to any reasonable suggestion." Hash Knife gave him a wintry smile. "I would be glad to for, shall we say, a 50-50 split." Anger and greed flashed across the face of Ezra Pease. "Rather ambitious, aren't you?" he fired hotly. Then recognition of their perilous status modified his outlook. "Although I must say that a successful outcome would be worth it and then some. I'll stand by my original request." Hash Knife quickly outlined what he had in mind. It met with the full approval of Ezra Pease. The cashiered officer, for that's what Pease was certain Hash Knife was, concluded with a summary of their end goal. "We managed to bring away enough of the boys and youths to conduct the initial mining operation as you outlined it. Once we reach the Blackfeet, they will welcome us, especially if we give them a few more rifles and ammunition to ensure their goodwill. Yet the most important thing is to forget about Preacher and to get far away from the Cheyenne.
After that, raids on passing wagon trains will ensure a steady supply of labor. Beaming now, Ezra Pease rose and clapped Hash Knife on one shoulder. I like it. We'll do it that way. Make sure the men are informed of all they need to know and are ready to move out first thing in the morning. Preacher went ahead on a lone scout. He felt certain that Pease and his remaining outlaw band could not be far ahead of them. Sign of their presence had decreased, yet remained enough to lead the way. His steady, watchful pace put him far ahead of the remaining force of volunteers by the time the sun began to slant rapidly toward the western horizon. The whinny of a startled horse, borne faintly on the breeze, alerted Preacher of his nearness to those he sought. This was almost too easy, he reasoned. Not too much so, he amended, when he had dismounted from Thunder and wormed his way to the crest of a low ridge. Beyond, he picked out some 20 of Peace's hard cases, settled into a scattered camp by a stream. Fools, Preacher muttered to himself. Anybody worth his salt knows enough not to camp right beside a body of moving water. The noise it makes muffles any sound to someone trying to sneak up on the camp. A short distance away, Thunder nodded his big gray Appaloosa head, as though in agreement. It brought a fleeting smile to Preacher's lips. Even my horse knows that. Preacher continued to watch until 3 hours after nightfall. Then he slipped away to a safe distance, mounted Thunder, and headed back for the small company of Avengers. He reached there shortly after midnight. There's nigh on to 22 of 'em there, he told Nighthawk, Dupree, and Beartooth. I recognize Pease amongst them. What I want you to do is lay low for a day and a night. On the way back here, I got some plans I want to put to use on this group up ahead. It ain't all of 'em, but we got to start somewhere. Preacher picked his positions well and in advance. As he had expected, the cavalcade of carrion eaters continued south through the next day. That he definitely wanted to put a stop to. So he picked a likely campsite and settled in to wait for them to come to him. Now he slithered on his belly, the Lefevre rifle cradled in the crook of his elbows, headed into the first of his several sniping locations. He reached it undetected, a V-notch slightly off-center in a split boulder, and settled in. Easing the muzzle and first 6 inches of barrel on the French rifle through the opening, he adjusted his position and sighted in. The first thing he lined up on was a coffee pot. His imagination supplied the heady aroma of boiling grounds, the anticipation of men tired from hard travel and residual fear. Gently, he squeezed the trigger. The recoil had hardly ceased when he went into motion again, crawling toward his second spot. It took 50 of Preacher's slow, unlabored heartbeats before the Flatlander trash below reacted. At that extreme range, their bullets struck ground 100 yards short of the rock he had used as cover. Preacher made a note of that. He'd come back later for another go-around. At rest, in an easy position behind a tall pine, he let its shade mask his presence while he reloaded and took a look at the camp. The coffee pot, holed through and through, lay on its side. The former contents formed a puddle around the blue-gray granite utensil. Coldly amused by this, he glanced around for the inevitable 1 or 2 louts with duller minds who would not have taken proper precautions. He found them almost at once. "Yep," he muttered. "This is getting to be entirely too easy." Preacher shot the heel of one boot and the human one inside it off of a thug who had thoughtlessly sprawled behind a saddle. A yell of agony reached him a second after the report of his Lefevre rolled across the camp. Then a voice that rang with authority rose above the disorganized encampment. "Some of you get out there and stop that." "No, sir, Hash Knife ain't gonna do it. We're sitting ducks as it is." "You'll do it or I'll shoot you where you lay," Hash Knife barked.
Pease is getting smarter, Preacher mused aloud. He's making use of someone who knows how to deal with the scum of the earth. Might make this job a tad more difficult. He refrained from moving this time. Preacher wanted to encourage those beneath him to waste their advance on a place he would soon abandon. Reloaded again, he took aim on an exposed shoulder near the single wagon that had been whisked out of the fight with the Cheyenne. The Lefevre barked and bucked, and when the smoke blew away, a man writhed on the ground, right hand clutching his left shoulder. Only then did Preacher eel his way to his third chosen spot. From there he watched the cautious movement of 3 men, who came on foot out of the camp, rifles at the ready. They spread out and swung wide of the ancient pine so as to put the brow of the hillside between them and their intended target. Grinning, Preacher made a half turn and waited. The first one to show himself over the rise took a ball smack between his eyes. He went down like a stone, and his 2 companions scurried back toward safety. "Keep going, goddammit!" Hash Knife bellowed. Preacher noticed a blur of brightly colored cloth from the corner of one eye as a heavy-set thug darted for the back of the wagon. Preacher left the ramrod for the Lefevre on the ground as he took quick aim. The conical ball smashed the big bone in the fatty's right thigh, and he plowed ground with his nose and chin. "It's the Cheyenne. They've caught up with us." Preacher recognized the voice of Ezra Pease for all its quaver of fear. "If it was Indians, they would be attacking us by now," Hash Knife differed. No, it's them. No one else was anywhere close to us," Pease insisted. Preacher returned his attention to the 2 men flanking him. At once he caught sight of the braver of the pair. He ran flat out toward the screen of wild blackberry bushes behind which Preacher crouched. Too close for a rifle shot, Preacher quickly laid aside the Lefevre and drew one of his brace of 60 caliber Hayes single barrels. "A little more," he coaxed. "That's right. Come to Papa." The haze discharged and smeared the sky with smoke. Preacher peered beyond it and saw his target drop onto wobbly knees. Both hands clasped over his belly. The worthless scum looked first at his wound, then cut his eyes upward in a final appeal to his maker for mercy. Appeal denied, Preacher thought, as the hulking brute toppled face first into the grass. All but too late. Preacher exchanged the empty pistol for the Lefevre and brought it to bear on the chest of the more reluctant enemy. Loping along, bent low as though that would protect him from a frontal shot, the Boston ragbag took the ball in the top of his bald pate, which released a shower of blood and tissue. Impact stunned him to a momentary stop. Then his booted feet drummed frantically in place until his body drained of impulses, and he flopped on his side in silent death. Not bad for an afternoon's work, Preacher congratulated himself in a hoarse whisper. Then he faded away at an angle uphill. He'd come back later and reopen the dance. Preacher had no need of his vocal tricks that night. From a mountaintop overlooking the nervous camp of wastrels and slime came the haunting yowl of a prairie wolf. The amorous coyote sought a mate in the waning moonlight. At another turn of the earth, it would be the dark of the moon. Far off, an answer wavered toward the frosting of stars. Preacher had worked in close enough to hear the quavery voices of the men he stalked. Lordy, is that thing for real? Or is it Preacher? A crack-voiced youth asked. Best pray it's for real, came a growl from the far side of the fire. Preacher grinned over that so hard it became a smirk. Like a wraith, he crept in closer. All at once, he overstepped his bounds. Who's that over there? A tense voice challenged. It's nothing, just me, Preacher responded. A new, wild, impossible idea had entered his head, and it tickled him, like a certain peacock feather in the hands of a buxom bawd he had sported with one time as a youngster of tender years. "Well, then, come on over and have some coffee," the gravel-voiced one rumbled. With a shrug, Preacher removed his telltale 4-shot pistols and laid them aside, then stepped into the light. He settled in between two of the younger hard cases and accepted a cup of steaming brew. He sipped while they talked. Time passed in a dumb lull. They talked of the fight with the Cheyenne. Preacher allowed as how it had plumb upset him a lot. He refrained from saying why. While they rambled on, Preacher eased a hand into the possibles bag hung at his waist and removed a paper twist filled with pale yellowish crystals. The ease generated by the moment vanished when a loud rustling came from the brush close at hand. Preacher seized his chance. Widening his eyes, he pointed into the darkness and blurted an alarming, if false, discovery. "B'God, it's a bear!" Everyone looked where he pointed, while Preacher deftly emptied the salts of ipecac into the coffee pot. He was in a crouch, half standing, when the first of the scum looked back. Preacher gave a nervous grin and waggled an empty hand at the man. "At least I thought it was a bear. Must have been a deer, frightened by all us people around." "Yeah, could be." "Yep. Well, best be getting back where I belong. Gotta be a short night." Preacher excused himself as he drifted toward the darkness again. No one thought to stop him. He had retrieved his favorite pistols, snugged them in place, and covered about 50 yards when the first sounds of vomiting reached his ears. Suppressing a chuckle, he glided on through the frosty starlight to do more mischief. 9. Early the next morning, brush flew from the leading edge of the lean-to roof that sheltered Ezra Pease. He came up with a start and a yelp that chilled the already unsettled hard cases. "It's the Cheyenne!" he bellowed. Preacher's gunshot echoed over the ground. By the time the sound reached the camp, he had the Lefevre nearly reloaded. His second round split the breastbone of an incautious gawker who had foolishly remained at the fire, sipping coffee. He dropped his cup a moment before his face hit the coals. "See? I told you it was Indians," Pease shouted, the words tumbling over one another. "No, it's not," Hashknife growled from where he hugged the ground. "It's Preacher. He snuck in here last night and put something in the coffee that made several men seriously ill." "I want proof of that," a terribly agitated Pease demanded. Hashknife glanced up at the sound of approaching hoofbeats. 2 of his men came toward the center of camp, a captive tied to a horse between them. "I think I can provide that in a short while. By the way, have you noticed the shooting has stopped? If it were the Cheyenne, they would be whooping down on us by now." Hashknife went to the prisoner and roughly yanked him to the ground. He stood over him, legs widespread, and bent until his face hovered inches from the hapless man. "Who are you?" I'm a hired driver." "A driver? For whom?" There's a band of psalm singers not far from here. I went off yesterday to hunt for meat and got lost." "How far are these missionaries?" Hashknife demanded. "It's 2 valleys over, to the south," the gutless driver readily offered. It came from the chest of Hashknife as a sound of contentment rather than a sign of resignation. "We have to break camp at once." Ezra Pease broke into the interrogation. "Head west at once. We can outdistance Preacher or the Cheyenne. I know we can." "Be quiet a minute," Hashknife snapped, then changed his command into a request. "If you please, sir." To the driver, "Does the name Preacher mean anything to you?" "Yes, Yes, he's the one who led us to the valley. Purring like a cream-stuffed cat, Hashknife turned to Ezra Pease. I think we have solved both of our problems. This man can lead us to some people who are enjoying the protection of Preacher. He'll have to come after us, and we'll have his protégés as hostages. Preacher will have to surrender or see them all killed one by one. Terror fled from Ezra Pease, and he beamed at Hashknife. I like your dirty, devious little mind, Hashknife. That's a splendid idea. Damn the black heart of Preacher into the hottest corner of hell. We've got him now. Starting shortly after the impassioned speech of Ezra Pease, more of the disorganized vermin began to drift into camp. Observed in secret by Preacher, their presence did nothing to lighten the mood of the mountain man. He had managed to reduce their number to some 15, now 20 more gathered around cook fires and talked out their nervousness. Preacher chafed as he accepted that he must stay longer to determine how many men Pease would have. He took careful note when 5 of the thugs, cleaner in appearance and better dressed than most, rode out of the meadow where Pease had made camp. Preacher longed to follow them, learn their destination, yet he had to know the enemy's strength. He would wait overnight and see what the morning brought, then set out to advise the others and to follow the mysterious quintet that had parted with the rest. Morning brought a crushing blow for Preacher. 23 Blackfoot warriors rode into camp. From what Preacher could make out through his spyglass, their war leader spoke only his own tongue, while another made sign talk and translated into English. The signs revealed that they had come to help their old friends and to get fresh Cheyenne scalps. Pease replied that they had surely come to the right place. Nothing could be worse, Preacher reckoned. Quietly he crawled from his observation place and, mounted on Thunder, rode off to bring the latest to his band of volunteers. The mountain men among the small company received his news with grim expressions. Yet they agreed among themselves they still had to destroy Pease, or a summer of inter-tribal fighting could turn into a long campaign with white against Indian. They are not making it easy for us, Nighthawk observed. You are even more correct than usual, mon ami, Dupree admitted. It ain't possible, Preacher insisted. Thing is, we can no longer take the fight to them. We must make them come to us and be ready with every nasty trick we know. If only I could stir up some trouble between them Blackfeet and Pease. Preacher mused into silence. Late the next afternoon, 5 presentably dressed strangers rode into the hidden valley and stopped before the largest structure in the new settlement, the church. Their leader was well-spoken, and Reverend Bookworthy greeted them effusively. You are welcome, brothers, so long as your intentions are peaceful. If you haven't provisions or shelter, we can accommodate you. Would you, be staying long? No, not for long, sir. I must say I am heartened to find a house of God in this benighted wilderness. Hashknife purred softly. A gaggle of children had swarmed forward and followed them through the meadow and into the clearing. They frolicked now around the legs of the horses, and their shrill voices rose in a deafening chorus. Reverend Bookworthy rounded on them with a hint of heat in his voice. Here now, that's enough. Shouldn't you be in school? No, Reverend, Dick chirped. It's Saturday. Then you should be working for your parents. Go along now, make yourselves busy at something useful. He turned to the visitors. Children, you understand, I'm sure. Of course. Like his men, Hashknife's eyes had picked out the abundance of young women among the settlers, and he appraised them with a hungry gaze. One among them, who had drawn closer, darted a hand to her face to conceal her shock. Although many years had passed, enough that Cora Ames could not be certain, yet she felt almost sure that the one speaking to Reverend Bookworthy was Quincy.
She spoke the name softly, giving it the New England pronunciation of Quincy, and she knew it was so. After several minutes more of conversation between the missionary minister and Quincy, it became apparent that recognition had not gone both ways. Cora Ames turned away thoughtfully and hurried from the presence of the enigmatic young man. Her mind was awhirl with conflicting emotions. Whatever could he be doing here? How had he come to find them? Had he changed? Part of her didn't want the answers to those questions, while another yearned to know, perhaps to be able to give an alarm. Foolishness. Her practical side mocked her. It couldn't possibly be him. Cora spent a troubled night and nearly swooned with relief the next morning after breakfast, when she saw two of the men with Quincy making preparations to saddle up and presumably ride out. Bony fingers of ice clutched her heart a few minutes later, when it became clear that Quincy and two of his companions would remain behind. What might that signify? Cora Ames dreaded the answer. Only, having kept silent so long, she knew she had to keep her terrible secret to herself. It tormented her throughout the day as she kept a respectable distance between herself and the visitors. 2 more days had gone by while Preacher waited with his small force of dedicated fighters. During that time he made plans and prepared weapons to try his mischief and break the alliance with the Blackfeet. To further that, he was watching the camp when 2 of the dandies who rode out 3 days earlier returned. They held a brief conference with Ezra Pease. At once, orders were bellowed to break camp and make ready to move out. "What the hell now?" Preacher grumbled to himself. He returned quickly to the waiting company of amateur fighters and advised them of the changed situation. "All we can do is follow along and see where they lead," he concluded. They, too, broke camp at once. By mid-morning the next day, Preacher had a haunting, uneasy feeling that he knew exactly where Pease's vultures were headed. Also why 5 of them had ridden out dressed to the nines. The High Lonesome held only one attraction for the foul scavengers of Ezra Pease that lay due south, his little settlement of pilgrims. A cold blast of Arctic air seemed to wash over Preacher and down his back. He would be totally helpless, and not even Pease and whatever men would stand with him could hold back the Blackfeet when they rushed in among the white women and children. Sickened by memories of past such slaughters, Preacher gnawed at the inside of his cheek to try to shake loose an idea. It took him until nightfall to decide what to do. Preacher took Nighthawk along. Together they moved in on the night camp of Ezra Pease. 100 yards short of the lookouts posted to secure the area, they separated and went their various ways. Preacher scouted his sector before making a move. Fixed in his mind was the location of the Blackfeet. He intended to end up there. But first, the sentries had to be taken out. After placing each of them, he closed on the first. The chinless lout had time to utter a sharp "Ugh!" before Preacher's tomahawk split his skull and he crumpled to the ground. Silently, without a backward look, Preacher moved on. He found that one of the guards had moved, out of loneliness and inexperience. Young, dreadfully young, Preacher noted as his intended target talked in a low murmur to the one who had left his post. Preacher gave it a moment's consideration and decided on a risky course of action. With ease he crept up to within arm's reach, then spoke softly. "If both of you want to keep on living, don't make a sound." "Preacher?" the young thug gasped. "None other. Now what you are going to do is ease them pistols in your belts and lay 'em on the ground. Put your rifles alongside them. Then back up to me." Without protest they complied. When they stood inches from Preacher's chest,
He tapped each youth on a shoulder. "Now we can do this 2 ways. I can knock you out and tie you up. That way, maybe you'd be found and maybe not. Or what? Don't torment us, preacher," the older lad whispered harshly. "Or you can give me your word that you're going to take off walking and get clear the hell and gone from anywhere near Ezra Pease. I won't hurt you, and I won't come after you. But if I ever see either of you in the High Lonesome again, I'll kill you on sight."
"I believe you," they chorused.
"Well then, which will it be?"
"We're gone," the younger blurted. "We ain't ever been here."
Preacher smiled in the dark. "Now that's fine. That's sensible, boys. Whenever you're ready, just start walking."
Can we go back and change your drawers first?" the older lad bleated.
Preacher could have fallen down and rolled around laughing if he hadn't kept a tight rein on himself. "No, just scoot." They scooted. Preacher moved on. Another sentry died, which cleared his sector and gave him access to the Blackfeet. Ready in position, Preacher lighted fuses on some of his gourd bombs and hurled them in among the small war trail lodges of the Blackfeet. Almost at once they began to go off with tremendous roars. Smoke, dust, and rock chips filled the air. Preacher heard the wild whinnies of horses from the far side of the camp. Nighthawk had reached his objective also. Preacher found the Blackfeet ponies too well guarded to risk stampeding them, so he glided away into the night. What they had done might not bring a complete break, but from now on, the Blackfeet would look with distrust at their white allies. It had been a good night's work. "They are moving on to the south," Nighthawk informed the preacher when he awakened him from a light snooze an hour after sunrise. "Dang it, that's the very thing I wanted to discourage." The crafty mountain man considered the implications of this. He had to accept that no way existed for his small force to get around the larger band of trash and slime led by Ezra Pease. Without being able to pose themselves between the brigands and the helpless folk in the valley, all they could do was snip away at the rear and flanks of the column. He quickly outlined his ideas to that effect. This harassment got underway almost at once. Some stragglers remained in the camp Pease had established, still loading pack saddles and gathering their personal gear. From the concealment of trees and brush, Preacher and his men opened up with a withering fire. Hot lead scythed down 7 of the human dregs in an instant. The others panicked and abandoned their supplies to race off on loudly protesting horses. "That's doing it, boys," Preacher shouted his approval. "Now split up in your groups. Nighthawk, Dupree, and Beartooth will lead you. You know what to do." And they proved it within less than an hour. The dull thud of rifle fire drifted back northward as the small bands struck at Pease and his trash. Preacher took his group, including Buck and Kent, the most capable of the driver volunteers, and set off along the eastern flank. His goal was to get close to the head of the column before engaging the enemy. With luck, he might even get a shot at Ezra Pease. Their torment of Pease and his vermin continued throughout the day. Then shortly before Preacher estimated Pease would make camp for the night, the other 3 well-dressed outlaws rode up the trail from the south. With them they brought 4 captives. A cold knot formed in Preacher's stomach when he recognized young Chris from the ravaged wagon train, the boy Peter who had come with Silas Phipps, and with him the girl Helen. Worst of all, he had no trouble recognizing Cora Ames. The apparent leader of this group met briefly with Ezra Pease and summoned more men. These, along with Pease, rode a short ways off from the column of vandals. Pease rose in his saddle and bellowed his demands loudly, turning all ways and repeating them. To be certain he was understood. "Preacher, do you hear me? We've found your precious garbage. I have men already in that valley of yours. Back off, or these will be only the first to die."
Pease paused, then began to rant again.
"Make no mistake. If you and those with you do not give us free rein, I will not hesitate to kill every one of those helpless grubs. I'll start with these, and believe me, their deaths will be slow and painful. Now, back off and let me hear you agree to it."
Preacher chewed at his lower lip. He had never given his word falsely, and didn't intend to now. Yet too many lives depended upon what he did. Even his hesitation proved to be the wrong thing to do. Pease made a gesture, and two of his subhuman friends yanked young Peter from the horse he rode. They ripped the clothes from the boy's body and began to make small, shallow cuts on his chest and belly. His screams slashed through Preacher, as though he were under the knife instead. Sudden fury washed away his indecision. He had had enough. Taking his Lefevre rifle, Preacher rode out into the open, still well out of ordinary rifle range.
"Pease, you back end of a polecat, hear me. We can end this without harm to any more. Face me man to man. We'll fight it out. Winner goes his own way. You have my word on it."
Pease made a show of considering this offer, while his henchmen continued to slice into Peter's body, and the boy screamed in agony.
"What about the others with you?"
Pease asked tauntingly, toying with Preacher.
"Will they abide by what you say?"
"They will."
"I don't think so."
Pease mocked him.
"To give you time to secure their promises to leave us in peace, I'm going to let these gentlemen finish with this boy here. And then we are going to ride on into your little paradise. If any more shots are fired while we do, I will have the other children killed one by one, and then the woman. I'll allow my men to have their way with the females before they dispatch them, naturally."
That did it for Preacher. He snapped the French rifle to his shoulder and shot at Pease. A nervous twitch from thunder sent the ball off course and put it through the meaty part of Pease's left shoulder.
"That's the last shot fired, Pease," Preacher roared. "We will abide by your terms. No one will fire on the column while you ride to the valley. When you get there, we'll face off man to man, and I'll see you put in hell."
10. Terror-stricken, the residents of the valley ran before the onslaught of the advancing human debris led by Ezra Pease. A few of the remaining missionary men tried to resist and were cut down in a storm of lead. Pease had pushed his company of worthless trash on through the night, which caught Preacher by surprise. Now he pressed his advantage as the much smaller force, with Preacher, closed in from behind. Once they had driven all the way to the center of the settlement, Ezra Pease called a halt in front of the raw planks that walled the church. Again, he turned back to harangue Preacher with threats.
"Leave off. There's nothing you can do to stop us. If you persist, we will start killing the residents."
With the mutilated body of Peter, which they had recovered and brought along fresh in his mind, Preacher had no doubt that Pease meant what he said. Reluctantly, he gave the signal to break off and draw back. He had never felt so low in his life. Preacher blamed no one else for what had happened. He was the one who had led these innocents to this terrible end. His face hidden from the others, he led the way out of the valley. Once inside the screening trees, Preacher called a halt. "There's nothing we can do tonight. Become nightfall, it's another story." "What can we do then?" one of the drivers asked. "We're going to raise hob with 'em, hoss," Preacher assured him. Quickly he outlined his idea. It had everything to do with their familiarity of the valley and Pease's lack of it. During the long, difficult day, Preacher came to a grudging admission that, so far, Ezra Pease had kept his word.
Outside of being frightened, no harm had come to the residents of the valley. When twilight purpled the sky, Preacher called his stalwart band together. They'll be edgy tonight, so we'll wait until it gets near to morning. That's the best time to hit. I've heard say it's the last hours before dawn that a man sleeps soundest. Even the ones on guard will begin to droop. That's what gives us a chance.
What if we get caught by daylight? An uncertain evangelist asked.
Then we keep on fighting, Preacher explained. Now, everybody get something to eat and rest up. You'll be told when it's time.
You have sunk into a new low, Quincy. Cora Ames spat. When you first arrived in the valley, I had the misapprehension that perhaps you had reformed your ways. I regret that I could be so mistaken.
You should be pleased for me.
I have found the way to a vast fortune, to power and respect and a good life.
Hashknife responded, disconcerted to see that Cora gazed past his shoulder and out the window of her small cabin, toward the distant trees where those infernal fighting men with Preacher had disappeared.
What you've found, Cora snapped, is a cold, shallow grave once Preacher gets done with you.
Her anger rose to choke off further threats.
I'm ashamed that I ever knew you, let alone.
A smirk lifted the lips of Hashknife. Aha! That of which we never speak, eh, my dear? Never mind. I have grown quite used to rejection. The years have not been kind to me, but no matter. Ezra Pease has made me an equal partner in his enterprise. There are literally millions to be made. Cora produced her own knowing, self-satisfied expression.
Provided he doesn't dispose of you once your usefulness to him is at an end. Oh, Quincy, Quincy. It could have been so different, so much better. If only...
Hashknife raised a hand to stem the flood of her words. Enough. I have no need of a lecture from you, let alone another sermon from that self-righteous hypocrite. I see you are in no mood for cordial conversation, so I will leave you now. Have no fear, none of these smelly louts dares to touch you. He patted the holster that contained his right-hand Colt Walker. Turning on one boot heel, he stomped out before Cora Ames could make another caustic reply. Preacher gave his neophyte warriors more than enough time to get into position. Then he slowly advanced. Spread around with the fumbling, stumbling missionaries, he had positioned the drivers and his mountain man friends to lead. To his surprise, shortly after darkness fell, a number of the more peace-loving among the male gospel shouters had risked sure death to sneak out of the cordon set up by Ezra Pease. They begged for the chance to take up arms and defend their families. Those aren't men, they're animals. The lewd looks they cast on our wives and daughters, it's unspeakable. Lord Landry spoke for them all. If I can shoot Indians in self-defense, I can strike out at savage filth like those. A chorus of "Me too" ran through the men with him. Their number increased the thin ranks to 40 strong. Preacher knew gratitude for their offer, though he doubted how useful the newcomers would be. He would soon find out. Preacher acknowledged as he came within 50 feet of the picket line set out by Pease and his able lieutenant. The man who called himself Hashknife still troubled Preacher. Why did his features seem so familiar? Obviously he had intelligence, most likely far beyond that of Ezra Pease. He remained cool during the worst of the fighting, and his auburn hair haunted Preacher's memory as much as his close resemblance to someone. His study ended at the sound of a foot tread on a fallen twig, only 3 yards ahead. Preacher tensed himself. The blamed fool came directly toward him. Preacher couldn't understand it until the man spoke in a harsh whisper. "You come to relieve me. I can sure use it. My eyelids is drooping something awful." Darkness had confused the man, Preacher realized. He thought he walked toward the settlement, not away from it. Preacher didn't give him time to learn of his error. A swift swing of the billet of wood in his hand sent the lookout off to a different star field than the one that twinkled above. The wrist-sized stick made a hollow sound when it struck the side of the man's head. Preacher leaped forward and eased the sentry to the ground. Then he turned to his right, as he had instructed all of the men to do, and set off to roll up the others close at hand. 2 more out of the way left the pie-shaped sector open in which Preacher could work his mischief. Bent low, he covered ground rapidly. The hunk of wood he held had been frazzled at one end and dipped in tallow to serve as a torch when the situation called for it. Preacher paused within pistol shot of the settlement's cabins and fished out his tinderbox. He was about to strike a spark and ignite his makeshift flambeau when all hell broke loose. Jolted out of their deepest slumber by a ragged fusillade, the subhuman detritus with Ezra Pease had little chance of organizing a resistance. Firing as they came, their shrill yells electrifying the night, the men of the settlement charged in among the cabins. Torches aflame, they set fire to tents and bedrolls. Hard cases who still remained in some of the latter began to scream as the flames licked at their bodies. Preacher struck flint to steel and blew to life his milkweed down, which lighted a sulphur-tipped sliver. It blazed and ignited his torch. Then he joined the others. He dodged around a drowsy man who had only come to his feet and smacked him in the ribs with the firebrand. Howling, the thug spun away and fell to roll in the dirt. Preacher changed hands and drew one of his big 4-barrel pistols. 2 thick-chested, reckless louts reared up to block his path. Preacher coolly shot one. The other ran. In fact, Preacher noticed a whole lot of the buzzard pukes deserting their cause. Initially it seemed a stunning victory, worn down by endless days on the trail, the fierce fighting, first against the Cheyenne, then Preacher and his band. Nerves jangled by the harassing fire on their column. Many had no heart for more battle. Even as they hunted for their horses, Ezra Pease and Hash Knife sought desperately to organize some resistance. "Stand fast! Hold on there! We outnumber them, you fools!" Pease bellowed. "Alone you can be picked off and left for buzzard bait," Hash Knife assured the men. Gradually their words took effect. The panic fled. Scum and filth they may be, but they saw the wisdom of strength and unity. Here and there knots gathered and began to return fire. A couple of the psalm singers went down. One of the drivers threw hands in the air and fell, shot through the head. Preacher watched the effect as the initial shock wore off and muttered a curse. Without a means of direct control, he could not coordinate a sustained attack against these strong points. Within no time, the contenders had pulled back from one another. Firing slackened, and Preacher knew he had to do something to prevent Pease from carrying out his revenge against the helpless women and children. He tossed his torch into the midst of a group of Pease's vicious swine and began a swift, long run around the perimeter of the besiegers. When he came to the individual clusters, he paused long enough to give new orders. After leaving each group, he heard his new plan being carried out as men fired alternately, keeping up a steady stream of lead into the defensive positions taken by the outlaws. That way, he knew, it might be possible to prevent them from moving from the small parcels of ground they presently held. If it worked, it would keep them away from the residence. He reached the last batch, and Beartooth greeted him with a big hug. "We got them out in the open now," the burly man brayed. "Thing is to keep them there," Preacher replied, and explained the purpose he had in mind. Beartooth put his charges to it at once. Then he turned to Preacher. "What do you reckon on doing now?" "I want to move in on that big cluster out there where Pease is taking command. Cut the head off of a snake, and the body dies." Beartooth nodded solemnly. Preacher glided off from shadow to avoid the bright areas created by flickering fires. He had no way of knowing it, but his plan would work exceedingly well. It came to him when the first pale band of gray appeared in the east.
Pease and his cohorts had been fought to a standstill. With improved light, the marksmanship of Preacher's volunteers would improve. So too would that of the tenacious gunman with Ezra Pease. A quick count through the round field of his spyglass told Preacher that numbers no longer counted that much. Maybe the time for a charge had come. Pick one cluster of scum at a time and roll over them. It appealed until Preacher heard the distant rumble of pounding hooves. One thing he knew for certain. They could not possibly be reinforcements for his side. Several times during the long pre-dawn hours, most of the underlings committed to the cause of Ezra Pease lost heart and thought of making a break. The hail of bullets from their invisible opponents convinced them otherwise. Now they congratulated themselves on standing fast. New hope came bearing down on them out of the sunrise. "Looky over there," Vern Beavis shouted, a grubby finger pointing at the shapes resolving out of the low ground mist. Bart Haskell came thundering through the thin line of besiegers with a dozen hard-faced, gun-bristling men in his wake. They made for the largest cluster of their comrades, some who still crouched behind hastily dug breastworks. Relief at the 11th hour. A ragged cheer rose. "Well, I'll be damned," Beartooth drawled. "We may well all be, Beartooth," Preacher answered sadly. The words hardly out of his mouth, Preacher put hand to one of his revolving 4-barrel pistols as the enemy swirled out of their defensive positions and launched a wild, screaming attack. Only a steady rate of fire slowed them at last. The final man to fall lay only 10 feet from where Preacher crouched behind the stump of a fir that had been logged out for housing. While the renegade whites regrouped, Preacher marked furtive movement to one side of the main enemy force. The man called Hash Knife broke clear of the men around him and started off at a lope toward one of the cabins, the one that belonged to Cora Ames, Preacher noted, with a sudden flash of anger and apprehension. With a roar, Pease's scum charged again. Preacher had to put away his concern for Cora. This time, the fighting became clouded in dust and powder smoke. Men determined to triumph at whatever cost pushed on with empty weapons to club and smash with their rifles and stab with knives. The fighting degenerated into a wild hand-to-hand melee. Preacher saw his amateur fighters waver and then begin to give ground. A sense of helplessness washed over him. How could he have been so blind, so proud as to believe they had a chance? Then, with all lost, another distant sound blew new hope through the momentary fog of defeat. He cast off his dejection and turned to verify what his ears told him. "Kai, kai, kai, yai, yai, yai!" Hoofbeats pounding, the Cheyenne dog soldiers of Falling Horse thundered into the valley. Preacher broke away from those around him and hopped up and down, waving both arms over his head to attract the attention of his old friend. Falling Horse cut his pony to the left and rushed down on Preacher. "We thought they had finished them," the Cheyenne chief said through a smile. "It is good we did not go home." "That it is. Now have your braves give some new spine to those gospel shouters of mine," Preacher replied, his voice thick with emotion. Preacher had his own agenda. Falling Horse spun away and directed his men toward the Blackfeet, who had so far not partaken in the battle. White men fighting white men was a novelty to them. Now, in the presence of their traditional enemy, they had a sudden change of heart about allegiance to Ezra Pease. Beartooth and Dupree led their men against the Indians also, hurling explosive gourds as they advanced. Loud blasts and whizzing pieces of scrap metal and gourd shards shattered their nerve entirely. Howling in consternation, convinced their medicine had deserted them, the Blackfeet broke from their separate camp and streamed wildly across the meadow toward an opening in the valley walls. Dog soldiers hooted and shouted vulgar insults at the Blackfeet. They also pursued them with wild abandon. Thirsty for Blackfoot blood, hungry for their scalps, the Cheyenne ignored what went on among the warring whites to settle old scores with the fleeing warriors.
"Now that shines," Preacher exclaimed. "I was plumb worried about what those Blackfeet would take it in mind to do." "So was I," Nighthawk admitted at Preacher's side. He cut his eyes to a struggle that went on a small rise outside one of the cabins. "Oh ho, my friend. It appears the woman who hungers after you is in need of assistance." Preacher had seen it also. He already started that way. He had to batter 2 brawny hard cases out of his way, shoot another, and kick a fourth between the legs before a clear path lay between him and Hashknife, who held Cora Ames roughly by one arm, half dragging her toward where Ezra Pease had taken his last stand. By that time, Hashknife had closed the distance between Cora's cabin and his leader. He shoved Cora into the arms of Ezra Pease. All around, the fighting dwindled to an end as men stopped to stare at the bizarre scene going on atop the little knoll. Hashknife turned to face the cause of their downfall, for Hashknife had not the least shred of doubt that their end had come. Yet he determined to take the cause of their failure with him. He pointed a long, spatulate finger at Preacher and roared his despair. "I'm going to kill you, Preacher." "No, you're not," Preacher answered calmly. "I am. I swear it. You have single-handedly undone us. For that you must pay." Preacher kept a wary eye on the desperate man while he canted his head to the side and thumped with his left palm above the ear. "Am I hearing right?" he asked. "Them's fancy words for a man about to die." "Don't toy with me," Hashknife shrieked, on the edge of losing his grasp on sanity. "Fill a hand with one of those fancy pistols of yours. Before you can fire twice, I'll pump 6 bullets into you." He raved on, oblivious to the silence that hung around him. "You'd best get started, then," Preacher invited as he whipped out one of the 4-shooters and eared back the hammer in one smooth move. Hashknife had hardly touched the butt grip of his Walker Colt when the hammer fell and the pistol bucked in Preacher's hand. The .56 caliber ball took Hashknife square in the middle of his forehead. His back arched in a spasm, and he slowly leaned further back until he toppled over and landed on his shoulders and heels. Astonished gasps rose from the witnesses. Before anyone could react, the voice of Ezra Pease cut raspingly through the murmurs of surprise. "It ends here, Preacher. I've got the girl. One wrong move and I spread her brains all over the ground. Get me a horse and I'll be gone. Don't come after me, or the girl dies." He had to get Cora clear enough for a clean shot, Preacher knew. Without it, he would have a tragedy on his hands. Warily, he shifted to one side. Pease moved to keep Cora between himself and Preacher. Blocked again. Preacher sought another diversion and found he did not need it. Cora Ames took care of clearing the target for him. When Pease shifted his weight to one leg, she gave a sharp, swift upraise of her boot heel into her captor's crotch. At once, Ezra Pease let out a howl. His face turned a beet red, and he released his grip enough for Cora Ames to break away. His face ashen now, Pease fought to suck in the air he had so rapidly wheezed away. Much to Preacher's surprise, rather than scurry to safety, Cora dashed to the fallen body of Hashknife. "Don't make it too quick for him," she called over one shoulder to Preacher. Preacher obliged her. He took time and fined his aim so that his next ball shattered the left kneecap of Ezra Pease. Pease shot wild as he went to one knee and put a ball across Preacher's shoulder close to his ear. Preacher fired again. He put a hole in the unwounded shoulder of Pease. Pease groaned and dropped his Harrison Arsenal .50 double-barrel pistol. With his previously injured arm, he reached for the second 2-shot handgun. Preacher waited. Pease cocked both barrels and took slow, painful aim. Standing spread-legged, arms akimbo, Preacher still waited. When the black holes of the muzzle came level with his eyes, Preacher fired again. His hammer fell on an empty nipple. At once, Pease emptied his last barrel. The slug tore a hot, ragged trough across the top of Preacher's right shoulder. By only a fraction of an inch it missed his collarbone. Preacher winced, but covered it quickly. Then he holstered his empty pistol and advanced steadily on the kneeling Pease. "It don't have to be this way, Pease." Preacher offered the olive branch again. "God damn you, Preacher," the renegade wailed. "I want you dead." With that, he gingerly fished a knife from its belt scabbard. Preacher marched up to him, kicked the knife from the hand of Ezra Pease, and punched him solidly in the mouth. "I want this one to hang," he announced, then turned and walked away. Preacher stopped beside the prostrate figure of Cora Ames. She lay across the chest of the dead man named Hashknife. Gently, Preacher bent down and raised her. Tears streaked her face. Preacher's puzzled expression asked the question for him. They called him Hashknife," Cora gulped. His real name was Quincy Ames. He was my oldest brother." That took Preacher like a sucker punch. He had words of scorn for any man who would mistreat a woman, yet her revelation sucked them out of his mouth. How could he tell her to dry her eyes and not grieve over such a lowlife, when it was her own brother? Well, by dang, all considered, she shouldn't waste tears over him. Preacher bristled at last. He bucked up and tried another approach. "From the first time I saw him, I was thinking there was something familiar about his looks. His face, that is. I never imagined. Can you tell me what brought him here with Ezra Pease?" "I don't know all of it. He was my idol when I was little. Then, when he was around 15, something went wrong. He changed, grew rebellious against Father. He held religion to scorn, despised every decent emotion. He started running with some rowdy boys from the other side of town. Then one day the bank was robbed and Quincy disappeared along with several of his hooligan friends. Father saw him once or twice after that, but it always upset him so. He never talked about their meetings. His name appeared in the Boston newspapers several times, and then he seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Now he is here, and he is dead. And I killed him. I won't say that I'm sorry. He made that choice, not I. I'll leave you now, Miss Cora. Only, I'm going to leave a bit of good advice. Don't grieve for him too much. He weren't worth it." A week passed in the valley, the missionaries busy burying their dead, the drivers nursing their wounds. Cora Ames remained distant from Preacher throughout the long days of ripe spring. Then, late on Friday afternoon, a stranger ambled his mount down into the settlement. Preacher and his friends slouched over to inspect the newcomer. "Howdy, folks," the stranger greeted. "I didn't know there was a settlement here." "Well, now you know," Preacher challenged, his wounds making him testy. Cora's avoidance had something to do with it, too, Dupree suspected. "So I do." The stranger cut narrowed eyes to Preacher. After a long moment of inspection, he gave a small negative shake of his head. "You're not the one, but I am looking for a man. I am U.S. Marshal Reuben Talbot." For the 100th time he produced the sketches of Silas Phipps and the orphan children. "They are wanted for robbery, murder, and flim-flam games all over the East." When the likeness of Phipps reached Preacher, he wrinkled his nose and gave a short, "Yep, we seen this one. Hanged him for the unnatural things he'd done to them kids." "You've seen the children, then?" "I have warrants for their arrest. Tell me where they are, if you please." Cora Ames pushed her way through the crowd that had gathered as Preacher spoke out forcefully. "And if I don't, please?" "What's all of this about?" Cora demanded, before an explosion could erupt between Preacher and this menacing-looking man. "This uppity twerp of a United States Marshal says those young'uns with Phipps are wanted for a whole lot of crimes," Preacher summarized. "That's not possible," Cora blurted. Then she went on to describe Silas Phipps and how he treated the youngsters. After a breathless pause, following her passionate defense of the children, she concluded a bit defensively. "If they did participate in any crimes, you can be sure they were forced into it. I've told you how Phipps beat them, nearly starved them. Here they will have good Christian homes and lives. Several couples are childless and will no doubt make the effort once they have settled in to adopt them," she concluded. Marshal Talbot muttered to himself, garumphed, and grumbled somewhat. "The law's the law, ma'am. I ain't judge and jury. All I do is bring 'em in." "We have a judge and enough men to make a jury. We've used them already." Cora came back perkily. Marshal Talbot looked startled, recalling what he had been told happened to Phipps. He took a long, good look at Preacher, saw the coiled, barely restrained power and fury there, and made his decision. "I suppose what you do is convene this court and dismiss the charges on the children and designate them as wards of the court, in the custody of those who have presently taken them in." "If we had to?" Cora responded, her chin thrust defiantly forward. "And me and my friends would back it up," Preacher announced. Beartooth, Dupree, and Nighthawk pushed through to the front of the onlookers. Talbot took them in, swallowed hard. "I've no doubt that you would." "Well, then, I see no solution but to allow them to stay." With that, the marshal extracted the warrants from an inner coat pocket and made a show of tearing them in half across the middle. "I'd be obliged if one of you would show me a place where I can take the night. Then I'll be on my way." "No problem," Art Pettibone piped up. "We have a spare room in our cabin. Mrs. Pettibone is expecting our first child." "Obliged indeed," the marshal responded, relaxing in this fresh, cordial atmosphere. After he had departed, taken in tow by Art Pettibone, Cora turned to Preacher and spoke to him for the first time since he had killed her brother. "Thank you for standing up for the children." "We're nothing, Miss Cora. They ain't bad, considering they're still kids." "Oh, Preacher, you are still impossible," she replied, the wry twinkle back in her eyes. "I hear that you are planning to leave soon." "Yep." "Well, then, with Pease dead and the Cheyenne at peace again, I see no reason why you can't lead us on to the villages of the Indians." "Oh, yes, there is." Cora pouted a moment, then changed her tack. "At least there's no reason why you cannot stay in the valley for the summer. Perhaps take winter here and then lead us to our golden land of promise." All at once, Preacher could hear wedding bells ringing inside his head and see a vine-covered cottage in Cora's eyes. He had to think fast. "But there is. I have to go weltering a bit to visit the soldier boys at the small fort on the Yellowstone. They need to know about the guns on the loose and see to getting them all back from the Blackfoot and Cheyenne. Otherwise, there won't be any place safe in the High Lonesome for years to come." Beartooth slapped a big hand against a ham-like thigh. "Hoo, boy, preacher, that's the biggest mouthful of words I done ever heard out of you." "Hush up, dang you, Beartooth, just hush up," preacher protested. Disappointment decorated Cora's face. She considered the lies of these rough and ready men and the tales she had heard, sighed, and took one of Preacher's hands in both of hers. "Well, if I can't prevail on you to do what's reasonable, the least I can do is part without hard feelings between us. I've never thanked you for saving my life. I want to do so now. Also, there is something I want to give you before you leave." "No call for that, Miss Cora." "Yes, there is. I'm sure you are the one who would most appreciate this gift." "I'll be heading out early tomorrow morning." "I will rise promptly and see you off," Cora promised. A thin silver band tinged with pink hung over the mountains to the east when Preacher completed his preparation. He had been right sprightly in packing his gear and loading his pack-horse. While he had worked the evening before, Beartooth and Nighthawk came to him. "Now we've been talking this over, and we allow as how we might just stay the summer and help these good folks over the next winter," Beartooth offered. Preacher made no effort to hide his amusement. "I reckon as how it might be a good idea, at least for Dupree and Nighthawk here, seeing as how there's some of those gospel shouter gals that are single. But you, Beartooth, you're a married man." "Only in the Cheyenne way. Besides, I wouldn't be untrue to my woman nohow. It's only these folks are so darn thick-headed about so many things. Like be they'd wind up croaked come spring without help, and you got to get the army to settle down the tribes before it's safe to venture that way." "Promise me one thing," Preacher prodded, eyes glittering a zealous fire. "What's that?" Nighthawk asked. "That under no conditions, no way, no how, you guide them soul-savers north to the Cheyenne. It could mean the ruination of everything that's good about this country." Laughing, they struck a bond on that. Now Preacher tightened the cinch strap on the pack saddle a second time as a soft footfall came to his ear. He turned to see Cora. She held her hands behind her. "I've come to say goodbye," she offered simply. "I brought you these. As I said, I'm sure you'd be the one most to appreciate them." She brought from behind her the 2 cartridge belts and holsters that held the .44 Colt Walker revolvers owned by her brother, whom Preacher had known as Hash Knife. His eyes went wide, and he blinked to conceal the moisture that formed in them. "Why, that's mighty nice of you, Miss Cora. It's too fine a gift for the likes of me." "No, it isn't. You explained to me why you adapted yourself to those outlandish 4-barrel contraptions. I figured you'd be glad to have the convenience of these." "Darned if I wouldn't." He reached hesitantly for them, then unbuckled the jury-rigged outfit he had for his multi-barreled pistols. "They are fine as frogs' hair. I heard about them for some time now, never seen one before, until I faced one. I just fit these big old things across the pommel of my saddle and wear the walkers. I can't find words grand enough to thank you, Miss Cora." "No need to, Preacher." With that, she took 3 quick steps forward, and was in his arms. On tiptoe she pressed her sweet lips to his weathered ones, and kissed him long, deep, and passionately. When their lengthy embrace ended, Preacher coughed to cover his embarrassment, then gruffly said, "Goodbye, Miss Cora," and swung into the saddle. 20 minutes later, he still smelled hearts and flowers as he rode swiftly out of the valley, and off to add more exploits into the pages of history. a lot of it as yet unwritten. This concludes Cheyenne Challenge by William W. Johnstone, narrated by J. Rodney Turner. Copyright 1995 by William W. Johnstone. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.